Yesterday, this was the scene as 11-time world champ Kelly Slater finding a little shade at Cloudbreak. Will we see the same here today?
Let's make the call.
The official call coming up on Dawn Patrol. Welcome, everyone, to Dawn Patrol here on the island of Tavarua, Fiji. Pat Parnell along with Ross Williams, Strider Wasilewski, fresh off the heels of round one in the books for the 2014 Fiji Pro. And I think it's safe to say, given the conditions, I think expectations were exceeded. Can we say
definitely.
that?
I think we all were ready for some good waves. Not as good as we saw. We saw some great waves yesterday. Guys were surfing really well. Rides into the 9-point range. I mean, Jordy Smith, that one tube he got, big fella, stuffed it inside of there, just getting shacked all the way across as that thing doubled up across the reef, and that's what we like to see more of.
The official call coming up, whether or not we're going to be recommencing, is looking promising, however. A little bit even better today, wind-wise and swell-wise.
Yeah, you know, I had a little chat with Kevin Wallace, our expert from Surfline, and he mentioned we might have a little pulse at the end of today, so we're going to have a reinforcement. And as Strider said, even though it's not grande out there, it's still producing big moves. We saw Julian and John a couple big backside whips, some nice tubes from Jordy and Kelly. So I would like to see more of that today. I think it's going to happen.
Well, fingers crossed that the wind cooperates. For the official call, we check in with Todd Klein.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. And today, as you pointed out, Pat, the winds calmed down overnight. All night long, it was blowing through our berets, and it was made for nice sleeping, but better for the conditions here today, Renato. And you've caught up with our tour commissioner. What is the call for today's competition based on the conditions?
Well, Todd, as you said, the wind backed off quite a bit comparing to yesterday. Conditions, swell height decreased a little bit, but we're expecting an increase in swell during the day. So the event is on. We will start competition 7:45 a.m. with round 2, and round 3, it's on standby as well.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much, Renato Hickel, our tour manager. And guys, the commissioner out there in the lineup, he actually got a few waves this morning as well. So we're going to have a fantastic day of competition. Yesterday was a good one. That first heat, Pat, out of the gates, we've got the local boy, Issei, up against Taj. I tell you what, a lot of people here on the island really looking forward to that one.
A lot of hype building up. Awesome news. So round 2 is going to be taking to the water here at the Fiji Pro. And we talked about yesterday. I mean, even better conditions today. So let's take a look back at yesterday. The top 5 waves, given the windy conditions, barrels were on offer. And Brett Simpson didn't win his heat, however, was able to grab an 8.43.
Yeah, on his backhand, out of the entire top 5 we're going to go through, he's the only one that didn't win his heat. That just shows you how good he was surfing, throwing tons of spray. Strong backsider, he's known for his power, good in the air, but look at this, getting it done with those whips on his backhand. Impressive surf. You can see he liked that right there. So a lot of confidence going into round 2 today.
And how about Mick Fanning also grabbing the 8.6?
Well, you know what? He was surfing really well, and unfortunately, he got sent to round 2, but he was ripping straight up and down surfing, and that's the kind of surfing that's going to win a heat. Usually, unfortunately, Freddie P having the better of him during this heat, but you know what? He's looking really strong, so he's going to have a go today, too.
And it seems like all surfers, size and power. Michelle Perez able to grab an 8.83, just getting it dialed out there.
Yeah, he's known for his forehand gouge, but I tell you what, he is looking on point on his backhand, really staying busy, collecting a bunch of moves there. So the Spartan on a big roll right now.
And one of the big standouts yesterday was Steve Sissou himself, Kelly Slater on his own jet ski, tapping into his inner Aquaman and grabbing an 8.83.
Yeah, he did it on the face too. Some good, clean, sharp surfing, floating the boat and coming up for the big finish snap right there. He's looking really good. He's looking like he's back on point. He obviously got a great tube yesterday, but that was a really clean, well-surfed wave, looking like he's focused in yellow.
And the highest scoring wave of the day, a 9.2. Jordy Smith looking unstoppable.
Yeah, I can see this tube right there, perfectly slotted. A nice hollow wave there. Definitely deserved that score. And other than Kelly, all 5 of these, the other 4 guys that are in this top 5, you know, are pretty big units. Jordy, you know, the tallest guy on tour, 6'3", couple 100 pounds. So it just shows you out here how much power Tabarua has to push around.
So we look at the numbers, they can't lie. There's some great waves on offer out there, and especially today with the lighter winds, hoping, fingers crossed, that that pulse happens. Have to be happy about the call that they're able to get out there early.
Yeah, you know what? These the conditions have backed off. The wind is backed off. We're going to see a lot more maybe high-performance surfing above the lip, hopefully, today. The wind is supposed to pick up a little bit through the day, but so is the swell. So I think the swell is going to push in as the interval rises through the day, and we could see probably better waves than yesterday from what I saw on the forecast last night. So I'm excited to see some action today.
And round 2, elimination round, but man-on-man, obviously giving a little more advantage to the surfers to grab a few more waves in that heat.
Yeah, definitely, you know, and with the tide, after we get on the other side of it, back when it's low, you know, I think the chop, anything that's out there is going to totally dissipate, and it's going to allow for the guys to do whatever they want on a wave. We saw so much speed. That was the common thread for all the winners yesterday, just how fast they were flying down the line. And when you're going as fast as you can, that produces huge moves. So we're going to look for a lot more of that today.
All right, stay with us here on Dawn Patrol, because coming up, it is officially on here at the 2014 Fiji Pro. We'll be right back after this.
In tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back, everyone, to Dawn Patrol. The official call is on. 7:45 a.m. start as we take a look out at Cloud Break, and that's great news for all the competitors. Round 2 will be taking to the water. Before we get to that, let's check in with one of the most seasoned surfers here at Cloud Break, Kelly Slater, in this GoPro Break Breakdown.
The heart shape of the island. The point of the heart is facing out to the south-southwest. Restaurants are kind of waved as like a shorter interval swell. So when the swell dies down on the back half of the swell, usually you get better waves at restaurants. Right up here you'll see there's going to be a deep little channel. Right here there's a hole in the reef. That's the deepest spot you can take off right there in that deep pocket. It comes out at just ledges. The wave's kind of small there and grows as it goes down the line. And from there you get about a 35-second rise. The real key to this swell here is if you look on a map between Australia and New Zealand, you have this real channel, almost like a funnel. So every swell that comes up here from the storm down there comes in around the same degrees, about 205 to 215. The swells are coming from the southwest, they just bend around this corner. They just run like a little point break. It's about 2 miles from the island out to Cloud Break. break. It's a real perfect barrel, but it's also a high performance wave. You can do the best tone of your life, or you can get the best barrel of your life, and you could do theoretically the same wave. Any spot we're surfing, you want to have a lineup. And the only thing that sticks out of the water and stays in one place out here is the scaffolding. So right here, we're almost on the perfect line to where the takeoff spot is. I line up the tower with where that mountain hits the water in the distance. This is where the wave starts, from right where we're at down. And that's the funny part of quad break, the best part of the wave. Down here, you're getting into the edge of the wave down to the shishing ball section. The shishing ball section is pretty dangerous. It's really hard to deal with. It's really scary when you go out there because it's so shallow there. The combination of this and restaurants being just 2 miles from each other is unbelievable. Two of the best waves in the world. Thanks very much. Thank you.
The GoPro breakdown with Kelly Slater, that was insanely insightful. You love to hear from Kelly Slater, especially from an aerial perspective in a helicopter. He knows this break in and out.
I thought it was awesome that Druku was up in the helicopter too, having a little joyride there. But yeah, great insight from Kelly.
Giving away secrets, maybe. I don't know.
A little too much. So let's get to the hard numbers. We've talked about that kind of hopeful blip that we're expecting swell-wise. Break it down, Ross.
Well, again, that big blue blob in the middle between Fiji and down south is what's kind of blocking a lot of these swells. But that being said, there's little pulses throughout the week, and we're going to have to ride those out. And as we mentioned, it still produces really fun waves. The positive side of things today is the wind's down just a little bit. That's going to make smoother conditions. High tide is at 10:40 a.m. So if we can manage to run a handful of heats before that and then reassess and make sure it's not too bumpy, we'll keep pushing through. Now, as you see the week progress, we're going to have a couple of little pulses, and we're definitely going to want to ride that out because the model that we were looking at the end of the waiting period looks extremely average at best. So, you know, this could be something that we're really going to want to take advantage of at this point.
All right, so the official call, once again, 7:45 a.m. start. Right now, we send it down to the booth with Joe Turpel and former world champ Martin Potter. Morning, guys.
Morning, guys, and good to see you down here early this morning. I think you guys talked about the Surfline forecast, especially yesterday, and we were expecting really small conditions. We didn't want to get our hopes up, and it really proved to be a really exciting opening round day, especially, Potts. When you look at Kelly's seat, it really seems like the ocean comes alive when he hits the lineup.
You know, that's the thing about this place, Joe. You can never really predict. I mean, you know, you got an idea of what's going to happen out there, but you really don't know at the end of the day. I mean, Kelly Slater's heat started. The waves started pumping. I mean, it looked like a different place. And that's what we're going to see through this waiting period. We're going to see days that we're expecting not much, and we're going to get some fantastic conditions. Today's looking pretty good, but have a look at this. There was no barrels on offer through most of the round until this wave came through, and guess who was on it? Kelly Slater. I mean, he spent more time out here than anyone. It's almost like he willed it to happen. It's almost like Cloudbreak said, oh, welcome back, Kelly, and here's one just to welcome you back. So, you know, that's what the guys are going to be looking for, waves like this. Geordie got one that was better, scored a 9.20. So they are out there. You've got to make sure you're in the right place at the right time for them, and if you do, you're going to win your heat.
And even when it came down to turns, Kelly Slater turned in an exciting performance, big finishes right on the inside reef, and ended up taking the big win over Jeremy Flores and Issei Tokoval, moving straight to round 3, wearing the #1 seed yellow jersey in this contest. Looking at the numbers, an 8.83 and a 7.67 for the tube ride, 16.5 total. Jeremy went in a little early because he was worried about an injury, and he wanted to regroup for round 2.
Absolutely right. You know, Jeremy's he loves this place. When it gets big and gnarly, he's gonna be the ones that excel out there. But just making sure that he didn't hurt his ankle too bad. Came in, saw the doctor, got the all clear. So we're stoked to hear that.
So today is supposed to be just a touch bigger. The wind's feeling nice and calm. As we look at the conditions earlier this morning, Potts, are you expecting similar things from the world's best in round 2?
Yeah, I'm expecting high performance, Joe. I'm really looking for these guys to light it up. We saw a lot of big scores yesterday. The majority of the top scores were from those big maneuvers. The high scoring ride of the day, though, keep in mind, was Geordie Smith's barrel. So the boys are going to have to keep the door open as far as their thinking on how to approach this wave. The judges want to see those big radical maneuvers if the wave doesn't offer the barrel, but if it does, you really got to take advantage of it. So, you know, in saying what are the judges looking for today, they're going to be looking for pretty much everything, Joe. Radical maneuvers, wave selection, and obviously that barrel there as well.
Mick Fanning getting a quick warm-up surf before before this contest gets started, he had a heavy heat yesterday with Freddie Pataccia and Glenn Hall, where Mick Fanning ended up in third in that first heat, but still made the daily top 5 with that amazing left-hander he turned in.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably, to me, one of the best surf waves of the day. I mean, he just absolutely lit that up, but you need 2 waves to make it through your heat, Joe. 2 good solid rides out here at Cloudbreak, and unfortunately Mick only managing to get that one. There wasn't a lot of good waves on offer yesterday, so it was really at a premium to make sure that you had priority at the right time. You made good wave selection, you positioned yourself correctly on the reef, and with this medium-sized swell, there is really 2 takeoff zones. You've got to really keep an eye on that inside section when you're paddling back out, and then when you are up the top, make sure that if sets do swing wide, you've got that ability, that knowledge to know and to duck down inside and get them.
Well, current number 2 in the world will be the first heat in the morning. Taj Burrow takes on Issei Tokuval, the local Fijian. Will try to upset Taj Burrow in the middle of a world title race. We've seen this happen to Taj quite a few times in his career, kind of more often at places like Chopu and Tahiti, where he's had some problems with the wild cards in the past.
That he has. Most of the top guys do, Joe. This is a really sketchy round for the top seeds. Round number 2 is not where you want to be if you're going for a world title. And Issei Tokuval, he's an unknown entity, and that's the thing. I mean, he grew up surfing this place. This is where he learnt how to surf. So as far as knowledge on the break goes, I think he's right at the top of the ladder.
And we'll follow through with the matchups. Our goal is to at least complete round 2 today. Talk about top seeds. We'll also have Mick Fanning in the second heat of the morning against Wiggly Dantes, who got the call up as a wild card after his amazing performance at Saquarema. A couple injuries got him in the mix. Also, Glenn Hall faces off with Josh Kerr, as you see Taj Burrow getting a warm-up red out front.
You know, Brett Simpson coming up against good old mate Nat Young again. These guys have matched up quite a bit. There was a bit of trash talk in the restaurant this morning, just trying to get inside each other's heads. They're super good friends, but at the end of the day, once that siren sounds, it is game on.
As we go back in history, back to 1994, a 16-year-old Issei Tokuval gracing the cover of Australia's Surfing Life after surfing for just 6 months, and he's been a part of this event 4 times now. He hasn't made it out of round 2. He's had some big matchups with guys like Kelly. B. Durbridge took him out in round 2 in the past, and also C.J. Hobgood going back to 2005. But we just saw the reactions of all the Fijians here on the island. Every time he gets in the lineup, things get pretty loud at the restaurant, Potts.
That they do, Joe. But can you imagine learning to surf at Cloudbreak? I mean, it's a scary wave when you've got tons of experience, And Issei, this is where he cut his teeth. This is where he learnt how to surf. And that cover shot, that was a solid 8-foot wave at Cloudbreak, and he was just going for it. So, we were hoping that the swell picked up a little bit for him today. He's going to have his work cut out for him with Taj Burrow. Taj is in good form this year. Probably one of the more consistent years we've seen from him in quite some time. He's normally the guy that has those big peaks and valleys. This year, a lot more consistent.
When you think about Taj's game, it's often looked at as what he can do above the lip, overall performance in really good high performance, high-fi sort of waves. When you think about his backhand attack in rippable sections, it's fairly underrated when you consider what he can do on a wave like Cloudbreak when it comes down to turns especially.
Yeah, coming from Western Australia, they get a wide variety of surf, and I don't think he's going to be too fussed with it. There we go. That's the judging criteria that we'll be looking at today. Commitment and degree of difficulty, innovation and progressive maneuvers, combination of those major maneuvers, variety. That's a key factor out here at Cloudbreak. And speed, power and flow. That's not hard to find out here. This wave gives you a lot of speed. The wave has a lot of power, and it's really what the judges are looking for is those seamless turns, those transitions between maneuvers is going to be really a key factor out here. But, coming down to it, really what I think is going to be a major deciding factor out here today is wave selection, Joe.
As we see the judges on the tower getting this one set up here, the first heat of round 2, Taj Burrow, world number 2, against the wild card from Fiji, Issei Tokuval, trying to upset the world title race in the first heat of the morning. They've just started this heat, 30-minute heats, scored on your top 2 waves. And you don't have a wave maximum. You can catch as many waves as you like. It's a one-on-one format. What's the biggest transition in a wave like Cloudbreak, going from 3-man heats to 2-man heats, Potts?
Well, I think in the 3-man heats, you can afford to sort of stay a little bit busier. I think with the man-on-man, you've got one less guy in the lineup, so you've got a little bit more opportunity to catch waves. I think, but what it's going to come down to, as we've been watching so far this morning and taking off what we saw yesterday, there's not going to be a lot of good waves in that 30-minute period, so you really do have to make sure you choose the right ones. Wave selection at a premium.
So right now, Taj enjoying a couple of days off from his birthday that he celebrated on Namotu a couple of days ago. Issei Tokuval is originally from Viwa Village in the Yasawa Island chain, but now lives in Momi Village and works on Tavarua. So this is his home turf. He knows exactly what the reef's going to do and where to sit. And just a couple of minutes off the clock as we wait for a start from this first heat. A big moment for Taj Burrow. You saw how devastated he was when he finished runner-up at Bells Beach when we moved to Winky Pop in that final against Mick Fanning. He even turned in the best number of that final against Mick.
Yeah, he only needed a small score at the end of the day to win that, but it was one that got away, and you know those ones really do sting. You know, getting second is, you know, okay, you've made the final. It's good points, but at the end of the day, it really hurts when you get that far and don't quite pull it off.
With now 28 minutes, 24 seconds to go, we can look back at the performance at Bells Beach. It was a pretty exciting day that we got to switch down to Winky Pop and change venues a bit. It was mainly focused on the Bells Bowl throughout the majority of the rounds, but contest officials like Kieran Perot decided Winky Pop would be a great showdown for the finale. Real groom conditions, high performance sections, and we had Mick versus Taj in a big showcase.
Two of the best, you know, look at them. They're just going back-to-back waves. They were trading scores. There was paddle battles, a bit of old school stuff happening, but Mick just on fire in this event. Once he makes it to the final here at Bells Beach, really hard to beat. You know, Mick Fanning back on track. It's been a really up and down year for Mick, you know, coming off a win at Bells. Pretty average result right after that going into Rio de Janeiro. So he really needs to capitalize on that. He's looking for a good result here.
So still a few minutes off the clock for Taj to set the pace here, as he's been coming here for a long time, a seasoned veteran. He's been in round 2 7 times out of the last 10 performances at the Fiji Pro. But the good thing for Taj, he's had 6 conversions moving on to round 3.
Yeah, it's a good success rate there, but you don't want to be in round 2 no matter what, because there is those opportunities to go down. And I tell you what, it is a throwaway. The guys get 3 throwaways this year. But you just, you know, especially here, you've come all the way. You know the waves are going to be pumping later in the week. You want to be around when that happens. As
we look back at the one loss he did have in round 2, Potts, one of your longtime rivals, Tommy Carroll, back in 2004.
Wow, that's how long Taj has been on tour for. So, you know, he's 36 years of age. He's still young. He's still in the prime of his life. And, you know, the question's always been asked, when is Taj going to win a world title? He's got it in him, that's for sure. I mean, the guy's been at the forefront of innovative surfing for as long as I can remember. A great talented human. He's always good for a win or 2 a year, but it's that consistency that lets him down, Joe. So maybe this year's his year.
And when you look at this matchup on paper, Potts, you see Australia, one of the most dominant, maybe if the most dominant surfing nation of all time, with when you look at the numbers of how many world title contenders they produce year after year. Then you have like a rising surfing nation like Fiji and Issei at the top of the list, representing the Fijian Surfing Association and trying to build on this surfing program so they could potentially have world title contenders in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is big for Fijian surfing, having someone like Issei in the event. You know, I think that's what the ASP do. They want to grow the sport. They want to take it to different places and, you know, introduce it to different cultures. I mean, it's most of these little island nations have got perfect waves around them, and it's only a matter of time before one of them produce a surfer in the top 32.
Well, Potts, back when you came to Cloudbreak for your first time, were any of the Fijians surfing here locally?
Druka was the only surfer in Fiji back then, and yeah, it was quite amazing. But it's come a long way since then, as we see Taj having a look.
First wave of the morning goes to Taj Burrows. Snap to start. Clean bottom turn, another snap off the lip. Real methodical into the closeout reverse section, but he ends up losing the rotation. 2 complete turns for Taj to take the lead.
Yeah, just the opening wave of the day. You know, this heat's pretty much going to be the heat that sets the scale for the rest of the day. We're going to see Taj here. It's a smaller wave. You can see that backside attack that he's got. It's just lightning fast. And then going for that innovation at the end there. Creative surfing from Taj Burrow, unfortunately not getting the rotation on that. So it's not going to be a huge score for Taj's opener, but his feet's in the wax. Issei now with priority, and he's going to wait for the bombs, Joe. He knows he can't match it with Taj on the mediocre waves. He's just going to sit there and hopefully the big sets come his way.
Well, for a more inside look on the conditions, we have our own Ronnie Blanky on the boat. Ronnie, how's it looking out there for you?
Morning, Joe. Yeah, perfect morning out here. The conditions look really nice at the moment. That wind's still pretty strong, that offshore, but I'll tell you what, it's clean out there at this stage of the game. And I heard Potts saying before, in these mediocre conditions, I think Taj will get on top of Isay in this heat. I think those wildcards really become a major threat when the waves are really heaving, and then they use that local knowledge. They're not afraid to take off on anything. So I like Taj's chances in this first heat.
Ronnie, it looks the wind, obviously still strong offshore, but a lot more manageable today.
Oh, most certainly it is, Potts. A lot of the guys have just come in from a free surf, and the thing that I think they're excited about at this stage of the game with the strength of the wind is the fact that they were able to throw their board into the lip a little bit more. So expecting some bigger moves laid down by the top surfers in the world today.
Well, Ronnie, we remember back to Tahiti when we were kind of looking at the same formula when it came down to turns with Taj Burrow against a wild card named Ian Walsh, and Taj ended up going down in that heat. Yeah,
that's right, but I mean, for me, obviously, Ian Walsh is a lot stronger on the open face than a surfer like Isay. It is really hard to match these guys. Once you start going into a manoeuvre contest, Isay's best shot is probably going to be getting himself barreled and trying to combo that barrel with a few turns on the end section.
Now, Ronnie, it looks the swell looks a little smaller maybe than yesterday, or a little less consistent, but we're expecting a pop in it through the day.
Yeah, that's right. A little less consistent, maybe with the bigger sets, but I'm kind of noticing that there's some sort of more medium-sized waves. During the warm-up session, I know we saw a couple of shots on screen. There was actually a lot of waves ridden, so I think we're going to see these guys with equal opportunity. Obviously, with the second round now underway, one less surfer in the lineup, so yeah. Hopefully these guys can find a couple of decent scores out there.
Well, Ronnie, you are very Australian, as we know, and we have a big rivalry with Namotu versus Tavarua. What's the rivalry between the two islands been like over the last few years?
Well, the Namotu, I guess, guest started off on a fantastic run. We had Mark Occhilupo winning, Luke Egan won, but since then it's been all Tavarua. Michael Lowe, he was an Australian staying on Tavarua when he won, and obviously Kelly's bagged a lot of event wins here along with Damien Hobgood. So look, I think it's as good a year as any for Namotu to step up and claim a win, but we'll just have to wait and see. There's some big clashes coming up. I think the second heat of this round is a real danger heat for Mick Fanning. Wiggly Dantes surfing very well, coming off the back of a huge result at Saquarema. So look, I think that is the first real major danger heat that we're going to see today.
All right, thanks, Ronnie. 14 years, by the way. That's the last time a surfer from Namotu has won this event. So
it's been a long time.
Been a while.
It's been on Tavarua for quite a while. And as we know, a majority of the Australians stay on Namotu. It's been quite a tradition over the years. Josh Kerr is the only Aussie that stays on Tavarua this season. And also you have a couple other surfers like Gabriel Medina, Jadson Andre, that are staying on Namotu throughout this event. It's a smaller island in comparison to Tavarua, but it really has a great family atmosphere. They have different waves that they can surf right out front, but they're more often than not sparring at cloud break each and every morning before we get the call, as we just have one number on the screen. It's the 3.0 from Taj Burrow start, Potts.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start, and that's kind of what happens, when the event starts. A lot of guys in the water, but we'll see some waves come through.
As we check it out from the sky, Potts, what are we looking at, Potts?
Well, I'll tell you what we're looking at is right here, it's Tavarua. Right there's Namotu. So these guys, it's a battle between the islands, and cloud break is that way. So these guys are really fighting for who's going to control the battle there between these two islands. But that's how close they are. It seems a lot closer than what it is. Once you get in that channel, there's a lot of water moving, and that's where the swells come through that gap there, restaurants and all those places. But this place, Cloudbreak, it's sort of no man's land. It's right in between the two islands almost, and this is where the battles go down. The gladiators prepare on each island and jump on the boats and come out to battle.
So we're anticipating a little bit more size today, and maybe even a pulse coming later in the day, as we're just starting round 2. 20 minutes remaining on the clock with just a 3.0 for Taj Burrow. Thanks for being with us on ASPWorldTour.com, and wherever you might be watching. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with the Fiji Pro after this.
I can capture life in a blink. Download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
You're watching the Fiji Pro. Welcome back to the island of Tabarua. It's Taj Burrow with a 3.0 over the Fijian wildcard, Issei Tokuvau, who hasn't had a start yet, as we're down to 18 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. It's right on 8 o'clock in the morning here local Fijian time, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon back in New York, 1 o'clock in Los Angeles, as we welcome you all on ASPWorldTour.com. Using priority right out front is Issei, taking Taj off the wave. Climbs to the lip for that first snap, snaps it right before the section on the second effort, and now gliding down the line looking for the finish. Issei with some momentum. Here comes a backhand carve into the pocket. He'll sink on the rebound.
You know, good strategy there from Issei. I mean, he knows the rules, doesn't he? He's took that wave of Taj and got his feet in the wax. Now, let's hope that now that Issei's opened his account, he's looking for the jet ski to come and grab him and get him back out into the lineup. Let's hope the ocean comes alive, and let's hope we see the swell pick up through the day. Just unfortunate, it's a little quiet here so far in Heat 1, but we are expecting the swell to pick up. As you can see, Taj there giving way. Smart move from Taj Burrow, and Issei opens up with a pretty solid man turn here. Look at that big gouging turn off the top from the local Fijian. You can see he's got that low center of gravity bottom turn. He loves this wave. This is his backyard. This is where he's grown up surfing, and he's having fun. This is a great experience from Issei, and he's definitely the hero here in Fiji.
As you see the restaurant, just waking up early this morning and now starting to make some noise, all backing Issei in this matchup. The fun part about him is they'll root for Taj too when he gets up on a wave. It's a real fun atmosphere here on Tabarua, and right now scores are coming through for Issei Tokuvau, and looks like it's going to be very close to Taj's opener. We have a solid heat in the making with still 17 minutes to go.
Yeah, scores dropped in a 3.43, so Issei takes the lead, puts himself in front, only just though. 16 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Taj Burrow sitting at the back with priority, Joe. A few sets look like they're starting to approach the lineup. That's what I was saying about this place. You can be sitting at the back. The waves can completely miss you and hit that inside section. So we're going to see a lot of guys maybe opting to paddle back out, which I think is kind of a smart move. Unless you right the way down the end, you might sneak a really good one.
Taj Burrow now looking for a .44 to take the lead. He's already done that so far. Backside float, he'll complete it nice and smooth. Off the bottom, climbs up on top of the roof for another backhand floater, then jams it nice and tight for a backhand stab. Blasting the fins out on the final turn. Clean backhand surfing from Taj Burrow.
Wow, well that was clinical right there, wasn't it? Just perfect positioning, perfect timing. All the criteria was used in that one. Speed, power, flow, creative, and I'll tell you what, let's have a look at this wave here. Takes off nice and deep on the reef, and you can see him just getting his speed, going down the line, and decides to go up and over. Now that's a transition turn right here, bang, another one straight up through. Taj Burrow is really good at putting his board right nice and vertical, and manages to do it a couple of turns there. Throwing the tail out, bit of creative surfing from Taj Burrow, and that's going to be a big score. Let's have a look at the replay from the channel as we can see that beautiful floater maneuver there. Taj Burrow just starting to crank it up, and big scores getting dropped in right now. This last turn, I think, here was where all the points are going to come from, where he just threw that tail out, let those fins slide. Taj Burrow 7.50.
A solid effort for Taj, a 7.5 with a healthy lead out front over Issei with his 17th year on tour in the making. Remember, he qualified on the QS, decided he wasn't ready a long time ago, went back on the QS again to re-qualify. Didn't have a problem there before he started his efforts into the world title race. As we now dive into Taj's story, sitting number 2 in the world, just under Kelly Slater coming into this event. Joel Parkinson, former world champ, right behind him in 3rd, and Michelle Perez, the only two-time event winner this season, is sitting number 4.
You know, Kelly and Taj, 1 and 2, both haven't won events yet. So that's the consistency factor that we're looking at. You know, and for all the guys down the bottom, that's what you've got to do. You've got to constantly try and put yourself up, quarterfinals or semi-finals, and then that win is going to come. Chloe Andino made his first final here this year in Rio de Janeiro, and all the boys down the bottom really need some good results. Freddie P surfing really well. All the guys are, as we see Issei up and riding.
Late takeoff for Issei, but he manages to come around the corner. Another section's going to hold him behind. Now stepping out in front on another end section, closing him out. He has to kick out. He'll stay in second with that wave. Now 14 minutes to go for him to make a comeback, and Taj Burrell is holding first priority.
Well, I like it. You know, he knows what kind of waves he needs. He needs those bigger ones. He needs the ones that are a little straighter, maybe offering that tube riding ability. You know, he needs to try and find the bombs. He's not going to match it with Taj on the face of the wave, so he's got to look for something different. He's got to sit and wait for those big set rides. He's got to make sure he's got priority when they come through. Taj Burrow opened with a 7.50. Issei needing a 7.08, so 13.5 minutes to go as he jumps on the back of the jet ski. A great addition here at Cloudbreak.
Well, Potts, when you look at conditions at this size at Cloudbreak, what's the performance quality of a wave like this at Cloudbreak compared to the high-performance waves that we see at other venues? We see Taj holding back, still holding first priority. Is it too risky to go above the lip with a shallow reef?
No, I mean it is, but I don't think it bothers these guys too much. I mean, they're the best in the world, so the confidence level they've got is you know, amazing. For the average surfer, yeah, I wouldn't recommend it, but for these guys, I think we might see a bit of that. We might see, hopefully, Gabriel Medina, the likes of those guys, Felipe Toledo, going above the lip a little bit later. But the wind at the moment is going the wrong direction. It's sort of almost blowing from behind them. So it takes a certain kind of air. You're going to have to grab it. It's a pretty risky maneuver, especially if you're on a good wave. So I think the guys are going to focus more on their on the face surfing and try and do some big maneuvers and then find the odd barrel.
Well, yesterday we were looking at the topic of regular versus goofy. We had 8 regular foot wins over just 4 goofy foot wins in the opening round of competition. But more goofies to come today. Guys like Wiggly Dantes has Mick Fanning. Glenn Hall, representing the goofy footers, has Josh Kerr. Any difference from the conditions from yesterday to today, Potts?
Maybe a little bit less consistent at this point in time, but the swell is meant to kick in through the day. I'm liking the fact the wind has dropped off a bit. It makes it a lot more manageable for everyone involved. I was talking to Kai Garcia last night, and he said it was brutal out there yesterday, being on the jet skis all day. Stephen Bell was one of the caddies. He was out there all day paddling in the channel. He said it was just that wind just beats you down. So, you know, just for all involved, I think with that wind factor being a lot less today, I think it's making things a lot more manageable out there. As
you see a nice panned out shot of our entire lineup here at Cloudbreak. Taj Burrow still leads with a 7.5 and a 3.0. Issei Tokugawa needs a 7.08 to upset the world title race. He had to go through a series of trial events. He had more than one heat. He had to surf in a few different contests to get this spot, to get called up into the main event to surf in the Fiji Pro. He's really happy about that, and it was fun to listen to him when he joined Todd and Strider on the desk yesterday, how he wanted to represent Fiji in a great way, but he said it's always tough when he's got to match up with guys like Kelly Slater, who's the best surfer in the world.
Yeah, I mean, he got Kelly in round 1, and now he's got Taj in round 2, so 1 and 2 in the world at the moment. And that's the daunting task that these wildcard guys have got. You know, you've got Wiggly Dante, who got called up for this event due to the injuries. He's got Mick Fanning, so things aren't easy for the wildcards, but if you're going to get the big seeds, knock them out early.
Well, Todd, I think, has had some time off this morning, so I think he's working at the restaurant right now. Todd, where are you?
No, I'm not serving drinks or food, Joe. I'm actually hanging out in here because there's a lot of crew on tap watching Issei out there in this heat. No other than our chief of the island here on Tavarua, Chief Druku. Chief, exciting times for Fiji. You got to be proud to see Issei out there competing against the world's best in the likes of Taj Burrow.
Come on, Issei, Fiji, try hard, man. Do something.
And, you know, he got a really good wave at the beginning of the heat, and he actually took the lead.
What?
He took the lead.
Oh, yeah, now depends on the wave.
You trying to be funny for the ladies?
Oh, yeah, girls, come on, cheers, man.
Bula boys from the restaurant, good times over here, and you know, everybody here is proud of Issei. He's holding his own out there, and obviously Taj Burrow looking really good.
Hey Todd, what's the cocktail of the day, mate?
For you, maybe we can bring a couple smoothies over, Potts.
Thanks, buddy.
What do you want in it?
Yeah, fruit, brother.
Okay.
Well done, Todd. So he'll be hanging out, having a blast in the restaurant. That's sitting right out in front of restaurants, right here on Tavarua and Chief Druku. One of the guys with the front row seat to watch Issei Tokuval in another great wild card performance. 3.43, outmatched Taj on the opening exchange, and Taj got a little more room to throw down a 7.5 to take a solid lead. Still 9:20 on the clock, and we've only had 5 waves ridden so far, Potts.
Yeah, a bit slow, Joe. I'm a little worried about that, but obviously we know this place. It goes through stages throughout the day. We saw it yesterday where there was some low-scoring affairs, there was some slow heats, and then all of a sudden the lineup came alive, and we saw, massive scores. Jordy Smith 9.20, and Kelly Slater and Mick Fanning 8.83s. Michelle Perez's heat was non-stop waves, so it's going to have those periods through the day, and I think it's, sometimes it's that luck of the draw of when that heat is. If you've got a heat coming up after this, it's kind of good signs, because when you have one slow heat, 9 times out of 10, the next one's pumping.
It's so interesting how that works in surfing competition. Sometimes the free surf in the morning traditionally goes off. Things start slowing down when you hear the siren start off the first heat of the day. Slower start, but still a 7.5 from Taj Burrow. We talked about how many times he's had to deal with round 2 at the Fiji Pro in the past, but his highlighted event was back in 2008, where he did make the semifinals when he lost to Kelly Slater, when Kelly turned in an 18.7 combined total. Taj still looking for his first final appearance here in Fiji.
See that wave there? That snuck underneath everyone. That came more through that inside section. You can see how far up the point the guys are sitting. So, you've got to really keep in mind that if it's not happening up the top, there's no harm in catching a wave and sneaking down the bottom.
Here goes Taj Burrow, snapping through the whitewater to start, drawn out bottom turn and belts it off the lip. Winds up again, throws some water to the sky on that third maneuver. Backside float, stomps it in the flats, and he kicks out, making it look pretty easy right now, Potts.
Yeah, I think Taj is just taking it real easy this morning, just making sure he gets a couple of good waves.
Issei with a look behind him, a little bit too deep, and he's out of there. He might be able to get first priority if he paddles back out in time. 7:30 to go, but Issei might be in a combination spot after this wave.
Yeah, this is a nice little wave for Taj. He knows he doesn't need to be on the big ones. And with surfing the way he's doing at the moment, you can see him just completely in control, nice and smooth. That's what the judges want to see, and finishing off with a real critical lip line floater there. So Taj Burrow mixing it up. He's going to improve on his 3.0, and Issei is going to have his work cut out for him.
Well, Taj Burrow has been able to keep this youthful approach over the years. He's 36 years of age, one of the oldest guys on the WCT. But he tends to take free surfing trips with the younger crew, guys like Kolohe and Dino. He'll join Dane Reynolds when he has the opportunity, because he's always inspired by the progression movement, and still has been able to keep his name at the top of the list.
That he has. Surfing keeps you young in general, but then when you've got, sort of those trips organised, Johnny Gannon's doing his best to keep Taj's body in tip-top shape. There's a combination of things. You've got to look at Kelly's 42 years young and still surfing like a spring chicken. Your diet's super important, injuries and all that other stuff. So
Issei Tokuval was able to get first priority again as he's up on a solid wave. Big bottom turn, nice wind up, and he lets go after rolling up the windows, coming off that big top turn re-entry. Now needing a 9.57 with Taj's last wave of 5.5. Here comes Taj again, passes Issei. Nice pumps down the line, pulls into the pocket, and he goes down.
Yeah, Taj Burrow 5.50, just clinical surfing from Taj. You can see how just sort of nice and smooth. He's not really trying to surf outside himself. He knows he doesn't need to really crank it up just yet. Issei needs to post a big score at Taj, and then we'll see Taj start going a bit more radical. But at the moment, Taj having it all his own way, and Issei needing a 9.57, which is a close to perfect score. 5.5 to go. And, we're starting to see a little bit of life out there, Joe.
Fun to see these little left-handers pop up for Taj to showcase that backhand approach. Super smooth and really lights up the sections that provide him something to work with. The 7.5 was fun to watch. 2 floats to set up the big first turn in the pocket, then backed it up with a 5.5 back-to-back. We're down to the 5-minute warning now for Issei to try to pose a comeback.
Yeah, he's got to wait now. He's got to wait for one of those bombs. He's got priority. He got a good size set on his last one there, going for broke. That's what he's got to do. He's got to really try and crank it up.
Under priority, Taj Burrow takes off. Off the bottom, beautiful snap under the hook. big section comes on his back, so he's got to get out of there. And we'll see if that number does anything to his top 2. Big vertical first turn. How hard is it, Potts, to get a keeper score with just one major maneuver?
Out here it is. It's very hard. I mean, the one major maneuver that you can do it on, though, is that barrel ride. We saw Geordie Smith with a nice long tube and got that 9.20, the highest score of the day. So for you to do it with one maneuver, it's got to be something really crazy. And with the size of the wave right now, which makes it even more difficult. So the guys are going to be looking for a wave that's going to allow them to rattle off a couple of big turns. You know, we saw yesterday Mick Fanning 3 massive turns, scores into the 8.6 range. So it's going to be super hard to get that one massive one turn to get a massive score. Maybe above the lip surfing could do it. We haven't seen a lot of that yet, so but it is still early, Joe.
Yeah, and it's early in the morning down here. 3:40 to go after the first heat of the day as we anticipate a big matchup with 3-time world champ Mick Fanning taking on Wiggly Dantes in heat number 2. Fanning with one of the best waves surfed yesterday. We got sent to the second round due to an all-star performance from Freddie Pataccia.
Yeah, Fred's surfing really well at the moment. He's got some good boards under his feet. He's got a bit of fire in him, and that's what I like, a bit of aggression. He's going to need it. I tell you what, he posted some big scores yesterday against Mick. And, you know, those big names don't daunt Freddie. He's been surfing really well. He's knocking on the door, and that's what you got to do. You got to just keep knocking on the door, and eventually those results will come.
Well, it's been an interesting year for Taj Burrow. We saw him come flying out of the gate spots at the Quicksilver Pro. He ended up going down to Gabriel Medina. He was honest in that heat. He felt he didn't deserve it. He thought he had the chances, and he ends up going down. Things got weird on his home court when he ended up losing to beat Durbridge twice in round 3. Did that little leash tangle up.
Yep.
And that was a kind of a tough one for him to swallow. His big thing, though, was coming to bells, rising up after that low result, and making the final as we go back to Taj's best wave in this heat.
Yeah, you know what I'm liking about the way Taj is surfing at the moment? You can see he's not on edge, you know. He's just doing stuff that he knows he's going to make. He's surfing really clinical, real smooth, no mistakes there. Look at that, just perfect positioning from Taj Burrow. Bangs it off the top, just throws the tail out. Really hard to mix it up on your backhand, but Taj, one of the best at it. And if Taj just keeps that momentum going, he's on a really good streak so far this year. Very consistent surfing from Taj Burrow, number 2 in the world. And I tell you what, if he can throw a win in here somewhere soon, he's going to be right in the mix at the end of the year.
Fun to watch his rhythm on the backhand, Potts. When you're surfing on your backhand out here, Potts, when do you know when you're just doing a projection turn or when you can have time to do the fin release?
Well, it's all about what wave you catch. You know, you're looking down the line, you're seeing what the wave's doing along the reef. I mean, obviously you get those ones that are a lot straighter. You need to do those real projection turns, get a lot of speed off the top. Maybe the high line, you know, once that wave sort of slows down a bit, offers you that nice little pocket where we saw Taj unleash those 2 nice turns. So it's all wave selection, and it's all about reading the wave correctly. Sometimes if it straightens out a bit too much, you'll go for that one big move just to finish it off. Sometimes if you think you can get around the section, either up and over the top or down and around it. So it really is wave selection and also reading the wave correctly.
And now coming into the final minute here in the first heat of the morning, Issei Tokuvau with 4 waves ridden in this heat. His best wave was his start, a 3.43, as now he's in search of a 9.57 to make a comeback. Taj Burrow's last wave at 3.67 is not effective to go into his top 2, and Issei still holds first priority, hoping for a bomb to come out the back here at Cloudbreak, his home turf, his home reef, where it started his entire surfing career way back in the day. Already has a cover shot to his name and 4 appearances as a wild card in the Fiji Pro, and now 40 seconds for the ocean to give him one more chance.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Let's see if he can dial a bomb somewhere along the line here, but it's looking pretty ominous for Issei. 35 seconds remaining. Ocean's looking a little flat. And it's looking like Taj is going to move through to the next round, Joe, and keep that streak alive. 6 out of 7 times he's converted round number 2, and he's going to make it 8 out of 7.
Which is pretty heavy for Taj Burrow, having to surf in a lot of heats, but getting a nice little warm-up surf on a day where we might try to get into round 3 if we can today, if conditions really hang on like this. Nice light wind, and Taj Burrow tacks one up for Namotu Island, a big victory over Tabarua's Issei Tokuvau. As we run out of time, coming up next, Mick Fanning takes on Wiggly Dantes.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Good morning, everyone. You're watching the Fiji Pro here on Tavaroa Island. We've got Mick Fanning, three-time world champion, current world number 8, surfing against Wiggly Dantas. The wild card call-up after his big win in Saquarema with the injuries from Rione Montero and Adam Melling. Dantas got the call-up due to that big win, leading the rankings right now on the One World to try to upset the world title race. Joe Turpel alongside a former world champion, Martin Potter. Potts, we look at Wiggly Dantas as maybe one of the most serious threats as a wild card to really rattle the cages here of the world's best.
Absolutely right. You know, we saw Mick Fanning go down to a wild card in Rio, and that's going to be in the back of his mind. So, you know, I was actually thinking Mick's going to come out and produce a fantastic result here. You know, he's going to use that fuel for the fire. Wiggly Dantas, on the other hand, 24 years of age. He's been knocking on the door to qualify for a fair few years now. And this is his chance to really show that he belongs. But I tell you what, Mick Fanning's in good form. This is going to be a great heat.
A solid one, just setting up. One-on-one heats as they still try to establish priority right now. Mick Fanning wearing the red jersey. Wiggly Dantas, the lower seed, wears the blue jersey. Will reseed through the first 3 rounds of competition until it follows the draw in the 3-man heats in round 4. Mick Fanning will take the first wave. Setup work to start. Now off the bottom. Snaps it with plenty of control. Finds a good section. Starting to break off the lip. Backhand carve. Holding his rail. Now starting to run after it. Fanning with some momentum. Still searching. Off the bottom. Squares up vert for a big re-entry off the roof. Stomps the landing and he kicks out. Straight to Dantas as he stalls for the pit. Starting to drive. Still pumping. He makes it out. Drives off the bottom. Pulls into another section. Got clipped for a moment. And he's going to look to punch out. Dantas running out of room on the inside corner, but a casual effort pulling into the tube to start Potts.
Wow, what an exchange. Mick Fanning just absolutely unloading on that wave there. Critical turn right at the end too. And let's have a look at Wiggly Dantas' wave first. Second wave of the set, Joe, a little cleaner, isn't it? And Wiggly opens up with a beautiful power turn. See how much power this kid's got. And just pulls up nice and deep here. Look at him traveling in this barrel. Wiggly Dantas comes flying out. Oh, just got clipped there. Pulls back in. Just perfect positioning from Wiggly, but unfortunately not being able to make it. And I tell you what, it's that second wave of the set, isn't it, Joe? It looks a lot cleaner as it hits that reef a bit better. And Wiggly absolutely capitalizing. Just maybe a little bit of a mistake there that slowed him down. And I tell you what, had that wave not hit him in the head, he could have come out of that.
Pretty impressive casual approach from Dantas. Let's get back to Mick's wave.
Yeah, Mick, first wave of the set. You know, you can't really afford to let these go in case there's nothing behind. So Mick just said, you know what, I'm going to go. I'm going to unload some big turns, which he's doing. You can see that back knee strapped. So he is having a little bit of problems with his knee. But look at this high line he takes. You can see it down the line. Now he draws off the bottom. Watch this turn here from Mick Fanning. Bang! Critical stuff there from Fanning and jumps off. So not a lot on that wave. But I'll tell you what, that last maneuver, super critical, super radical, and you can feel those knees just taking the brunt of that drop.
Oh, Mick Fanning, 32 years of age, 5'10", 161 pounds, and one of the most successful surfers of all time. Came on the scene on the WCT as a wild card at Bells Beach and ended up taking the title a long time ago. He's since then won 3 world titles, but maybe one of the greatest comeback stories in sport, when he injured his knee, had to sit at the sidelines, worked out, and really started that training regimen that he's really adopted as his go-to every single day as he looks to prepare for world titles. But he came back to win a world title, one of the greatest stories in surfing.
You know, that was a potentially career-ending injury. Snapped the hamstring, Joe, tore the hamstring off the bone while he was on a trip in the Mentawai Islands. And I'll tell you what that did for Mick Fanning was, you know that old saying, everything happens in life for a reason. Well, that was Mick's reason to get himself back in shape and back on track. And look at him, look what he's done since then.
Mick Fanning now on wave number 2 gets a carve on this open face left-hander. Backside wrap in the pocket, now lining it up off the bottom. Clean, full, round snap off the top. Fades back to the pocket one more time, and he gets out of there. 2 waves ridden for Fanning. He'll have an early lead as Wiggly Dantas is waiting for his first number to come through. They had a few minutes off the clock before they got started. Now let's go to the replay.
Yeah, just a smaller wave from Mick, you know, just getting busy, trying to get that 2-wave total up straight away, trying to put the pressure on his opponent. You can see Mick clinical surfing, not a lot of vertical face there, right there. Unleashes a nice turn, wraps it all the way back around. Mick Fanning's got one of the best backhands in the business, and he kicks out of wave number 2. So trying to apply that pressure, trying to put some weight on top of the shoulders of Wiggly Dante. But I'll tell you what, this kid doesn't crack. He's coming off a win at Sakurama, which a lot of the top guys, a lot of the pros, the traveling CT guys went to. So it's got to carry a lot of confidence out of that.
So Fanning in his 13th year on tour, Pot, says he's been so devastating to many of the top 34 over the last few years, but came off one of maybe his most dramatic world title finishes last year at the Pipe Masters, when he had to make it to the semifinals to keep himself in contention in the clinch on his own right against Kelly Slater. Kelly had to win the event, which he did, but since Mick went all the way to the semifinals, he was able to clinch it before we got to the final.
Yeah, you know, that was, both guys did what they had to do. Have a look at those scores that just came through on their opening rides. Mick Fanning a 5.83 for turns. Wiggly Dante 5.83 for the barrel. So an interesting take on that first wave there. 4.0 for Mick's backup. And 2 different approaches, same scores, Joe.
Well, it's interesting. That happens sometimes in pro surfing. You have 5 judges on the panel. They drop the high and the low, and sometimes you get the exact same number. Fanning a 5.83 for turns, Wiggly a 5.83 for the barrel. But if you look at each judge's opinion, you can see one judge thought Mick Fanning's wave was 0.5 better than Dantes' 6.0, and then you have the opposite reaction from a couple other judges. So split decision at the start. Dantes now needs a 4.01 as he holds first priority. As we look back to the performance of Wiggly Dantas in Sakurama, northern Rio de Janeiro, just north of where we were at the WCT in Rio, Dantas packing some barrels and taking out Keanu Singh in the final.
Yeah, he's right in the same board too. Looks like Joe, he's got that orange and yellow board. Look at those big carving turns. One of the most powerful goofy footers on the QS. Wiggly does a lot of physical training, super fit, super healthy, and he's got a good head on his shoulders. Been knocking on the door for quite some time. He's got all the tricks in the book too. He's got a strong backhand, look at that, just big floater maneuvers. He's good in the barrel, and I'll tell you what, this kid has got a big future ahead of him. It's kind of surfing that really does belong on the World Tour.
Well, we've heard about Wiggly Dantas for a long time as he celebrates one of the best wins of his career so far. Remember, he made the final of the Vulcan Pipe Pro, so 2014. Everything's really lining up well for Wiggly Dantas, so you can check out the prime schedule we have on hand this year. The next prime is in Bolito at the Mr. Price Pro. Then we'll go down to the Vans US Open of Surfing this July. Then things get interesting when they have that 3-event series over in the Azores and Cascais. And then always exciting times when you come to the Triple Crown in Hawaii.
I'll tell you what, those events are so hotly contested. There's so many young, talented surfers coming up. Just to make it through those and qualify on the World Tour is a huge task.
With now 20 minutes, 30 seconds off the clock, Wiggly needs a 4.01. Let's now take a moment to catch up with Taj Burrow on the deck with Ronnie Blakey.
Cheers, Joe. Yeah, catching up with Taj, second round heat, mate, against the wild card, Issei. You know, you can never feel too comfortable in those clashes.
No, not at all. I mean, I've known Issei for years, and I know especially when he gets a bit bigger, he can really put it together. So I was just trying to do my thing, and it was hard because there wasn't much to work with out there. I was really kind of struggling to find waves, and I thought just kind of get a couple waves that let you to do some turns, and I was stuck in the middle of like down the end. Seems to be like really fast and kind of hollow if you get the right one, but just super quick and hard to do turns. And I figured up the top you can kind of get a few more turns in. So I was hunting between those two, and I kind of got stuck in the middle, and I was just like a little bit lost. It was kind of an inconsistent heat, but yeah, I managed to get a couple of small scores, and you know, it felt good to kind of surf round two. I wanted to do a bit more time out there and try a board, so yeah, I'm happy with it.
I think reflecting on the year, your year so far has kind of been pretty similar to Kelly's in that you've been super consistent, yet I think we're yet to see the best of your surfing.
Yeah, I feel like that for sure. I mentioned that in a few interviews. I feel like I've kind of got a few really good results by just kind of chipping away. Like I don't feel like I've surfed my best at all. It's kind of just fallen in my lap, those few results. So yeah, I definitely feel like I've got a lot more to give, so hopefully I can do that for the remainder of the year.
You and CJ Hobgood, I think you're the only surfers on tour who've never missed an event here in Fiji. You've had a couple of quarterfinals and a semi. You know, how much would you love to take out this stop?
Oh yeah, this is a thumper of an event. It'd be one to win for sure. It's considered by everyone on tour probably the best event. So yeah, that's a good one to win. And yeah, I want to better that third place that I had, you know, years ago. So yeah, I want to do well.
You celebrate your birthday here every year. Happy birthday for the second, and we're going to throw it back to the boys. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you, boys.
Thanks, Ronnie. We're getting right back to Wiggly Dantes, answering back off his 5.83 he had for the tube ride, looking for the same sort of wave on his second effort. Just needed a 4.01 to take the lead off Mick Fanning Potts.
Yeah, and you know, you could just see the variety there that you know, that Wiggly's got, using his priority, taking this wave off Mick as he drops in, and you can watch him. He's looking down the line, decides to open up with a little check turn snap, grabs the face of the wave, pulls in tight. Now, it wasn't a clean exit, it wasn't a deep barrel, but you can see the variety that he's got. The kid's got pretty much all the tricks in the book and really solid on his feet. That wave unloaded on top of him, and you know, you can see him just fighting his way through it. But nice positioning from Wiggly, nice and high in the barrel. That's what you've got to do with these ones that clamp at the end. You've got to make sure you get yourself nice and high and tight and get that direction out that little end section. So Wiggly Dante answers back with a 4.43 and takes an early lead, Joe.
A big lead change for Wiggly Dantes. So we check out the board breakdown. Wiggly Dantes on a stretch surfboard called the Sword. His is 5'11", 18.19, just over 2 inches thick, a little bit thinner than Mick Fanning's 2 1/4 DHD. The surfboard with the model called the Duck's Nuts, 18 3/4 wide and 5'11.5". Mick Fanning with his Lifetime Shaper DHD always seems to know the perfect formula at every venue around the world.
You know, look at those two things down the bottom there, FCS2, 3 fins, both riding a rounded squash. So, you know, those rounded squash just allowing you to be more maneuverable on the wave. It's not sort of nice and big and round and hollow, so the boys aren't riding those pintails and the quads. They're opting for the 3 fins to get that less fin in the water, a bit more maneuverability, and then be able to get that slide as well that squash offers.
Well, Potts, when you look at Wiggly Dantes taking off now, driving down the line, really picking up the pace to start. Doesn't have the barrel on offer, so he kicks out. Fanning still with first priority, just needing a 4.43. Have you seen a big difference in Fanning's equipment as far as the outline's concerned over the last decade?
Not really. I think, you know, Mick's been working with DH a long time, and I think where I've seen a lot change in Mick's boards is just the size. He's gone down a bit, and then he's come back up in length. You know, when you get a bit older, a bit stronger, which Mick is, foam is your friend. You know, it's go a little wider, a little thicker, and it just manages, you know, you can ride a smaller board in bigger waves when you've got a bit more foam.
So right now, Mick Fanning up against the ropes. Remember what happened in Rio when Mick lost to David DeCarmo? Tries to avoid another upset. We'll see what happens here in Fiji right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
Our wild card, Wiggly Dantes, still has the lead over 3-time world champion Mick Fanning. He has a 10.26 total. Fanning needs a 4.43 to make the difference. Fanning holds first priority with plenty of time on the clock. Joe Chappelle alongside former world champ Martin Potter as we look at these conditions on day 2 of competition. Really rippable sections, but now we're starting to see the tube show up with Wiggly Dantes getting his best number at the start.
You know, you heard Taj Burrow in his post-heat interview say how tricky it really is out there. He struggled to find some good ones. He kind of got lost a little bit on where he wanted to sit. It's really fast down that inside section, the odd barrel on offer. So conditions are tricky. You know, it is probably one of the most perfect waves in the world, but today proving really tricky for even the world's best, Joe. So these guys have got to really be on their game. They've got to make sure they position themselves correctly. And when those good ones do come through, you've got to make sure you're on them and you capitalize, because you might not get another shot.
Well, Potts Wiggly Dantes, we've seen his name a lot with the contest jersey on. He's from Ubatuba City. He's from the beach that's called Imtambabuca. Good long rights and some lefts. There's a left near the channel by the rocks on the right side of the beach that's similar to the left at the pier at Huntington Beach, and comes from a great surfing family. We have Wiggly's sister, Suelen Narisa. She's a former Brazilian champ. And his brother Wesley Dantes, a really good up-and-coming Grom coming up. And the thing that's interesting about Wiggly Dantes is you see a lot of the Brazilians hanging out with his tight crew together. He's really hanging out with the European crew, guys like Jeremy Flores and Patrick Bevan.
Yeah, you know, hanging with the quickie crew. You know, Wiggly spends a lot of time over there in France, you know, honing his skills on those beach breaks, and it's a good move, you know, get the experience, you know, learning a different language, you know, different cultures. It's a good thing.
Really fun to watch. Now let's check in with one of the busiest guys on the island, Todd Klein, working at the restaurant, now back to the desk. Where are you now, Todd?
I'm over here at the desk with my buddy Strider Wazlewski. You guys enjoyed those smoothies I got you?
Shit it.
Yeah, no problem. Well, just looking at this heat, we wanted to give some insight. You know, Strider, you got the 3-time world champ Mick Fanning out there, the current world champ, up against an up-and-comer in Wiggly Dantes from Brazil. You know, Wiggly trains jiu-jitsu, which I think helps mentally, and some guys would, you know, panic up against the 3-time world champ. Right now, Wiggly's not doing that. He's actually got, you know, the world champ on the ropes. Are you surprised by this right now, or is this what you expected?
Well, I don't know about that opinion on Wiggly not pulling, you know, not having any nerves or, you know, mental game. He actually bobbled on that first wave. He could be looking at an 8-point-plus ride. That wave tubed off the end, and he could have actually come flying out of the end of it if he would have executed it perfectly. But you know what? He does have Fanning on the ropes, but he only needs a few scores. I mean, he only needs a 4-point ride, and look at him just racking it off the top right here. He looks really good out there. So Wiggly's going to have to go to work and try and pull it up and capitalize on the next wave he gets.
Well, Wiggly coming off that win on a prime over in Brazil, guys, coming in with a lot of momentum and looking like he's you know, in a good position right now. We'll see how that score comes through for Lasta Fanning.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Strider. Our Goofy Foot's on the desk, breaking down the performance of Wiggly Dantes so far in this one. Wiggly with a 5.83 start, but Strider revealing that he could have had a bigger opportunity, Potts, like you noticed, on that end section.
Yeah, absolutely right. Didn't capitalize, and he got to against Mick Fanning because he's going to start producing surfing like this. Once you get the champ against the ropes, then really they turn it up. That's the ability they've got. You can see Mick just unleashing some massive turns. A little bit of a mistake here at the end of Mick's wave, so maybe Mick feeling a little bit of the pressure as well. But that's going to be probably the best scoring wave of the heat so far. Mick unleashing some big, classic, trademark turns from the 3-times world champion now. He's come off a bad result, as we said, in Rio de Janeiro, losing to the wild card. I don't think he's going to let that happen two times in a row, Joe.
It was a crazy moment. Mick Fanning coming to the victory at Bells Beach and then going down early to David DeCarmo. It's been a serious theme on the World Tour this year. Same things happened to Michel Perez, where he's won and then gone down in the first heat at Bells. As we go back to Wiggly's wave, Potts.
Yeah, let's have a look at this wave here from Wiggly. Nice snap off the top, pulls up into the barrel here. Now, perfect positioning from Wiggly. Racing down the line, comes flying out. This is where he kind of almost loses his head right here. Catches him right in the head, and what that does is it wipes off speed. Now, he had to change his line. Had he been able to keep that high line, he would have come flying out of the end of that, and we would have been looking at scores up into the perfect range.
A big moment for Wiggly Dantes to try to take out a 3-time world champion right now. With 10 minutes remaining. Last score to drop for Fanning, a 6.6, a touch better from his 5.83. He's able to go back into first, and Dantes now needs a 6.60 to get him back with still some time on the clock. What's your take on the positioning where Wiggly's sitting compared to Mick Fanning at this stage.
Well, Mick's going to try and get busy. He wants to replace that 5.83. He knows that at any given time, Cloudbreak can offer a big score. So Mick's going to sit further down, just try and pick off one of those ones that swing wide and capitalize. He needs to improve on that 5.83 and, you know, obviously make Wiggly need something up into that 7 to 8 point range. Now, Wiggly's going to have to play a good game. He's got to wait for the set waves, and he's got to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes.
Mick Fanning now driving off the bottom, little bobble, but he powers through with a vicious backside top turn. Wraps it off the top again on the second effort. Holds that bottom turn and goes for a huge snap to tail release. Pulls it around forward and belts the inside section again. Fanning showing variety and control after that first bottom turn bobble. Let's see if that fits into the top two.
Yeah, you know, Mick, you can see a little bit more urgency, and he's actually, you know, playing that game I thought he was going to do. Catch those ones that sneak underneath Wiggly and make Wiggly pay. He's trying to improve on that 5.83. Nice opening turn there, and you can see how he starts finding his rhythm through this inside section here. Beautiful bottom turn to snap combo from Mick Fanning. Throws the tail out, just shows the judges a little bit of difference in each turn here. Mixing it up, variety of repertoire, key out here at Cloudbreak on your backhand.
Nice effort from Fanning as you see him wind up off the bottom. His precision is insane to watch, especially when his rhythm is perfect with this wave. Even with subtle bottles, it doesn't really bother him. He can wipe that behind him and continue to throw down some big turns. Dantes now with an answer back. Gliding down to the bottom, super smooth in his approach. Clean wrap all the way back around to the pocket. Deep bottom turn, throws some spray on that top turn carve. Winds up again, and he's gonna wrap this one all the way back once again. Finds a lip to smack on the inside corner, and he loses the finish.
Wow, you can't do that against the champ. You've got to capitalize on those, you know, those waves. He did all the hard work and then threw it away at the end. You know, the judges aren't going to like that, Joe. Mick Fanning's score starting to trickle in now, and it may not improve his situation. Wiggly looking for a 6.60. Beautiful. Look at this turn here. Big gouging maneuver, very Freddie P-like. As he comes off the bottom again, another gouging maneuver. So Wiggly Dante on his way to a big score here. Beautiful transition between turns, and this is where he kind of goes for a little bit of pizzazz and comes off the end of that one. So a little bit of a mistake there from Wiggly, but I'll tell you what, Mick didn't improve his scoreline, so Wiggly needing a 6.61. Is that going to be enough to put Wiggly in the lead?
Well, last wave for Mick Fanning, even with the tail release, putting his tail towards the tower, ends up at a 5.4, not counting in his top two, really making him earn it strike for strike. 5.83 is Fanning's low score. His best wave's a 6.6. One judge went as high as a 7.0 for that effort. Wiggly Dante still needs a 6.61. Well, it's just the second heat of the day here at the Fiji Pro, and we want to know how you are watching. Join us on Instagram or on Twitter to join the conversation. Remember to keep the hashtag FijiPro going so we can hear from you. And thanks to Noah Purington. The struggle is real when you want to skate and watch the Fiji Pro. Why not do both? Thanks ASP for the live stream so I don't miss anything. Hashtag you. On you, Noah.
Oh, there you go.
Blasting on the ramp, watching the action. We have the Tony Hawk skate ramp here on the island as well, and continue to throw those Instagrams our way, and you can be mentioned during this broadcast. But meanwhile, Potts, numbers in from the last ever from Dantes, a 5.77.
Yep.
Keeps him in second.
The judges didn't like that wipeout at the end. I mean, he did all the hard work, 3 massive, huge gouging maneuvers, and then came off at the end of that one. So the judges want to see you complete your rides, Joe. They want to see you finish on your feet, and that little mistake there, that wave could have gone quite easily up into that 7-point range had he finished on his feet.
So pretty impressive when you compare Mick versus Wiggly. It's regular versus goofy. You see the super smooth approach from Wiggly Dantes, doing that forehand carving hooks all the way back around, and Mick Fanning being really dynamic and tight and powerful off the bottom and off the top. But it's still a very close heat as we dive into the heat recap and show you the best waves of the heat so far. This is a 5.83 start for Fanning, Potts.
Yeah, this was the first wave. You can see a little bumpy on the face of the wave there. Mick just going through the motions here, trying to build score. This is where the bulk of it comes from. Takes the high line, and this is what Mick's good at. Watch his bottom turn. Whammo, straight up through the lip. Mick Fanning, one of the best at that, and dives off. Wiggly Dante on the other hand, he could have really stamped his authority on this heat, getting a better wave, pulling up into the bow, driving through, and then kind of got a little casual here. The wave caught him on the head, it wiped off speed from him, and he had to really correct his line, and unfortunately not finishing that wave off. So Wiggly Dante's best 2 rides, he could have been a lot higher. Mick Fanning opening up with some beautiful backside turns on his 6.60. Clinical, precise, powerful surfing from the 3 times world champion. But also, right at the end here, this could have been a bigger score as well. And Mick Fanning leaving the door open for Wiggly Dante.
Wiggly Dante's now trying to answer back with this one, and he came up short of 5.77.
Yeah, beautiful opening turn there from Wiggly. Straight off the bottom, another carving turn there from Wiggly Dante. So a better wave, and I tell you what, he was on his way to a good score, but then again as well, making the mistake at the end of the ride. The judges aren't liking those wipeouts at the end of your wave. You need to finish off your ride if you want to have that good score go up into the 7 to 8 point range.
We're down to the 4-minute mark in this heat. Fanning versus Dantes, and we'll get a little insight from Ronnie Blakey over on the boat. Ronnie, are you impressed how tight these numbers are at this far in the game?
Yeah, it's a pretty close heat, a very important one for Mick Fanning. Obviously, he has a win this year, has a quarterfinal finish from the Gold Coast also, but has 2 poor results, and another one here in the second round could really cost him. That last exchange, I thought Wiggly had a great opportunity there. Mick picked off an insider, didn't improve his situation, and Wiggly seemed to be on his way to the lead, but he took a fall on the inside. And the real danger for Wiggly was the fact that he handed priority over to Fanning. So Mick will control, I guess, the pick of the waves in this next set, and he'll be looking to better his position.
Well, Fanning, Ronnie, have you had an update on Fanning's knee? Has he told you how it's feeling right now?
What was that, Joe?
Have you got an update from Mick about his knee? He's got some tape on his knee. Has he been talking to you about how it's feeling at this stage?
Yeah, he's been suffering with an injury for the last few events, actually. He said that it just feels kind of weak at this point in time. I think he bruised, I think the cartilage. Johnny Gannon's here next to me. Cartilage? Meniscus. Bruised the meniscus. And yeah, he said it has no effect on him when he's surfing on left, so that's going to work in his favour out there. But yeah, definitely can see it's heavily strapped.
Hey Ronnie, what is it with the wildcards and the top seeds that make for really good matchups?
Well, I think that it's just the fact that there's no pressure really on the wild card. They're able to go out there and really throw everything at it. Whereas for the top seeds, I guess there's the stress of dropping a poor result, taking yourself out of a title race. There's also the pressure of maybe just overthinking it, and just against a guy who's out there with nothing to lose, that can be dangerous.
All right.
Exciting matchup. Thanks so much, Ronnie, and enjoy the boat out there for another big day of action. This is just the second heat of round 2. Mick Fanning right now in the lead with a 12.43 total. Both these guys with opportunities. We've seen Fanning fall on his finish. Also Wiggly going down on his final turn out of his 5.77. Probably the difference in a lead change. We're down to 2 minutes on the clock. Mick Fanning does have first priority. With slower conditions like this, is there anywhere else that Wiggly can sit to try to turn this heat around?
Yeah, well, he's got to sit not where he's sitting. he's got to get right away from Mick and maybe come down that inside section where we heard Taj say there was a couple of hollower ones, maybe the ones that sneak underneath. Right now, he's gone up on the inside of Mick Fanning, so if Wiggly does take off, Mick can use his priority to block him. 1.5 minutes to go, so Mick just being very, very patient, and Mick doesn't need a wave. All he's got to do is make sure that if something does come through, that he's right there to snatch it off Wiggly.
So right now, minute 20 to go, and we'll see if Wiggly can pull off a miracle at this stage. Fanning with the first priority, sitting in a pretty solid position to potentially block pots.
Well, that's it. That's what I said. He's going to try and force the issue right here. Wiggly's going to make him go. There's a minute left. Is there one behind this? Because I'll tell you what, if there is, Wiggly's going to have another shot. Mick Fanning looking and using his priority.
Now Mick trying to make it count. He has to better a 5.83. Nice vertical start. Fanning drives off the bottom, carves it down off the bottom again. Backside float just to change up the rhythm. He'll zombie dive out of there with 45 seconds to go. Could be his last wave, but Dantes all alone with first priority looking for a score.
That's the first time I've heard that one. The zombie dive. I like it. I like it. But, Mick, you can see how he's starting to crank it up. He knows that the door's wide open, but time is the enemy for Wiggly right now. 30 seconds to go. Let's have a look at this one. Is he going to improve on that 5.83? Nice bottom turn to snap combo there, and kind of loses his balance a little bit, but then regathers and manages to really capitalize on that last turn. Floats it up over the section, and then, as you said, does that zombie dive into the white water. So time ticking away, just under 10 seconds now. Is this wave going to hit the lineup in time for Wiggly? Maybe just a little too late, Joe.
So we're running out of time. Wiggly Dantes started with a 5.83, matched Fanning to start. Just a few seconds off the clock, but he's not going to be able to catch up to this one. And he will be eliminated in round 2. Missed opportunity on the second barrel option, but you can tell Wiggly has the skill to be a part of the WCT. Right after this, we'll have Josh Kerr and Glenn Hall in the lineup here at the Fiji Pro.
10 seconds. 5.
To the riptide, taken away to the dark side. I wanna be your left-hand man. I love you when you're singing that song, and I got a lump in my throat.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
Now Josh Kerr in the lineup, surfing against Glenn Micro Hall. Micro representing Ireland, Josh Kerr representing Australia. As you see the rankings, Josh Kerr turning into a top 10 surfer, and Glenn Hall is the event wild card. Before all the injuries were called out for this event, the ASP already granted Glenn Hall a spot into the Fiji Pro, and as he returns to the scene of the crime, so to speak, where he injured himself last year, not at this venue at Cloudbreak, but right out front at Restaurant Spots.
Yeah, you know, that was very lucky for Glenn that he's actually walking, never mind surfing back at a competitive level. You got to take your hat off to the young man, 32 years of age, 5'5", 138 pounds. Yamina, Australia, you know, ranked 33 in the world, but I tell you what, he's a tenacious little guy. He's so tough, and you know, you just saw what he's capable of at Bells Beach, taking down Michelle Perez in round number 2 and posted a good result there. Surfed incredibly well. This kind of wave is going to suit him down to the tee. Nice little left-hand sort of point break situation. Josh Kerr posted an 8 yesterday and still didn't win. So, you know, he's got to try and fix that. There you see Josh's numbers, 30 years of age, 5'8", 154 pounds, Tweed Heads, New South Wales, Australia, but resides now in California.
That's right. He's been living kind of down in that North County, San Diego region where his best friends in the whole world live right now. He has so many fun waves that he likes to surf, and he even does a little bit of surfing behind boats these days. Even when it's flat, he'll get a boat, surf the wake, practice his air game, and he has a blast doing it.
Well, it's a never-ending wave. You know, you get to hone your skills, and you know, I've seen some Instagram stuff of Josh, and it looks like fun. Man.
Looks like a lot of fun. Just a few minutes off the clock, we have Glenn Hall coming back to the tour. Last year would have been his full rookie year on tour, but this was the event that took him out for the back end of the year. He made his comeback, though, at Bells Beach when he got the call up, and he was able to take out Michelle Perez in round 2. And it came down to a tactical game for Glenn. He knew he didn't have 100% at that moment as far as his physical ability, but he's such a thinker. Does a lot of coaching in Yamina with the Groms coming up in that region, and he's able to think his way through to a solid heat win.
Yeah, well, you know what he did is he pulled Michelle Perez out of position when Michelle had priority. Michelle fell into the hole and ended up missing that wave right at the end of the heat that cost him. So, you know, smart guys, Glenn. He's looking like he's getting better and better all the time. The back looks like it's not bothering him as much. So I'm looking for him to light it up against Josh, but Josh has got to be careful.
As we check out the list on our whole heat sheet here, we have Glenn Hall in as the event wild card. Issei Tokuval won the trial, so he got in without a problem. Mitch Colburn and Wiggly Dantes got the call up as injury replacements for both Adam Melling and Rioni Montero. Rioni hurt himself in a free surf right after Sakurama. hurt his wrist. Adam Melling has been sustaining a knee injury that he got at Stratty in a free surf session when it was bombing. Parco said Melling got completely pancaked by the lip in such an awkward way. And he kind of was able to surf through some events, but it really hurts him when he goes backside surfing left. And that's all he'd be doing here at Cloudbreak.
You know, and probably injuring it a bit more while he did it. So smart move from Adam. You know, he's got a long career ahead of him. Great surfer, and he would have loved these conditions.
Absolutely. So speedy recovery for both those guys. Good luck and good waves on your return, as we have 5 minutes off the clock and still not a single wave ridden so far. Josh Kerr in the red, Glenn Hall sitting a little bit deeper in the blue. Kersey looking for a massive result here in Fiji, a place where you can see his strengths really fitting in to the wave out here at Cloudbreak. At the moment, though, let's catch up with Mick Fanning on the deck with Ronnie Blakey.
Cheers, Joe. Mick, a pretty tricky heat, a danger heat for you. You're coming off a round 2 loss in Brazil. How do you think you went out there?
Yeah, it definitely was tricky out there. You know, it's sort of not your typical Cloudbreak that we're used to. But, you know, after yesterday, I sort of made some blunders with priority and stuff. So today was all about just making smart decisions and, yeah, just all wave selection. And, yeah, I thought I did all right.
Well done, mate. The heavy strapping on the knee. Obviously, a lot of people wondering what's going on there. Give us a little bit of a rundown on your injury.
Yeah, it's I sort of squashed a little bit of the knee. I actually did it warming up the final day at Bells, and I didn't think much of it. I didn't surf after Bells, and sort of didn't get to surf much before Brazil. But you know, it's sore, but you know, you just got to fight through the pain, and yeah, hopefully it starts healing. It's feeling all right though.
Those wildcard heats are always scary ones.
Yeah, they're always scary, you know. And Wiggly's in great form, you know. He came off that big win in Brazil in the prime at Saquarema, and he's a great surfer. And you know, especially goofy footers out here, they can find those sneaky barrels, which is sort of a little harder for us on our back end. But yeah, just stoked to play it smart, and yeah, hopefully just keep it moving.
You dropped 5 spots on the ratings after Brazil. I mean, I know that you'd rather chase down a lead than try and hold one to the end event. Are you comfortable with where you're at on the ratings?
Yeah, I guess for me, it's, you know, I've had my 2 throwaways. So, you know, it's on the flight home from Brazil, it was all about, you know, just talking to myself and got a bit weird on myself. But yeah, it was just about, you know, getting that consistency back. That's the main thing. And, you know, but in saying that, I still want to do different things in heats and stuff like that. So hopefully we get the waves and the opportunities to do that.
Already a good season with a win at Bells. Moving on through to the 3rd round here in Fiji. Well done, Mick.
Thanks, Ronnie. Thanks, Mick. And Mick Fanning now makes it 2-0, Namotu versus Tavarua. Coming into matchup number 3, Josh Kerr representing Tavarua and Glenn Hall representing Namotu. As we had a wave written during the interview, here goes Josh Kerr, Pods.
Yeah, Kersey deciding, you know, Micro let this go, and Kersey said, I'm going to get something on the board. Time is ticking away, 22 minutes remaining. So Kersey, nice casual approach to the beginning of this wave, and then starts to open up their beautiful turn, throwing those fins out. Kersey posting 8-point ride yesterday, so the kid's in form. He just needs to back it up. So a nice way to start for Josh Kerr, a 5.67 on the board, and puts the pressure back onto Glenn Micro Hall. Tavi against Namotu here again. Kersey obviously from Tavarua, and Micro over there on Namotu.
As we now see, Glenn Hall gets started on his first wave, trying to answer back to Josh Kerr. Looks for a cover-up, but that thing clamps on him and takes him out. Priority will be switched to Josh Kerr. 21 minutes and 43 seconds to go. Mick kind of mentioned the goofy footers might be looking for the tube, and that one didn't really work out for Glenn.
No, that thing just kind of squished, and I think it was more of just a hope that he came out of that one. Bit of a bad choice in moves there for Glenn. Nice little wave, but he's back to the drawing board, and he'll be out in the lineup in no time. 21 minutes to go. Top 2 rides count, so these guys really need to back up their rides. And so far this morning, we've seen some pretty low-scoring backups. 5.67 at the moment, though, for Josh Kerr.
Well, Potts, it's kind of fun seeing Glenn Hall representing Ireland in this event. It's, you know, a different surfing region that you're not really expecting a lot on the top 34, but they have amazing waves and a great surf culture. And Glenn Hall has a great Irish heritage from his grandfather's side of things, but, you know, he really grew up surfing in Umina, but loves spending some time in Ireland when he can to kind of feel his heritage. And the Irish surfing community really supports Glenn Hall on his road to the top 34.
Absolutely right. You know, I tell you what, there's tons of good waves in Ireland, that's for sure. It's just such an unknown place as far as waves go. There's still so many secret spots and you know, beautiful waves. I mean, I've seen some great shots there, some big gnarly stuff too. So you know, it's definitely going to become a surf destination, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more surfers coming out of places like Ireland.
As we see the heats on deck. Coming up next after this, we'll see Nat Young and Brett Simpson. Back to this one with Josh Kerr setting up his second wave. Just a little bit of fill-in work to build some momentum. A lot of speed, but he can't catch up to it. So that wave will be a small score. Glenn Hall will have first priority. Still just needs a 4.91 pots.
Yeah, you know, wave selection, as I said, Joe, it's super critical. And, you know, sometimes you see these ones come through that you think, you know, if I can get around that section, it's gonna unload on that inside. I could quite possibly get a barrel, or it might open up. So sometimes you've got to have a go. Just you know, catch the wave, and even if you don't make it, you keep that momentum going, that rhythm. And what it's going to do is it's going to put Josh in a situation now where he's paddling back out, and if one swings wide, he's going to be in the perfect spot.
So right now, Josh Kerr 0.63. So Glenn Hall needs just a touch more, a 5.54 to make a comeback. A pretty slow start. Just 3 waves looked at in the first 10 minutes of this matchup, and we'll have plenty of time to see how they're going to go on the back end of this heat. We'll take a short break here in Fiji, and we will be coming back shortly. Round 2 continues right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Welcome back to the Fiji Pro on a beautiful morning on day 2 of competition in the waiting period, as you have a nice morning sunrise each and every morning, greeted by a beautiful sunset. As you can see, an aerial shot of the island of Namotu. This is where a majority of the Aussies stay, except for Josh Kerr and also 2 Brazilians, Jadson Andre and Gabriel Medina. Potts, we know this is an island run by Australians, and it really has that crazy Aussie feel when you show up and get ready for this contest. Back to this one with Josh Kerr doing a backside float off the bottom and a carve back into the pocket, extending his lead with a nice vertical re-entry. Bottom turn and foam climb finish takes him out.
Well, that's going to improve his situation, and I like the fact that he's keeping busy. You know, we said that that paddle back out. Sometimes you pick up those little wide ones, and they can actually come into being those scoring rides. As we see, look across the channel there to the boat shed at Namotu. Behind it, there's a wave called Wilkes on the scoreboard now. Josh Kerr, 6.302 wave total. That's going to change. Glenn Hall's got to get busy. 16 minutes and 50 on the clock.
Well, you see that little hut right there? That's a big hangout for drinks during the sunset on Namotu. It's a smaller island, and there's a little catamaran you could take out. Taj Burrow went out there the other day and had a laugh when the wind picked up, and you can catch some waves on that cat over on Namotu lefts. Back to this one with Josh Kerr's wave.
Takes a nice little high line across the top of that wave. This is the turn right here. Big gouging maneuver. So Josh Kerr starting to feel it, starting to light it up, starting to find that variety, and then just forces the issue on that last one. Unfortunately, not pulling it off, and we've seen so far the judges aren't liking that, Joe. They're not liking that incompleted ride.
Well, here goes Glenn Micro Hall. Glenn off the bottom, clean rip back to the pocket. Off the bottom again, lay back jam off the top for Micro. 2 different turns, and he'll get his best wave so far.
3.93 for Josh Kerr's last ride, so increases his scoreline. Glenn Hall looking for an 8.83, 16 minutes on the clock. Interesting choice of waves there for Glenn. It wasn't a long one. It sort of closed out on him, but he managed to fit in 2 good turns. So it's going to be interesting to see where that fits in, as opposed to Josh Kerr's wave that had a little bit more length of ride. Nice opening turn here, just gouging it off the top. And this is the money shot right here, a maneuver that he's so renowned for, that layback snap. So Glenn Hall trying to mix it up and see where that fits into the scheme of things.
Scores locking in for the last wave of Glenn Hall, a 3.5. So he's in second, needs a 6.10 to catch up to Josh Kerr. As you see the stand-up paddle happening behind the scenes. We'll go to the board breakdown. Josh Kerr's blackboard, 5.8. Glenn Hall's also on a 5.8, but his is a DHD.
Yeah, you can see the volume difference there. You know, Josh, obviously a bit more foam involved, 25 litres. Glenn Hall, 21.96. Both riding thrusters and rounded pin tail for Glenn Hall and a round tail for Josh. So the round tail, a little bit sort of more width in the tail as opposed to the rounded pin. And you can see by the way Micro's attacking the wave, he's got more jam in his surfing. There's a lot more rail.
And now back to Josh Kerr on this blackbird, snapping down the line, still looking for some room. Off the bottom, backside float. He'll cover some sections with that maneuver and finishes off with an inside floater. His last wave is a 3.93. That's what he's trying to improve on to strengthen his lead with 14.30 to go.
Yeah, you know, not a bigger wave, but Josh keeping busy. You know, there's not a lot of good ones out there, so you've got to kind of, you know, sometimes those 3.93s will end up coming into play. So Josh Kerr trying to improve on that and doesn't. Just a 2.93, so judges keeping that scale low at the moment. Because they're anticipating better things to happen later on in this heat and quite possibly the day. Nice turn off the top there. You can see nothing quite critical at the moment. And these floater maneuvers right here, more of a transition turn to get yourself back on the open face, and then just manages one more. So not too much variety on that one. The judges didn't like it. 2.93. Kersey back to the drawing board.
So Josh Kerr now in his 6th year on the WCT. Fell off once, but came back, and he's here to stay as a top 10 surfer as he's waiting for his first major WCT victory. He's won primes in the past, like in Margaret River. Finished runner-up this year with the CT upgrade, and has also made the final at the Pipe Masters.
Yeah, you know, he's been knocking on the door. It's only a matter of time, I think, before this kid wins an event. He's starting to become more of an all-rounder, you know, well known for his... You can see there the locals enjoying all the action. He's, you know, well known for his aerial antics, won pretty much every aerial contest there is to win. He's fine-tuning his rail game, his backhand surfing's getting better. And the kid charges too. We've seen him out at Waimea and places like that, absolutely charging, so becoming more of a complete surfer.
It's been fun to watch him grow into this top 10 type surfer. Glenn Hall, as in his road to comeback, it was pretty effective on the One World rankings. The year he went on to qualify, he was so solid on the Star Series, as you can now hear the screams from the boat in the channel pots.
There's a lot of people out here to watch. I'll tell you what, it's a lot of boats come from the mainland. You know, you've got all these other islands with resorts on that people know. They come here, especially this time of the year, to watch the world's best come and play here at places like Cloudbreak and also restaurants. Two of the most incredible waves on the planet, Joe.
Well, there's not very many places in the world you get to spectate from the channel. You get that in Tahiti, as we see Glenn Hall paddling hard to catch up to this wave. Plenty open face. Off the bottom, it starts off with a clean carve. Chasing this open face again. Carves through the second section. Nice pace to fit with the rhythm of this wave, and he'll wrap all the way back around. Snaps it off the lip, still with some control, and fills in the gaps with another wrap back into the pocket, and Glenn Hall's out of there. Multiple turns with a couple change-ups. It'll go into his top 2, but is it a 6.10 pots?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. The judges have been very critical on the variety of repertoire as we see him dropping down a nice size wave here. Beautiful opening turn there, just getting himself in that rhythm. And this is where he starts to unload there. Nice slashing maneuver, waiting for it to hit that inside section. Glenn Hall, just nice, smooth, precise surfing. Can't afford to make any mistakes and needs to finish on his feet, which he does here, and finishes with a little wraparound cutback and kicks out of that one. So a better wave for him. 6.10 required on that. It's going to be close.
So scores will be dropping in for Glenn Hall. We talked about his major victories on the One World. He had a big win at the Mr. Price Pro Bolito over Nathaniel Curran in the final. That was a big result for him to qualify for the top 34, and also finished runner-up at the Lowers Prime to Gabriel Medina back when Glenn Hall was also helping his friend Ace Buchan. Ace was helping Glenn as well, as they were coaching themselves through that big series, and Medina was the only one to take both of them out in that contest. Back to Glenn with a layback draw off the top, throwing some power. Next snap off the lip, throwing a fan to the sky. Another 2-turn wave. Now Josh Kerr on a bigger wave. Gets a snap under the whitewater. Now cracks it right in the pocket. Comes around the corner, digs in for the backhand carve. You can see him hanging on by his tiptoes on that last effort.
Yeah, good effort there from Josh Kerr. You can see the boys on the boat, Mick Fanning looking on. 6.73 for Glenn Hall, so that put him in the lead. Kersey needing a 4.57. Let's have a look at the snaps under the lip. Nothing critical yet. Biding his time. Beautiful turn off the top there. So Josh Kerr starting to make his way down through that inside. And look at that, just hanging onto that rail there and completing his turn. He knows how important it is to finish off on your feet. He hasn't on his last couple, and the scores have been low. So Josh Kerr looking for a 4.57. Is that going to be enough to put him back in the lead?
Well, the big lead change happened with Glenn Hall's third wave, a 6.73, and he also has one more wave to lock in. If he betters a 3.5, Josh is going to need a bit more. 9:40 on the clock. This heat started off a bit slow. Josh Kerr got in the lead with his 5.67. And it took Glenn a couple attempts to find his rhythm, but that one wave allowed him to do multiple maneuvers along the way.
Yeah, and he finished on his feet. Super important to do. Scores trickling in for Glenn Hall's last ride, and as you said, Joe, if he betters a 3.50, Josh is going to need more. At the moment, a 4.57 required with 9 minutes to go, and it looks like from what we're seeing on the first couple of scores that are dropping for Glenn's last ride, remember it was that 2-maneuver wave. And, you know, 2 pretty good moves, a bigger wave, and he caught that on the way back out. So, tactical move there from Glenn, and he's a smart competitor. He's trying to put the pressure on Kersey. 4.57 at the moment required by the surfer in red.
So, a big matchup for Glenn Hall to get the winning feeling again on his call up to the WCT as the event wildcard. One more score to drop for Micro. Looks like he will be improving to a 4.4. So Josh Kerr needed a 5.47 on that last wave. Looks like he's going to end up short. Micro still in first with 8:30 to go. We'll get another update from the channel with Ronnie Blakey. Ronnie, what's happening on the boat at this stage?
Yeah, hey Joe, on the boat, the marshalling boat, this is where the guys come to pick up their singlets and check in for their heats. The doctors are also on board the boat, but also we have competitors, Taj Burrow, Mick Fanning, they just won their round 2 heats, and they're just sticking around, watching Glenn Hall surf and taking on Josh Kerr at this point, and Micro just had himself a great wave, really nice left, and as you saw, let go of a couple of huge turns.
So Ronnie, what else is going on the boat? We see everyone just watching there. Is there anything interesting on the other levels?
Well, usually the boat's kind of one of the major hang spots here in Fiji, but this year it's been a little bit too windy and rocky out here on the boat, so people have been hightailing it back to their respective islands after their heat surfs. But yeah, it's a good place just to sit and watch it unfold. You get a great kind of bird's eye perspective on the lineup. You get to watch things unfold. These guys were making plenty of noise for Micro as he made his way around. Of course, Glenn Hall broke his back in this event last year. He actually had a call-up as the ASP wildcard for Margaret River. He turned it down. He still wasn't fully recovered, but went down to Bells Beach and lost the heat to Kelly Slater, which a lot of people thought that he probably should have won. So, you know, it's great to see Glenn back here in Fiji, a really brave effort and surfing incredibly well.
Well, we know, Ronnie, that the doctors were really active during the women's event, especially with Nikki Van Dyke going down the reef and Malia Manuel hurting her wrist. The doctors on the same boat as you, and have they been pretty busy so far this event?
Yeah, the doctors have been pretty busy already this event. There's been quite a few sort of niggling injuries that guys have carried into this contest. Jeremy Flores, saw him getting work on his left ankle yesterday after his heat, and he's also got a bit of an ankle injury in his right foot, believe it or not. Mick Fanning with his knee, of course. Travis Logie's carrying a shoulder injury into this event. But, you know, these guys are used to that. They'll carry injuries throughout the year, and they just try and manage it the best they can. And the doctors and the staff obviously doing a fantastic job to get them out there in the lineup.
Thanks a lot, Ronnie, and we'll check in with you throughout the day today. Round 2, heat number 3 continues with Glenn Hall having priority. He started off slower with a 3.5. That's long gone. A 6.73, then a 4.4 back-to-back. Josh Kerr now needs a 5.47 to try to make a comeback and avoid a second-round loss at the Fiji Pro, a venue where Josh Kerr is expected to make the finals.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, it's the talent base we've got going at the moment. I mean, you look at all the heats coming up down the line. There's some unbelievable heats. You know, there's no easy heats anymore. There's no shoe-ins. You know, it's definitely. I mean, you just saw that heat with Mick Fanning and Wiggly. You know, that could have been a super close heat had Wiggly finished off his 2 rides. So, you know, you can't rest on your laurels. You've got to make sure that when you catch those waves, you don't fall off. And I think what the theme of the day's been is complete your rides and you're going to get the score. Glenn Micro Hall finished off his wave with a couple of good turns, 6.73 the highest score.
Let's go back to the heat recap to see what those numbers look like in motion. Let's start with Josh Kerr. He opened up with a 5.67 to get this thing underway. We'll hold that thought with Josh Kerr getting lively again, highlining. He checks out a set out the back, and he won't commit to that inside corner. Glenn Hall now with priority will be able to control the last 5 minutes. This was the 5.67 though, Potts, that Josh started with.
Yeah, you know, nice smooth approach to this wave. You know, Josh just wanted to make sure that he got a score on the board. You know, pretty average sort of 5.67 score, but surfed it really well. See there, a couple of nice slashing turns, and snapped it off the top at the end of this one. So Josh Kerr opened up well. Micro Hall, though, he came back with a vengeance. You can see him. He wants to wash away the memories here from last year and surfed incredibly well. Now, we talk about finishing off on your feet. He did that after a series of beautiful turns. Glenn Micro Hall here finished off with a nice snapping turn. 6.73 is leading the heat.
Now using priority, looking to better a 4.4. Glenn Hall goes vertical on the first snap, carves on the second. Back to the pocket, spring in his step as he's covering some ground. Glenn now off the bottom, throws another vertical snap in the pocket, and he'll wrap it all the way back around. Nice change-ups for Glenn Hall. Here comes the finish, right on the reef. Closes that one out nicely.
Very similar to that 6.73, wasn't it, Joke? Some nice turns, precise surfing from Micro. Now, you know, we always said, like, when you get the good ones, you've got to make sure you capitalize, and he did that. Nice opening turn. He's just biding his time. You can see that double pump off the bottom. And another nice turn there from Micro, just, you know, biding his time, letting the wave dictate the pace of play. He's not trying to oversurf it there, just a little point of difference, throwing the fins out the back, finishing off with a little wraparound cutback. So Micro looking to replace a 4.40 and finishes off on his feet again. So this could be ominous for Josh. He could improve his scoreline, and Kersey might need something a little bigger than that 5.47.
Well, nice easy rhythm for Glenn Hall. He's on the back of the ski, but impressive wave selection. Picking the waves off where he can do multiple turns. Josh Kerr now, with 3:30 to go, is looking for an answer back. Snaps it off the lip. Off the bottom, throws it up for a nice snap to fin slide, and he's out. Just a two-turn combo as he's looking for a 5.47.
Wave selection. It's been the order of the day. You've got to be on the good ones. You've got to, you know, and if you want to make it a two-turn wave, it's got to be something really dynamic. You know, you can't rest on a couple of average turns to get a big score on a short ride here. Cloudbreak offers you that length of ride. You've got to take advantage of it. You've got to make sure within that 30-minute period you catch two waves that offer you that open face. Wave selection is super, super important here today.
Glenn Hall just getting dropped off out the back. One more number to lock in. Looks like he might be improving just a touch on that low score. He had a 4.4 before that last wave, and now the judges will think about that to see what is required for Josh Kerr with just 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. It will be a breakthrough win for Glenn Hall as he's had some big heats. He beat Michel Perez at Bells. Ronnie Blakey touched on the heat with Kelly Slater, where he was right in the heat till the tail end, picking off better waves than Kelly in that matchup at Bells.
Yeah, Kelly made a few mistakes in that one and only just pipping Glenn at the post. So scores trickling in for Glenn's last ride, a 5.03. Kersey's last ride is going to be, well, it's not going to go into his top two. So Glenn in the lead, and Josh now looking for a 6.10. 2 minutes remaining. And, you know, the good thing is Kersey does have priority. So is there going to be another opportunity within these last 2 minutes?
Well, now Josh Kerr is probably realizing his waves are stopping him short. He's going to try to pick off a wave like Glenn Hall's been picking off that allows him some time to really set himself up. We talk about a lot of Kersey's signature airs that he's done in the past. That Kersey spin that he does at alley-oop with the grab rotation. Also the curl flip that you see him doing a lot of rights. With lefts like this, do you see an error in Josh Kerr's game in the last minute or so?
Too risky, Joe, too risky. I think he's got to try and find a wave and open up with some good turns. He's got to finish it off on the end. Something along the lines of what Micro's been doing. At 6.73, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. He surfed it smart, he surfed it clean, and finished off on his feet. Kersey's got to do pretty much the similar thing, but on his backhand. But here we go, Micro, an opportunity.
Without priority, just an up and out. That one's not going to factor in. 1 minute to go. First priority with Josh Kerr is he's going to try to avoid an equal 25th on the WCT rankings, try to keep himself as a top 10 guy after the runner-up finish at the drug-aware Margaret River Pro. This could be a big hiccup in Josh Kerr's world title campaign, down to 44 seconds on the clock. Glenn Hall, a well-worthy wild card, fell short in his rookie year on tour due to injury, but now showcasing why he's part of the world elite.
He's dangerous. He's dangerous. And why? Because he's smart. He surfs a smart heat. He doesn't make too many mistakes. His top 2 scoring rides, he didn't do anything over the top, just made sure he posted some big turns, made sure he rode that wave as far as possible, and managed to kick out on his feet. We've seen a lot of good scores go to waste out here this morning due to the fact that they haven't been completed. And that's what you've got to do. Micro, the smartest guy out there at the moment because of the scoreline. 9 seconds remaining, and it looks like Glenn is going to have the first upset. Whoops.
Now we go, Josh Kerr. He needs a 6.10. Just rifling off a couple of backside turns with some energy, blasting the fins out on the final snap, and he floats out of there. We'll bring you the start in just a moment to see how many turns he got done before that wave closed out. Remember, he just needed a 6.10 to turn the heat right at the buzzer. We were looking for him into the countdown. This was what happened in the beginning of the wave.
All right, let's have a look. Draws off the bottom here. Unleashes a mid-face turn. A nice snap again, and this is where he needs to really put something radical on. Throws the fins out. Is that going to be enough? A shorter wave, 3 sort of dynamic turns. The last turn, obviously the best on that. It's down into the judges' hands now, and that's not where you want to leave it. You want to make it black and white, and at the moment there's a lot of grey area for Josh Kerr. 6.10 required scores trickling in. 4.3 not enough. So Glenn Micro Hall moves through to the next round. Big upset.
And the Motu Island stays undefeated here in round 2 at the Fiji Pro. More action to come. We'll bring in Pat Parnell and former runner-up at the Pipe Masters, Ross Williams, for the call.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back, everyone. You're watching the Fiji Pro in the water right now. It is a roommate heat like we've seen before. Nat Young up against Brett Simpson, Pat Purnell along with Ross Williams. Just witnessed Glenn Micro Hall, amazing, like the Phoenix, rising from the ashes, coming back from breaking his back last year. And what a performance he's putting down.
I love the way he was surfing, and it looks like Brett Simpson.
Simpo, the first one to strike as he sends it to the top, eyeing down the line. He'll get a little more face to work with. Another nice snap, looking very smooth in this early round 2 session as he'll finish it off, a quick jam off the top, and he's out. So we mentioned the roommate factor. These two have met before, actually twice before, but the last time Nat Young getting the better in the exchange at Margaret River in round 2. You mentioned in Margaret River it was like an awkward bowl of cornflakes or Cheerios for that matter. Obviously interesting, you know, these guys are super tight. What is it like for these two?
Yeah, you can see the matchup there, 1-1. I believe Brett beat him a couple of years ago in France, so they're tied up. But, you know, it's just awkward. These guys are great friends. Right now they're frenemies. But, you know, I think the mutual respect is the hard part to get over. You know, sometimes if you don't really like someone, it's easier to compete with them because you want to beat them.
You know, you want to mash their face in a big score. When you're tight friends and have a lot of respect for each other, it's a little hard. Sometimes you feel guilty when you're beating someone. And you can see Brett Simpson off to a crispy start right there. Beautiful high line, little hack, getting around to this section right there. And we saw him go down in round 1, but not without a fight. He was, you know, definitely one of the highlights through all round 1, throwing a ton of spray. So his board looks good, a lot of speed. I don't think that score is going to be too big. But again, he's off to a pretty good start.
5.17 for the first wave in the exchange. Nat Young yet to get on the board, and we look at the stats, 6'1". Obviously, Brett Simpson grew up in the athletic family. We've talked about it before. Son of Bill Simpson, played for the Rams and the Buffalo Bills. It was just a question of which sport he was going to get into. It turns out to be surfing. As we jump back in the water, Nat Young wraps it back, and he'll take a look out the back. Doesn't like what he sees down the line.
Yeah, a rare mistake there from Nat. You know, that's what he's known for is, you know, he never makes mistakes, always picks the right wave. And you can see, obviously, he flicked out of that in a hurry, realizing that that wall stretched down the line and had nothing left to offer.
The Rookie of the Year in 2013, there's always discussion about how explosive his backhand is. How are you liking his forehand here at Cloudbreak so far this year?
I really enjoy Nat's forehand. I think, you know, obviously he's known for that backhand snap with so much power, but on his forehand he has the equal amount of power, and he really throws a lot of spray.
And we can see Nat Young doing just that. Lots of spray in that exchange. Times the bottom turn, sends it to the top, wrapping back, stays right in the pocket. Lots of energy on this wave, and Nat Young just dialing it perfectly. Sends it to the top, quick float section, tries to get out front. Able to work his way. He'll get one last turn, and a nice clean finish for Nat Young.
Just such a sturdy competitor. You can see at one point on that wave it looked like maybe he'd get bucked off, and he's so strong he held on and was able to finish one more move on the inside. Look at all the spray. That is what you call buckets right there. This carve right here, he really opens up on the wall. Watch all the water displace off the tail. That is a power gouge. That looked like Mark Occhilupo in the 80s. And right there, another clean wrap for Nat Young. So he's on to a big score here. This is where he bobbles, but watch how strong his legs are. He manages to hang on. A lot of guys would have maybe fallen on their face right there. And I guess what? He paid off with one more move on the inside. So big start for Nat.
Well, Nat Young will wait for the scores on that. The second wave for him so far, Brett Simpson on top with a 5.17 priority, sitting with Brett Simpson. We talked about Brett growing up in the athletic family. Dad played in the NFL. I was always into stick and ball sports, but it wasn't until later he really started to find his rhythm and his deep desire for surfing. Spent a little over 5 years on the QS. Had success at the U.S. Open, back-to-back wins, taking down Jordy Smith at the 2010 U.S. Open, and it was that success that really catapulted him onto the CT, but he has yet to find that success on the CT, and it's just, I think, testament to how challenging it is on the CT nowadays.
It is. It's chocked full of talent, but, you know, Brett is right there. He matches. He has that cookie cutter you know, ability, if you will, on tour. He has everything it takes to win an event, let alone be a top 5 surfer. That being said, to sort of get ahead of the rest, you have to make 0 mistakes. And Brett, you know, admittedly, you know, every now and then he gets in his head too much. So he's trying to clear the way, you know, not get in his own way. You know, that's a common cliche, but it's really true. At this level, there's just many differences between a Mick Fanning and a Brett, you know, and you have to not buckle under pressure. So he's learning. He realizes that where he's at right now in life is the ultimate, and he's trying to take full advantage. He's just trying to stay patient.
Well, he was looking loose and tack sharp yesterday. The 5th highest scoring wave of the day, as scores dropping for Nat Young, a 7.5. The judges eating up that wave, loving just how fast Nat is able to recover and just drive down the line, and through a lot of variety in that. He'll looking to build on a 7.5. This is going to be an interesting heat. Now priority sitting with Simpson.
I'll tell you what I love about both of these competitors. They are reverse hipsters. You know, they're just total athletes. They go out there. They love to play basketball. They're like jocks, you know, and it's pretty fun to watch out there, you know, compete against each other. They just love sport.
And this is how sports should be in the States. Packed bars. They're watching the broadcast here of the 2014 Fiji Pro, the 5th stop of the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. A lot of people were talking about Nat Young in this season. It's his sophomore season, trying to find that success he had in the first. What's that like coming into a year following a successful year? Do you feel, is it change the pressure?
Well, I would say a lot of surfers that weren't as strong-minded as Nat might buckle a little bit, thinking, you know what, wow, I accomplished so much in my first year, and they might have some space to become complacent. Not Nat Young. I really think he's so motivated, more than your average guy out there. So he's going to follow up with another strong year.
Good news for Nat Young. 2 fifth-place finishes so far on the season. As Nat Young taking a look at this wave, he'll glide in it very smoothly. Get a little bounce on the bottom turn as we check in with Ronnie Blakey, who's with Glenn Micro Hall.
Cheers, Pat. Glenn, this time last year, after surfing your second round heat, you're lying on a doctor's table. They're telling you you've suffered a spinal injury of some sort. What's going through your head? And just give us a breakdown, because a lot of people don't understand really what the injury was. You got diagnosed once you got home.
Yeah, well, I had an injury, obviously, but it was at restaurants. So here it's kind of like, I just put it out of my head, really. I think if I have a hit at restaurants, it might be a bit different. But I ended up fracturing L2, 3 and 4 on one side. So, yeah, I was struggling last time I was here. So it was a long trip home on a jet and a chopper and the whole deal. But, yeah, just then honestly, I haven't thought about it in my heats or anything, but when I got on the back of the ski then and I wasn't lying on the sled flat out, I had a little thought about it. I was like, this is better.
A long road to recovery for you, mate. A longer road than expected.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, I think I probably expected it to go too quick, really. I don't know, just kind of thinking too optimistic maybe, but it's dragged on. I'm kind of just getting back to where I want to be as far as my body now, and now it's just time in the water, and I want to go on a few surf trips, and I feel like that'll get me, that last 10%. And then also fitness, and I'm just starting now to be able to train, so there's still a lot to go. But I feel like my body's feeling pretty much good enough, and my surfing, I feel like I'm getting there. We mentioned during your heat that you did actually decline a spot at Margaret River, not feeling like you were up to taking on the world's best, but a really promising heat down at Bells Beach against Kelly Slater, and showing some real form, I think, in your performances so far. Yeah, for sure. I think I got to the stage where I couldn't wait any longer for it, naturally just to happen, and all the exercises and training. So I knocked back the spot at Margie's, so I was just still too sore. I was having surfs and I was struggling so bad. And then Bells came around. I was still the same position, but I thought it's at a much safer wave. There's not as many bumps and lumps, and I feel like I can just get in the face and do what I do. And I went down there, free surf for 2 days, and then I didn't free surf again the whole time I was there. So I was far from where I wanted to be, even though I made a heat and had a good heat against Kelly. But after that, I had some cortisone injections, and that's kind of, I don't know what it did, but it's a miracle. Mate, I know your family's watching at home. I think your little girl, Sarah, called. She wants her towel back. Yeah, no. Brought this over, I think, of Zara, so thank you.
All right. Thanks, Glenn. Congratulations, moving through to round 3.
Thanks, Ronnie. Such an amazing story. You talk about the long road back from the back, breaking his back last year, but such a long road through the QS for him to eventually make the CT. Yeah. His journey has been long and arduous, and hats off to him, showing amazing resilience.
Yeah, you talk about privateers, Glenn Micro Hall not having a main sponsor, it looks like, on his surfboard. So there's all these little underdog stories that land straight on Glenn's head. It just makes you want to pull for him. And I tell you what, watching his heat at the bar just a second ago, everyone's sitting around having breakfast. There were so many oohs and ahs during his waves. He garnered so much speed, really torquing out those carbs at the end. He looked, arguably one of the best so far in this competition with those strong turns. So, Glenn is he's quickly getting back into form with that at 90%.
Yeah, there's a lot of people at Bell saying he's looking a little stiff, and he was admittedly stiff, obviously pulling out of Margaret River, trying to make that that decision not to come back too quickly. But what an incredible story to be come back after breaking your back in Fiji, and then at least getting the wild card spot. I think a lot of people wanted to see that wild card so we could compete the entire season, but it's good to see Micro Hall live, still in the water. Simpo and Nat Young. We'll be back right after this.
Shai,
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Welcome back, everyone, to a little slice of Nirvana, a.k.a. Tabarua Island, here for the 5th stop of the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. In the water right now, the frenemies are going at it. Simpo and Nat Young, for the moment, Brett Simpson on top by a mere 0.47, and by virtue of that 3.5, Nat Young yet to get a second keeper in the exchange, but both surfers looking hungry, just waiting for those scoring opportunities, Ross.
Yeah, right now, early days in his heat, Brett Simpson has a little bit of a disguise on that lead with that little 3.5 backing up his 5. So right now, Nat Young obviously on the look for a backup. He's got that 7.5. Still a lot of time left. You know, Brett was onto something with that nice wave there. He had a quick snap in that tube ride. But as a few of the competitors mentioned, that inside section through shish kebabs is not very lenient, very fast.
And a good look up to the point here at the top. Very, very large swath of real estate to negotiate and find the sections from the ledge all the way into the inside shish kebab section. As we check in with Simpo, he finds a third wave, sends it to the top again, driving down the line, try to stay ahead of this one. Big float section, able to get out for one last hit, and he'll go down.
Yeah, and there's those little mini mistakes we're talking about that Brett makes every now and then in heats. So he's going to have to clean those up if he's going to take down the steely Nat Young, who seemingly never makes mistakes, you know, just in so much control. So Brett, obviously no one's going to question his talent, but when he falls off here and there, you're just leaving a door wide open for someone like Nat.
Where do you think that comes from when you talk about Nat Young? Uber competitive, but always very tactical. Is that something that you just have, or it's something that you learn through experience?
Two things. First and foremost, his fundamentals are so solid. The way he stands on a surfboard, his technique is extremely set up for, you know, not falling.
And Nat Young sends it to the top. There's a lot of spray. You can see him driving, getting out in front. Another hit off the top. Goes vertical on the third turn. He'll wrap it back, stay with the pocket, and it shuts down on him. So Nat Young trying to stack a reasonable score on top of the 7.5, the highest scoring wave so far in the exchange. Simpo has a 5.17 and a 3.5. His third wave won't impact his score line.
Well, we talked about his fundamentals, and it just sets him up so solidly. He seems like he's constantly in control. Even when he throws his board up into the lip like that, you can see how he plants it back down. There he torques out that carve, sliding a tail. The other thing that makes him so tough to beat, Pat, is his brain. He's such a sturdy competitor. He always makes solid decisions. Obviously, right there, he knows he's on to a 7.5. That wave to him when he took off, I'm sure it didn't look like a giant wave peeling down the reef, but he said, hey, a 5-point ride is going to take me a long way right now.
His best result here in Fiji was 9th. He did fly in early trying to get some of that bigger swell that we saw during the Women's Fiji Pro. He says it's one of his favorite waves. He talks about restaurants potentially being the longest, but he says, I'll tell you what, one cloud break barrel, it'll be the best of your life. And it's interesting when you see these guys really understand how much the time factor is a necessity to do well here. They look at Kelly Slater, the finishes don't lie.
It's true. This is one of those waves, you know, we've seen that article where Kelly mentioned the majors and how much importance all the competitors put in a wave like Cloud Break, J-Bay, Pipeline. You know, these types of waves, there's so much respect, mutual respect for these waves. It brings the attention level really high.
There's been a lot of talk. I know Kelly's definitely championing the idea that a stop like this in Tahiti maybe should be worth double. Do you think that's ever going to become the situation? Waves of consequence, waves that are obviously a little bit more difficult to do well in versus a stop like Rio?
Well, you can see CJ here palling out with his backup board. You know, I think it should be open for discussion. There's always ways to make many improvements on tour, a way to fine-tune and make the most fair outcome. That's what we want. We want the best surfer every year to win. So you can't just say, nope, the way the system is now is perfect. There's always little ways to tweak it.
Nat Young looking down the line, and he'll kick out the back as priority will shift. Brett Simpson sitting on a 5.17, a 3.5. Now Simpo needing a 7.56, that last wave prior to that for Nat Young, a 5.23. So now two solid keepers for Nat Young
as we check in with Todd Klein, who's with Freddie P.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. We're hanging out with the 10-year veteran, Freddie Patashia. Freddie, congratulations on your win yesterday, heat number 3, beating Mick Fanning and Glenn Hall.
Thank you.
You know, you've been hanging out all morning in the restaurant watching the heats, and, you know, it's got to feel pretty good to have the morning off at this point.
Yeah, it feels great, you know, to just relax a little bit. I kind of just let those guys have the morning surf, practice for their heats for round 2. But, you know, the waves look fun, and I'm actually hoping that we run into round 3 and I might be an early heat, depending on who makes their heats in this round. So I'm looking forward to getting out in the water and getting this thing rolling.
I saw you sitting over there earlier with your computer, and you're actually watching tape of yourself.
Yeah, well, all of us, we all watch the heat analyzer. It's we're always trying to improve, always trying to figure out what the judges are looking for. So for myself, I don't only watch my heats. I watch heats that I thought were kind of interesting. What guys were getting scores on, like Michelle Burrs' heat before mine. I looked at some of his highest scores, and it's just to give you somewhat of a guesstimation of what the judges want out here at Cloudbreak.
And Freddie, you've had some success out here in the past. You had a third, a couple ninths, and you know, Tabarua, you know, I think it's one of your favorite places you've shared with me in the past as far as coming to destination-wise. What is it that's so special about, you know, Tabarua and the breaks here?
I think it's just left. I love going left. I love getting barreled. And I've been coming here since I was 16, and ever since I came, I fell in love with the spot here at restaurants and Cloudbreak. I'm actually really looking forward to this event because I think we're going to start at Cloudbreak, excuse me, and we're going to end at Cloudbreak. And restaurants is such a perfect wave that everyone on tour can kind of know which wave is going to be good. Cloudbreak's a lot different. There's a lot more elements out there. Things change faster, the wind factor. So for me, knowing the spot, knowing what I'm looking for, I think is a bit of an advantage.
And how about the Fijians here, you know, some of the nicest people in the world?
Yeah, it's great. You know, the ladies in the kitchen are so loud and happy, and they're constantly laughing. They're always cheering for the boys that are staying on Tavarua. The final day, they get out on a boat. They have all their colorful sarongs and stuff. It's just a complete blast here on the islands. I actually had the pleasure of staying on the Motu as well, and both islands just have that island life and that family vibe to it. So either island you stay on, it's great. But for myself, I've been staying on Tavarua for so long, I can't make the switch.
And just quickly, what can we expect from Freddie P in the next round?
You know, I've been really trying to work on hunting barrels. It seems like a lot of the backside guys are kind of neglecting the barrel and choosing to go around it and hucking some big turns. But I really want to show the judges that there's everything out there. There's barrels, there's turns, there's cutbacks, and there's floaters. So I'm really going to work on just that variety, trying to find a deep barrel, but come out and do the maneuvers that they want to see. So for me, that's what I'm looking for. That's how I'm trying to set myself apart.
Thanks for your time, Freddie. Best of luck in round 3. And back to you guys. Freddie P's fired up. Looking forward to that next round, hopefully running later today.
Thanks, Todd. Interesting hearing from Freddie P. We saw him there on the heat analyzer, and we want to encourage all the fans to go to aspworldtour.com, and you can check out any heats that you happen to have missed if you're at work or on the road. As we look out the back, Nat Young trying to get rid of the 5.23, sitting on the 7.5 is high. He'll kick out, and he'll be done with that. Simpo still needing the 7.56. Also interesting hearing from Freddie P about just the vibe here. It's a lifelong love affair. The second you come to this place, you just fall in love, whether it be Namotu or Tabby, as Brett Simpson deals with a little bit foamy, unruly section, but starts to stand up for him as he eyes down the line, sends it, a trip to the lip with that turn. Nice and solid. He'll wrap it down and finish it off for Simpo on that, looking for a 7.56.
Well, I'll tell you what, not sure if it's going to go as high as a 7.56, but Brett strung together a couple of big turns and a nice set wave there. We saw Nat Young sniffing out a wave under Brett's priority. Brett stuck to his guns. He sat a little wider, and it paid off there with a nice big wave.
As we see Nat Young behind that, gets a look out the back. He'll take what's down the line. Big snap, and he goes down.
Well, you could see Nat Young right there. He did fall, but it looked like that wave was about to close out. So he ducked out of the way. You can see him right there looking over his shoulder, trying to see where Brett is. And again, this is just a little bit further down the reef from where Nat was, which I like. Brett really took his time, not getting suckered up the reef there, sticking to his guns down the point, Big snap there. I love this turn right here. This is probably his best one. Nice patient carve there. He didn't try and flick his tail. Really hung in there to draw that line out. Right here you can see Nat just trying to figure out what this wave is doing. Big tail chuck right there. And again, he just pearls right there, so I'm not sure. Actually, as the camera pans, yeah, I can see that wave's going to close out, so no harm, no foul there.
And waiting for scores, Simpo was trying to get rid of low score. He gets a 6 for that last wave, so it betters his score line slightly. He still needs a 6.74. Nat Young precariously on the top spot as we near the 7-minute mark. CJ Hobgood and Tiago Perez waiting for their next heat. Another surfer that's been looking really comfortable is former world champ CJ Hobgood.
Yeah, that's going to be a smoker. And Tiago's dangerous on his backhand. He has that backside vertical whip that he can string together. But I'll tell you what, I love that sneaky wave that Brett Simpson just got. You know, sure, he didn't get the 7.5 that he needed, but he bettered his situation. So with that 6, now he only needs a 6.74, a much easier score to get than that 7.5.
So priority will sit with Nat Young as Simpo makes his way back out. Talk about the success that Nat has had this year, at least with the 2 fifth-place finishes. However, when you talk about Simpo, a slightly different story. 4 25th-place finishes, making it out of this heat a little more vital for Simpo's campaign.
Definitely, you know, and he just needs to get the monkey off his back. You know, sometimes if you string together all these poor results, that energy can just hang over you, and you don't want to have that. You know, you want to have the vibe of a Michel Perez right now, where he's taking wins, and maybe he'll get the nod every now and then.
So Nat Young trying to get rid of the 5.23 and just distance himself. He'll get a quick hit on the top. Really fast car back, just looking awfully springy, and he'll get the clean finish. Wow.
5.23, Pat, is what he's holding on to right now. Those were some big-time turns. That second carve was unbelievable. Again, he backed it up with that stab through the lip and held on. I don't know how he does it. Right here, nice critical start there, showing that commitment. That carve right there was the money turn of the wave. And this one, it looked like he was going to fall off. But look at how he manages to just wrangle that board under his feet, and he hangs on. Such a strong surfer. I believe that will better his situation.
So as you pointed out, 5.23, the low score for Nat Young, his highest, a 7.5, the highest wave score of the heat so far. Simpo sitting on a 5.17, his low, and a 6. Simpo, prior to that wave that Nat Young just had, was needing a 6.74, but we anticipate a slight change in Nat Young's score line as we're under the 5-minute mark. Good friends, frenemies, as you pointed out, and it's been an interesting heat so far as we look at the top scoring waves so far as we look back on the 7.5 of Nat Young.
Yeah, definitely the title of this heat is frenemies. You know, these guys have a lot of mutual respect, but Nat Young came out of the gates in typical fashion for him with 3 huge hooks. Again, I love how he pinned this drop right here. It looked awkward, and he just managed to hang on. Awesome surfing there, and he was able to capitalize with one more hit on the inside reef there. A little bit of body language showing that he liked that. Here's the 6.0 for Brett, getting himself back in the heat. Very smart move here. I love this turn right here. He clicks it off the top. Bang. Crispy turn, and then he draws out a carve to finish it off.
Right out the back, Simpo utilizing priority, times the bottom turn and goes completely vertical. Beautiful first turn. Backs it up with a second turn, and he'll take his time. Casual cutback, stays in the pocket, hoping a little face starts to stand up on the inside, but definitely the wave he was looking for, trying to improve a 6.74 or better. Was it enough? But however, score starting to drop for Nat Young as we hit the 3.5-minute mark, and it is going to make things a little bit more challenging for Simpo.
Yeah, he's going to need basically an excellent ride, but I tell you what, that first turn was a cracker. Huge tail slide, big spray out the back, just a slight bobble right there. That could hurt his cause. And then the wave flattens out for Brett, so he's relegated to cutbacks. They're smooth, we can see he's really trying to draw them out, but a little bit of frustration there, knowing that if he would have had just one more steep section, he could have pinned the lip and got into that excellent range.
Well, things are getting interesting for the roommates here. 7.17 for Nat Young's last wave. Now Simpo is hunting an 8.67, as you anticipated, a wave in the excellent range under the 3-minute mark. This is his 5th year on tour, and he has yet to find the real flow that everyone was expecting from Brett Simpson, as Nat Young will take a quick look at the back. He'll take his time on that first turn, but looking very sharp until that. Interesting mishap for Nat Young. Not the typical Nat Young we're used to seeing.
Now you can see he was anxious there, trying to get down the line, and overexerted himself in that little bottom turn there, and actually headed over the board. But right now he has a solid lead. Brett not able to better his situation there, Pat, so still needing that 8.67.
Interesting. Even with the explosiveness on that turn, judges obviously liking the distance and the amount of turns of those other waves, but that first turn that he did was unbelievable.
I believe in the judge's mind, the 4.5 was basically on the merit of that turn you were mentioning. That first turn was excellent. After that, he had a bobble and then a couple just sort of lazy cutbacks, so he's going to have to go back out there and grab a big wave.
Interesting. Once again, Simpo's back up against the wall, just kind of shadowing what we saw at Margaret River in round 2, where Nat Young got the upper hand. You mentioned Brett did get the win over Nat Young at the 2013 Quicksilver Pro France, but it's all about the 2014 season. And talk to Simpo, you can hear it in his voice how badly he wants to just get that one heat, get past it. It's like a monkey off his back.
I think for him, he has to keep battling. He's got a ton of talent. Everyone acknowledges that. So, hey, you know what? If he's not getting solid results this year so far on a CT, make sure he backs himself up on the primes. Make sure he gets back on tour. That's the main thing, because sooner or later his luck will change.
In your days of competing, did you ever have a good frenemy situation? Someone you kept facing in the heats as we check in with Simpo. 60 seconds on the clock, hunting an 8.67, a very small wave in comparison to the other waves that have been coming through, so most likely won't impact his score line. As 50 seconds left, now priority will shift back out to Nat Young. What a heat.
Yeah, and this is going to be a frustrating result, no doubt, for Brett. But Nat Young, he's such a tough competitor. Look how many waves he caught. He caught three more waves than Brett, so he's staying just a touch more busy, really grinding it out. But I tell you what, that 7.17, those couple of turns that Nat Young did were unbelievable. So great surfing for him.
What Nat Young has done a lot that we've seen is amazing wave choice. Been very tactical throughout the season. It's what's led to his success, just even with those 2 fifth-place finishes. That's why he was Rookie of the Year in 2013. Simpo still needing an 8.67 unloads, but just a huck and hope turn, and that will round it out as we count it down the last 5 seconds here in Heat 4, round 2. Disappointment for Brett Simpson. However, Nat Young moves onward and forward out of elimination round here in round 2. Coming up, CJ Hobgood and Tiago Perez when we continue with the Fiji Pro right after this.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
We just witnessed a very tight battle between Nat Young and Brett Simpson. However, Nat Young getting the nod as he moves onward and forward here at the Fiji Pro. Right now, however, one of the most successful surfers ever to hit the water here in Fiji, CJ Hobgood, former world champ, up against Tiago Perez in this matchup. Who do you give the edge to, Ross?
Well, based on the performances yesterday, CJ Hobgood looks like he's flying down the line. And you can see just what I mean. He's on a four-fin setup. He's going to get so much speed, and there you go. In typical fashion, CJ sniffing out that tube right, trying to get out there. You can see how much ground he covered, nearly making it out to that next section, and that wave not cooperating.
Being awarded a 2.5 for that. As we look at the stats, 34 years old. He's got 5 thirds here in Fiji and has come second, runner-up twice. His brother Damien able to find success here, and CJ Hobgood so desperately wants a win here in Fiji. He knows the way, both restaurants and Cloudbreak, so well.
Yeah, he sure does, and especially the bigger it gets, the more dangerous he is. But Tiago Perez, you know, he has a chance, even though I would say CJ is definitely the favorite in his heat. Tiago's got that wicked backhand where he can string together that vertical attack. It's so scoreable. It's an easy maneuver to visually take in for the judges with that backhand snap. You're puncturing through the lip. A lot of spray flies everywhere. So look out for Tiago. He could be dangerous.
And in terms of matchups, CJ Hobgood getting the edge. In terms of man-on-man heats, 2013 at the Quicksilver Pro Gold Coast, took Tiago out in round 2, and then there was the quarterfinal in Tahiti back in 2010, where CJ definitely dashed Tiago's hopes to get a strong Tahiti finish. In terms of 2014 campaign, Tiago has had a bit of a dismal season, a 13th on the Gold Coast, 25th at Bells, and the 13th at Rio, but that's the injury that he's really trying to come back from. He's trying to nurse it. It's one of those nagging things. It's something he can surf on, but that sometimes can be a worse injury to deal with.
Yeah, we saw that piece on him where he was recovering, he was back on it, and then he re-injured it a little bit, sending him backwards just after West Oz. So it's good news that he's here. It looks like he's got everything back on program. But again, when you hurt something like your knee, it's always in the back of your head. You're not 100% sure when that thing's going to buckle.
Well, so far, CJ Hobgood looking awfully hungry on that first wave. We pointed out getting a 2.5, priority sitting with Tiago. And there are some barrels on offer. Big question is, can you find them? It's an interesting kind of in-between time tides-wise as we take a look up the point with CJ and Tiago. Great to see CJ so fired up as of late, joining the Salty Crew company. So he's got the main sponsor now, which is going to help things out. Up till now, he was a privateer, getting a little help throughout the past 2 years. And the judges here at Cloudbreak looking for commitment and degree of difficulty, of course, innovative and progressive maneuvers, but it's that combination of major maneuvers. They want to see variety in the 3 main criteria: speed, power, and flow.
Yeah, you know, all of those are great things to look at, but I think the biggest thing that makes a difference is that commitment. You know, usually that translates into a big first turn on the outside. That's where usually the wave is the biggest and the most hollow. So if you can commit to that first big turn, the judges will eat that up. And then at that point, it's all about putting icing on a cake, really finishing the wave off.
High risk, high reward. We're talking about CJ being the privateer, now having the sponsors and the psychology of having a sticker on your board. Do you think that that's something that could resonate with a surfer that has had success, where he feels that the companies are paying for in terms of not so much accomplishment, but in terms of what the potential is there? As we check in, Tiago finds his first wave, drives down the line, makes it through a little whitewater section. He'll have to ditch that. So no success there for Tiago on wave number 1.
Yeah, you know, to your point, Pat, I think it's just all about feeling supported. You know, CJ being somewhat of a privateer without that main clothing sponsor over the last several years. After a while, maybe it just eats at you a touch, thinking, hey, what's going on here? You know, I'm a past world champion. You know, how come there's not all these huge contracts flying my way? So even though he's confident in himself and his ability, after a while, that kind of eats at you a little bit. So I'm sure now that he's got a company backing him, you know, him being part of that company, I believe it just feels like the extra support. It's like, okay, that's one less thing to worry about. Let's concentrate on having fun and going surfing.
We just saw an interesting heat prior to that as Tiago finds his second wave, gets a good hit off the top, drives the bottom turn. Quick float section, can he get around? And he'll have to cut out. We just checked out a good feisty frenemy showdown between Nat Young and Brett Simpson as we see CJ Hobgood eyeing it up. He'll wait for the bottom turn, send it to the top, clean carve, wraps it back, lays into that second turn. CJ Hobgood looking awfully smooth, and he'll get a clean finish. So a great exchange as we check in with Ronnie Blakey, who's with Nat.
Cheers, Pat. Nat Young. One of the more solid performances we've seen today, getting through with a couple of sevens. Great surfing. Nat, how'd you feel?
I felt good. You know, I was excited to be able to surf another heat. I wasn't necessarily stoked that I was in round 2, but you know, the waves kind of turned on. It's better today. It's less windy, and you know, there's more opportunities. So I'm stoked that I actually got to surf that round and that I made it too.
The boys touching on the fact that you and Brett, obviously good friends, fellow teammates. That was the second 25th you've handed Brett this year. You beat him at Margaret River also. I mean, on the flip side, as stoked as you are winning, is it hard to see a friend down and out?
Yeah, it's you know, when we saw the matchup again, we were both bummed. We're both staying in the same beret, you know, so if he leaves, then I'm kind of staying by myself, pretty much with Jimmy Wilson. But yeah, it sucks to surf against one of your best friends, and you know, I guess, you know, it just happens. It seems to happen a lot, but yeah, I'm stoked I can continue going.
2 quarterfinals already this year. What are your goals for Fiji? Obviously, you look confident in that clash.
My goal for Fiji this year is probably to do better than I did last year. I got a 9th here last year. You know, I just want to keep surfing these waves. It's, you know, it's some of the best waves I get to surf all year, so I just enjoy surfing the heats I get to surf.
Dominant performance from the Goofy Footer, moving on through to round 3. Congratulations, Nat.
Thanks, Ron. As we check in with Tiago, Tiago gets a quick pull and unable to make it out, but the wave prior to that, CJ Hobgood, definitely just showing he is comfortable with the conditions. Some of the best surfing we've seen from CJ this year.
Unbelievable. That last wave from CJ, he was flying down the line. A couple of beautiful turns again, riding that quad, going so fast. So we'll see where that comes in with the scores. But just to touch base again real quickly on Brett and Nat, I think it's just irritating more than anything for them to have that matchup together. They're staying together. They're having a lot of fun in between heats, and now his buddy's going to have to go home. But we see CJ right here. Look how much speed he gets off that carve. I love this layback hack right here. Really stomping on that back foot. That was a beautiful turn, a lot of power. Finishes it up with a quick little float. I'm not 100% that's the score, but he just got a 4.17. So that came in a little under what I would like to have seen, but nonetheless, his surfboard looks really sharp.
Well, by virtue of the 2.5 and the 4.17, now Tiago needing only a 2.68. Tiago, his low score 1.4, his best a 4. So some big turns from CJ. We saw yesterday CJ throwing up some good combos too with barrels, some turns following the tube sections. Good variety out of CJ, and you mentioned the speed. Board is looking really comfortable on his foot.
Well, you know, if you look at the criteria and to break it down simply, you know, a 5-point ride is average surfing. On that wave, CJ just got, you know, to me, that was good surfing. You know, that was really good surfing. Maybe not excellent because it wasn't a set wave, and he just had a 2.5 nice turns. So a little surprised on a 4.1.
So things going a little quiet as we near the 20.5-minute mark here in Heat 5, Round 2. Elimination round winner moves on to Round 3. And in terms of Tiago, desperately needing a strong finish here at the 5th stop. Mentioned a 2/13 and a 25th, battling with that injury. Looking comfortable in the free surfs, and he says the injury is not nagging him as it was before. So hopefully he can keep that at bay and climb out of this situation. 2.68 is the score he needs under the 20-minute mark. As we check out the back, Tiago finds another one and just loses the handle under the lip, and big mistake for Tiago right there.
And CJ right out the back, he's going to say, thank you very much, Pat.
Capitalize on the wave behind it. CJ drives down the line, pulls in lots of tube in front of him, and he can't make it out.
So you can see some of these set waves are swinging wide. And what I mean by that, if you look out to your screen and look to your right side, that would be the wide angle of the reef. And when the swell switches down that part, the wave gets really fast, and you're not able to keep up with it. So ideally, you'd like to see the sets load up on the left side of your screen at the top of the reef and peel nice and slow down the reef. That enables you to open up and do, you know, 4 or 5 turns.
And there we see Brett Simpson fresh off obviously a very disappointing Round 2 matchup with good friend Nat Young. His campaign is done here at Fiji, so he'll have to look forward to the next stop on 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour and find that rhythm that he knows he has. It's just like you said, it's getting that one kind of tipping point as the wind starting to tick up just a tad here at Cloudbreak. We hope it stays in the medium range.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know, I had many losses on tour when I was on for all those years, and it doesn't feel good. You know, it's a blow to your gut. You know, it just kind of feels like a knot in your stomach. You don't want to leave. You know, you don't want to make the arrangements to change your flight. Just everything about it is irritating. You want to stay here. You want to win. You want to feel that joy from getting victories heat after heat. So it is tough to rebound, but, you know, you really have to look long range, and that's what Brett's going to have to do.
2001 world champ finds another wave, staying very busy. He'll take a quick look, trying to replace a 2.5, the high score at 4.17. 3 explosive turns. Judges liking those turns to the point awarding a 4.17, so he's going to have to try to build on that as the flotilla starts to grow out here at Cloudbreak. Day 2 of action at the Fiji Pro. And so far, we're liking what we see. Just a slight puff of the wind. Nothing too strong as what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, you can see those Samsung flags whipping there in the wind, but I'll tell you what, it is a hell of a lot smoother today than it was yesterday. So hopefully this wind stays right at this tempo. It's not too bad. You can see yesterday that screen would have been filled with white caps. Right now it's mostly blue water. So hopefully this will stay just like this. High tide is at 1040, I believe. So as soon as we get over that hump, it will clean up even more.
So priority sitting with Tiago Perez. CJ Hobgood still on top, albeit a narrow margin. Can Tiago find the 2.68? We'll continue with the Fiji Pro right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Former world champ CJ Hobgood in the water right now up against Tiago Perez, and for the moment he is on top, under 16 minutes on the clock in this elimination round, Heat 5. Both surfers trying to advance to round 3, and CJ Hobgood trying to stay active. He's sitting on a 4.17 and a 2.5, fairly low scores considering the waves that we've seen come through in earlier rounds. Tiago only needing a 2.68, so a very low scoring affair. A little surprised by the numbers so far?
Yeah, definitely. So, you know, looking at the screen there, look, these waves are, you know, tricky. And that being said, you know, if you get a wave that really cooperates and loads up on the top of the reef, maybe we'll see CJ able to mix it up a little bit and win the judges over.
Well, CJ finds another, and he'll quickly kick out. Way too behind the section on that one. Now priority will shift to Tiago as we have a nice look across the channel there at the flotilla and all the support crew, water safety, as well as all the surfers on the main boat. Coming up following CJ Hobgood and Tiago, we'll have B. Durbridge and Dion Atkinson.
A 2.68 to move into first. And leading the heat, the surfer in red, CJ Hobgood. CJ,
a lot of the surfers, including Alejo there, just to get a good perspective as he looks forward to his heat coming up in a bit. And right now, though, Tiago been fairly quiet, still waiting for that 2.68.
Yeah, you know, CJ's vulnerable right now with these low scores. Tiago has yet to really put together a nice wave. Again, you know, we mentioned his backhand is deadly. He can throw that board vertical up in the lip. I believe that's going to be easy for the judges to score. You know, that exciting, you know, once you break through the lip there and throw spray and snap it back on your backhand, sometimes that can be an advantage.
There's always been so much discussion in terms of finding that magic board. Would you say CJ is finding at least one of the boards that's really working for him?
You can see it, that extra flow and spark. Another guy that comes to mind is Glenn Hall. You know, his surfboard looked just maybe a touch faster than most of the guys on tour right now. CJ's on one of those boards to me where he is flying. It almost looks like artificial speed. and that's why I'm really enjoying his surfing. He's got so much whip through those turns. So let's see if he can hook into a wave that allows him to do, string together 3 or 4 turns.
In the next heat, rookie Dion Atkinson up against Bede Durbridge. We expect just to be a power session. Both surfers not afraid to throw a lot of water, and hopefully each surfer can navigate a couple of tubes if the waves produce a little scoring opportunity, as things a little quiet, little lowly right now, as Tiago only needs a 2.68. You talked about CJ leaving himself open. However, and he's been active trying to get something started here, but not a lot of waves coming through.
Yeah, I would agree. And, so they're going to have to sit patiently, but there's a lot of time left, 12.5 minutes. And this happens out here, especially as the tides peak on the low or high side. The ocean has a tendency to go through a little hangover period where it likes to settle in, and then the sets start pumping through.
So Priority, as CJ made his way back out, now Priority sitting with CJ Hobgood as we await some type of activity. So Priority with Hobgood, Tiago needing only a 2.68. So you can see Tiago moving a little farther up the point. Anything that were to come through, CJ could drop in and opt to kick Tiago off that wave.
Correct, but this is becoming more of a common tactic, so to speak. I kind of like it because it really forces the issue with the man who has priority. If you take off and you're going down the line, sometimes you can pressure the competitor into going, well, I better go. Whereas if you're sitting side by side, it's more of a paddling issue where you're trying to force it by making him paddle in together with you. Whereas if you're already up and riding and paddling, that guy better hurry up and commit to the wave. So even though CJ has the opportunity to go on any wave he wants, Tiago can force him to go by standing up.
Well, so far, CJ Hobgood, we mentioned the 4.17, his best wave so far. His low, a 2.5. Really surprised to see both score lines so low in this heat. We've seen a flurry of activity in earlier rounds, and it's one of those things at Cloudbreak. It's just showing its moodiness, unfortunately.
Yeah, so it's just how it is out here, and a lot of good venues, around the world, locations like this, they go side and side with big tides, and where there's big tides, usually there's big lulls. That's just how it is, with so much water moving around. Then you put on top of that the fact that this wave is 2.5 miles away from the little island of Tavarua, let alone the main island of Fiji. So this is out in the middle of the ocean.
And we start talking about points after round 2. 500 points if you end your campaign here, but if making it into the 13th or round 3, we should say, it's a big jump in points. And obviously being the 5th stop, it really starts to calculate into the world title contention.
Yeah, as you can see on the bottom of your screen here, at 25th, that is a death sentence. 500 points, you more than triple your points just by making one round. So that, that's really crucial. And then obviously you get to all these different tiers, where you're just trying to stay on the bubble or requalify.
So Tiago under priority, they'll give priority now to Tiago. CJ utilizing priority, knocking Tiago off the wave. Drives down the line, big quick speed turn off the top, and gets caught up a little bit with the lips, stays with it, just flying down the line, quick speed float, and he'll be done. So keeping Tiago off the wave, he was needing a 2.68, but a wave behind that, Tiago waits for the bottom turn, he'll send it to the top. Another solid turn, sends a little more spray on the second exchange, and even more so on the third, and a good redirect to finish things off. So Tiago only needed a 2.68. Now the situation is going to intensify for CJ. However, CJ on that wave, he was looking to ditch a 2.5.
It is going to be a dangerous situation here for CJ Hobgood. Tiago opened up on that last wave, and it was all about the tempo of the wave. It slowed down just enough for him to open up and do 3 backside stabs, and those are such clear signals for a big number. So I believe he's definitely going to drop a giant score here, and you're going to see the tempo of the wave as he forced the issue, as we mentioned, with that priority, made CJ fly down the line on this. This wave didn't have a lot of scoring opportunity. You can see all these maneuvers were to get down the line. He couldn't really force the issue with throwing his tail or doing a snap. Everything was a floater to get out to the shoulder. So that wave definitely not cooperating. Now this wave, on the other hand, slowed down for Tiago, and that enabled him to go do some surfing up and down the wave, cracking it vertically. This third turn right here is money. Love how he draws it out, flings that tail out the back, and and then a smooth little ender right there on that last section. So great surfing from Tiago. It's going to be a big number.
Well, scores coming in on that last wave for CJ Hobgood. He narrowly betters his scoreline with a 3.23. So Tiago now needing a 3.41, but as you pointed out, some explosive turns by Tiago, and we'll wait for scores to drop as we near the 8-minute mark. Now priority sitting with CJ Hobgood. So a good back and forth so far, just hoping for more waves to come through in the last 8 minutes. Question is, can CJ Hobgood, in terms of the score line, Tiago trying to get rid of the 1.4, and obviously we expect a definite improvement on his score line, but can CJ Hobgood find something to improve his situation in the last few minutes?
Yeah, he's going to be up against it. You know, he's going to hear this number drop. We might even see CJ get slightly frustrated.
Wow.
There's some couple of numbers dropping right now. It looks like it might break that excellent range.
It's right on the bubble. I'll tell you what, though, it's going to make CJ's situation a little bit more challenging here in the last few minutes of the heat, and there it is, a 7.7. So with 7.5 on the clock, now priority sitting with CJ Hobgood. Hobgood needed a 7.61.
And there's the frustration. You could predict that from CJ. I guarantee he was a little salty about that 4.17, thinking, you know, hey, I surfed good on that wave. And then he's going to hear that number drop from Tiago, 7.7. So he's going to have to rein those feelings back in, control himself. The heat is not over yet, Pat.
How do you handle that as a competitor when you feel like you're surfing your best, but you're not getting the numbers you feel you deserve?
You have to keep those emotions at bay, because you know some surfers surf good mad. I never did. It just you have to really ride that fence line of harnessing that anger into good maneuvers. You don't want to overturn it and fall. So there's a balance there. But you know, if CJ's smart, he'll keep those emotions at bay and realize this heat's not over.
And it's really assessing what the judges are looking for at any particular break. Sometimes focusing on the barrels, sometimes focusing on the turns and variety. 6.5 on the clock.
I think the story of the day in terms of numbers for me is up and down surfing scoring really high. When you're going more horizontal with the wave, like that carve right there, beautiful speed snap. I love that turn right there. But again, he projected down the line. I love that last little float too. This is a 4.17. So you can see he's not super happy with that, but this wave right here, getting suckered into it, he had priority. I believe that was a poor choice for CJ. He might have let Tiago go in this one because it was so fast, he wasn't able to do any big moves. All of this was down the line floats. So this is where that wave came in on the outside, this number 2 wave of the set, and he was able to go up and down. See him go to the bottom of the wave, bottom turn, and stab it on the top. Again, right here to the bottom, back to the top, throwing tons of spray, and then he finishes it off with that smooth third turn. So big number, 7.7, definitely the wave of the heat. But right now, CJ battling those emotions.
Well, down to the wire, 5.5 on the clock. CJ Hobgood does have priority, and he needs a 7.61. Can the former world champ find it? He's been showing great form in all the free surfs and the heats leading up to this. Looking very fast, comfortable on his board. And a couple of lines approaching. Will he utilize priority as we see CJ Hobgood will let this one pass. Tiago now trying to get rid of a 4. He'll take a look, and it's a no-go for him. Is there anything behind it? As we take a look at the lineup via the water safety.
Well, that was smart for CJ, you know, not getting suckered into that wave from Tiago. You could see he was trying to sell it just a little bit, but he has priority, so he's going to ride this last 4 minutes out and wait for a bomb. And really, he needs to look for that wave like Tiago's that slows down a bit, where he can get to the bottom and stab it more vertically. I believe that's where he'll break through that excellent range.
We talked about it at the top of the heat. CJ is one of the most seasoned surfers out here. He's spent so many hours surfing cloud break and restaurants. Are you a little surprised that he's not finding the gems, albeit they're far and few between?
You know, it's just a different animal. You know, when it's big out here and there's barrels at hand and you're taking off on the ledge, no doubt his knowledge is priceless. You know, it's something that he really has over his other competitors. But when it's small like this, it levels the playing field a lot. Everyone knows where to sit. There's no real tricks in the reef. You pretty much just want to get those waves that have a nice slow pace.
I think it's no question. Yeah, heaving cloud break, you'd have to give the advantage to CJ up against the likes of Tiago Perez. but dealing with a little bit smaller cloud break today. Almost a more fun, progressive approach. Some fast sections.
And just keep in mind, too, here as we see B. Durbridge making his way into the lineup, Tiago's no slouch out here. You know, I kind of gave a little bit of a nod in terms of who's a favorite in the seat to CJ, but I also mentioned that Tiago has a dangerous backhand, and of course that 7.7, he displayed that. He's got that vicious hook where he throws a lot of spray. He's got that compact style.
Under priority, Tiago will take a look at this one. As we pointed out, trying to drop a 4. He drives down the line. Starts off with a solid turn, sends it to the top and whacks it vertical, and he'll go down.
Beautiful surfing there from Tiago. Trying to get rid of that 4, as you mentioned. 2 big turns. I love that closing turn on a closeout. It's going to be right there, maybe just a little better. CJ doing what he needs to do, though, Pat. He needs to go for a big wave to string together 3 or 4 turns.
Down to the wire, CJ would be the highest scoring wave that he's seen so far. 7.61 his highest, the 4.17. His low score, a 3.23, 2.5 minutes on the clock. Can the Floridian find his form as time is winding down? As we wait for scores for Tiago on that last wave, we'll have to see if it betters a 4. It was only 2 turns, but judges liking what they're seeing from Tiago at this point.
Yeah, definitely. And so right now they're going to deliberate over that last wave to see if that betters the situation. It is a crucial wave because if he does achieve something higher than a 4, that's going to make CJ's work a little harder. So they'll definitely make sure they deliberate over it.
Well, CJ up to this point has been able to sniff out the tubes in earlier rounds as scores drop. And wow, the 2 turns, judges feeling Tiago in a big way right now as we wait for one last number to drop, 4.8. So now CJ Hobgood needs a score in the excellent range, 8.43. And it's down to the wire, minute and a half. Can CJ do it? He does have priority.
So time worth well spent there for Tiago, backing up that 4, improving his situation by a near point. And now he's really tightening the screws on CJ, isn't he? CJ right there, he's on the right side of your screen. He has priority, so he's not getting pulled up the reef by Tiago. A minute left, Pat. He's going to need one more set to come in.
See a few lines approaching, albeit medium to smaller size. Can he find anything to work with here? Under the 60-second mark, you can see way up the point. Tiago's just doing what you're talking about, staying active, getting a little farther up. Now he's going to try to get rid of a 4.8. Now under 45 seconds left, Tiago will drive down the line. Out the back, however, CJ Hobgood needed an 8.43. And Tiago just staying busy. Another quick few turns and he's out. 30 seconds out the back. Is there anything for Hobgood?
Really good surfing there from Tiago. He's got such great style. I love the way he sort of guides his surfing with his front arm and hand. You can see he gets really compact as he cracks it off the top. So good surfing there. He might even bettered his situation. Surfboard looks great. Tiago really tightening screws on CJ. You know, he's surfing really well.
As we count it down, the former world champ CJ Hobgood has to be disappointed, showing such comfort and amazing surfing as we check in with the bar as they are continuing watching round 2. So CJ Hobgood unable to advance. Tiago Perez moves on. When we come back, B. Durbridge, Dion Atkinson take the water here in Fiji.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
You are watching the Fiji Pro here from the island of Tavarua, the fifth stop of the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. The view out at Cloudbreak as we await our next heat in round 2. It is B. Durbridge, current number 11, and the rookie in his first season on the CT, Dion Atkinson. A great matchup when you talk about power. If they can find the waves, Ross, which has been challenging, we can expect some spray out here at Cloudbreak. And B. Durbridge, wasting no time, gets right to work on this first wave. Not afraid to send it to the top as Bede makes good work in the first wave of the exchange up against the rookie.
Yeah, I'd give Bede a slight edge in his seat, being that he has a slightly better vertical attack. He loves to sort of stomp on his tail. He's got that narrow stance and really tap his surfboard vertically up on a lip on his backhand, whereas Dion really likes to round out his carves. He's one of the smoothest operators on tour. He goes for those round type of power turns more than anyone. So we'll see, you know, if he can utilize that type of technique against Bede.
Dion Atkinson having an interesting season so far in his rookie campaign. 213ths and 225ths, and down from Adelaide, Australia. They talk about being the first CT surfer since Jared House making his way all the way on the CT. Not an easy thing to do, to make your way on the CT when you come from an area of anonymity, so to speak, in terms of where the surf media is focused.
I'd agree. You know, there's some parallels there with a lot of people around the globe that have to work that little bit of extra effort to get to the you know, in the limelight, let alone break out onto the tour.
As we look at career matchups, last time they met, 2014, it was at the previous stop at the Rio Pro in round 1, a 3-man matchup. So this the first time man-on-man, where B. Durbridge taking on the rookie Dion Atkinson. B. Durbridge, you talk about those huge hacks that he's known for. If he can find the waves, he's definitely going to put it to the test. Dion finds his first wave, and he gets right to work as well. Softens up a little bit as we're seeing a change in conditions. He'll wrap it back and then finish it off with one hit to the top. So scores coming in for B. Durbridge, a 3.83 on the first wave, as Dion's scores yet to drop on the first wave for him.
Yeah, you can see high tide is still filling in, nearly peaked right now. So as that happens, as we get in the flip side, maybe we'll see the waves get a little more consistent. But I'll tell you what, that first turn from Dion definitely was vertical. So he knows maybe he has to adjust the type of surfing that he enjoys doing to maximize his points.
Well, we just saw, unfortunately for CJ Hobgood, taken out in round 2. However, for Tiago Perez, a little success for him as he moves onward. We check in with him. He's with Ronnie Blakey.
Cheers, Pat. Yeah, a big result for Tiago in a couple of ways. Obviously, CJ has one of the best track records out here. He's never dropped a round 2 heat or a round 3 heat. But Tiago also hasn't overcome CJ in man-on-man competition before, 3 previous heats, but you got him there.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for CJ. You know, he's probably one of the best surfers out there, at least on the top 5 for sure. And I knew it was going to be a tough heat. And I kind of also knew that CJ was going to bet on the barrels, and there aren't many barrels right now. And you know, after I was a bit stressed in the beginning of the heat, my board isn't really sticking to my foot yet, but you know, it's getting better. And after I dropped that 7, I got confident, and then I think my surfing kind of got a bit looser and went good.
Impressive the way you dug in on that 777. I know that you are carrying a couple of injuries into this event, and you also suffered one in the heat.
No, just a little hug and a reef. But yeah, you know, after my heat yesterday, I was really disappointed, and it's probably my lowest heat ever, or probably one of the lowest on ASP history. But you know, I kept my nerve, and I knew that I had something to show. I really like my you know, surfing backside and in these powerful waves. So.
And touch on the injuries for us quickly.
Yeah, my knee's feeling good when I'm surfing. It's just outside hurts a bit more, and I did my back in one of these boat rides over here. So I've been working really closely with the physio, and he's been helping a lot.
Great work, Tiago. The biggest upset of the event so far. We'll throw it back to you guys. Moving on through Tiago Perez.
Thanks, Ronnie. And it's amazing for his campaign. We talked about Tiago just not having the strong 2014 season he was hoping for, battling with that injury, but he looks comfortable, and a big shocker for CJ Hobgood. As we jump right out to the lineup, B. Durbridge, large wrapping carb, brings it back, sends it to the top, goes vertical with that next turn, quick snap, and Bede looking awfully loose. Stays with it, quick foam climb, and he'll finish it off. So B. Durbridge trying to stack a good score on the 3.83 and the 6.67, trying to get rid of that 3.83. And his second wave so far, Dion Atkinson, lots of distance there, trying to get out in front. Quick float section for him, and big whipping turn up the top. Another floatable section for Dion, and he'll get too far behind it.
Well, I'll tell you what, that wave from B. Durbridge was unbelievable. Great surfing from there. You can see how loose he is. You know, he has a great nickname for this place, the White Fijian, as he's known. You know, he's a big unit, a tall guy, so powerful. But look how loose he is right here. Love that drawn-out carve, showing that, hey, you know what, this wave's going to load up for me. And he took his time. And it paid off with that second turn, third turn right there, even more spray. Really finding rhythm, gaining confidence on each turn. So he stabbed that last one. Little float there at the end to finish it off, but that's a great surfing for Bede. And you know, when you have a wave where you click together like that and find that rhythm, it gives you a lot of confidence. So you can see he's got some pep in his step right now.
So that was the 6.67, his low a 3.83. The best he's done here is back in 2008, a 5th place finish. Now Dion Atkinson, the rookie out of Adelaide, Australia, needing a 6.18. And Dion Atkinson was hoping that there were going to be some big barrels here. That's what he thrives in. But unfortunately, Cloudbreak serving up a little bit more of a progressive down-the-line approach. And Dion Atkinson has that amazing work ethic, great attitude. He's put it to use making the CT. It was a long, arduous charge for him. And much like other rookies on tour this year, definitely appreciative of his place in the CT. But B. Durbridge, when you stack the two together, we're talking about the difference in terms of strength on the backside. You're giving the edge to Bede.
Well, I think Bede is definitely a little looser for such a big guy. You know, he's one of the loosest, has one of the loosest techniques on tour. He really whips his hips around and gets that board vertical. A lot of fins-free types of moves from Bede. He makes everything look easy, sort of like a Joel Parkinson. He's got great smooth style and technique. But, you know, Dion, he's been surprising people. He turned a lot of heads on the Gold Coast, making it through a couple of heats, and so he's got a lot of capability. He's just trying to warm up to the idea of being on the World Tour, and so along the way he's going to have some bumps and bruises, but you know, he's definitely dangerous. He could take a win out here for sure.
Dion Atkinson being awarded a 5.5 on that last wave, so now all he needs is a 5.01 here in Heat 6, Round 2, as we see Dion under priority. He'll take a look as priority still sits with B. Durbridge out the back. And 3.83 is B. Durbridge's low score.
And there's an interesting dynamic. You know, Bede's been on tour for a long time, so he's wearing the red jersey. He's the top seed in this heat. That gives you confidence, but all of these competitors have mutual respect. He's not going to think this is a walkthrough by any means. He knows how dangerous Dion is. So, you know, the easiest thing to calm the nerves is a couple of big scores.
B. Durbridge taking a look at this. He'll utilize priority. Has a good amount of face to it. He'll drive down the line and a quick kick out. So relinquishing priority with that wave, priority will shift to Dion Atkinson. Looked like that wave had some promise, but then it just shut down in front of him.
Well, that's what I mean by grabbing a couple of scores. It's very common for the top seed to try and grab a quick lead. They love to turn the tourniquet, so to speak, on the lower seed to put some pressure on it, because maybe, you know, the lower seeds being in a new environment, they, you know, if you're the top dog, you're going to want to apply pressure to hope they buckle. So it's very common to see the guy in a red jersey get a quick lead.
Dion Atkinson under priority. You can see him moving a little deeper up the point. It's worked out in previous heats, able to grab those gems under priority. However, priority sits with B. Durbridge. All he needs to improve upon is that 3.83, a fairly low score for Bede. It's 20.5 on the clock. An interesting little lull so far we've been experiencing the past two heats here at the Fiji Pro. Hoping for some barrels. You know, we saw them early on. It's one of those things where you start the day off, you're anticipating, okay, it's going to be like this all day, but we know the moods of Cloudbreak as you deal with the title shift and a boat out of Namotu. A great rivalry between these two islands. Majority of the Australians stay on Namotu. The rest of the surfers here on Tavarua. Tavarua, unfortunately for Namotu, always primarily getting the edge when it comes to wins here at the Fiji Pro.
Yeah, it's definitely with a grain of salt, but you know, the majority of the Australians are staying on Namotu. The majority of Americans and others are staying on Tavarua, as we see a shot of the Kula Bar here on Tavarua Island. This is where all the, you know, most of the employees are. You know, this is where we are. So everything happens here on Tavarua, and that's what I think, quite frankly, the Australians like. And everyone likes that stays on Namotu. It's just a little quieter. They have a little bit of a bubble over there where they feel like, hey, you know, maybe we're the underdogs and we're going to take these guys down, the big machine.
A good shot across the channel, looking out past restaurants over to Namotu, and an incredible island in its own right. Some great waves over there as well. And hats off to the chef too. He's quite the quite the cook, and a chocolatier on top of that. So. Both great islands. They both serve up such unique experiences.
They really do. And if you're into kiteboarding or windsurfing, it's one of the best places in the world to go to. Namotu lefts there with that common trade wind. You know, it's ideal location for that. So there's all kinds of things on offer here.
Such an amazing place here in Tavarua, Fiji. Someone who's been coming here since he was 18 years old is none other than Kelly Slater. He's with Strider and Todd Klein. Guys.
We're hanging out with Kelly Slater. You know, Kelly's been up in the restaurant all morning watching the event so far. Kelly, congratulations on a good heat win yesterday. You mentioned in your interview with Ronnie Blakey that you felt like you were in good form, one of your best heats of the year. What do you think it was that, you know, you felt so well out there? Was it your board? Was it the waves, or a combination of the two?
My board felt nice, and you know, I just feel comfortable this wave. Know the reef real well, and you know, you can kind of, once you've surfed it a lot, you can kind of judge. You see a wave, you see a set coming, you kind of judge if it's going to go wide or go deep, and you know which of the sets going to be the good one. So, you know, I just made some good decisions, and I was kind of in sync. You know, I was in the right spot for the right wave. So.
No, during your GoPro breakdown, you were kind of giving away a few secrets. Maybe I saw.
No, I was throwing people off.
So none of that was actual.
That was totally inaccurate.
No factual information there from Kelly on that.
I'm going to pull a Freddie P here and say, no, Kelly was given information that was incorrect.
There you go.
And Kelly, you know, a special day today. You're here with your daughter. Is this her second or third event she's actually come to see you surf in?
Technically, it's her third. She went to one. She was a little kid.
At Trestles?
No, she went to one when she was really young in Hawaii, and she didn't remember it. But yeah, it's her 18th birthday today. Technically tomorrow in the States, but it's the 4th here. We're a day ahead, so. Yeah, it's cool. It's great that she's here.
And you've been able to get out. You know, you did some exploring across the islands the other day, and she was along. Just some good times with Taylor.
Yeah, just we went around and checked out Cloud 9, the food and bar over there, and then we went to a few islands and swam up to this like cave that this right barrel that Strider found the other day in the rocks, and just whatever. Just found some starfish and checked out the staghorn coral and. Found a crown of thorns, one of those really gnarly kind of things crawling around the bottom. So yeah, it's been fun. Every day we've had something to do.
So, you know, you here on the island, you have like a different setup than most of the people staying here. The competitors that come, you got your own jet ski, you got a place to stay at Roseman's house. Is that, you know, do you feel like that's a benefit for you?
Yeah, I think so. You know, it gives me just a little bit of freedom, my own kind of space. Just after coming here for so long and being friends with John forever, that a couple years ago I said, if I win the contest today, because he was saying, oh, there's a few extra jet skis in town. He goes, oh, maybe we should think about getting one. I said, oh, if I win the contest today, I'll buy one for the island. And he's like, really? I said, yeah, sure, why not? And so I won the contest. We bought a ski, and so it's all rigged up. Mike Slattery was out here a few months ago and rigged it up for me. So it's great to, you know, just have an extra sled out there.
Well, I think Ross Williams, you have a question for Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly, I know you're one of the guys on tour that loves to pay attention to all the heats, and just curious, you know, who are you most impressed by so far? Obviously, you had a great heat yourself, but who are you really paying attention to that's been impressing you out there?
Funny enough, you know, yesterday I thought CJ surfed really well. He didn't win his heat, but and obviously he just lost out. But he looked good. He looked in form. He just made a couple little funky decisions. He said on one of his waves yesterday, he came out of the barrel and kind of dropped low, and he said he couldn't get his foot in the right spot, and that was, we were all wondering why he wasted the speed on that wave. But you know, one little thing here and there, and you know, you're out of the contest. But I just watched that heat with Thiago, and you know, just stayed on the tail and put those real pocket wraps up there, and he looked good. And you know, there's some good surfing yesterday. Mitch Colburn surfed good. You know, I thought Wiggly surfed well this morning, and you know, Mick got the better of that one. A lot of good surfing. It's not hard to do good surfing out there. The waves do a lot of the work. So you know, there's been a bunch of guys surf really well so far.
And social media, a lot of people asking yesterday, saying your board did look really good in your heat. What specifically were you riding in that heat, Kelly?
It's funny. Yeah, I think that's a really good example of how certain equipment works good in different places, and I think my boards have been a testament to that this year, because I've basically been riding the same thing in every contest. And you know, at Bells, I think that's the most people I've ever had comment and say your board didn't look that good. But I'm riding basically the same exact thing here. And in this kind of wave, where there's more speed and power, that more rockered board, more tail kick, it fits in the pocket real well, and you get the drive because there's so much speed in the pocket already. So I did ride an epoxy board yesterday, and it's basically exactly what I rode at Margaret's, which I felt like I started to surf well at Margaret's towards the quarters and semis, and that was an epoxy also. The Gold Coast, I rode an epoxy, but it was a lighter foam, and it was bending too much as soon as I got up to speed on a wave that was head high or bigger. And I rode a regular PU board at Bells, and you know, it just didn't seem to fit the wave right.
Well, Kelly, thanks for your time, and best of luck in round 3. Enjoy the birthday with your daughter Taylor today. Happy birthday, Taylor, and guys, back to you.
See you guys. Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Strider, and of course, thanks, Kelly, for taking the time. It's been amazing to see over the years how comfortable Kelly Slater is out here, and how much love for the Islanders have for Kelly as well. It's this very reciprocal kind of aloha vibe. It's great to see. As 13.5 on the clock as we jump back into the competition. We saw Dion take that previous wave, needing a 5.61. Situation remains the same for him. He draws out that bottom turn, but we'll do the quick kick out. B. Durbridge was able to improve on that 3.83 to 4.43, as we'll looking back on the 4.43.
Well, you can see Bede, such a smart competitor, realizing he's going to rack up some points by getting to the bottom of the wave and stabbing it off the top. So he was able to achieve that on the outside, and here he has to race down the line as that wave reaches the shish kebab section. And there's such a fast, tricky wave there on the inside, but he manages to get a 4.43, building a slight lead over Dion.
Well, Dion does have a chance to dig out of his situation. A 5.61 is completely gettable. He's sitting on a high score of a 5.5. So interesting for Dion Atkinson, the rookie. Can he dig out? Let's check in with Ronnie Blakey.
Thank you, Pat. Yeah, CJ Hobgood's been good enough to have a chat with me. A loss to Thiago Perez, the first time he's ever been eliminated in the second round. CJ, a hard one to take, but you just really struggled to find a decent wave to get some good scoring opportunities out there.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I'm never going to make excuses, really. No, it was on me. Yeah, you know, it's just, I don't know, sometimes it just feels like I got to face a lot of adversity in my life before I can, before I'm allowed to really achieve. So, I don't know, every time I've lost or done bad, it's always somehow, you know, failure's been always a stepping stone for good things in my life as well. So, but yeah, man, I had trouble. I just wanted to like start building a house, and then next thing I know, the heat was over, really. I don't know what it looked like from here.
Well, it looked pretty good from here when you were getting barreled, but you just couldn't find the exits. I think the fact that everyone's talking about that heat result being the biggest upset of the event so far says a lot about the way you surf out here. 6 semi-final finishes, 2 runner-up finishes in the past. You really do love this place.
Well, yeah, you know, and I was just looking around and just reminding myself how much I do love this place. But, you know, man, it hurts, dude. I mean, it feels like I don't lose out here unless I lose to Slater, really. But Thiago freaking smashed me pretty much, you know. I didn't have much of an answer. And you got to find ways to win, you know, and you're dealing with the ocean. And that's why people tune in and watch, and that's why you show up, because you never know what can happen. And, gosh, man, I would have loved to see another day here.
Well, mate, we always love watching you surf. Good luck in the next event, and thanks for having a chat.
Thanks, Ronnie, and thanks, CJ Hobgood. Great to see that at least he's taken a, like you said, little healthy perspective on the loss. It's never easy to stomach, especially after having such an incredible success history here at Tabarua. As we check in with B. Durbridge, Bede trying to get rid of a 4.43, throwing buckets on that turn, sends it to the top. Looking very clean on this wave. Quick carve back, and it starts to soften up, so he'll kick out the back. Bede is looking on point, Ross.
Oh, that was a big turn. I'm going to guess that was definitely the score of the heat so far. So as CJ mentioned, you want to build a house out here. You want to grab score a little better than the last one and keep going and keep getting stronger and stronger. And that's exactly what Bede's doing right here, putting some stank on this turn right there. Tons of water displaced up to the horizon. You can see getting to the bottom, and that enables him to hit the lip vertically. The judges will eat that up. So he's on to a big number there, finishing with another strong snap in the pocket. A lot of spray. So Bede Durbridge definitely starting to tighten the screws on Dion.
We'll wait for scores on that. Bede Durbridge looking awfully comfortable on all the exchanges so far. Dion Atkinson, the rookie, his back up against the wall. He does have priority as he'll try to dig out in the remaining minutes of this heat. Round 2, elimination round. Winner moves on to round 3. As we can see, Bede making the move back out to the top.
Yeah, gonna get a hop on a jet ski, get a ride out the back, save that energy. No need to waste 5 minutes paddling way out the back. Now he's at the top of the reef. He's gonna head back towards where the waves break. So a great way to maximize our surfing here, Pat. We don't want to watch these guys paddling. We want to watch them rip.
We were talking about Dion Atkinson, how he was hoping for some bigger barrels situations here at Cloudbreak. You'd have to say the same for Bede Durbridge. When you have that North Stratty background, obviously no stranger to gaping tubes. I love to see Bede when it's big. It's definitely when he steps into a different type of comfort zone.
He's a well-rounded surfer, a strong regular footer, and you can see Dion.
Dion trying to dig back as Bede setting a very high tone, taking his time, sizing up the bottom turn, squares it up and sends it vertical, gets a little behind, able to get out in front. He'll do a quick cut back. And another casual cutback, staying in the pocket, hoping it stands up a little bit more on the inside. And soften it up just a little bit in a quick stab vertical to finish it off.
Wow, you can see Dion really taking his time, had a slower pace on that wave. But I like the fact that wave allowed him to get to the bottom and draw off of it and stab it off the top. So 3 strong moves for Dion. This is definitely going to open the door a little bit more for him. I believe he'll be back in the heat. Bede definitely dropped a huge score, and we'll get that to you as soon as we can. But right now, Dion's still in this thing.
Bede Durbridge out the back, having a look. He'll still have priority as there's more lines approaching. He'll just try to better his situation, waiting for the last few waves to come through this heat. Looking back on Dion Atkinson's wave, what did you like about this, Ross?
Well, I love that he stayed patient and waited to get to the bottom so that he could hit the lip square. Again, you can see him waiting, square off the bottom, and then he snaps it up the top, as opposed to getting out to the shoulder too soon and going for a cutback. He really drawed it, even again right there, getting to the bottom, and then now he's on the top of the wave, able to snap back, and a nice little vertical snap up there in the lip to finish that wave off. So I'm not sure if this is going to break into the excellent range, but it should keep him alive.
Bede Durbridge with 6:45 on the clock, a combined score line of 11.1. Dion Atkinson still hunting for a wave, and there's plenty of time in this matchup between Bede Durbridge and the rookie Dion Atkinson. We'll wait for scores to drop on Dion's last wave as it's just ticking down. So far, though, Dion doing a good job in terms of being patient, finding those waves that are standing up, showing a good wave IQ at a break that obviously Bede would have the edge in terms of experience at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, I would agree. Bede's got that loose vertical backhand attack. Dion takes his time a little more. As we see on your screen there, that's Alejo Moniz getting ready for the next heat. So Dion, he really stays patient and draws long lines. He likes to engage his rail and really draw out those turns. But you saw him finish up on that last ride with a vertical stab, so he's capable of both. And we're starting to see scores possibly start to fill in here. 5 minutes to go, Pat.
Yeah, just under the 6-minute mark as B. Durbridge on top by not a huge margin, 3.17. All Dion needs now is I say all, but scores in the excellent range as scores drop for that last wave of B. Durbridge. Dion Atkinson needed 8.67, and B. Durbridge just trying to better his score line, getting rid of a 6.67. So that last big wave of B. Durbridge, 7.7.
Big number, easily the best wave of the heat, and the judges taking advantage of that. Big score, 7.7. So now Dion needing a real big score, 8.67. So 5 minutes to go. He's not out of it, but you know he's still got maybe enough time to grab 2 scores.
In terms of the surfing that you're seeing Dion able to unload here at Cloud Break, obviously an 8.67 would have to be a set wave at this point.
Easily. It'd have to be a big wave, and he's going to have to go square off the bottom and crack the top a good 2 to 3 times to get a score in excellent range. So that's why I'm saying maybe he wants to consider backing up that 5.7 and getting something in a 2-wave range, but he's really running out of time.
As we hit the 4.5 mark here in Heat 6, round 2, we pointed out elimination round winner goes directly to round 3. Loser packs their bags, unfortunately, here in Tavarua, as priority sits with Dion Atkinson, looking for the 8.67. The Aussie power surfer, solid on that rail-to-rail game. That's what he's been relying on so far in 2014. We talked about how he thrives in bigger surf, was hoping for some big cloud break waves, but we're seeing a little bit more on the playful, progressive side of aspect of cloud break, as we see the remaining heats starting to make their way out into the water for round 2. Taking a look at the tides here, we're looking at a high tide, 4.8 at 10:52.
Yeah, so we are just now arriving there. It's 10:50 a.m. in Fijian time. So we're going to, definitely get over this hump, so to speak, and the conditions should start to improve.
And breakdown in terms of when it does get high at cloud break, how it changes with the swell bump and the conditions that we're looking at.
Well, you can see it right here. If we slow it down, I'm going to draw it for you. Right here, all this inside, this is inside the reef. All that chop can actually make its way through to the lineup. And what happens there on low tide, all of this gets exposed. And as it gets exposed, it creates a barrier. So the wind can't make it out to the break. It gets trapped by all the coral in here. And so it makes the conditions a lot smoother.
Well, hopefully, fingers crossed that conditions improve here on the second day of the 2014 Fiji Pro. As we near a peak of high tide, low tide will be coming in. Following that, under 3 minutes on the clock. Dion Atkinson still needing an 8.67. B. Durbridge on top by virtue of the 6.67, his low score, and a 7.7. 8.67 would be a tall order, but Dion could definitely find it, just waiting for any wave of scoring potential at this point. And Dion Atkinson off to a rather bit of a shocker start for his rookie campaign. We talked about the 2 13th place finishes, a 13th on the Gold Coast, 25th at Barnett River, 25th at Bells, and then a 13th in Rio. He had moments of comfort, especially on the Gold Coast. Didn't show any signs of nerves. However, obviously hoping for a little bit better than 2 13ths and a 25th.
Yeah, we saw that graphic earlier. A 25th place finish only garners 500 points. So those are brutal. Those kill you. But, those 13ths can keep you alive, especially if you sprinkle in a couple of 9ths or 5ths.
A couple of lines approaching, and it looks like Dion Atkinson will utilize priority with under 2 minutes left. Once again, waits for the bottom turn. Sends it up, gets almost swallowed in a lot of whitewater there. He'll wait for the turn again. Quick snap off the top, drives the bottom turn. Beautiful third turn, just unleashes on it. Quick carve back to the pocket, and he's done. So Dion Atkinson definitely making the best of that wave, needing an 8.67.
Wow, he really built momentum through this heat, through this wave, I should say, right there. Nice, clean crack. That's the commitment we were talking about. Big turn on the outside. So right now he's onto a big score. You can see him waiting for this wave to build back up, and another clean snap. This is the best turn easily on this wave right here. Clean snap, vertical, whips it around, a lot of spray right in that tight transition So this could be the best wave so far of this heat. B. Durbridge got a 7.7 earlier for a wave. We'll see how high the judges go with this one.
This is down to the wire. B. Durbridge now has priority. We are under 60 seconds, however. Right now, if B takes this, he's just looking to ditch the 6.67 as he hits the 45-second mark, and Bede will go to work on this. And a quick kick out. Now 30 seconds left, and it's all going to come down to what we've seen so many times so far, waiting on the scores.
That's what Dion needed. The worst case scenario for him was Bede backs up that 6.7 right behind him, but he didn't. He kicked out, so there is a glimmer of a hope. He really needs this score to go huge for him. It very well could be the best wave of the heat. So the judges are going to right now look at a replay and make sure they get the number right, because it's either going to have him advance on or go home.
So time is officially ticking down. Last 5 seconds. Dion Atkinson, he dug deep. Was it deep enough? 8.67 was the score he needed. B. Durbridge was definitely the dominant one in the majority of the heat, dropping a 6.67 and a 7.7.
Well, judges deliberating, making sure they get it right. A great wave there for Dion, so they're going to make sure they look at each move. That third turn was money. It was a great turn, a lot of spray, vertical in the pocket. So there's a chance, but it is a huge number at 8.67.
So looking back at the two best waves so far in the exchange, here's B. Durbridge.
Yeah, this is a 7.7, great speed snap to start. Compared to Dion, he had that big snap. Bede's second turn was a lot of spray there, a beautiful carve, third snap in the pocket, and then another quick one. So again, this is a 7.7, a great wave for Bede. Is Dion's better? We'll have to wait to see right here. We're going to get another look at it. Big commitment right there in the lip, air dropping off the ceiling. Getting bobbled just a touch, but look, it puts him right in the pocket again for that second snap, and this turns the one. Watch this. Bang, vertical snap in the pocket. That was easily the turn so far of this heat. And then he wraps it with a smooth cutback. So the judges got their work cut out.
Does that warrant the label excellent surfing right there? 8.67. That's the big question as judges still deliberating.
And here's the tricky part. He needs an 8.67. It's really hard to get that past that 8.5. You never know. There's a chance that they could go just under. So stressful couple of minutes here for Dion.
Well, you look back at the 2014 season, there's been some waves, even Michel Perez, one of them, who's had success at the Drug-Aware Margaret River Pro, where it was 2 turns and a fall, and you get scores like that in terms of the power and the commitment of those 2 turns.
Well, the thing that you need to be careful of is comparing event to event, even heat to heat. It's really each heat is a mini event. You can only compare wave to wave in that particular heat. It's dangerous to try to compare a score in a different event or even a different heat, because they really reset the scale each time.
Well, scores starting to drop. One judge says yes, another says no. 3 more scores to drop. It is down to the wire. 3 more scores to drop. Can Dion Atkinson grab an 8.67? Awfully close. Another judge says yay. 2 more scores to drop.
This is big, you guys, at 8.8 and at 8.7. One judge gave him an 8. So he is right on the fence. These are very important numbers. 1, 8.3, so 2 yes, 2 no.
And there it is, 8.5. He cannot do it.
Brutal.
Dion Atkinson narrowly misses taking down the power carver himself, B. Durbridge. Coming up next, Miguel Pupo, Alejo Munoz hit the water, and Joe Turpel and Martin Potter in for the call. Stay close. You're watching the Fiji Pro here from Tavarua.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
Thanks for being with us here on Tabarua Island. You're watching the Fiji Pro, the 5th stop on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. We head into an all-Brazilian battle. Miguel Pupo versus Alejo Muniz, Goofy versus regular, Sao Paulo versus the state of Santa Catarina. Joe Chappelle alongside former world champion Martin Potter as we look at the conditions about halfway through the second round. We knew it was going to be really fun and rippable in today's action. The tide's starting to drop. Potts, are you expecting some barrels this afternoon?
Well, I think with that tide going out, Joe, I think we should start seeing that inside section light up, and straight off right now, Miguel.
Getting a start against Alejo Muniz. You see him roller coastering down the line, goes off the bottom, setup work, back into the pocket. Nice tight top turn re-entry for Pupo, and he'll get the lead at the opening strike. Alejo Muniz now sitting with priority. So Pupo getting a quick wave during the break. Pupo has been really fun to watch and hollow left-handers over the last couple of years, Potts.
Yeah, no, he's starting to find his game, Joe, and he's looking really good.
Alejo Muniz now chasing a section, still highlining, building some momentum. Now setting this one up, still searching, now fades towards the bottom. Winds up, cracks it off the lip. Ton of control, and then he gets bobbled off when he was approaching the second section. Interesting fall, really uncharacteristic of Alejo.
You know, sometimes when your board gets going really fast, you've got to be right over those fins and make sure you get those things set. You know, it looked like Alejo just didn't quite get them set and hit a little bit of a bump and came off right there. So a critical mistake there. That could have been a good score. Had a lot of speed, and when you have a lot of speed out here, that normally ends up being turned into a pretty radical maneuver. So but back to the drawing board for both the boys. Miguel Pupo, 22 years of age, 5'9", 150 pounds. From Brazil, and I'll tell you what, Miguel, Jerry Lopez of Brazilian surfing, surfed incredibly well at Pipeline last year. Probably got one of the waves of the day, wasn't it?
It's probably the most perfect Pipeline wave you could have asked for. Miguel Pupo got it and then turned in a quarterfinal result at the end of last season en route to requalify. He started off last year injured, and Pupo relied on that quarterfinal to requalify in the top 22 of the WCT. Potts, as we look at the career matchup between these guys, it's 4-3 in Pupo's favor, and you focus on the round 2 matchups. They've had some heavy ones in the past. Miguel Pupo leading 3-1 over Alejo Muniz. The one win for Alejo came at Steamer Lane in round 2. The 3 wins for Miguel Pupo in round 2 started off on the Gold Coast in 2013, then Pipe, then more recently on the Gold Coast this year. Let's now check in with the boat with Ronnie Blakey.
Cheers, Joe. Yeah, with current world number 11, beat Durbidge. A very close heat. Dion Atkinson chasing an 8.67 in the final stages, and he caught that wave right at the end, and we had to wait for the score. But just show us exactly what your face did when that score dropped.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know.
You let out a pretty big sigh of relief.
Oh, definitely. I was. It was the biggest set of the heat for sure, and it had a nice tapered wall. And saw his first turn, he blew his tail out, and I'm like, oh, I hope the end goes bad. And I was trying to catch a wave after, so I didn't see what happened, but. Yeah, he must have surfed really well on it, and Dion's such a great surfer, and yeah, he'll find his feet soon. But yeah, just so glad I got through, and I felt to surf really well for the waves I had. Didn't let too many opportunities go, and yeah, my board feels great, so feeling on track.
You mentioned just before we got on camera then that the last couple of years, you know, you've had some really close heats, and you've felt kind of on the wrong side of the result a couple of times, but this year kind of things seem to be working in your favour a little bit. You've already finished in the finals a couple of times.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was funny we were just saying that, and yeah, those calls would have went against me the last couple of years, but yeah, things have turned around for me, and yeah, I've got back in my groove and got good boards and healthy, and yeah, it's funny, yeah, when things just go your way, and yeah, I feel like I'm on a bit of a roll, so just got to keep that momentum going.
One quarterfinal finish here in the past. How much would you love to break into the semis and the final of this
prestigious event. Oh, it'd be a dream come true to make it all the way to the final and take it out, you know. I just love coming here. It's my favourite destination, travel destination with the family too, and it's a beautiful place, and Cloudbreak's my favourite wave outside of home, so yeah, that's the main goal, but a lot of surfing to go, and it's just so fun surfing out there with one other guy. It's just, money can't buy that, so yeah, I'm just loving it heap by heap.
Another one in the bag, B. Durbridge moving on through to round 3.
Thanks, Ronnie. B. Durbridge taking a close one into round 3, and he says things are starting to go his way. Potts, has that theme been around as long as pro surfing has been, where some guys get on a roll? There's always close decisions, and sometimes you could be on the wrong side of that for a couple of seasons.
Yeah, you know, it's I don't know, it's one of those momentum things. Maybe it's psychological, but you know, sometimes you feel like you're just uphill the whole time, and then once you turn that corner, it's all downhill from there. But Miguel Pupo looks like he's on a good one.
Orty with some speed coming off his second blast off the top. Pupo with a rhythm. Layback draw takes him out on the changeup with variety, and doesn't capitalize on that big section as he's already chasing Muniz, because Muniz dropped a 6.33 on his last whip.
You know, we're listening to that interview from B. Durbridge, and he said, you know, Fiji's the kind of place that money can't buy. Well, he gets paid to do it, by the way. They pay him to ride these beautiful waves. But, you know, what a great heat. And as he said, you know, Dion will find his feet sooner or later. That was an incredibly close heat. You know, it came down to the wire. But, you know, a new and improved B. Durbridge this year. He's looking in form. But, you know, this last wave from Aloha Muniz, a 6.33, has put him in the lead. Miguel Pupo, that last big layback snap. You know, this kid is as smooth as silk. But I tell you what, he's got some big tricks under his belt. He's got the air game down, but let's have a look at how he approaches this wave now, building his speed down the line and just nice big drawn out bottom turns. That's what gets him set up for this maneuver right here. Just throws the tail out and unfortunately catches that outside rail and goes down. So Miguel making it clear that he's going to go out there and he's going to put the pedal to the metal. 3.67, not enough to get him in the lead.
That's his best wave so far, Potts, says Miguel is enjoying his 4th year on the WCT. He's never made a semifinal. He's made 3 quarters in his career so far, as his most recent one was this year in 2014 when he lost to eventual finalist Joel Parkinson. This one continues with Alejo Muniz. The sizable wave trims it off the top, and he's down.
Well, I'll tell you what, that tide is going out. It is starting to get really good out there. We saw Bede and Dion just get a ton of waves. And this heat right now is both surfers with 21.5 on the clock have really got their wave count up.
So an interesting start with Alejo with the 6.33 to hold him out in front. Another fall for Alejo, and Miguel Pupo went down on his inside section. These guys are the best surfers in the world, and it's interesting when you see the heat get underway with the pressure that they have on them, where sometimes they can fall on a turn where you know that they can lock anytime they free surf.
You know, it's an incredible sport. You can see Kelly out there on the stand-up paddle. Beautiful conditions here, right out in front at restaurants. Kelly just loosening up the shoulders, getting himself ready for a possible round 3 battle later today. But you know, we're just talking about how this sport is. I mean, you know, one day you paddle out and you can't really put a foot wrong. You know, you're on all the good waves. You know, everything you do, you pull off. And then there's these other days where you paddle out and you literally cannot buy a wave. Everything you go for goes wrong. Your timing's a little bit off. You know, it's due to the fact that we're dealing with a constant change of conditions. Our playing field is always moving, always changing. You've got to be on your toes and you've got to think as you go. You've got to have plan A, plan B, and even a plan C in the back as backup.
A big mental game is a big part of it here at Cloudbreak. Paddling into this one, we'll see Alejo Muniz try to improve on a 2.07. Has the pace down, and now waiting for the first section to work with. He'll kick out. First priority still with Miguel Pupo. After the first 10 minutes, Alejo has the lead, and there's a little bit of drama in this heat right now, Potts. These two are both staying on Tavarua, but they're both staying in the same bure. They're roommates battling it out in round 2.
Yeah, we just saw that earlier in the day with Nat Young and Brett Simpson. You know, it makes it a little harder. But, you know, win, lose or draw, you want to get out there and give it your best shot. Even though these guys are best mates, they're staying together, traveling together, sharing the costs of living as they go. You know, once they put that jersey on, once the bell rings, it's a game on.
Right now, you kind of mentioned the prize money. These guys do it for a living, get to surf a wave like this at the Fiji Pro. Back in round 2 in 2005, if you lost, you got $3,600. And that would just barely cover your expenses coming out to a luxurious island like this. Nowadays, if you lose out in a second round, you're getting $8,000 out of the prize purse.
Not a bad payday, just to surf a couple of heats in this beautiful part of the world. But you know, you look at further down the track, the big biscuits come in later, and that's first place, $100,000. So, you know, that $8,000, it's not a very sweet taste after you can, you know what's really down at the end of the main event. So these guys are all giving it their best. Round 2, not where you want to be. And we've seen how these heats can be super close. You know, Mick Fanning and Wiggly, Dante Wiggly had the waves to win that. Unfortunately, didn't capitalize. So, you know, as a top seed going for a world title, you do not want to find yourself here in second round.
So a scary round so far. We've noticed some big decisions from Mick Fanning as he had to surf in round 2, beat Wiggly Dantas in a close matchup. Glenn Hall took out Josh Kerr, and much more to come. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back in Fiji right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Welcome back to the island of Tavarua here in beautiful Fiji for the Fiji Pro. We're halfway through round 2 here at the men's Fiji Pro. This is our first round of elimination, Strider, so we start to send surfers home, unfortunately. And I tell you what, some fantastic surfing out of the gates this morning. And, you know, we saw Taj Burrow up against the local boy, Issei, and it was pretty cool this morning in the restaurant here on Tavarua. Everybody supporting Issei, and he gave it a good effort.
Yeah, the vibe was all, you know, for him in the bar, in the restaurant, all the girls coming out, but Taj, you know, a professional, goes right to work, just starts cracking away at that lip and brings home the scores. He said he was a little confused on his positioning, but you know what? He pulled it home.
And then the next heat, this was a really highly contested heat with Wiggly Dantas and Mick Fanning. And we saw Wiggly on this wave specifically get a really nice tube. And some thought right here, had he not have caught his head, he probably would have got another barrel all the way across. We might have seen scores up in that excellent, even maybe our first perfect score of the event.
Yeah, you know what? He had the waves to do it, but Mick Fanning, again, just professional, solid surfing straight up into the lip and looking really good. He had a little something on the knee there, but didn't seem to bother him too much in the end when we saw him whip it around a few times.
Yeah, I think just taping it for good measure. Speaking of injuries, last year here out behind us at restaurants, this fella, Glenn Hall, breaking his back and coming back strong and very strong, taking this heat and beating Josh Kerr, who's been on a roll this year.
You know what? Josh Kerr in that heat, his board didn't look like it was the one for him, and you know what? He just blew off on that one.
And then this one the boys were calling frenemy warfare right here. These guys good friends, and in the end, Nat Young surfing really solid out there on his forehand, comes out beating Brett Simpson, and so a solid heat there for Nat Young, looking really good. And then, you know, Kelly in our interview with him earlier said CJ was one of his favorites as based on yesterday's performance. He actually was upset, beat by Tiago Perez.
Yeah, you know what? Tiago dropped the back foot on the tail as Kelly said, and just put it up into the lip. Nice vertical surfing. Seems like the judges are liking that. You know, Ross was talking about it earlier, and the finish too. You know, he brought that thing home.
Yeah, beautiful top to bottom surfing. A lot of commitment in those backhand snaps by Tiago, so fantastic job by him. Final heat that we're going to recap here. Bede Durbridge up against Dion Atkinson. Bede already caught a big fish, so he can hold his head high, but now he's on into round 3 with this result.
Yeah, the white Fijian looking solid out there, surfing really well. You know, it's really hard to get it done out there. Dion looking like he had all the waves and the moves to do it. You know, the judges swaying over towards the white Fijian in that one. Bede Durbridge, but, you know, keep your head up. Dion looking good out there.
Yeah, Dion definitely looking solid. So some great surfing all morning long. And Potts, Joe, I tell you, with the outgoing tide we saw yesterday, get much better conditions, even better barrels. So let's hope the same thing's on offer this afternoon.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Strider. And Todd and I talked to Nat Young right after his heat with Brett Simpson. He noticed the size increase coming in today's competition, and he's hoping that we see some barreling conditions later on this afternoon, as we have a couple of waves that were ridden during that heat recap.
Yeah, let's have a look at this one from Miguel. You can see him drawing off the bottom on a nice size wave and just unleashing a beautiful frontside turn. Now the tide is high, so the barrel is going to be less, you know, they're not going to be looking for it as much, as we see Miguel just going to town on this one. Maneuvers all the way through the inside, length of ride, variety of repertoire, big floater to end that one there. So Miguel Pupo starting to feel it, 8.33 and takes the lead. Alejo Muniz now in second spot, needing a 5.68. 13.5 on the clock, so this heat is now starting to warm up.
Well, Potts, the biggest impression Miguel Pupo makes in a lot of his performances is style. It's a constant word that you see, and you get attached to Miguel Pupo whenever he takes on the lineup in beach break conditions or in gigantic pipeline conditions. How long has style really been a really important element in professional surfing?
Since the beginning. You know, that's what basically when I started surfing, you know, the best surfers in the world had the best styles. It really does mean a lot.
Bottom turn to top turn, off the top. Pupo at a casual start. Now starting to pick up the pace. Off the bottom, nice vertical re-entry off the lip. He'll go for that layback change up and now come around the corner for a deep carve. Back to the source. He'll maintain control for the completion.
Well, it's a nice wave. You know, it's going to back up his 8.33. It's going to better his 3.67, and Alejo's going to need a bigger score. You can see once these guys get on a roll out here, once they find that good gem, it's almost like the rhythm starts happening for him.
Alejo Muniz blitzes it off the top. Plenty of momentum to come around the corner and jams it. Nice and tight. Winding up for another backside snap off the lip. He's hung up and he has to let go.
Well, I'll tell you what, that tide's going to start going out. It's going to start getting real shallow on that end section. These guys are going to have to be careful. There's going to be a bit of skin missing by the end of the day. But Alejo, they're not finishing off that wave. A nice start to it, nice flow. You know, he's surfing really well. Coming off an injury, he's looking sharp. He's got a 6.33 in his scoreline, needing a 5.68 before that last exchange. Nice vertical snap. See that beautiful low bottom turn that just allows him to unleash that nice vertical snap. And right here, you can see he gets stuck on the lip, in two minds on what to do, and ends up ditching the board and going over the fall. So a nice exchange there between Alejo and Miguel.
Back to Miguel's last wave. How'd you like the setup work?
Yeah, just nice cruisy approach here. Has a look over the back to make sure he's made the right decision, and then unleashes a beautiful turn. He's looking down the line and unleashes a nice layback snap that he fell off before. And this is where he kind of gets a little bit caught there. So not a good finish on that one, but a really nice middle part of that wave where two big scoring maneuvers came into play.
Now 11 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Reitz Aramburu from Spain is going to be paddling out against Kolohe Andino representing USA. He's got the USA soccer shorts on as he checks out the lineup. He tries to bring a lot of that pride from the United States with him around the world to different venues on the tour. There's always been the big Brazilian contingent with their flags waving. We've got Namotu being Aussie Island, and Kolohe trying to bring a little bit of that passion coming from California.
Yeah, I mean, talk about rivalries. We stayed on the island for the women's event, Joe, and then the day we were leaving, it said the boat leaves at 10:30, and then someone wrote on the bottom, "You are now the enemy." So that's how much of a rivalry we've got going here. You know, the Chloe wearing those red, white, and blue stripes, as was Nat Young and Brett Simpson as well. So flying the colours.
Love to see it. All Brazilian battle continuing, and we want to know how you are watching the Fiji Pro. You can check it out on Instagram and on Twitter. Make sure you're hashtagging Fiji Pro as we check out an Instagram from Dub Hopkins, hashtagging a bunch in the clean room shakas, hashtag hardly working, and hashtag Santa Cruz at the ASP. Having a blast, Dub Hopkins, and thanks for showing us your insight of how you're watching Fiji Pro in the clean room.
What's going on in the clean room?
Wow, yeah. Interesting. As we get back to this one, Alejo Muniz gliding in, grab rail bottom turn, attacking the lip, has a ton of momentum, touches the rail again, and goes for a nice coil up for the backside snap, and he disappears on the impact.
Yeah, you know, he got stuck in that vertical position, you know, trying to go a little bit too vert on that one, maybe needed more of that down the line projection. I love the way he comes off the bottom and grabs his rail. Just stabilizes that board. Maybe with the bigger waves that are coming through right now, his board is feeling a little loose. You can see him reach down, grabs the rail just to make sure he gets as much drive off the bottom. Yet again, he touches the rail gets a little vert and gets a little stuck up on top there. Maybe needed to do a little bit more of a projection down the line and get up over and over that section. So Alejo looking sharp. He just needs to complete a few waves.
So right now, down to 9 minutes on the clock. The battle of the roommates, both staying on the island of Tavarua. We talked about Miguel Pupo in the past with his personal best at quarterfinals. Alejo Moniz, in his 4th year on tour, has made the semifinals twice, so a bit better in events than Miguel Pupo as far as getting down the final series. But those 2 semifinals were back in 2011, Potts.
It's been a long time between drinks for Alejo, and I think injury has plagued him. You know, when he came out of the blocks firing as a rookie, he had that air reverse on tap. And, you know, when you do as many airs as that, you know, something's got to give. Obviously, some injuries came into play for him, and it's definitely hindered his results over the last couple of years.
So right now on the road to come back, Alejo Moniz has made round 3 here in the past. Last year, Alejo had an all-Brazilian matchup where he lost to Gabriel Medina, and right now he's facing a 2nd-round loss. Let's get caught up, though, with the best waves in this heat. We'll start with Alejo's 6.33.
You know, he started off with a bang, picked a beautiful little wave, and just really went to town on this. You can see how he's got that bottom turn. And, you know, out here at Cloudbreak, it's really important to get that beautiful deep bottom turn. It puts you right in the perfect spot like that right there. Nice and vertical from Alejo. And he really did turn up the heat on Miguel. Miguel answered back, though, didn't he, Joe? But have a look at that. Finish this one all the way through and kicks out almost on dry reef. Miguel Pupo says, all right, time to turn it up, and picked off a beautiful long wall. 8.33 on this one. Opens up with a big, powerful turn. Straight off the bottom again, cracks it up through the lip. Variety of repertoire, speed, power, and flow. A little bit of pizzazz on that one there. Nice foam climb floater. Comes around the section and bangs it up through the lip again. A long wave from Miguel Pupo. Covered a lot of distance right there with that end maneuver. So Miguel on fire and looking pretty hard to beat.
And this was the 4.6 that he just dropped, Potts.
Yeah, a smaller wave. Just wanted to replace that 3.67 and did a good job. Nice long bottom turn. Snaps it through the lip again. This layback snap here, bam, throws it all the tail into that one and back out on the open face. Got a little caught on that wraparound cutback, but bettered his 2-wave total.
This is a 4.83 for Alejo Moniz.
Yeah, you know, Alejo's got that bottom turn right there. See how much drive he gets off the bottom, and it allows him to unleash those big turns. Gets a little stuck on this one and goes over the fall. So Alejo, 4.83 on that one. Needs to really crank it up and post a big score.
More waves on the way. Alejo Moniz has 2nd priority, and he's going to have a look. Needs a 6.61 as he hits it under the lip. Good timing as he comes around the corner. Late float, and he can't control it, so he's down. Ineffective in turning the heat with 6:20 to go.
Yeah, I think his front foot came a little bit off his board there on that opening turn. And you could see him on that 2nd bottom turn trying to readjust and then try to force that issue on the last one. So back to the drawing board for Alejo. Needs to find a bit open face and get those big low bottom turns going and some nice vertical snaps. Needs a pretty good solid score, 6.61. Plenty of time remaining though, Joe.
Well, back in your era, Potts, back in the late 80s, who were you kind of looking at as setting the bar as the most stylish surfer of that era?
I think Tom Curran probably had, he looked super smooth. It was almost like the Joel Parkinson, where he almost made it look really easy. You know, his positioning was unbelievable, but yeah, he had a really pleasing style. The guy before that really that everyone looked towards was Mark Richards. I mean, he had one of the most unique styles, nicknamed the Wounded Gull. You know, the knock knee with the arms out sort of at the sides, and you know, that's what it was all about back in the day. It was all about if you haven't got a good style, you look kind of kooky, and people didn't really look to you as one of the threats.
If you have a bad style, Potts, are you able to win heats and get scores?
Yeah, kind of. I suppose if you're on the right waves. But, you know, it's very hard to find a good surfer these days with a bad style. I mean, they're all pretty good, and I think it's at young age, you know, they're looking at who they want to emulate and sort of replicating those kind of things. And, you know, with the new day and age of videos and you know, internet and stuff, these kids learn early to have a good style.
And there's certain coaches that actually focus on form, actual form coaches, kind of like Chris Gallagher in the past. Back in your day, were there guys working on their form, or was it something you're kind of born with?
No, it was something you were born with, I guess. You know, everyone had a unique style. Everyone was different. You know, we all rode different equipment. We all approached the wave differently. You know, there was the old school side of things still with the single fins, and Mark Richards brought the twin fin in, and then Simon Anderson invented the thruster. So at one point of the tour, guys were riding single fins, twin fins, and thrusters. So there's a whole different approach to the wave. You know, the purists they all stuck to that single fin. You know, I loved the twin fin because it gave you so much speed and freedom on the wave, and then the thruster slowly took over.
Well, back when we were in Rio de Janeiro, Potts, you were kind of hoping someone would soon gamble with a twin fin in conditions like that because you still love it. What about in cloud break? Do you think the twin fin still has value?
No, I think it's, you know, twin fins are generally a board that you don't need to generate speed on. It already carries speed. So to me, you ride them in beach breaks. For me, a twin fin would go really good at lower trestles. Like, I'm surprised someone doesn't pull one out there. It's a wave that doesn't have a lot of power, so you need to generate your own speed. Twin fins are really good for waves like that. Cloud break, you take off, you're already going 100 miles an hour. You don't need that speed, so you almost need to wipe it off. You need a board that you know, is sort of semi-sluggish in a way, but you know, the wave's going to push you along. It keeps you in that right spot.
Well, it's fun to kind of guess what these guys are going to gamble with on tour, especially when it comes to thrusters and quads, which has kind of been the main point of difference in the last couple of seasons, especially in barreling conditions here at Cloud Break. We've seen the quad become quite popular when you're pulling underneath the lip. With 3 minutes on the clock, we have Alejo needing a 6.61, and you can see the vantage point from where they're sitting to where the tower is. You always make sure the tower is in a perfect spot for the judges to really see all the scoring potential that's allowed on this wave.
You know, we heard Kelly too say how, you know, out here at Cloud Break, there's not a lot of stuff to line up with because you're so far out at sea. But since they've built that tower, it gives you an indication of where you are on the reef. So the guys will be lining up with that tower at certain points. Right out in front of the tower is Shiska Bob. So, you know, further up the reef you go, obviously the longer the wave you're going to get.
Having a look, Alejo Moniz with 2:30 to go needs a 6.61 as he gets a snap to start, blasting the second section right in the pocket, times the float. Easy pace and rhythm through the second float. Off the bottom, nice and vertical to get back into the rhythm off the top. Setup work as he fades on the last backside cutty and throws a little claim towards the panel after the foam climb finish.
Wow. Well, that was a good wave. It was, wasn't one of the bigger ones we've seen so far. You know, Alejo, we saw him fall off on a couple of solid sets, but this one a little smaller. You can see him starting to get busy. Opening turn there. And another one, he's just managing to fit in some good turns here. Now he starts hitting the pedal, goes down the line. Nice transitions there from Alejo and finishes with a couple of nice turns here. This is going to be pretty close, Joe, looking for a 6.61 and finishes with the vertical snap and a little bit of a come on, give it to me. Alejo Moniz showing a bit of wearing his heart on his sleeve, a bit of emotion there, and he wants that score.
Well, it would be his best score of the heat if he gets a score to move into first position. As we see Slater having a nice little free surf, paddling right out front at restaurants. Back to Cloud Break as we enter the final minute. They always have a marker on where they think the score should go. As we look at Pupo gliding and kicking out, they remember Alejo's 6.33, so they'll compare his last wave to his start and see if it's better and ultimately enough to turn the heat at this stage.
I'll tell you what, that was a good wave, a well-surfed wave. You know, sometimes the judges will let the size of the wave slide depending on what you do on it. You know, let's have a look at it again. You know, this was the 6.33, so this is the wave they will be comparing. A better start on the wave he's just had, a bit more vertical on that one. You can see him drawing these turns out. This wave was a lot slower, so he got to go a little bit more vertical as opposed to his last wave where it was more distance was covered. And Alejo finishing off here. So it's going to be tight. It's going to be pretty close. This was the last one. You can see it's more down the line. He's not able to get as vertical. It's more of a speed check there. Now he slashes off the top again, trying to keep that down the line momentum. This is where he starts to put the foot down and cover some ground with some nice floaters. Bangs it off the top again. So this wave looking a lot faster. Maybe not as vertical, but finishing off there nicely. So Alejo Moniz showing some emotion. And the time is run out, so it's in the judges' hands, Joe.
Well, you think about his 6.33 that was already scored, Potts. 3 judges on the panel threw 6.5, so they remember the 6.5 that they threw, and they're right now deciding if that last wave was better than the 6.5 that they wrote down earlier in this heat, and they'll make a decision. We've run out of time. It's all left on Alejo's last effort to try to take out Miguel Pupo, lower seed with Alejo, trying to take out one of the red jerseys once again here in round 2.
Yeah, you know, Alejo with an Miguel with an 8.33. You know, the thing that's going to let him down is that backup, 4.60. It's a low-scoring backup for Alejo. We've seen guys lose with 8s due to the fact that their backup wasn't solid. You know, Alejo could win this one. It's in the judges' hands, 6.61 required. The next heat will be on hold as they wait for those scores. You can see Alejo staring at that tower going, what are you going to give me?
A fair effort for Alejo Muniz to try to turn the heat right at the buzzer, and he has no idea if it was enough. He feels like it was. He kicked out and claimed it, and Miguel Pupo didn't get a chance to answer back. Miguel definitely had the best wave of the heat. He had so many great turns, looking so fluid, great reactions, and throwing a lot of variety to the panel. Now numbers are starting to drift in for Alejo Muniz. He needed a 6.61. 2 judges saying that it is enough to turn the seat and upset Miguel Pupo, Potts.
3 judges say yes, a 7, a 6.8, a 6.7, a 6.8. He's got it, a 6.77. So,
Score lock in, he's got a 6.77, bro, 6.77. So unofficially winning the heat.
all right, well, there we go. Alejo Muniz moving through the next round. He's got to be relieved with that. And, you know, I'll tell you what, that backup from Miguel Pupo let him down, that 4.6 backup. Not enough in round number 2.
A tough one for Pupo, but a big one for Alejo Muniz as he's off to round 3. Coming up next, Chloe Andino takes on Aritz Aramburu.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back to the Fiji Pro, the 5th stop on the Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. As you always see the sky light up. And in the morning and at the sunset, Chloe Andino and Aritz Aramburu, both residents of Tavarua Island, trying to put another number on the board for Tavi as we have Namotu leading the race as far as wins are concerned up into this point of the day, just 4-3 as the island rivalry continues here at the Fiji Pro. Joe Chappelle alongside a former world champ, Martin Potter, as we watch this one just get started. Chloe Andino wearing the red jersey after his big result in Rio. Thought about taking the first win.
Yeah, you know, Chloe wants to get off to a good start. You know, it's he had a pretty crazy round 1 heat with Gabriel Medina and Dion Atkinson. It was a low-scoring affair, pretty tricky conditions. Medina coming out on top, so Chloe finds himself in round number 2 again. So, you know, these guys, I tell you what, it's once they get going, you know, you want to skip this round. You're guaranteed, you know, to straight into round number 3, and you kind of got that ball rolling. So, you know, in saying that though, they get another shot at surfing out here at Cloudbreak, and it's got to be fun.
Now Chloe Andino will get the first start. Driving off the bottom, carved to start, picking up the pace, and he kicks out. First priority with Aritz Aramburu now, as we see Chloe now setting up his position. We'll get just a one Ranger warm-up. When you compare these two, Chloe versus Aritz Aramburu, who are you favoring in barreling conditions, Potts?
Well, it's a tough one. You know, Aritz Aramburu's no slouch. I mean, you know, hailing from the Basque Country in Spain, he's cut his teeth on the beach breaks in southwest of France. He's been on the tour before. He's got more experience than Chloe. This is his second shot at it, so never underestimate Aritz. You know, we've always said the thing about Aritz that's amazing is he surfs tricky waves really well, And today, everyone that's come out of the water said it's pretty tricky, from Mick Fanning all the way to B. Durbridge. They've all said it's super tricky out there. It's hard to find the good ones. So Aritz is going to be a hard nut to crack.
We see Kolohe and Dino just trying to get the rhythm started. A little deep on this smaller wave. He'll set up off the bottom. Big snap. Perfect for him. Drives off the bottom again, attacking the roof. 2 quick turns to extend his lead.
Nice way to start. You know, get a couple of good quick waves under your belt. Now he's repositioned himself in the reef. He's waving for the jet ski to get him out of there. You can see getting busy, racing down the line. His wave sort of running away from him, but managing to get that nice deep bottom turn, tight snap in the combo, in the pocket, and straight back up again. So Kolohe Andino opens up with a quick 1.33 and backed it up with another nice little wave.
And Kolohe's going to use the ski option, getting on the back of the ski with Kai Borg. Be out there in just a moment. Just 20 years of age, 5'11", 163 pounds. He's really grown up, literally, on the world tour. He's gained some weight, super fit, as we watch Aritz Aramburu setting up his first move. Clean snap over the roof, clean open face carve. Now winds up for the finish. Aritz Aramburu can't hang on.
Yeah, that's an incompleted maneuver towards the end there. Interesting wave choice from Aritz. It kind of was a funky little wave. I think he's sitting a little bit too far up the reef maybe, but a nice opening turn there to get things going. It kind of goes a little fat, so he's got to get that board back into the power source and then puts him right behind the section and doesn't quite finish that last turn. So Aritz going to be use the paddle back out option, which I think is a smart option out here today. You know, sometimes those ones swing wide and you end up picking a good one off down the inside section here where it gets going really quick.
Well, we've had some close heats today, but maybe the closest one just came to a close. Alejo Muniz got the score at the buzzer to turn the heat with Miguel Pupo, and he's standing by with Ronnie Blakey.
Cheers, Jay. Yeah, a clutch moment for Alejo. Made it a little hard for yourself out there, Alejo. A couple of falls earlier on, but doing enough on that last ride. It must feel good after missing 2 events to get back in the groove, your second heat win for the year.
Yeah, you know, Miguel beat me the last 2 times we surfed against each other. And you kind of had that in your mind, you know. And I had a nice first wave, and then I just kept falling. I think we both didn't have a really good heat. We had a lot of good waves, but we missed them and we fall a lot. I knew I wasn't needed like a really big score, even that Miguel had an 8. But I knew I had to push a lot of my turns because the wave wasn't that big wave. So I'm just glad to make this hit.
Most definitely. I mentioned before, this is only your 3rd event this year. You did miss Margaret River and you missed Bells with an ankle injury. How's the ankle? And I guess at this point in time, rated 30th, the pressure's kind of on to chase down some big results now.
Yeah, you know, my injury was a day before Margaret's start, and that was one of the events I was really looking for because I had some really good results back in the years. So yeah, I had a really good hit against Freddie P in Brazil, and that's really motivated me because he's surfing amazing, and to surf against him and made that he was really special. So yeah, my ankle feels good now, and it feels good to make hits. You know I need a lot of points and good results, but I'm just gonna try to do my best and surf each by hit.
Well, that one will definitely help. Miguel Pupo, not an easy draw out there. Congratulations, moving on through to round 3.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Alejo. Thanks, Ronnie, for the update from the boat. Alejo Muniz feeling comfortable and like his ankle's feeling more to 100%. Remember over the years sometimes, Potts, Alejo would just get an x-ray from the doctor just to get the extra confidence for the doctor to tell him that his ankle was okay to surf on, because sometimes you just don't trust it if you keep re-injuring it.
You know, sometimes it's okay to walk around on, but as soon as you get on that board, you know, that ankle's got there's so many tendons and things in muscles in your feet. You can see the boat almost getting caught inside there. But, you know, it's easy to walk, but as soon as you get on that surfboard, it's really difficult to surf at 100%. And, you know, to come out and compete in challenging conditions, you know, your body's got to be in really good shape.
So right now, Kolohe Andino with a 1.33 and a 4.33. Remember back when he was a rookie, when he went home, did a backside air, ended up injuring himself, and he had to miss Tahiti and come back to try to really heal up quickly. It's a constant story, especially with the air guys going above the lip. If they commit to something huge, they could get a video part at the end of a major section, but they also could take them out of the rest of the season.
That's exactly right. You know, anyone that's surfed above the lip and done airs has hurt themselves, guaranteed. And it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So, you know, the stronger and fitter you are, the stronger your body is, the more workout you do. Obviously, you will eliminate the chance of getting injured as much. So, you know, it's an extreme sport. These guys are doing things that you know, we thought were impossible back in the day. So, you know, something's got to give.
Well, Potts, Chloe Andino's been around for a long time. What was your first reaction, more of the global perspective, from seeing a young rising star coming out of T Street in San Clemente?
Yeah, no, it was, you know, he's an amazing talent, and, you know, I remember watching him as a kid surfing off to the side of the Conneset Lowers, and, you know, you just knew that he was going to be big. And the thing that made it even special was that it's one of my good friends' sons, you know, Dino Andino. So, you know, and I watched Dino grow up as a kid, and it was just a pleasure to see his son follow in the footsteps. And here he is now on the big stage, and he's a young man. And like I said, he started off the tour as a scrawny little kid, and he's filling out into his body, and he's looking fit and strong.
Well, Potts, back when you surfed T Street, were you at about 15 years old when you went to San Clemente?
16.
16. Who was out in the lineup back in those days?
Jimmy Hogan, the McNulty brothers were pretty much the guys that we surfed with, but there was these three grommets that used to play in the shoring, Shane Beshan, Matt Archibald, and Dino Andino. And I used to leave boards for him every year.
Here goes Kolohe Andino now, snapping through the first section. Nice glide off the roof on the backside float, reaching through some floater sections. Now going to connect on another one to finish. Set up work to try to find the lip to hit, but he's still behind. Covered some serious ground with those backside floats.
You know, it was a good wave. Nothing too critical on that one there. And sometimes you get those ones where, you know, you're always trying to project your turns down the line. You want those ones that pull back on the reef a bit and sort of almost slow down, Joe. And those are the ones that you're allowed to sort of go a little bit more vertical. Let's have a look at this. You can see from the get-go, it was all about down the line speed, maintaining that flow. Nice little check turn there, straight off the bottom, through the lip again. You can see him riding on the top of the wave there, transition turns, trying to get around this section and fit in something special. Unfortunately, didn't let him around that, so not going to be a huge score, but it's building his momentum. A 4.33 on his last ride, and that's going to improve his scoreline.
Well, Kolohe taking advantage of the ski once again. We were able to catch up to Kolohe recently to catch up to him before this event at Fiji.
I was really frustrated with my results in Australia and felt really disappointed in how I reacted to like the scores I was getting. And I just kind of wanted to go home and surf with my friends and hang on the beach, do all the fun stuff that 20-year-olds are supposed to do. So yeah, when I did that, it helped a lot, I guess, to prepare for Brazil because I got in good form and in a good mindset.
And Kolohe Andino shaking off some frustration at the start of this year, but you can tell that's turning into a fire. A lot of determination to do well in his third year on the ASP World Championship Tour. He has fun waves at home with his friends. He's got a great sparring crew. Guys like Ian Crane, Jeremy Carter, Tanner Rizunko, Luke Davis are always down at these fun, punchy little beach breaks. And he took out your twin fin, Potts, that he got a cover on of Stab Magazine.
Yep.
How'd you feel about that cover shot?
I loved it. You know, that's what I said. These guys should ride twin fins more often. I mean, come on. It's, you know, those boards go really good. And, you know, obviously he's, you know, that's the thing you got to do. You know, you've got to just let your hair down and have a bit of fun with it. There's so many different boards you can ride. And, you know, I think if you ride that same kind of competitive surfboard every single day of your life, things get a little stale. You need to mix it up, have a lot of different kind of boards in your quiver, have a single fin in your quiver, which I think is really important too. Teaches you to surf off the back foot, teaches you not to rush ahead, and it teaches you to surf right in the power source of the wave, right in the pocket, right in the guts of it where all that scoring potential is. So, you know, mix it up a bit. That's what it's all about. Ride the wave, draw a different line, learn something new about yourself. It's
kind of nice just to be able to surf everything at the best of your ability. And remember, keep joining us on Twitter and Instagram with the hashtag FijiPro and at ASP, also facebook.com/ASP, so you can every single update throughout the day today, because this is heat number 8. You know our commissioner, Potts, Kieran Perot, is probably about to make a decision about round 3 and onward.
I reckon heat number 3 is definitely going to go. I mean, the conditions are looking fun. We just saw that last heat with Alejo and Miguel. There was lots of waves in that heat. You're going to have those hits that get a lot of waves. those heats that don't get a lot of waves. But at the moment, the conditions are holding in. It's looking pretty good.
But right now, we're just talking about 2s, 3s, and 4s at heat number 8, but we're expecting much more to come right after this.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Welcome back to Tabarua Island. You're looking at Cloud Break from the channel with Kolohe Andino from San Clemente out in front over Aritz Aramburu, representing Spain. Aritz needs a 5.69 to take out Kolohe in this second round matchup. And Kolohe trying to go back-to-back with good results, making his first final ever at the 4th stop in Rio de Janeiro. Challenging left-hand beach break, but it was an exciting final he had against Michel Perez.
You know, he pretty much used the bulk of his good scores in that event on his backhand. Let's have a look at here again. Kolohe wasting no time on this one. Nice little roll in on his backhand, trying to get that board vertical. These are the waves you want, the ones that kind of slow up a bit and then unleash on that inside section, building a lot of speed. Beautiful check turn right there, and unloads a beautiful turn. So Kolohe Andino has caught a couple of quick waves under his belt and probably just unleashed the best score of the heat so far.
Exciting approach from Kolohe. His scores will be dropping in. He talked about his inspirations when he was a grommet, looking up to both Mick Fanning and Taj Burrow and trying to create a balance of the two. Are you seeing that, Potts, in his approach?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, just the attack on the wave, maybe not so much the style, but the aggression, the approach, you know, the go-for-it attitude that Taj and Mick both have. The speed you saw on that last wave, you know, the ability to get that board going really fast at the drop of a hat, but then also being able to just check it off the top and go straight up and down. He's got the air game like Taj does as well, so there's a great mix there between the two.
Really fun heat to watch for this backhand approach. 5.83 for Kolohe as he continues to improve. Started with a 1.33 just to get this thing underway. He talked about trying to get more of a free surfing approach to his heats. There's so much pressure that he puts on himself. He's trying to learn how to let go. Josh Kerr was one guy that made note to that, where once he realized he could just relax in heats and perform, he started getting his best results.
Yeah, you know, I think obviously once you get those nerves out of the way, once you catch your first wave and, you know, just build that confidence. And that's why I say catch a lot of waves, you know, get that free surf feeling. Instead of putting so much emphasis on the fact that you've got priority, you don't want to waste priority on a wave. You know, you're sitting there waiting. And then once you wait a certain amount of time, it's like you say to yourself, well, how can I afford now to waste priority on an average wave? If you start off the heat by catching a lot of waves, you're going to get that free surf feeling where you're on a roll, you're having fun, you're building your momentum. Kolohe Andino posted a 5.83 on his last wave, so he's got that free surf attitude at the moment. Aritz Aramburu kind of sitting out the back with priority, and what's happening now is Aritz knows now he's got to wait for something good. He can't afford to waste his priority on an average wave.
Well, an exciting part about the Fiji Pro Pots, it's our second time to have the GoPro Challenge. The first series was won by Josh Kerr back at Margaret River, and now we have more money on the line. Let's check out the GoPro Challenge with Aritz Aramburu with his entry.
Good little selfie at the end of that, wasn't there?
A solid one there for Aritz Aramburu. He has his entry in. Now back to the water with Aritz Aramburu with the jersey on, coming off the bottom. Clean snap and approach, digging in deep off the bottom. He'll snap it again. Winds up vertically for the third snap off the top, and he's out. Had a 2.57 before. He needed a 7.59 with that wave to take the lead, but a great GoPro Challenge entry. Back to the replay of this one.
Yeah, you know, a nice wave here for Aritz. It sort of slowed up for him as he drawed off the bottom there. Nice vertical turn here from Aritz, just keeping his board moving. Nice drawn out bottom turn, dragging that hand off the bottom there. Great technique from Aritz. Another nice turn. So Aritz, wave number 2 for him. He waited a long time for this. 11 minutes remaining. A 2.57 is his only score at the moment.
As we check out the GoPro Challenge one more time, you guys can check out all the entries on aspworldtour.com/GoPro Challenge. You can see Aritz's wave and see how that's stacking up to all the entries. Remember, we have a heavy one from Tatiana Weston-Webb from the women's event during an expression session at Cloudbreak. An absolute dream bomb came through. She packed it so deep, rode over the foam ball a couple times, and Potts, that one's going to be really hard to beat.
I think that's going to be virtually impossible to beat. Owen Wright's got a good one too, you know, on that one of those bigger days. But the one from Tatiana was just amazing. The ability from the young lady, the go for it, the guts to be able to pull into, you know. And the thing that doesn't show the drop. Now, it was one of those ones that swing wide and hit that inside, and she literally fell out of the sky, snuck under the lip, and then sort of packed the tube. And really did cover some distance.
It's pretty amazing what these small cameras can do. GoPro, the official camera of the ASP World Tour. We have a GoPro correspondent, Anthony Walsh, on hand, packing pits every day, with Laird Hamilton the other day taking off behind him.
That's pretty dangerous.
Really dangerous.
But no, that's you know, that's the added bonus of having someone like Walshy on the GoPros. You know, he knows how they work, and you know, he leads by example. He shows people what can actually be attained by using them. And I'll tell you what, he got some crazy barrels out there that other day as well.
Absolutely incredible. 9:30 to go in this one with Kolohe Andino holding first priority. He's been building his momentum on his backhand. Aritz now trying to roam with second priority. That last effort got him a 4.73. So he's right back in the mix, now just needing a 5.44. Here goes Andino, vertically, snapping it off the top, off the bottom, showing some power. A shorter ride with 2 turn spots.
Yeah, interesting choice of waves there from Kolohe. You know, using his priority on that, 8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. You want those longer waves. You want those ones that allow you that open face. You can see he got up and did a nice quick turn there, snapping off the top again. So 2 nice turns. Looking to improve on a 4.33. Now, the trend really that we've seen through the day is that those kind of waves haven't really been the big scorers. So it's going to be interesting to see where that fits in. Aritz, on the other hand, all he's looking for is a 5.44. So waiting for so long, he's only requiring a small score, Joe.
Really interesting battle. Just the backhand approach from Aritz and Kolohe going turn for turn. Aritz being a bit more selective at this stage. Looks like he was searching for a set at the start of the heat that didn't come. So now you see Aritz transitioning. He has first priority now, Potts. Knowing Aritz's skills out in a lineup like this, what are you expecting to see from him?
Well, I'm expecting to see patience. You know, he knows he only needs a small score, 5.44. So we're going to see him wait. He's got a lot of experience. He's got himself back in the heat. Before that exchange, he was looking for a wave up in the excellent range, 8+ ride, posting a 4.73, now just needing a 5.44. So not a big score. He's not going to waste his priority. He's going to sit and wait it out, and he knows what kind of wave he's looking for.
As we see the father of Oscar, Kai Otten, a proud father now, coming into a round 2 matchup with Matt Wilkinson. This has been one of the heats to watch. Coming up next, 2 exciting Australian goofy foots will be following Aritz and Kolohe. A much different style and approach when you compare Kai to Wilco.
Yeah, Kai's got a more aggressive rail line sort of surfing. Matty Wilco's got that fins free style where he's got the slides, he's got the moves, he's got the airs. He's got that pizzazz, he's got that X factor where Kai a lot more solid on his feet, so it's going to be an interesting battle.
7 minutes on the clock as we have these 2 surfers in the lineup representing Tavarua. The 2 surfers coming up next are staying on Namotu, and we'll keep the tally going with the rivalry between the 2 islands. 7 to go, and Aritz just needs a 5.44 What's been the big difference with this heat? Why haven't we seen excellent range scores? Is it due to the sets right now, Potts?
Yeah, we haven't seen any big sets yet, Joe. It's been one of those quiet heats that we talk about. You know, we saw that last heat with Miguel and Alejo. There was tons of waves. Waves coming in that were overhead. This one, we haven't seen the big ones. We haven't seen those ones that are giving these guys that length of ride, that opportunity to score. And hence the scores are coming quite small. Chloe Andino's last ride, that 2 big turns, 5.40. That's the highest score we've seen so far for a short ride like that.
So 5-4 for Kolohe. Builds his totals. We see Jadson Andre on deck of the boat next to Sean Doherty as he's anticipating his matchup to come. It's another all-Brazilian battle in heat number 10 with Felipe Toledo. Another great regular versus Scooby. Kind of compare that to Miguel versus Alejo earlier. We had 6 Brazilians in the draw, and unfortunately sometimes you get matched up against some of your best friends as early as round 2.
Yeah, I think the best way to surf against, if you want to surf against someone, stay with them. It seems like that's what's been
like a tradition, huh, Potts?
Exactly. So if you've got someone on the list of guys that you want to beat, just go and room with them for a few events, and you'll end up surfing against them. But the 5.4 for Kolohe's last ride, that was a pretty good score for him. Judges liked it, all the way up into the 6.2, down to a 5.0, averaged out of 5.4. Here we go, Aritz up and riding.
Nice glide in for Aaron Burrow, reaching to the top for the backside carve. Drills it off the bottom and off the top for another good combo. Fading to set up this drawn out bottom turn. Throwing a ton of spray off the lip. He'll carve back on the inside corner. Aritz is out of there and just needed a 6.5.
Interesting. That was one of those waves that sort of held back off the reef a bit. Didn't run down the line, so it gave him that opportunity to draw nice and low off the bottom, posting a couple of big turns. So a 6.50 required from Aritz. It's going to be close as we see Kolohe having a look out the back.
Passing the 5-minute warning, and Dino looking to better a 5.4. Holds his rail off the bottom. Great timing off the first re-entry. Backside vertical over the top of the whitewater. Jams it back into the inside corner and then sears it off the top. Andino looking to finish strong, hammers it, goes down on the final section.
Wow, well, damage was done, but came, sort of blew it at the end there. So it's going to be interesting. You see this better wave here. You see the sets are starting to come through now. Nice opening turn, big drawn out bottom turn, top turn combo there for Kolohe. Wraps around again, nice tight surfing there. Watch how fast this turn is right here. Back into the power source. And another one here, lightning fast snap. So Kolohe on fire, starting to feel it. Unfortunately going down on that last turn. So looking to improve on a 5.4 and Aritz. This was his replay. Watch how smooth and deep he gets off the bottom here. Holding that rail. Nice top turn combo. Watch this here, fading off the bottom and bangs it off the top again. So Aritz Aaron Baru surfing this wave probably as good as you could. Kicks out of that one on his feet. So an interesting exchange there from the two.
When you see the finish, like Kolohe, for him losing that last turn, and you see Aritz Aaron Baru kick out with control, how does that affect the number?
Well, we've seen in the, I mean, you watch, you've got to just go back to Wiggly Dante's heat, 3 massive turns, fell off at the end, and that's really cost him. So it's going to be interesting to see how Kolohe's last wave fits in. 3 or 4 massive turns, and then fell off at the end. Aritz Aaron Baru didn't fall. He had some nice, beautiful turns, maybe not as much pizzazz as Kolohe, but nice clean surfing. 6.10 for Aritz Aaron Baru, now looking for a 5.13. Still waiting for that score from Kolohe Andino to be locked in.
So now 3 minutes on the clock. You see the difference in getting back out to position. Kolohe loving the jet ski. Aritz Aaron Baru able to paddle back out to get first priority. And now he'll see if he can get a 5.13 to make a comeback. We're still waiting for last of Kolohe to see if he improved. Aritz now with the whole lineup to try to get his best wave. He's very selective, but every time he takes off, he's building and turning in a better number. That he is.
I think he's going to need something more than that 5.13. I think Kolohe's going to improve his situation. It was definitely better than that 2-turn combo that he had on his last ride. He scored a 5.4 on. He just, unleashed some big turns on that. It was a bigger wave, covered a lot more distance. He did fall off at the end, but how that is going to affect the score is yet to be seen.
Well, Kolohe's had some really close heat this year in 2014, but one of his tightest battles at the start of the season in round 2 when he beat Bede Durbridge with 11.73 total over Bede's 11.5 total. Always really close with the numbers. We saw Kolohe make a decision in that heat where he was going for his air game, didn't get the score, switched to power turns, and was able to adapt to the criteria halfway through the heat.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, you know, that's what you've got to do. If something's not working, change it up, you know. If you're doing something the judges aren't digging, then, you know, you need to change it up. And that's why you've got to have that complete package, the ability to be able to mix it up when you need to.
Last score for Kolohe comes in at a 6.87. He gets his best numbers so far with 1:30 to go. Aritz Aramburu now needs a 6.61, a touch more to turn this one as we enter the final minute. Aritz Aramburu with first priority, and he just needs a set to come through to get that chance to try to turn this one around and move into round 3.
Bit of deja vu, Joe, just in that last heat with Alejo. Alejo needing a 6.61 right at the end as well. Surfer in blue looking for the score. He's got priority, so step 1 is taken care of. Now all he needs is a set to come through. Posted a 6.10 on his last ride, so he knows he's got the ability to do it. The only thing that is to stop him is the fact that there's no waves coming through at the moment. 45 seconds remaining as he starts to paddle. Can he see something? Is he going to have one more roll of the dice, Joe?
He's looking excited right now, Potts. 40 seconds on the clock. He can't afford a mistake on his last effort. It's going to come down to one final wave, down to 35 seconds on the clock. Aritz does have first priority. Kolohe's chasing him up the reef just in case he can paddle with him on his decision. We're not seeing a whole lot coming through now, Potts, with 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, ocean's gone a little quiet. Kolohe says, you know what, I'm going to go maybe a little bit of a victory lap here with 10 seconds on the clock.
Snap to start for Andino. Off the bottom, just a little speed line runner. He'll fill in the gaps off the top with a float, and he'll head for the channel as we are into the countdown. Just 2 seconds remaining. Aritz Aramburu is going to try to get up before the horn. He's up now. We'll see if he was in time. He's going to surf it like it made it as he carves into the pocket and now looks for more on the inside corner. Looks like it was a little too late, and Kolohe moves on to round 3.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Welcome to Paradise here in Fiji as Kai Otten takes on Matty Wilkinson, two Australian goofy foots that like to entertain. You can see their seedings way back in the charts as they look for a breakthrough result here at the Fiji Pro. Joe Chappelle with Martin Potter, former world champion, as we look at this heat on paper. An exciting one for a couple of reasons. You know, Kai loves to charge. Matt Wilkinson has one of his best memories ever in Tahiti when there's waves of consequence, really hollow left-handers. What are your expectations first on Matt Wilkinson in this heat?
You know, Wilco needs, as you see the crew in the channel loving it, but Wilco needs a good result. He's been knocking on the door. He came really close in Rio. Unfortunately, John got that barrel right at the end, and that was kind of crushing blow for Matty Wilco. But, you know, it's nothing to do with his surfing. He's surfing incredibly well, just a little bit of bad luck going his way. You know, he's started to put a lot more effort into his surfing. He's training a lot more. He's getting himself in good shape, and you know, keep doing that. You keep knocking on the door, and eventually a result will come.
Well, it's interesting with Matt Wilkinson. One of his best heats this season was at Bells Beach against one of his best friends, Ace Buchan, where he was able to eliminate Ace from competition in round 2. And you talk to Wilco after, and he's like, I want to surf against Ace every time. He likes getting heats with his best friends, as we now watch Wilkinson getting a start deep in the whitewater, but he'll kick out. Just a quick number for Wilco to get things started.
Yeah, just getting that, getting the feet in the wax, and you can see the boys right up on the top of the reef there. That tide is running out, Joe, so what's going to happen is you're going to get this rip that sort of slowly pulls you up the reef and maybe out of position.
Now Wilco up again, snapping it off the top, anticipating the lip to show up. Speed turn down the line, he'll float it to fill in the gaps. Picks up the pace now for the inside corner. Off the bottom, nice snap to slide through the white water. Regains a rapid cutback to get back to the source, and now goes off the bottom, drills the lip. Great timing for Wilco, and a series of variety in his maneuvers on that last left.
Wow, you see what happened there? He caught that wave. It wasn't a keeper, that first one, all right? It was just a reposition on the reef kind of wave, and he lucked into this one here. You know, his opponent too far up, and you can see him starting to go to town. Looks like he's got a great board under his feet. Thing's got a lot of zip. You can see that pumps around the section, and right here, bangs it off the top, throwing the fins out. So nice surfing from Matty Wilco, getting this variety of repertoire, getting the length of ride here, that allowing him just to find his groove. And I tell you what, Matty Wilco capitalized on that and posted a pretty good score.
So nice finish for Matt Wilkinson as he paddles back out. Just 25 years of age, 5'11", 165 pounds, from Copacabana, New South Wales, Australia. Since then, he's moved down to Bondi, and then he just recently moved again up to Byron Bay, where he's got some fun waves to surf out front. Let's break down his equipment, Pods.
Yeah, he's riding a DHD Duck Nuts 6.0, 18 and 18.75. 2.31 thickness and 27.4 litres in volume. FCS2. He's riding a thruster, and he's riding a round tail. So it's given him that fast down the line projection that he's looking for. Thruster option, less fin in the water, so you get a bit more slide out of your board. A lot of guys riding quads because it gives you that drive. It holds you get to hold your line a little bit better in the tube. So everyone's different, and that's the beauty of our sport. You know, everyone's got different styles, ride different boards, different approach to the waves.
Fun to watch. Here goes Kai Otten now, setting this one up, still highlining. Now down to the bottom, setting up the bottom turn. Nice slashing turn to start this one off. Off the bottom, he'll set it up over the roof. He regains composure on the landing in the flats. Do a nice roundhouse cutback. Drives off the bottom and rips in on the forehand carve. Kai's going to find a lip to work with. Sears through with another clean cutback and puts this one to bed on the inside.
Wow. Well, you see the two different approaches. You can see Matty Wilco, a lot more energy in his surfing, a lot more pizzazz, throwing the tail out, sliding the board, floating up over the section. Kai Otten, more rail turn, more big, powerful hacking maneuvers. The judges are going to weigh up the two, and we're going to see some good scores here to start this heat off.
Nice start for Matt Wilkinson to show his approach as he can get loose off the top, and you can see how he likes to go for change-ups, and you can see that featured rail turn that you were anticipating from Kai Otten. He got to use it at the get-go of this heat.
Absolutely right. Kai's a powerful surfer, and he's going to use that to his advantage out here. This wave, you carry a lot of speed, and once you get that speed up, you can really put that board on the rail and produce some big radical turns. Kai Otten just showing a little bit of what he can do, and a great way to start the heat for Otts. 4.5 for Matty Wilco, so a smaller wave, fitted a lot of turns in on that one. It's going to be interesting to see where this one from Kai factors in. You can see him just nice casual approach, draws off the bottom, and then unleashes a big powerful snap right in the pocket as Kai makes his way down the line. Ooh, almost lost it there, but great recomposure there to pull that off, and snaps off the top. So
back to the lineup with Kai as he double pumps off the bottom, throws the fins out off the lip, and drives through this layback carve. He's starting to heat up, Pods.
Well, that first wave was definitely got him in the groove. He's starting to feel it. A 7.0 on his opening ride, and Kai unleashing the beast on that last one. Have a look at this. Snaps it off the top, and you can see he started a little bit more energy into his surfing. Another turn there. Watch this turn from Kai Otten. Raw, as he just gouges that board into the face of the wave, showing the judges that power, that speed, and that flow. Ticking all the boxes on that one, Joe.
Exciting showcase of turns from Kai Otten. Back-to-back scores will be keepers so far with just 7 minutes through this heat. Now let's throw it to Ronnie Blakey with Kolohe Andino.
Cheers, Joe. Yeah, Kolohe getting a very important heat win off the back of that second place finish in Brazil. You wanted to keep that roll going. Are you feeling really confident in this contest?
Yeah, as long as the waves feel small, I feel confident. When it's really big, I get like a little bit more nervous. But yeah, yesterday I was kind of a little frustrated with my performance. I felt like I was kind of never clicked into comp mode, and I just let Gabriel get all the good waves. But yeah, today I felt good, so I was stoked.
Just before we came on, you were kind of summing up the conditions for me. Just give everyone who's watching a bit of an idea of what it's like out there. You mentioned that it's kind of a little faster than it looks at times.
Yeah, well, I was watching from the channel. It looked like it was just perfect, slow, and you could just go off the bottom, off the top. And then once I got out there, a lot of the waves were really fast and closing, especially on this max high tide. And yeah, that's about it.
What about just taking the opportunities when they come your way on a wave? You know, when the wave does slow down, it looked like you were able to really dig into a couple of those backhand snaps.
Yeah, well, it's just, I guess, reading the wave correctly and maximizing the sections that you get. And yeah, I was just trying to, when I would get a section, I was just trying to hit it as hard as I could. And yeah, that's it.
You had a 9th here last year. You'd love to go a little further in the draw. Obviously, like I said, carrying some of that confidence from that last big result.
Yeah, I mean, most of the event in Brazil was backhand too, so that's good for my confidence out here. And yeah, I don't know, I'm not thinking about it too much, but I definitely would be stoked to make the top 10. I set myself up good for that, so that's my goal for the year.
Your team's got that winning feeling. The Kings getting a victory. Did that help you out there today?
They play tomorrow. I don't know. They beat the Blackhawks. I just became a hockey fan, so who's ever listening, they're probably like, fair weather. But I just hopped on, and the reason why I actually like the Kings is because they play in the Staples Center, and I don't like the Ducks. If anyone knows hockey.
All right, mate. Congratulations. A good heat win. Moving on through to round 3.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ronnie. Great to hear from Kolohe Andino. You can tell he's starting to have some fun. He's getting that winning feeling back-to-back, coming off the final, coming down here to a round 2 kind of sudden death feeling. He's lost a lot in this round, and right there he held his composure and turned in the best numbers of the heat.
Yeah, you know, he had a tenacious competitor in Ritzer Baru who's that unknown entity. But, you know, Kolohe just came out firing, and that's what you got to do, you know. Believe in yourself, get that confidence up straight away, which he did. I like the fact that he just started catching waves, and what that did was it built his rhythm. He ended up getting a couple of good ones and through to round number 3.
A nice one there for Kolohe Andino and USA. They've lost a couple of surfers today. Brett Simpson went down, also CJ Hobgood as we focus on the country count. Australians always come in with the big numbers, and right now they'll eliminate each other in this heat and on the Motu Island matchup as well with Kai Otten and Maddie Wilkinson. Kai started with a 7, second wave a 6.7. So a big start for Kai, and Wilco needs a 9.2 to answer back.
Well, I tell you what, Kai's coming in with a lot of confidence, that's for sure. He's, you know, witnessed the birth of his little boy Oscar, and it's given him this extra little bit, hasn't it? He's a different man and surfing with a different reason now.
Yeah, good name too, huh?
Yeah, great name.
Oscar Otten. He's probably watching this one go down along with Sarah. Congratulations once again. He had to miss an event for the birth of his first child, and he's in a really comfortable headspace. It was really fun seeing him on Namotu the other day. Him and Joel Parkinson were teasing each other about a heat back at Jeffreys Bay a long time ago where Joel Parkinson got the score to move on, and they're teasing him because Kai's, you know, still hasn't let it go.
Yeah, no, well, that's the thing with Kai. He never forgets. He's like an elephant. He's got a memory like an elephant. And, you know, he's the kind of guy that uses those, though. You know, he laughs about it and jokes about it, but you know, if he remembers, that thing hurt.
Sure did. Here goes Kai once again on his 3rd wave. Gets down to the bottom and throws the tail out. Solid fin throw to start. Snaps it on the 2nd one. Floats through the 3rd section. And now into some open face. Just working his way through this little warble that's slowing him down. Let's see if he is good for one more turn. Draws off the bottom. Little tail slide, and he kicks out. He's hoping to better a 6.7 with that wave.
Well, good surfing from Kai, throwing the tail out on the 1st turn there, showing a little bit of difference on this wave, approaching it a little differently. Had a little bit of a sort of a rip go through it almost, and it sort of held him up a bit. But have a look at this 1st turn here. You can see the fins out the back of the wave. So a little bit more critical on turn number 1, and then it floats it up over. Nice transition there, and you can see that bit of a chop go through the wave there, and it sort of held him up a little bit. So that could hinder his scoring potential just a little bit. But I tell you what, Kai keeping the board moving. He's building his momentum, and he's starting to look pretty good. Matty Wilco, he's got to get a good one under his belt here very shortly. Can't let Kai get too much of his own way. In saying that, he needs a 9.20, but really he needs 2 good scores on the board. A 7 and a 6.7 is Kai Otten's 2 scores, so not a big 2-wave total. And Matty Wilco's got to think of that. 17 minutes and 50 on the clock.
Well, an all goofy foot battle living up to the expectations. Let's get a bit goofier. Send it to the desk with Todd Klein, Strider Wazalewski, and Anthony Walsh.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. You and Potts were referencing the GoPro Challenge. We've seen some great footage coming out of the drug-aware Margaret River Pro where we kicked the GoPro Challenge off. And we've already seen some great footage out of this event here at the Fiji Pro. We're joined by Anthony Walsh, who's the team rider for GoPro, as well as a representative. Anthony, you know, as we talked about, some fantastic action coming out on those GoPros. How many entrants do we have so far in the GoPro Challenge so far here for the Fiji Pro, both the women and the men?
So far we have 6 from the guys and 1 from the women's, and I'm sure everyone's seen it on the ASPworldtour.com website. Tatiana's pretty much in the lead right now, so the guys need to step up the game.
Yeah, I was watching down when we were actually on the other island, and Owen Wright, who's probably in second place, was saying that he thinks that Tatiana's still in first, and I'm a big fan after watching it over and over. I think she's pretty much winning the GoPro Challenge right now. I mean, for a girl in the expression session in the contest, Tatiana Weston Webb just stepped up and, you know what, showed that she wanted it. This is her shot right here as she drops in, and you can see this thing just sucking out perfectly over the reef.
And Anthony, talk to us about this wave right here. You know, you get out in the water as well. She's using like a mouthpiece with her camera, or where's the camera actually located?
Yeah, this is actually in her mouth, and it makes you like you can just use your arms, and kind of you don't have to really think about it. Like you see, she went over that foam ball, and she's like riding that foam ball, and I was actually just showing a bunch of the guys up there, and they were like, hadn't seen it, and they were really freaking out about it. Like, oh my God, like she's freaking, like one clip and she's going to win, and like guys are going to step it up. And they're excited to see what happens.
Well, I mentioned, you know, just briefly as we introed, you know, you get out in the water as well with the crew and can go as deep as any of them. You got some great ones over at the box. We also got a great clip of you here recently in Fiji, and talk to us about that wave as we pull it up here with your GoPro experience out there surfing here in Fiji at this event.
Yeah, so this was actually my last trip here. This wasn't this trip, but it was like an 8-foot day, similar to like the girls were when they changed over the restaurants actually, but it was lighter winds. I was here with Kelly, who's Kelly's week, and you know, this is like on a back-mounted system. It's really tough. You can't really like bend your back or anything like that, but it gives that perspective. You see behind you, you see both your arms, and it's a really cool perspective that no one really else has. And I think, it's not this one, but there's one where it goes in and out of the lip that I've been seeing they've been playing that it just, you know, just shows the whole view behind you, like if someone was sitting on my back and they were along for the ride. So I really like this view.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable what GoPro has done and bringing so many different angles in surfing. And I tell you what, there's a lot of people probably watching that have never been barreled before, and GoPro now giving them that experience to see what it feels like inside one of those tubes. If you guys are interested in the GoPro Challenge and the latest clips, there's the URL right there on the bottom of your screen. Check it out. And Anthony Walsh, you stay deep in the tube, and I tell you what, it's great to have GoPro on board this year with the ASP, and you know, stepping up with the GoPro Challenge and giving money to the athletes and giving them the opportunity to win $10,000 outside of the event for the best clip captured, and $15,000 if it's captured on the jersey. So great to have you on board, and look forward to seeing more of the clips in this event.
Cool, thanks guys.
Alrighty guys, back to you.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Strider. And thanks, Anthony Walsh, for the great update from GoPro as we get caught up with this goofy foot battle. Kai Otten on the replay, Pots.
Yeah, Kai flying down the line. Nice little fading turn there through the lip. So Kai Otten starting to really crank it up. He's got 2 good scores straight off the bat, a 7 and a 6.70. So he's going to have to work really hard, Joe, to try and improve his 2-wave score. But he's really cranking it up. Oh, look at that turn there from Kai Otten. Just throwing everything at that one there to finish off. Wasn't a bigger one, but he's keeping that momentum going. 5.07 on wave number 3, and he's going to post another good score. So he's throwing away waves that Matty Wilco would love to have in his scoreline.
Well, the layback hack has proven to be pretty valuable for the goofy footers today, Potts.
It has. You know, the boys are doing it. Miguel Pupo did it. Unfortunately, didn't win his heat, but you know, Kai Otten's one of the best at it. He loves dropping the wallet, and when we say drop the wallet, it's you sort of almost lean back into it, let the fin slide, and you're almost dragging your back along the wave, and you use your core to get back up. So very tricky maneuver, And it just shows a little point of difference, something different at the end of the wave instead of that vertical snap or that floater maneuver.
A lot of different versions on it. Kai Otten turning his version, blowing out his whole tail in the process. Priority now with Matt Wilkinson, and you know he likes to throw down a layback hack when he gets the opportunity. Right now he's been showing kind of this slump that he's trying to get out of on the WCT. He's putting a lot of pressure on himself to perform. When he did beat Ace back at Bells, you can see how much that win meant to him. But you remember his success in primes like at Sakurema, making the final at Steamer Lane, where he's been effective in staying on tour for his whole career since he's qualified. Always one of the most exciting guys in the water, and he's got a lot of entertaining value. But now he's just trying to find some consistency so he can get closer to the top 15 and top 10.
You know, you can see when someone's sort of not in good form, and they don't catch a lot of waves, and the waves they do catch aren't the keepers. You know, you can look at Kai Otten. He's caught every single one of his waves he's caught are higher than Matty Wilco's best wave. So Kai's lowest scores are 5.07. Matty Wilco's high scores are 4.50. Kai just dropped a 6.90 underneath Matty Wilco's priority. So Matty looked at that wave and thought, now I'm going to let it go. Kai posting a 6.90 on it. So I think what guys have got to do when they feel like they're not in rhythm or they're in a kind of a slump is catch waves. You need to be up and riding. See Kai up and riding again. And this is what's happening.
Now Kai going for another layback blowtail. Controls it. Good for one move. It's not going to affect his top two, but he's showcasing that he's still in rhythm and still with control. Wilco raises his hands for a time update from the announcers on the boat. And we'll see if Wilco can break down a 9.4. We might have to reach for some airs. We haven't seen any above the lip antics. Wilco's capable of some massive things. He's done rodeos in the past on his backhand, but right now he needs to change the momentum of this heat.
9.40, so he can do it with one wave, but really what Matty Wilco's looking is he just needs to catch waves. He needs to just surf. You know, get your feet on the board, get that thing moving, do some big turns, build up your confidence, get your momentum back, find that groove again. You know, we saw Kai straight off the bat with a good one, and he's just kept that momentum going and posting some good scores. 6.70 is his third scoring ride. His top two keepers are 6.9 and a 7, so not a huge two-wave total, 13.90. When you break it down like that, you know, people sit there thinking, oh, I need a big score, I need a 9.0. Not really. You've got 10.5 minutes to go. Just get two good scores on the board and you're back in the heat.
So down to 10:30 pots for Wilco to turn this one around. Their last two matchups in round two went Kai's way. They're back in 2013. Kai beat Wilco at Bells and also in Tahiti. But a better memory for Matt Wilkinson was back in round 5. A Code Red swell hit Tahiti. These two had a matchup in round 5, and Wilco went on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Matty Wilco came into that event absolutely petrified. He knew there was a massive swell coming, and you know, he said to everyone, hey, I'm probably the scaredest I've ever been right now. But I think owning up to that took a lot of pressure off him because no one really expected him to do anything. And what that did was it just allowed him to go out there with no pressure, and he actually surprised himself. You know, he surprised himself and actually did really well. I mean, he pulled into some crazy barrels, posted some massive scores.
And still says he caught some of the best waves of his whole life with the jersey on. That one swell back at the Billabong Pro. Matt Wilkinson's been pretty active over the last couple of lay days, and he got on a trip with Waves for Water to help out a local community here in Fiji. As we check out the scene here, this was a nice, they call it a settlement. It's a little less organized than a village, but we had a whole crew come out. Everyone was very attentive. Ace Bucket kind of led the charge because he'd been on a Waves for Water trip back in Bali recently, and Wilco was helping with the demonstration. There was a well that was in walking distance just down the hill that was really subject to a lot of runoff and really poor quality water. And this whole community came around, got their buckets and their filters from Waves for Water so they could help their kids just be healthy and, you know, risk-free from all those elements that are polluting that well system. For more information on Waves for Water, check out wavesforwater.org, and it's a major partner of the ASP World Tour.
Such a noble cause, you know, just a simple thing of something we really take for granted. You know, you turn on the tap at home and clean water comes out. Not so for a huge amount of the population.
Now Wilco pulling in, well, looks like real quickly through that first section. Wilco still needs a 9.4 to make a comeback, so it was Kai pulling into a quick barrel. Wilco still holding first priority with 8:30 to go, Potts.
Yeah, you know, he's fallen into that trap where, you know, he's listening to the commentator on the scaffolding, and the commentator's saying, Wilco, you need a 9.40. And in the back of Matt's mind, he's thinking, I need a bomb. I need something really special here. And when you're looking at waves coming through, you're saying to yourself, that's not it, that's not it. And you fall into that, what's going on there? Jadson trying to get on the boat. He's such a character. You fall into that situation where you put too much pressure on yourself and you wait too long, and as that time ticks away, that pressure builds. What Matty needs is, a couple of 7s, and he can win this heat. So a lot of guys fall into that trap.
And right now, hopefully, Wilco doesn't feel trapped and he'll be able to let loose a bit. He's been very selective at this point. His best wave so far was a 4.5, as Wilco got 3rd place in his first round heat. It was another all goofy foot battle that Owen Wright ended up taking top honors to move into round 3. Still pacing himself out the back. He does have first priorities. You see this paddle battle. Matt Wilkinson will commit, looking for a 9.4 to go straight into the lead. Highlining, building some momentum. Sets up his bottom turn. First move, a big layback blowtail re-entry, and he ends up losing it.
Yeah, pressure. He thought he needed more than what he actually does. He just needs to get a couple of good waves under his belt. And out here at Cloudbreak, it's so easy to, with the jet ski assist, within a space of 4 minutes, you could really get 2 bombs. So, he's still got time. Just under 7 on the clock. He needs a couple of good waves. He can do it in one foul swoop with a 9.4, but realistically looking for a couple of 7s, and he's back in this heat. Had he just pulled back a bit, made sure he tagged that really nicely, rode it down the line, a couple of big turns, got himself out of that big one-wave combo, and then just, maybe backing it up. So, a bit of pressure.
6:30 to go. Potts here in heat number 9 to follow. We'll have a heat with Felipe Toledo and Jadson Andre. It's Nemoto versus Tavarua, but an all-Brazilian matchup with Jadson coming back on the tour. Felipe Toledo in his 2nd year, coming off a pretty stellar rookie performance last season. Yeah,
Felipe Toledo, what an amazing talent he is. And, just the performance he put on in Rio de Janeiro. I thought he was going to go all the way, Joe, but, when you come out of the blocks firing like that, posting a pair of 9s, it's really hard to back it up. And as a rookie, you could still say it's his 2nd year on tour, so he's still learning the game. He's going to, once he grows and gets a bit stronger, and, his rail game is getting better and better as we speak, and he's going to be really one to watch in the next few years.
Well, it's interesting. Every time we see Felipe Toledo, we're kind of putting him as the event favorite, especially when you look at the warm-ups. More recently for Kai Otten, it's been a pretty epic trip to Fiji. He's staying on Nemotu, and he ended up getting one of the best fish is ever caught here in Nemotu history as he pulls up this dogtooth tuna pot.
Yeah, Ben Wilson, what a magic fisherman he is. Look at the size of this thing as the boys pull it up into the boat. I don't even know how they needed a winch to get that thing up. Look at it, 55 kgs. Look at the size of that fish. Kai Otten would have just been absolutely out of his mind, and everyone jumps for cover. And the boys are screaming right there. Kai Otten, just look at him. As they caught the record fish on Nemotu Island. Look, Kai is spent. Absolutely. It took him a couple of days to recover from that.
130-pound catch. It is a Nemotu record. They always put the big catches up on the wall on the bar there, so they're always remembered. They've got some classics in the bar at Nemotu, even some old boards from guys like Terry Fitzgerald, and some of the best that have come here along the last few decades. And right now, Kai and Wilco are trying to sort this one out. Sometimes that good energy, having fun, catching some great fish on the lay days. Kai has great headspace, came flying out of the gates with his 7.0, backed it up with a 6.7, improved to a 6.9. Everything's going his way right now.
It is. He's just had a cute little boy, Oscar. He's just caught the biggest fish you've ever seen, and now he's on a roll here, just absolutely smoking these waves and getting some big scores.
4 minutes to go, a sizable one coming through, and Kai Otten wants it. He's starting to delay the takeoff, now stepping on the gas. Draws out the bottom turn, snaps it off the roof. Plenty of control as he wraps it on the 2nd effort. Deep bottom turn, snap combination. And he's going to use the lip again for a nice clean forehand whack off the top. Here comes a little fading cut back to change it up. Still in rhythm and in form, even with the set waves coming here at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, looking for a pretty solid score to replace his his second highest score, a 6.90, 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Look at this, it's a bigger wave as he draws off the bottom here, just delaying his bottom turn, making sure he tags that thing in the most perfect spot. Another nice open face turn there from Kai. just cruising on this one. And another nice turn for Kai. So just building his points as he goes down the line, trying to replace that 6.90 and build that two-wave total, trying to put Matty Wilco in a combo situation.
So a nice effort to do so. Kai Otten looks to better a 6.9. He's on the back of the ski. Matt Wilkinson does have first priority now with just a few minutes remaining to try to make it into round 3. Remember, this is an equal 25th result. If you lose in the second round, you get $8,000 out of the $500,000 prize purse. You used to have to make it to the quarterfinals to get $8 grand back in 2005.
You used to have to win an event back in my day to get $8,000.
So pretty incredible how quickly we moved on. Your
Yeah.
world title back in '89. Was that a big topic coming through to discussion, working on prize money way back then?
Yeah, you know, I think we had, I surfed in maybe 28 events that year. You know, they basically took your best 75%. You know, we used to, they was ranked as stars, like a 6-star was the highest event, and all the way down to a 2 stars that sometimes you'd have to surf in just to, you know, build your momentum as, you know, in the same region as maybe a 6-star. So, you know, we had a lot of contests on there, you know, just due to the fact that there wasn't a lot of money on offer. So I think the year I won the title, I won maybe 100 grand in prize money. And back then it was big bucks, but things have changed.
A lot has changed for sure, Potts, and now you can win that for one result. A big win like Abram Medina experienced at Snapper Rocks, took a check for $100,000, and the same thing is on the line for every stop on the ASP World Tour this year. Kai Otten wants to get that winning feeling again. He had his breakthrough CT victory last year in Portugal. It was another goofy foot heat over Nat Young last year.
Yeah, it was a great result for Kai Otten, his maiden victory, but 7.10 on his last ride, so improving his situation yet again. Matty Wilco now with the daunting task of looking for a 9.60. Here he goes now, up and riding.
Matt Wilkinson looking for a near perfect score. He'll float the first section. Wilco controls it off the bottom, blows the tail out, controls it off the bottom again, blasting it off the top, needs to finish strong. Jams it in the pocket, looking solid so far as he's rifling off the turns off the lip, even ditches the fins at the tail end, loses the final turn, but he let off a lot of aggression on the final wave.
He needed that wave about 10 minutes ago, Joe, and I think we would have had a great hit on our hands. This is going to be a good wave. It's going to close the gap for Matty Wilco. Just a little bit too late, though, I think. 30 seconds remaining. Snaps it off. Look at that. Fins out the back of the wave there. So above the lip surfing, variety of repertoire. Nice tight surfing from Matty Wilco. And now he starts to throw everything at it on the inside here, tagging it. This could be probably one of the best waves of the heat. But is it too little too late for Matty Wilco?
A 9.6 is what Wilco needs. We're down to 15 seconds on the clock as he's still paddling back out. Kai's going to glide into one. This will be his last wave of the heat. Smaller insider, and he'll carve his way through. Still looking solid on a smaller wave. Taps the float, and he's going to head for the channel in just a moment here. Run out of time, and now the judges will have to make a decision on that last wave for Matt Wilkinson. We'll give you that final update as round 2 continues. Coming up next, we'll bring in Pat Parnell and Ross Williams for the call.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Fiji Pro here on the island of Tabarua. We just witnessed an amazing performance. Kai Otten, just a devastating performance up against Matt Wilkinson as we welcome everyone back. Pat Purnell along with Ross Williams. But an all-Brazilian affair, Felipe Toledo, Jadson Andre. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, you know, obviously we got a goofy footer pitted up against a regular footer, and Felipe on your screen there, a young man. He's got so much spice on his backhand. He is spring-loaded, but so is Jadson. So it's going to be interesting to see who can get it done on their backhand or forehand.
Well, both surfers trying to find their rhythm after a surprising fourth stop on the 2014 season. Were you a bit surprised as well that no Brazilians did well at the Billabong Rio Pro?
Yeah, I think maybe they applied a little bit of pressure on themselves, being that, you know, on their home turf, arguably the most patriotic surfers on tour are the Brazilians, and they really feel that passion. They want to get that result at home, and possibly affected them.
Between the two surfers, Jadson Andre, Felipe Toledo, also well known for their prowess in the air. In terms of the edge, rail-to-rail turns and the waves that are on tap right now, does either surfer have the edge right now?
This is an awesome heat simply because I think it's an extremely even battle. I have a hard time giving an edge, even though Felipe has a red jersey, slightly higher seed than Jadson. He's got that X factor. We mentioned it yesterday. He's so spring-loaded. He looks like he's ready to take off for flight at any moment. Where, guess what? Felipe is the same way, but he's on his backside, so he might have maybe just a slight advantage with that backside vertical stab, so we'll have to see.
Current 20 on the world rankings right now, the 19-year-old out of Ubatuba, Brazil. Definitely, as you pointed out, the spring-loaded, just explosive turns. He's going to have to tap into it to go up against the likes of Jadson Andre out of Natal City, Rio Grande do Norte. Current number 24 on the world rankings, and the 5'7" Brazilian having a bit of a shaky 2014 with 3/13 and a 25th at the Rip Curl Pro Bells. As we see some activity out the back as priority is open, and a good size set rolling through, and both surfers out of position. That is an unfortunate situation, Ross.
Well, if you look at the top of your screen, you'll see some chop going from left to right, so that trade wind is starting to pick up a little bit. We'll see how that affects the surfers.
And it looks like the first to get in, it is Jadson Andre. A quick head dip and trying to get around the section. He's way too far behind. He can't. But he is on the board. Now priority will sit with Felipe Toledo out the back.
Yeah, so that's going to give priority straight to Felipe, and he's going to paddle down the reef. You can see a little bit of sweep right now, sucking up the point. So you'll notice as this heat progresses, these surfers will constantly paddle just to stay in one spot.
So on a down note, we should point out, you can see a couple of the white caps, but you were anticipating at least a little bit better conditions with the reef than becoming exposed on the inside. But unfortunately, the wind just ticking up.
Correct. So, you know, as that tide drops out, I would look for, you know, that to definitely help the situation. But you can see that wind direction slightly different from yesterday. So as this develops, you know, the wind is sort of variable right now. You know, we're here on Tabarua Island, and out at the restaurant breaks, it looks like dead glass. There's no wind. So the wind trying to figure out what it wants to do.
Well, 26 on the clock in this all-Brazilian matchup. Heat 10, round 2. Winner goes directly to round 3. And Felipe Toledo yet to catch his first wave. He does have priority in terms of the two surfers. A fair matchup and a good shot of just how windy it is becoming out here at Cloudbreak. We're hoping to try to get as many rounds in before conditions went south. But as we can see, definitely windy conditions prevailing, unfortunately, as we were just about 5 minutes into this heat. Scores dropping for that quick just drop in, head dip, and out Jadson Andre, a throwaway, a .83. As we see waves coming in, and it looks like on the inside, under priority, Jadson Andre opening just a massive carve as he'll quick casual cutback, stays with it, waits for it to stand up. A couple of S-turns working down the line. He'll wait for that bottom turn, send it to the top. A lot of spray with that exchange, and lays into it even more so. And beautiful turns on the inside, really working that wave to the fullest extent. Jadson Andre stays with it all the way to the inside of the shish kebab section. And out the back, hopefully Felipe Toledo finding his first wave. Drives it up on his backhand, up bottom turn, vertical, quick another turn. So got 3 quick turns for Felipe Toledo, and he's out.
I can see the emotion on a young Felipe, not happy that wave closed out. But that wave from Jadson Andre was amazing. He went bonkers on that thing, a couple of giant turns. First, we're going to take a look at Felipe right here on his backhand. Nice turn right here. He stabs it a little more vertical, throwing some spray, and he sees this wave's going to close out, so one more lip climb. Frustrated right there. He's going to kick his board out. But guess what? Look at the pace of this wave. Nice and slow for Jadson, and he's able to open up. Beautiful turn there on the outside, getting a lot of speed. Right here is going to be the jackpot. He finds this next section. Watch how much spray he throws on this turn right here. Bingo. All the way out the top. There's so much spray. Unbelievable. You can see he gained speed off that, getting a little squirrely on that third turn there, which I liked. It made it pretty exciting there. So a couple of huge turns from Jadson. He's going to be off to a quick lead.
Well, Jadson Andre waiting for scores to drop on that second wave, looking very in form. His 4th year on tour. The big story with him will always be the success he had 2010 to 2012, fell off tour and is able to climb his way back. He's resurgent and definitely reactivated for the 2014 season as we check out Jadson's board, and no surprise there with the 3-fin, and seen a similar design with the squash shell. A lot of squashes out there.
Yeah, one thing that pops out to me is Jadson's not the tallest guy on tour, but he rides a 5'11.5", so nearly 6 feet long, a little bit longer. You can see, you know, not a whole lot of width and thickness, so a pretty small board. He's got the FCS2 in there. That's the new system with squash tail. You can see that release in that last wave. He likes a little bit of loose trucks on there. He wants to get squirrely with those fins, but I tell you what, he controlled it nicely.
He's shown time and time again he can handle the loose trucks with ease. As we still wait on scores for that wave, Jadson Andre really starting the tone of this heat. Felipe Toledo a little disappointed that wave didn't cooperate with him. Was only able to squeak in about 2.5 turns as we've got 22.5 on the clock. And Felipe Toledo yet to catch his second wave.
Yeah, you can see that inside trough right there, if you will, where the jet ski is going by. That's the little lagoon before the reef. So as this tide drops out, you're going to see the reef expose itself. So hopefully that'll clean up that inside section as this wind picks up.
See a line approaching out the back. Not quite sure if either surfer can get anything together on it. Slides under both surfers as we see it kind of connect on the inside section. Can you reflect back your first time to cloud break, what the learning curve was for you?
Yeah, you know, it's I definitely remember it being, it felt like a lot like home in Hawaii, where I live on the North Shore, where it's a wily wave, and there's that open ocean feel, that raw Pacific feel, where there's a lot of current and wind constantly wreaking havoc. So you have to have that comfort level first and foremost, and after that, then you start figuring out little holes in the reef, where to sit. Another tricky thing, Pat, is to learn how to line up at cloud break. You're in the middle of the ocean. We heard Kelly mention how he likes to line up the scaffolding with a part of the mountain. So you really need to be on top of your game on how you're going to line up.
Speaking of Kelly, how much did you lean on Kelly? I know you guys have been good friends over the years. Did you ever tap him for a little intel?
Not so much. You know, Kelly is... you know, he was a little tight-lipped when it comes to opening up with the lineup spots.
As we take a look at Jadson Andre, taking a quick look at that wave. Yeah, not easy to triangulate. We try to explain just how far out, over 2 miles out here away from cloud break. Not the easiest place to line up.
Not at all. It's not even easy. Like I say, at my home break, for instance, at Haleiwa, we have that giant building called the Surf Center, and there's a bunch of palm trees. When you line something up and you get that reference, it's a lot easier, but there you're in the middle of the ocean.
Felipe Toledo finds his second wave. He's hopping down the line, sends it up to the top, quick float, gets out in front, connects with the lip cleanly on turn number 1, and another great hit. Another float section, takes the airdrop on the way back down. He'll wrap it back, stays in the pocket, waits for it to stand up again, and another float section airdropping down, and wow, solid last turn. Can't get the clean finish though.
Well, scores dropping for Jadson at 5.6, so it's not going to be too big of a score. And as we see Felipe trying to find some open face right here, floating up and over there, making a lot of ground. Now the wave slows up. He's able to tap the top there, throw some spray. Even better on that third turn. You can see gathering a lot of speed on that float. This is the money turn right here as he wraps around. He's going to stab it nice and vertical. Unfortunately, he comes just a little unstuck on the third one. There you go, bang. That's a nice little crisp turn, but he can't hold on.
We'll have to see how judges react to that. However, they liked his previous wave, the 4.83 he was awarded for that. It was basically about 2 turns and a quick turn on the end of that, and that scoring close to Jadson Andre's wave, a 5.67.
Yeah, a little surprised at that, up and riding.
Jadson Andre loses tail, sends it out the back, and goes down. So Jadson Andre has sitting on a 5.67 and a 0.83. Now priority shifts back to Jadson Andre as we'll wait for scores on that second wave. But some great back and forth with the Brazilians right now. This is the kind of heat we want to see.
So, you know, definitely looking at those scores, I think on your backhand could be a slight advantage. Just having that vertical attack where you can really go up there and wipe it clean like a blade on your car, you know, a windshield wiper. But in doing that, it's almost a 2-for-1. You wipe the lip, get up there, and you throw a lot of spray, and you come back down with all that speed. Whereas on your forehand, you're kind of forced to do those round carves. So sometimes it looks like, hey, that's an easier move. So on your backhand, maybe a slight advantage today.
So we got a great look at the channel here as we pan across, and just it shows you how expansive the break here is at Cloud Break from shish kebabs, moving all the way up to top, the far point to the left of your screen, the ledge. As we jump back to live action, Jadson Andre wraps the cutback, then sends it off, tags the lip to finish it off, as we'll look back and see anything of merit, if there was, for that matter, on the beginning of that wave. He's trying to ditch a throwaway, a 0.87. Felipe Toledo needing a 1.72, but we're still waiting on scores for Felipe's second wave. Definitely the better of his 2 waves.
Yeah, right now the judge is trying to find the tone, set the scale for the heat, and they set it somewhat low with the 5.67 from Jadson Andre, so they're going to look back and make sure they compare to that wave. That's where the bar's been set. You can see as Jadson far up the reef. This is from the water looking back in, and you can see Jadson creating a ton of spray. He loves those fins-free turns, really loose. And then he's going to float the boat up and over the roof. Nice tail drop. And again, this is to get down the line and projecting into that cutback. And that's the rail turns that we like to see, and finishes nicely. So Jadson off to a quick start.
Scores dropping for Felipe Toledo's second wave, a 6.67. So now Jadson Andre hunting a 5.84. We'll wait for scores on his 5th wave so far in this heat. 17 minutes on the clock here in Heat 10, Round 2. Winner goes directly to Round 3, as we'll keep you updated whether or not we'll be going into Round 3. However, conditions looking contestable still.
Yeah, it looks nice out there. There's that chop out there on the horizon beyond the break, but it seems to be pretty clean where these guys are surfing. So what I love about Cloud Break on a smaller day such as today is you're still going to see great surfing. Guys are going to be flying down the line with so much speed, and it's pretty rare that we get to see high performance moves at Cloud Break. Usually we're looking for those big tube rides, so a nice little departure.
Well, I know when it comes to Cloud Break, you'd always prefer to sniff out the barrels, but on days like this, still a very fun, high-performing wave.
It is, you know, so just imagine, you know, if you're at J-Bay and the type of surfing there, this is almost flipped around. So this is a goofy footer's chance to have a wave like a point break that's on their forehand.
As we look forward to J-Bay further down the 2014 season. So Felipe Toledo, Jadson Andre, as we're 16 minutes into this heat, we'll be back to the Fiji Pro right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
You are watching the 2014 Fiji Pro in the water right now. Jadson Andre and Felipe Toledo as we look across the channel, past restaurants over to Namotu Island, and over the years a healthy rivalry has formed between the islands of Namotu and Tavarua. So far today, 5 wins for the island of Namotu, but right here, let's hear it in the bar for Tavarua, still alive and well. Spirit is high, and right now the all-Brazilian affair in the water, trying to keep the title race alive in between the islands. And you got to love the rivalry. It's great. It's usually been an all-Australian affair. Gabriel Medina, however, staying over on the Namotu side this year.
Yeah, it's a little docudrama, if you will. We got a survivor for surfing on a CT tour. It's Battle of Two Islands. So yeah, it's a healthy rivalry, and you could also chalk it up to be sort of Australians against the rest of the world, although there's a handful of Brazilians staying on Namotu too. So it's a lot of fun.
If it was a fishing contest, we'd have to give it to the Australians. However, our own Todd Klein caught a pretty nice wallow as we see some lines approaching. Priority sitting with Felipe Toledo. He'll utilize it on this. Sends it a quick turn on the top, getting a little caught up, and he'll lose the handle on that as he's trying to ditch the 4.83. Right now, let's send it down to Ronnie Blakey. Ronnie.
Cheers, Pat. Yeah, with Kai Otten. He does hold the record for the biggest dogtooth tuna ever caught on Namotu, 55 kgs.
Bluetooth tuna for you, wasn't it?
Mate, Kai, let's talk about your year so far. Obviously, it's been a big one, the arrival of a little boy.
Yeah, that's the best part of it for sure. Other than that, I've been stinking it in the comps. Yeah, that was unbelievable. That happened at the start of the Brazil contest, so I missed that, and it's been amazing. It's been hard to travel. Bucko's yelling at me.
Yeah, well, let's just talk about that. You obviously chose to miss Brazil, and you kind of paid the price. Just the way the results panned out over there, you ended up dropping 8 spots on the rating. So back to 29th position. So that heat, you were a little nervous in.
Oh, I've been really nervous all year. I don't know whether it's because I had such a good last year and want to back it up real bad, or I've just lost the plot. But I'm really nervous. I pretty much felt like I was going to spew in that heat, and I think you could tell on a few of the waves I got, they were pretty rippable, and there was definitely a few mistakes on each wave, which kept my scores around a 7. I think the waves potentially were 8, 5, 9-point rides, but you know, I can build on that. I got through that. Wilco is always a tough draw. We've had a lot of good battles, and you know, that showed at the start of the heat. I didn't want to give up the inside, neither did he. We pretty much had a good paddle battle up around the back of the reef, so yeah, went my way there.
Awesome, mate. Congratulations. A huge result, as you mentioned. You and Matt, who had some great battles in the past, 4 previous man-on-man heats. You've won the last 3. Moving on through.
Yeah, well, don't tell him that. But yeah, feels good. I'm up again real soon, so I've got to get off the top of the boat and get down in some shade.
That's right. Kai Otten moving on through. Good luck.
Thanks, Ronnie, and congrats to Kai Otten. Great performance there. We thought it was going to come down to the wire. It came close. Wilco, he dug deep, but just too little, too late. So Kai Otten keeping some good title hopes alive here at the 5th stop, having to miss the first stop. But, you know, becoming a dad, that's a very, very big moment in anyone's life. Probably the biggest, we can say.
Yeah, you know, and it was fun watching him in that heat. It looked like, you know, now that he explained how nervous he was, it really made sense to me, because of his first couple waves, his board looked good. He was going really fast, but he looked shaky, not quite finding his feet. And then all of a sudden, something clicked, and he just went bananas. Sure, he made a couple little minor mistakes, like he said, that kept him out of that excellent range, but he was pretty much on fire. The guys at the bar will tell you were stoked. He was ripping.
Well, we'll have to see how it unfolds in Heat 10. So far, for the moment, Jadson Andre on top. Felipe Toledo looking for a 5.84, because scores did drop on that 5th wave of Jadson Andre. For Jadson Andre, 6.83. Priority sitting with Jadson Andre. So now Felipe Toledo under priority is going to have to try to improve and grab a 5.84 or better. And you can see just Jadson Andre showing a little frustration waiting for waves there, trying to kill time in this heat. 10.5 on the clock. And as can adjustments, taking a look at the judging criteria here for the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. Surprise commitment and degree of difficulty, but you always talk about the commitment factor. It's a big, big factor.
Huge. You saw Jadson on your screen there splashing the water. I'm not sure if he was frustrated by his scores, but usually that's what that means. But I think that's the first and foremost, that's the meat and potatoes of the score. They love a big move right out the back. You know, that's usually where the wave is biggest. It shows that you're not afraid to maybe possibly fall and ruin the rest of the ride. Some of the guys that start conservative and then build, the score won't go as high. So if you go big early, it usually translates into a big score.
Well, hopefully for Jadson, if it is numeric frustration, he can channel that and potentially let it fuel him to improve upon the 5.67. Some great back and forth, but a bit of a lull right now. 9.5 on the clock. As we point out, the winner moves directly to round 3. Coming up in our next heat, Ace Buchan along with Travis Logie. So from an all-Brazilian affair to all-Australian, or I should say, yeah, Australian, South African, as we get ready for finishing out round 2, and it looks promising that we'll be going into round 3. Conditions maintaining, but the wind definitely starting to tick up here, unfortunately. And Jadson Andre just sitting on priority and showing a little patience with it.
Well, another good bright spot for today and possibly going into the 3rd round is we're forecasting this swell to pulse a bit this afternoon. So, you know, there's plenty of size out there. It's great for high-performance surfing. So I believe that we're, you know, most likely going to want to capitalize on that size. And again, with the outgoing tide, even though the wind has picked up a bit, we'll see that inside section get really nice and clean.
Any advice for Felipe Toledo at this point? Under priority with 8.5 on the clock. He needs a 5.84 with priority sitting with Jadson Andre. We've seen it before in terms of should he be moving up the point or moving a little bit more inside to try to at least get something going. And just with that, that's exactly what he does. Felipe Toledo trying to get a wave under priority, but just way behind on that section, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think he had the right idea. You know, since Jadson's sitting way out the back, he should try to squeeze away from him a little bit, go for those wide ones, and sneak a score under his priority. But in general, I think the plan for today out there as a competitor is to look for that wave that slows down enough for you to be able to go from the bottom to the top and get a few moves off that way.
As we made reference, our next heat, Ace Buchan up against Travis Logie. Both surfers desperately needing a strong finish here at the 5th stop. Not having the strongest 2014 season, as we check in with Jadson Andre taking a look, but just way too deep on that wave. You can just see that thing just dumped.
So let's take a look at the priority system right now. It seems like for now he's held priority, but he gave that a good paddle. Usually if you paddle for a wave and commit to it, despite standing up or not, you will lose priority. But you can see Felipe is just still kind of making his way outside. At this point, I don't see priority switching, so it looks like he's maintained it. There's Felipe kicking the water. He's not happy.
Bit of a lull. Let's take a look at the top scoring waves so far as we start with Jadson Andre's 5.67.
Yeah, I was surprised at this score because he had so much speed and spray flowing through those turns. A little gap in action right here. Maybe that's why the score stayed low. But again, it built up speed on the inside. There's that rejuvenated wall, and he went bananas on that turn. So much spray. I love how he got speed through it. A little loose with the fins there on that 4th turn, and then he wraps it up. So I really liked that wave. Here's a 6.67 from Felipe. Again, on his backhand, taking advantage of that vertical attack right there. Lots of spray as he projects down the line. Quick float, and then he finishes after this wave right here, after that move. And one more float. This is the maneuver that he falls on, and that's a 6.67. Here's the 6.83. This is the highest score so far of the heat. Nice fins-free turn to start with. You can see how quick Jadson's going. That guy can generate as much speed as anyone on tour. Really connecting the dots. There the wave slows up a bit and enables him to get back on his rail, and then he finishes nicely.
So great exchange back and forth between the two Brazilians. Priority will sit with Jadson Andre right now. Felipe Toledo needing a 5.84. And between the two, looking at those replays of the best scoring waves so far in the heat, when it comes to precision, comfort factor, who's looking the strongest right now?
Oh, it's just still a dead even. You know, Jadson, I love the speed he got on that first turn, on his first wave, the 5.67. Even though the score wasn't very high, he looked like he had a ton of spark. And that 3rd turn when he reconnected with the wave and it rejuvenated on the inside, I loved it. He threw so much spray. He had a ton of speed. So to me, maybe he has a slight edge. Felipe, always an emotional surfer, and sometimes that can hurt you, but he is very dangerous. And I tell you what, again, I think the scores are really reflecting highly with those backhand whips.
As we can see a good shot of the island there as surfers making their way back across over to Namotu. And Waka's bar right there on the far point. That's where all the judges and the Aussies maybe grab a quick one before it's sashimi time. Happy hour on Namotu later today. But a good day so far for Namotu. 5 wins over Tabby, 4 wins, as trying to keep the streak alive. Right now, Jadson Andre narrowly up on top. All Felipe Toledo needs is a 5.84, 4.5 on the clock. And once again, I'll just pose the question, should Felipe Toledo be moving like this, trying to get something going here?
Well, yeah, it's interesting because he's a little bit further up the reef. So even though Jadson has priority, you know, maybe he's going to try and lure Jadson into a wave so that he can clear the lineup for himself to get one more set wave before this heat closes out.
And a good shot of the judges' tower. You're talking about trying to triangulate between the judges' tower and finding those landmarks, and you just see how far up the line and how far you are in the ocean out here at Cloudbreak. Not an easy break to navigate, whether it be triangulating or just surviving when it's big.
And one of the other things to think about as you're trying to get your so-called lineup, it changes constantly with the tide. So, you know, it's not that you need one lineup, you need many, depending on what the tide's doing.
Yeah, well, then you have to consider on the big days, the wash-throughs. Always a downside of dealing with the size here. As we check in, Felipe Toledo, he'll send it. Big snap off the top, drives the bottom turn. A little more water thrown on the second. 3 clean turns and a quick jam to finish it off. He'll kick out, so wow.
An aggressive kick out. This kid has so much energy, and I think he's enjoying that score right there as it drops in. This could be his best wave, even though it's a small one. I love the start right here. You can see this wave slowed up for him, and that enabled him to get vertical right there. Stab. As he gains speed down the line, he's going to hit it vertical again right there. There's that little bit of a wipe turn, and he finishes nicely with a lip climb. There's that crazy kick out, so Felipe feeling it.
All he needed was a 5.84, 2:45 on the clock, and a closer look at the turns.
Yeah, I love this angle right here. You'll see just how vertical he snaps his board up on the lip, especially this turn right here as he floats the boat. That was a tricky section. He had to go up and over the lip, and he pulled it off nicely.
Well, waiting for scores on that. Now priority still with Jadson Andre, we should point out. Felipe Toledo catching a wave under priority, so staying active. And 2:20 on the clock. Jadson Andre is looking to throw away a 5.67. His high score is 6.83. And you can see him just moving deeper into the lineup, up the point.
Well, it's a tricky wave. That last one, Felipe was very busy, had some nice turns, but it was a smaller one. So it's definitely a lot of gray area there. You know, it's not a foregone conclusion that he's going to get that score. You can see just under 2 minutes left as Felipe strokes back out. I'm surprised, you know, Jadson really sitting there waiting with his priority, possibly thinking, hey, I just want to better my 5.67.
Time is ticking down, and now 1:45 for Jadson Andre trying to make his way out of this elimination round. Felipe Toledo still waiting on scores on his 5th wave, needing a 5.84, and it looks like he will get it, waiting for the last 2 numbers to drop, and he will. Judges loving the turns, the commitment, the explosive factor. 6.23, wow. Down to the last minute and a half. Now Jadson Andre needing a 6.07.
So again, those backside snaps, judges loving it with that vertical attack, throwing a lot of speed, throwing a lot of spray, I should say, and projecting down the line. You can see Felipe kicking water. He is feeling it. Look at all that energy this young man has. And here goes Jadson.
Jadson needing a 6.07, very small wave. He'll take a quick look and know he realizes there's not the scoring potential needed there. Now under 60 seconds left, time ticking down. Priority sitting with Felipe Toledo as Jadson Andre in an amazing situation, back up against the wall. He had the heat for a good chunk of it, and then Felipe Toledo was able to just go to town under priority, which is an amazing feat for Felipe to stay busy.
Wow, such a tight battle here. And if you think about Jadson's first wave of 5.67, he needs something at least that good. So it's a pretty tall order, and it looks like he has one more chance here, Pat.
20 seconds, 6.07. That is what he's hunting here. Fairly small wave, jams it up into the foam, arcs the cup back. Very mushy section. Not sure if the potential is there on this wave as it really softens up. Smaller wave on the inside. He'll get a little distance. Driving down the line, sends it up. Float section. Quick airdrop back. Another float section. and a big snap off the top, and he'll clean finish there. So Felipe Toledo on top, Jatson Andre looking for the 6.07. Was it enough?
Holy smokes. So that was a small, dismal wave, and guess what? It found the inside reef at Shish Kebabs and reformed nicely. So not much going on the outside. Cut back there. You can see how sleepy this wave looks, and somehow he finds a little low road right here, gets past that side chop. At this point, you can see now the wave starts to get a lot more energy. He's onto something, floating the boat up and over the top again, and this is where he really lays into this turn. Boom. And one to finish. Nice little lip climb. So the judges got something to think about here, a 6.07.
He was feeling it.
Yeah, again, so the outside, sort of a sleepy wave. It goes fat right here. He has to cut back. And as soon as this wave made the corner on that inside reef, it really found a ton of more energy. And you can see right here, he eyeballs it. He starts pumping down the line. Two big, quick floats. I like the fact that he was able to finish with this lip climb right there. Made the wave that much more exciting than this last turn right there. So it's not out of the question that he's going to get the score.
Once again, in a situation that it feels a bit like Groundhog Day here, we've come down to the wire in so many heats where it's come down to the last 30 seconds. He needs a 6.07. One judge says no, two say no, three say no, just shy, 5.63. So not enough as Felipe Toledo advances on Jatson Andre, falling just short. When we come back, Ace Buck and Travis Logie take to the water here at Tavarua Island, here for the Fiji Pro.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Paradise found in the Pacific is the island of Tavarua. We are here for the 2014 Samsung Galaxy ASP World Championship Tour. Round 2 still in the water. It is the Fiji Pro. Ace Buck and current number 24 and current number 23 Travis Logie for South Africa in the water. We just witnessed an all-Brazilian affair in Jatson Andre trying to dig back as we jump right to live action. Ace Bucket finds a medium-sized wave, drives down the line. He'll send it to the top.
Yeah, you can see getting a lot of speed right there. He's flying down the line. Another float move to get out to the front, and you can see just getting back on his heels. So a minor mistake there from Ace, wasted a little bit of time. Now he's back out in the front. See that wave got pretty mushy, so he had to do a little cutback. And so not the biggest start for him, but nonetheless a quick ride.
Getting a 3.67 in that exchange. As we look at the stats, the 31-year-old out of New South Wales, Australia, current number 24, and Ace Bucket has had success. Took a big win, the biggest of his career in Tahiti last year. One of the many surfers was hoping for some big barreling lefts here at Cloudbreak. Unfortunately, getting a little waves more on the progressive side, and there's Travis Logie out of Durban, South Africa. He has had a bit of a dismal start. The only shining finish for him, the keeper of the 9th at the Billabong Rio Pro, and he was really on a roll. Just didn't get the nod in that one heat. We thought Travis was going to go pretty far at the Rio Pro.
Yeah, I would agree. You know, and this is a tight battle. You know, it's hard to pick who's the favorite here between Adrian Buchan and Travis Logie. So this is a great match. Obviously rated 23 and 24. So no real clear favorite here. But you can see Ace Buchan's got 7 wins to Travis Logie's 5. But off that first round performance yesterday, you would have to give maybe a slight edge to Travis. He looked like he's got a great board under his feet. Such a speedy surfer. So we'll see if he can put that to use here.
In the last round 2 matchup, it was in 2013, Ace went on to win the event where he took down Travis Logie. Travis Logie getting the edge at the 2012 Coldwater Classic. That was in round 3. However, round 2 matchup way back in the 2012 Quickie Pro, Ace was able to get the win. So it really comes down to man-on matchups and how they face off with each other. As we jump back to the water, Travis Logie, his first wave, eyeing down the line, pumping it, getting way behind the section. Can he make it around? And he'll opt to just take the dismount. A lot of water in front of him on that.
You can see frustrated there for Travis. He thought, you know, he used priority on that wave, thinking it was a gem, and it ended up catching that inside reef there at Shish Kebabs and just blazed in front of him. So not much scoring potential there, but looking out the back, I see a few more lines. So hopefully as this tide drops, Pat, we'll see the waves pick up with more consistency.
Priority now sits with Ace Buchan. Ace sitting on a 3.67 throwaway for Travis's first wave. Still a lot of time in the seat, under the 25.5-minute mark, and it looks like priority, Ace Buchan. Taking a look at this one, he'll get a nice casual glide and fades as he sets up, waits for the bottom turn, casual climb to the top, driving down the face, big turn for Ace Buchan. He'll stay with it. It starts to stand up and then just shuts down on him. And right behind him, out the back, Travis Logie, eyeing down the line, and he'll do the quick cutout. And unfortunate for Travis Logie, wave not cooperating. Had some good size, but it just took a dump on him.
I tell you what, that was an absolute bomb of a turn that Ace pulled off there. Huge rail grab snap, releasing the fins, and pulled out of it. So we'll definitely try and pull up a replay of that as we see their board breakdown here. Ace Buchan, again, likes to ride a little bit longer surfboard, 5'11", 18.63. You can see the volume there, 25.5, whereas Travis Logie, a smaller guy, he's able to ride shorter equipment with 5'8" there. So one of the smaller boards on tour. You can see the volume there. Not a whole lot of foam on that thing, 23.2 liters. So both of them on the 3-fin setup, no quad systems here. Rounded squash, rounded pin, pretty much the same type of tail. So very similar types of attacks here by these two surfers, but Travis a little faster, a little lighter.
When you talk about Travis Logie, it's that compact approach. He's 5'6", 145 pounds, but he's able to get into some amazing tight sections of a wave.
I can't wait to watch this turn here. As you mentioned, it's just sort of a slow start, but watch how he grabs his rail and slides out of that turn right there, airdrop. That was a crazy turn there. Unfortunately, that was it. The wave kind of broke off in 2, and he wasn't able to back up that second turn, but beautiful surfing there from Ace.
So waiting for waves to come through. Right now, we'll send it down to Ronnie Blakey, who's with the winner from the previous heat.
Cheers, Pat. Yeah, with Felipe Toledo. Felipe, a very close heat and a bit of a battle. It went a little slow there with the wind picking up.
Yeah, that was a pretty tough heat. You know, when my heat started, just the waves like completely stopped, and the winding come a little bit more stronger. So, yeah, that was hard, but I just was lucky to get the last one.
You find yourself in 20th position on the ratings. One thing I've noticed is this year, a lot of people have been talking about how well you're surfing, you know, around the events, the free surfing you're doing. Is it frustrating when you feel like you're surfing in top form and you're not collecting big numbers?
Yeah, you know, I'm a bit sad, but this happens, like set a contest. If I made the heat, I was feel like happy. So yeah, the contest, like this set account for me. So I just need to do good in the contest, like in the heat, like just make sure to the next round.
I'd say Felipe Toledo, guys, one of the form surfers in the world at the moment. And with that heat wind moving on through to round 3 and looking for some big results in the next few events.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks, Ronnie. And with that win, actually, I think we're tied up. Namotu Tabi. It's a 5-5 between the two islands. Jats and Andre spending time over on Namotu, so it's going to be an interesting island battle. It's very contentious early on.
You know, you can see Felipe, a young man. He's from Brazil. Obviously, their main language is Portuguese, so it's awesome that these guys can take the time to learn English and give quick interviews after their heat. But I think more or less what he was alluding to is, yeah, we live and die by results. So I think for him, he's trying to keep his emotion out of it and concentrate on getting those wins heat by heat. You don't want to get too nervous, and sometimes, if you look at something outside of the box, you can get really emotional. So that's something to look for.
Was that ever something you experienced where your free surfs, you felt completely in form, and then when the hooter sounded and it was time to compete, completely different story?
For sure. It can be frustrating because if you have the tools to win an event and definitely win, heat by heat, and then you go and just get a horrible result, it can crush you. So there's only one winner in every event, so you have to keep that in mind. Everyone's going to be heartbroken whether you make the final or not. So you really have to take it with a grain of salt and move on.
Well, for the moment, Ace Buchan on top. Travis Logie looking for a 6.67. Pretty low-scoring affair on Travis's side. A throwaway 0.6 and a 1.67. Ace, however, sitting on a 3.67 and a 4.67 as we're under the 21-minute mark here in Heat 11, Round 2. We'll be going right into the last heat for Round 2 action. Mitch Cruz and Jeremy Flores, and the plan is to go right into Round 3 following that. So a lot of surfing on tap for today. We'd love to see that.
Big day, and as it should be, because the waves are super rippable. We're going to take full advantage of this pulse and the swell today. And I don't hear one complaint. All the surfers that are hovering around, everyone seems psyched and ready to go. At this time we've had a few days of this type of surf, so there's no surprises. I think everyone knows what kind of surfboard they want to ride, and it's good to go.
Well, you mentioned the forecast and trying to catch the swell at its peak, and obviously ideal wind conditions. Very subject to the wind as we take a look at the Surfline forecast.
Yeah, you can see this here Wednesday, Thursday, that little bump right there with those purple arrows pointing up. That is a great sign. So we're going to take full advantage of that incoming pulse and ride that out. So you can see Friday, it starts to settle down. And in the near future, there's not a whole lot on tap. So, we're definitely going to take advantage of this.
A little stormy weather as well, and we hope winds definitely cooperate, keeping things as clean as possible. Now 19.5 on the clock. Priority still sits with Ace Buchan in this matchup between Adrian Buchan and Travis Logie. Logie looking for a 6.67. Has a few lines approaching medium size, and you can see just how far Travis Logie is in comparison to Ace Buchan.
Yeah,
good amount of distance between these two.
It's been a common theme. We've seen whoever has priority likes to sit wide. They know, hey, I can sit where I want to, and whoever doesn't have priority tries to pull their surfer up the reef, but they just don't fall for it.
Well, if you look at the numbers right now, there's still plenty of time under 19 minutes. Should Ace at this point looking to improve on a 3.67, 4.67, it's not a huge lead.
No, at this point, I believe they're looking for score number one.
Yeah. Good wave approaching. Priority once again sitting with Ace, and you can see Travis having a look at that. He'll have to let Ace go on the inside. Ace grabbing it. He'll wait for the bottom turn. Big wrapping, arcing cut. Sends it to the top, releases a little tail for good measure. And another solid snap. Ace being very quick on his feet. Wraps the cutback again. Takes his time, another casual cutback. Stays with the pocket right in the position there to send it up again. So this wave's starting to stand up on the inside. Oh, unloads on that last exchange, and he is feeling it.
Yeah, that body language shows, come on, boys, give it to me. He really liked that last turn, and we've been seeing that inside section's delivering one more good section for these guys to blow up on. And that paid off for Ace. You can see he's really keeping a good rhythm. This wave at a nice pace, nice and slow, allowing him to go to the bottom and turn back up through that carving section on the top. And that's what these guys need. You can see him taking his time, trying to really mark the part of the wave where he wants to carve. This is that split section where the wave rejuvenates. Little cut back there, and he's going to get this end section right here and capitalize with a tail throw. So nice closing move there from Ace. One more look here from the channel looking in, and you can see that outside section a little flatter, but he's going to take advantage, getting to the bottom. Again, the pace of this wave is perfect for Ace, allowing him to take his time and really map out where he wants to surf. Cutting back through this inside section. This is where the wave gets a little sleepy, but that last section for him on the shish kebab reef really gave him that bonus section where he laid into it with a huge tail slide. So not sure the score was going to go till big until that last turn. So I think that was a great bonus for him.
6.67. So now Travis Logie needing a virtual 10, 9.67. So now Travis Logie, a lot of work. He's going to have to find magic out there for the official call whether or not we'll be getting into round 3. We check in with Todd Klein, who's with Kieran Perot.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. Joined by the Tour Commissioner, Kieran Perot, and this morning some good clean conditions, even offshore this morning. Now the winds have swung a little bit more out of the southeasterly direction, which is a bit more side shore. You know, we got one more heat to go in round 2. Will we move into round 3? Will we see some action today in round 3?
Yeah, so we've seen some great waves out there. It's fantastic to see the conditions a lot better than yesterday. Not so much wind on the face, and the swell definitely building. You know, there's a little bit more strength to it. So, yeah, we're definitely going to move into round 3 and aiming to complete 6 heats of round 3. That will take us through to about 5 o'clock.
Right, and with the outgoing tide still, you think we'll see possibly improving conditions, even though the winds are onshore? Yesterday we saw some barrels, but it might not be the same with that onshore conditions. More about the turns?
I think the way that this wind is at the moment, it's, as the tide goes out, it'll clean up. You know, the reef gets a bit more exposed, so that wind will, you know, it'll start to straighten out the lines. I think we'll see some pretty good tube rides go down on that lower tide. A little bit more swell and supposed to fill in actually a little bit more through the day.
And Ross Williams, you have a question?
Obviously, today and tomorrow is a no-brainer. It looks like there's great waves on hand, and we're going to smash as many heats as we can. Going further out, is there any prediction? I know you're going to have to look at the conditions each day. Is there any possibility of waiting for some sort of second swell, or are we going to try and ride out the next 3 days?
It's a good question. I guess we'll have a really close look at things tomorrow. So we will definitely try and make the most of the next 2 days. You know, the waves look quite good. Hopefully a building swell into tomorrow, lighter winds again. I think it should be really, you know, it should be really great. One of the kind of benefits, I guess, of what we have right now is we're seeing a really different side of Cloudbreak. It's super high performance, and some of the turns that are going down are pretty fantastic. So, you know, we may not have the crazy 8-foot barrels, but the guys are lighting it up, and I think that'll happen through the day again tomorrow. And we'll see, we'll analyse a little bit further and decide whether it's worth holding out for something at the end, which at this stage it's not looking super fantastic.
KP, thanks for your time and in the call as well. And I tell you what, Ross, I'll try and catch up with Kevin Wallace from Surfline and see what the long-range forecast is looking like.
Thanks, Todd. Thank you, Kieran. So good news, lots of surfing still on tap as we'll wrap up round 2 action and go right into round 3 as we take a look. Mitch Cruz and Jeremy Flores in our last heat of round 2, and that is going to be a great heat. And we hope some of the hollow sections start showing up. I know it'd make Mitch Cruz awfully happy.
And a nice contrast of attitudes.
As Travis Logie looking for a 9.83. He'll take the step off, and priority will now shift to Ace out the back. Ace staying busy, grabbed a 4.83 while we were hearing from Kieran.
Yeah, sort of went bang, bang. 2 keeper scores for Ace right away. And look at the size of this wave. We heard Kieran Perot mention how this swell's sort of gaining momentum, and I definitely agree looking at this thing well overhead. Huge floater there for Ace. Unfortunately for him, getting stuck behind that last section, so he wasn't able to, you know, get too big of a score, but that is a backup for his 6.6.
Well, you look at the numbers of Travis Logie right now, a 1.67 and a 1.37. He's definitely, we call it, you know, the self-imposed combo situation. He does have time, however, to get 2 new waves with 13:15 on the clock.
Yeah, and we need to see Travis open up on a nice wave, because I tell you what, he looked so fast and spicy yesterday. He laid down some great tracks. I love the way his surfboard looks. So it'd be good to see him lock into a wave and start competing in this heat, because right now he sort of fell asleep at the wheel.
Well, we're still looking for his breakout season. He has those moments, as you pointed out. Travis Logie, he's definitely quick, showing some brilliance in Brazil, and if you just could tap into that, needs to find 2 waves, albeit 1 wave for a 9.83 could tip the scales. We've seen crazy stuff happen in the last 10 minutes of each heat today. It's be interesting if it comes down to scores after time once again.
Yeah, it's a great matchup. I love, you know, Ace Buchan and Travis Logie, very similar demeanors, both pretty cruisy guys on the beach. not very excitable, smart competitors. You know, we saw Mitch Cruz getting ready on the boat just prior for heat number 12, and that heat, that dynamic between those two characters is pretty cool. Jeremy sort of has that prize fighter feel when he's on the beach, a very serious guy, you know, rides pretty high in his emotions, whereas Mitch Cruz is a little more bubbly, a new guy on tour, happy to be here, so that'll be a fun heat to watch.
Oh, there's nothing better when Jeremy Flores gets feisty and gets into it. It's what surfing needs. I think that, you know, it's such a good energy element that just adds a whole nother layer.
And after all, it is a contest, so
Yep.
you like to see that, you know, bringing to that kind of atmosphere where he really wants to win.
As we can see some lines out the back with Priority sitting with Travis Logie. He'll utilize it on this wave. Takes his time with the cutback. Another quick cutback off the top. And 3 lateral turns right in a row. He'll drive down the line. Big float section. He's able to stick the landing, and he'll step off. Right behind him, Ace Buchan sitting on top, trying to get rid of a 4.83, and lays into that last turn, redirects, and I'll tell you what, Ace Buchan is looking awfully strong right now, Ross.
Well, we'll pull that wave back up for you shortly. You know, we missed the outside of it, and here we go. Ask and you shall receive. Look at that wave, has a nice tempo to it. You can see it giving him time to carve right there. Beautiful turn for Ace. And a second one, nice little cutback. And this is where the wave starts getting a lot of energy on it inside. Beautiful layback hack there. I love the patience he showed in that turn. Meanwhile, Travis Logie finally getting on the board here. You can see riding a black surfboard. Looks pretty cool as it knifes through the water. Tons of speed there. Showing a little body language, and another knifing turn there, carrying a lot of speed through it. And a big floater there, tail drop. You can see he got airborne, and he loves it, and does a little needle jump out.
So just to remind everyone, prior to that exchange, Travis Logie was looking for a 9.83. 9.83, Ace Buchan on top. We'll wait for scores to drop on both waves. Now Priority shifts back to Ace Buchan as we approach the 10-minute mark in this interesting exchange so far between Ace Buchan and Travis Logie.
Well, right now, Ace Buchan holding on to that 4.83. That last wave, that's what the judges are taking a close look at to see if that bettered his situation. It's right there. And Travis Logie, now he's going to be back in the heat. Obviously, you know, with a 9.83, that really had to do it because he didn't have 2 waves at all to speak of. And some scores starting to drop, Pat.
Scores starting to drop right there, and it looks really good for Travis Logie. However, he will need a second wave, but it's going to better his score line, a 7.33. So now Travis Logie only needs a mere 4.17 with 9.5 on the clock. Things just got interesting here in this matchup as attention starts to shift towards round 3. For a little more insight on that, we check in with Ronnie Blakey.
Thanks, Pat. Yeah, we are shifting our attention to that third round. Of course, the conditions, as you can see, still hanging in there. The wind's picked up, but the faces are still clean, and we're still seeing very decent scores locked in for these competitors. So it was an easy decision for the commissioner to get round 3 underway. Some great matchups in that round. The first one is a showstopper. We've got current world champ Mick Fanning up against Alejo Munez. The second heat of the round, this is a really good matchup. Nat Young and Kai Otten. We saw both these guys blitz their round 2 heats. Michelle Perez is going to be in heat 3, yet to find out who he'll be surfing against. But Geordie Smith will take on Felipe in heat 4. Bede Durbidge up against Owen Wright in the 5th heat. And heat number 6 on standby, Kelly Slater, Mitch Colborne. Keep in mind that Mitch Colborne, as a wild card, beat Kelly in the first round in a 3-man heat a couple of years ago.
Thanks, Ronnie. Yeah, Mitch Colborne has been looking so comfortable in years past. I'll tell you what, in bigger conditions, he is such a threat. If anyone could challenge the likes of Kelly Slater, it'd be an informed Mitch Colborne.
In bigger conditions.
Yeah.
You know, it is a bit smaller today. Pretty clear advantage for Kelly, but that doesn't mean that Mitch can't get it done. He definitely has that X factor.
As we see some good lines approaching, 8 minutes on the clock. Priority sitting with Ace. He'll utilize it. Drives down the line on this. A lot of good face. Can he make it around? Gets out in front. He'll wrap it back to the pocket. He waits for it. Awfully patient. Sends it to the top. Climbs the foam. And another quick float section. Big airdrop and an arm bar to the judging panel as he's feeling that wave.
Yeah, Ace, you know, arguably the most consistent at sending some sort of signal after his rides. He's very emotional. So he is fired up right now. I'll tell you what, not a ton of moves on this wave, but look at the size You know, definitely a huge amount of the points are going to come from just how big this wave is. Sleepy little cutback to start there, but then a nice float there up and over the lip. This is the best maneuver of the wave, another huge float. So nothing too dynamic, but you can see the passion there, really trying to sell it to the judges, giving out that war cry. Again, a pretty sleepy cutback to start, but these two moves, even though they're just floaters, that's definitely what the wave called for how fast it really jetted down the line. Those were the moves to do, and that's a pretty big float right there, barely hanging on, and he loved it.
Just under 7 minutes on the clock, and Ronnie Blakey, you've got the best seat in the house. What was your perspective on that?
Yeah, I feel like the floater's getting a bit of a bad rap in recent years. It's still a pretty critical manoeuvre. When you consider it's done over an end-section piece of reef like that, Ace Buchan, from where I was standing, climbed up on top of the wave. It was a nice hollow tube, and he really came down beautifully with the tail and stamped that thing. He obviously felt like it was a good score. I'm kind of throwing my mind back to Bali last year, where Ace, with a couple of backhand floaters, got himself a score in the excellent range. I think it was a near-perfect ride, actually.
Well, he's looking awfully comfortable. Doesn't matter if he's sending up the float over shish kebabs or not. And I'll tell you what, we'll have to wait and see how judges award him. Because so far, he's definitely been getting the edge, 6.67, 4.83. They're loving what Ace is doing out there.
Well, picking up on Ronnie's conversation there, the floaters and how sometimes they get a bad rap, you know. If it looks like there was another option where you're dodging up and over the lip to something more explosive, then yes, I would say you could give a somewhat of a penalty. But as Ronnie mentioned, that inside section was so fast, there wasn't many other options. So a floater was very functional, and because it was a large wave, that airdrop as he extended himself, trying to reconnect with his surfboard, made it a radical maneuver. You know, sometimes, as you mentioned, getting that bad rap, floaters look easy, but not so much on this wave. That's more of a lip climb, and you can see how he exited with that tail dropping first. That made that maneuver very difficult, and the judges loved it.
7.43, so obviously with the float, with the critical factor, eating it up right there, numbers-wise. Now Travis Logie needs a 6.78 as we hit the 5-minute mark. Some great back and forth. However, Travis Logie sitting on a 7.33, his throwaway a 1.67, so only one solid wave in Travis Logie's account.
Well, so far from over. Under 5 minutes to go, 6.78. We saw Travis, you know, get a score much better than that. So this is a great match here, down to the wire. You know, with this incoming swell, you'd have to believe there's going to be another set coming in.
And obviously, those keeping track at home between the Namotu Tavi Challenge, obviously sitting right now with Ace Buchan. That's going to be good for the island of Namotu. And Travis Logie trying to keep the win alive for the island of Tavi.
Survival battle continues, the battle of the islands.
Who will get voted off?
And what's the battle with Mitch Cruz and Jeremy? I believe that's split as well. Mitch is on Namotu and Jeremy's here in Tavarua.
A lot of split heats here.
There will be blood.
Under 4 minutes left to go here in Heat 11, round 2. Those of you just checking in, we're going to be going into round 3. Our last heat of the day for round 2 will be Mitch Cruz, Jeremy Flores, and then right into round 3. Some great matchups there, as we can see reigning world champ Mick Fanning starting to make his way out to the boat.
And there's the Namotu Reef.
As Travis Logie only needs a 6.78, 3.5 on the clock. Can he find it as he drives down the line? Has a lot of bumpy face to work with, but navigating well. He'll take his time with this one. A lot of S-turns. He'll send it to the top. Quick float section. Gets it around it again. Sends it to the top. Releases tail. Can he stay with it? And he goes down. So a missed opportunity for Travis Logie. Remember, all he needed was a 6.78. Was it getting to that point where he could have grabbed those numbers with that wave, Ross?
You can see his body language as he pulled himself back up on his surfboard. He knows he made a critical mistake. I like the start here. You can see he's gathering so much speed. You know, that surfboard looks pretty cool, that all black spray. And right here, he's onto something, engaging that rail, big floater. He needed a big move there, so he threw the tail and just couldn't reconnect. You see his back foot slipped off, and he really needed to pull that maneuver off to give the judges something to think about. I'm thinking it's going to be a clear decision. He's going to need another score. Again, but just with that float move on a smaller wave, he had to go big. threw the tail out, couldn't quite pull it off. So 2 minutes to go. He's going to be back to the drawing board.
Travis Logie heading back out into the lineup. Still some time as we see scores start to drop, and as anticipated, not the score he needed. So he will still need a 6.78 to take the win and move on and keep his title hopes alive here at the Fiji Pro. This, an elimination round winner, moves directly to round 3. The loser packing their bags. Some activity out the back as we check in. Ace Buchan finds a screamer driving down the line, and he'll slip out the back as we're under the 2-minute mark. Ace Buchan sitting on a 6.67 and a 7.43. Lines continue to roll in here as conditions improving here, and on the inside, Ace finds a quick inside section. He'll kick out of that. 1.5 minutes left. Can Travis Logie find something with 90 seconds left?
Oh, that was interesting. You know, I'm not sure that the priority was rewarded quite yet for Travis. So you could see Travis really wanted to go on that wave, realizing that Ace was a little too deep. That might have been a good score, but because priority wasn't allocated at that point, he had to let it go. He gave a quick look behind at the judges' tower. Now for sure it's going to be allocated towards blue, which is Travis Logie. So with 1 minute left, he needs one more set to come in.
So all eyes are fixed on the horizon here at Cloudbreak. Will anything materialize for Travis Logie? Definitely had one of the strongest waves in this heat so far, the 7.33, and his second highest score of 4.63, but it's all about the number 6.78. Now with less than 50 seconds left, is anything going to start to stand up on the reef?
Well, it takes a good half a minute for something to appear on your screen to materialize, and looking right there, it looks awfully quiet. That's great news for Ace, horrible for Travis. In this dying 30 seconds, I'm not sure I see anything coming in.
Well, for Ace Buchan, the best he's done in Fiji is back in 2008. He grabbed a 9th, and he's definitely trying to get his world title hopes alive. 8th in the world back in 2008, and ever since then he's stumbled a bit, but trying to find the flow. And you can see right there, having a look, Travis Logie knows it's not enough. So right down to the wire, but Ace Buchan able to get the job done. Amazing performance, 6.67, 7.43. It is official. Ace Buchan moves on. Travis Logie, his campaign is done here at the Fiji Pro. When we come back, Mitch Cruz, the rookie, up against Jeremy Flores.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back, everyone. It might be low tide at Cloudbreak, but everyone here is living the high life at the island of Tavarua, Fiji, as we finish out round 2 at the Fiji Pro. The Australian Mitch Cruz up against Jeremy Flores, and the rookie Mitch Cruz looking awfully comfortable this year. The question is, can he shake off a few cobwebs and take down the more veteran of the two? Looking back while we were away, Jeremy Flores, the first to strike.
Fired up on his backhand right there. Huge snap. Another big bucket right there, throwing lots of spray for Jeremy. Oh my gosh, and that third one was even better. And a fourth one there. So what a start for Jeremy. You can see how he sort of stood there erect at the end of that wave, indicating I like it, and he should. That should be a big number.
Right behind that, out the back, we see Mitch Cruz finding his first wave. A lot of extension on that first snap. He sends it up, big floater, and he'll make the drop all the way to the bottom, gets the clean finish, as now priority will go back out to Jeremy Flores. So a great exchange right between the two. And Mitch Cruz, we talked about being the rookie, 50% success rate in round 2. Jeremy Flores, a slight edge, 60% success, looking back on his first wave.
Well, you can see how strong Mitch is. You know, he's got those bowed out knees, which gives him that low center of gravity. Just 2 turns, but, you know, displaying just how much power he has. I don't think that's going to be a keeper at the end of this heat, but definitely a clean start.
As we see the numbers for Mitch Cruz, the 24-year-old rookie, definitely looking comfortable this year, but definitely wants to get some better numbers. Had the ninth place finish at the Gold Coast, and that was his best so far for the season. Jeremy Flores, however, disappointing 2014, but we know he's capable of so much more. Last year had 9th place finishes in Fiji, Tahiti, on the Gold Coast, and Pipe. Needs to get back into that 2013 mold.
Yeah, it's amazing seeing that he's just 26 years old. It feels like he's been on tour for so long. So a long career left, and we can see the matchups here between the two. Mitch Cruz actually getting the nod.
It's surprising, yeah. 2014, it was round 2, heat 10 at the Rip Curl Pro Bells. Mitch Cruz getting the nod over Jeremy as we check in with Jeremy Flores. Sends a lot of spray. Another float section on his backhand. Quick snap, brings it back to the pocket. And making good use of the inside section, looking very loose. Jeremy Flores on a 1-foot wave, just tearing the thing to pieces.
Well, I liked it. I think his surfboard looks spot on right now. You can see he's really throwing a lot of spray. And just going off that 6-point ride for Jeremy, he had 3 really big turns, so the scale's been set somewhat low. So that being said, you know, it's going to be quite the battle here. You're going to have to get a lot of work done for a big score. This is pretty similar to his first wave. Nice floater there up and over to that section, and this is where the wave slows up and he's able to really knife into that cutback. I like this turn right here. He settles in vertically and slams all that spray out the back, backs it up with another one. So great surfing there from Jeremy. Now they've got a couple of little scores on the board. He's going to have to go and look for a bigger wave.
Well, scores have dropped for Jeremy Flores. His first wave, a 6. Mitch Cruz, he was able to grab a 3.17. As we look out to the lineup, priority will sit with the rookie Mitch Cruz. Talk about his long slog on the QS, 3 years on the QS, then straight into the CT. He admitted that he almost quit the QS. It's that type of kind of a struggle for so many surfers, and you'd have to admit that he's happy that he didn't ditch his efforts.
100%.
Yeah,
you know, there's so much talent on tour. You know, it's sometimes you can rattle yourself in your head. You know, you got to stay positive. That's the main thing.
All right, priority sitting with Mitch Cruz. He finds his 3rd wave, starts things off driving down the line, puts the bottom turn and goes right to the top. Sets it up beautifully on the 3rd turn. He'll wrap it back. Starts to soften up, but he'll stay with it. Waits for it, and wow, throwing a lot of water on that last turn. Buckets just exchanged between him and the wave.
Nice, powerful surfing there from Mitch. And you can see he really enjoys winding up. We mentioned that yesterday. He's got that shoulder turn, really creating a lot of coil. Even on that turn there where he hit the lip, he still coils up. Another one stabbing through the section there, and there's that coil where he likes to do that little sort of erect spine carve right there. So unique style for Mitch, but a lot of power.
Jumping in with Jeremy Flores on the tail end of his wave. We'll look back and see what happened prior to that, but didn't get the clean finish for him. Jeremy Flores' numbers did drop, however, for that 2nd wave. It's going to bode well for him, a 6.1. So now Mitch Cruz needing an 8.93. Jeremy getting to work and really putting the pressure on Mitch.
Well, I tell you what, you know, even though those scores aren't giant, there was some really good surfing done. And look at this wipeout right here. Really funky exit into the water. Hopefully he's fine. You saw him kind of dive in backwards and torque his spine, but the way he's paddling back out, it looks like he's unfazed.
Tough as nails. Jeremy Flores, he definitely can take some pretty heavy hits. as we've been keeping track of the healthy rivalry between the two islands of Namotu and Tavarua. You can see right there Tavarua on your screen.
Yeah, so the bigger island here, Tavarua, is where the main contest site is and where the bulk of the competitors are. But look at this little guy right here. That's Namotu. And right now, if you're going to chalk up the tally, Namotu's got the edge. They have 6 wins to just 5 for Tavarua. So with 1 heat left in the water in this round, will Mitch Cruz further lead? He's from Namotu. Jeremy is from Tavarua. So someone's going to be happy. Someone's going to be grumpy. You know, obviously, if Jeremy can get the win, he can tie that 6-6, make it 6-6. And you can see right there, this is where all those bungalows are on the screen there. That's where all the surfers are. And across that channel, that's 2.5 miles away. You can see that's the scaffolding there where the judges are. We talked about before, this is where that takeoff spot is when the waves are big, and they'll ride it all the way through that midsection. That's where the money is. And as we get to this section here, that's shish kebabs. Right when it gets to that section, it gets really fast, and you can get those quick tube rides. But on a day like today with the smaller waves, it's all about those high-performance maneuvers.
So looking at the numbers, Mitch Cruz able to get busy, grabbing the 5.83 as he finds another wave. Making good use of this as well. Very spring-loaded, as you pointed out, just throwing heaps of water, just unloading on the lip, loses it on that last turn. Unfortunately for Mitch Cruz, was trying to build on that 5.83. All he needs now is a 6.27.
Yeah, so Mitch Cruz getting on the board with a 5.83, but I'll tell you what, you know, even though those 6s don't jump off the page at you as big numbers, a lot of good surfing was done there, so that's a pretty substantial lead right now. Mitch Cruz needing that 6.27. He's going to have to match it on a pretty solid wave, and I see something coming in here.
You can see some lines approaching here at Cloud Break. Priority sitting with Jeremy Flores. Good sized wave here. Will it stand up for him? And he'll just glide into this one. This one, amazing face. Takes his time with the bottom turn, grabs the rail, and then just sends it to the top. Beautiful first exchange, and a second turn even more powerful. Looking awfully spry and so comfortable on his board, Jeremy Flores.
Well, you can see he just almost got stuck on that third turn, but he managed to hold on, and he's going to cap off a big score there. 2 huge snaps on one of the biggest waves we've seen all day. You can see right here, this is the water angle, and you can see grabbing that rail on the bottom turn. Big wave right there, huge snap, spraying his competitor Mitch Cruz out the back. A third turn, so much speed there. And you can see just a little tentative right here, but he manages to stuff it in, just poking that nose out of there just before he pearled. So a tight move, but he pulled it off, and you can see he was pretty relieved.
So when you see turns like that, what do you think for Mitch Cruz at this point? What does he need to tap into? Is it a different gear? Is it just maintain and find the right wave?
You know, I think the waves are getting better. So for if I'm Mitch Cruz, even though I'm not in a lead, I would feel pretty positive right now, realizing that there's a lot of potential. There's going to be more options out there.
Well, setting a lofty tone. This was the 5.83 that Mitch Cruz was able to get on the board.
Yeah, this kept him in the heat. You know, Jeremy Flores was sort of pulling away, but he had a couple of big stabs right there, again, through the lip. And then he starts to do that wind up that he likes to do right here. Another snap right there back. So this kept him in the heat. Again, that 6 and that 6.1 created a nice little lead, but look what score just dropped there.
Wow. 8.43 for Jeremy Flores. Now Mitch Cruz in a situation needing a score in the excellent range, an 8.7 with 19 minutes on the clock. So things just got a little more interesting for the rookie on tour. Mitch Cruz this season has shown amazing competitive focus. He's going to have to tap into that to battle the likes of Jeremy Flores out of Reunion Island. Jeremy Flores looking more feisty than normal right now.
Well, he really swung into one of the best waves we've seen all day. That was a gem. It was one of the bigger ones we've seen. It had a clean face, so I'm loving to see the conditions right now, how they're improving. Guaranteed Mick Fanning, who's in the next heat in round 4, is frothing right now. The waves look really fun.
We talk about Mitch Cruz. He was a celebrated junior surfer, definitely defying expectations so far as we check in with him, hunting for the 8.7. Quick snap off the top, drives the bottom turn, releases a little tail on that second turn, and lots of movement on the third. He has to go down. So unfortunate, not the 8.7. However, Mitch Cruz looking loose and staying active. That's a good thing.
Well, you can tell. I mean, I remember being a competitor. You saw Jeremy Flores look back, and he saw that Mitch fell in that last turn. That's such a relief. You know, you really live and die, you know, watching from behind. It's so stressful. So he had a great start there, hucking that tail. He went really big, realizing that wave closed out, knowing that he had to do something special to make a score out of it, and threw too much tail and came unstuck.
Well, it does bode well for him. He does have the 5.83, and 8.7 is an attainable wave as we watch Jeremy Flores eyeing a little barrel section there. Didn't quite stand up enough. He'll grab some rail. He'll park it. Can he make it out? And it comes clamping down on him. So Jeremy Flores showing that conditions definitely improving, and now tubes becoming a factor in this heat, finally.
Well, yeah, another testament to just how clean it is out there. You know, you saw Jeremy forecasting that down the line, really waiting for that wave to slow up for him. Unfortunately, it didn't get quite hollow enough, but, you know, keep in mind, Jeremy has a reputation for surfing so well in hollow waves, getting huge rides at Chopu and Pipe, so, you know, he's going to keep that in mind.
Well, just prior to this heat, we saw Ace Buchan do amazing things out there with the waves that were coming through. Let's check in with Ronnie Blakey. He's with the winner.
Cheers, Pat. Yeah, Adrian Buchan, a great performance. Big floater on that shish kebab's end section there, Ace. Those moves are so critical. I know floaters sometimes get a bad rap, but you were able to post a big number with that move.
Yeah, it's super quick down on that end section. It's kind of felt like that the last few days, and sometimes floater's the only option. And I guess when it's functional and it's on a critical section like that, you are going to get rewarded.
Big year last year. Great results, obviously taking out Tahiti. I've got a feeling that no matter what happens this year, the biggest thing that's going to happen in your life is obviously, like Kai Otten, the arrival of your first child.
Yeah, it's already happened, and it actually wasn't meant to be till halfway through this event. So I'm super stoked to be here in the first place, and that my daughter's doing really well. You know, she came 7 weeks early, which was a pretty scary couple of weeks for us. But she's doing really well now, and yeah, it's been such a eye-opening and exciting experience for Beck and I. But yeah, to be here in Fiji with everyone and know the girls are healthy at home is a good feeling.
Now, a lot of people don't know, but last year you won that event with a pretty bad toe injury. You've opted to miss pipeline at the end of last year. You had a reconstruction of the lateral collateral ligament on the first metatarsal of your foot. I think I got that right. In other words, you had a bung toe and you got it fixed. How is it feeling now?
You've really done your research, haven't you, Ronnie? Got your notes. It feels great. To be honest, it probably feels like I'm only really kind of getting back to 100% now. But I had to get it done. You know, it was plaguing me all throughout last year. Whenever I was turning, basically, Tahiti was okay because I was just going straight. But yeah, it's feeling really strong, and it's been a frustrating start to the year for me competitively. I just feel like, you know, things haven't kind of gone my way, and, you know, I'm not kind of someone to say I've had bad luck. You know, I really believe you make your own luck, so I'm just going to keep, you know, chipping away, doing the things that I know work for me, and stay positive, and I know that I can turn things around, and Fiji's a wave that I feel really comfortable. I put a lot of time in out here, and, you know, that was a big second round heat. It was pretty close. Trav had some good scores in there too, and I'm really stoked to be through to round 3.
Well, some big scores. Looks like you're getting back to your best. All the best in the third round.
Cheers, Ron. Thanks.
Congrats to Ace, and wow, Dr. Blakey, who knew, the podiatrist. I've got some corns and bunions on my navicular that I want him to look at later.
I'm gonna make an appointment to get
adjusted.
Yeah.
So situation remaining the same. Mitch Cruz still needing an 8.7. Jeremy Flores on top by virtue of the 8.43, 6.1. A bit of a low. We'll have to see if waves start to filter in with still lots of time on the clock here at the Fiji Pro. We'll come back to Tabarua right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
You are watching the Fiji Pro here from the beautiful island paradise of Tavarua, out at Cloudbreak right now as we finish up round 2. The good news for surfing fans worldwide, we're going to go directly into round 3. Jeremy Flores from Reunion Island on top, and the rookie for the 2014 season, Mitch Cruz, he needs to dig deep and find an 8.7 with 12.5 on the clock. But as we've seen throughout the day, Ross, it's always come down to the last 5 minutes. It's like the ocean wants to be clutch.
It's the perfect amount of time, isn't
Yeah.
it? 30 minutes gives just the right amount of time for someone to claw back in. So Mitch is far from out of this, but I tell you what, right now, Jeremy, if you're keeping track of the Namotu Tavarua Island battle, this could square things up. Right now, Namotu has a slight lead, 6-5. Let's see if Jeremy can bring one home to Tavarua.
Well, it's looking good for Jeremy Flores. We always talk about his bravado, but always backing it up with talent and the hopes that the European contingent put on Jeremy. It's interesting, Mitch Cruz, also a celebrated junior surfer. He's in his rookie year, and the best rookie, best season that Jeremy Flores has had was in his rookie year. So hopefully Mitch Cruz can tap into a little bit of that. And we know everyone is watching abroad as we check in with Jimmy Rose, 87, checks in. Who wore it better, me or Parnell? Wow, that's a good question right there. I'm going to go with you. Lost at sea, hashtag lost Hawaiian shirts, hashtag Cloudbreak, and a big shout out to Matt Biolis and the Lost crew hooking us up here. And I'll tell you what, it's been an interesting event here, checking in with all the fans worldwide, and we're trying to keep it tropical, right, Ross?
Keep it tropical. You said marine time wear is in right now, and I'll tell you what, I have to agree with you.
Yeah.
I think he looked a little better in that shirt than you.
I will concede. 100%.
Sorry.
Be sure to join the conversation out there if you're watching on ASPWorldTour.com or wherever. Check in on Instagram, Twitter, hashtag Fiji Pro as we continue. 10.5 on the clock. Priority still sitting with Mitch Cruz. An attainable task of grabbing an 8.7. Just things getting a little bit quiet, but we saw little glimmers of hope with Jeremy Flores. Hopefully the barrels are going to start to materialize here as the tide drops. Conditions getting cleaner, and that's the best thing that we can hope for today.
Well, look at your screen right there. The surface of the ocean looks nice and smooth, and that's exactly what these guys want. The less chatter on the wave, the more they can keep their rail knifing through the water. So we're going to see the conditions possibly improve even more beyond this today with that tide dropping. I guarantee the guys are really excited right now.
And you can see both surfers just right on top of each other. We've seen interesting movement in previous heats where the person with priority will sit a little farther down the line, but staying close, keeping it warm and cuddly at this point. Staying right on top of each other. Priority with Mitch Cruz. Mitch Cruz, interesting story with him too. We made reference to it at the first and second stop, but dealing with a very debilitating form of arthritis. He's on a clinical trial, and he's dealing with it comfortably. As we check in with Jeremy Flores, he finds his wave trying to get rid of the 6.1 and loses it, just gets blown off the deck.
Well, I love that first snap there. He had so much speed. So Jeremy Flores looks really fired up right now, doing whatever he wants on that wave. You can see he kicked his board out at the end of that floater, realizing that that wave didn't have much potential, so he's going to paddle back out. But keep in mind, he didn't have priority, so he's able to mess around a little bit more right now.
Stay active and just try to lose the 6.1. You can see a nice little chum line, a little bait ball in front of Mitch Cruz. If we were in Western Australia, that would, I guess, cause you to raise an eyebrow. But here, a little bit different story.
Yeah, hopefully it's a bait ball. You saw Mitch paddle the other way.
I'll take a second look at it. We did see a couple black tips out there, albeit small, when we did a little paddle around the island. There's definitely a lot of sea life on all levels here. Next heat is going to be Mick Fanning, reigning world champ, up against Alejo Munoz. And hats off to Alejo. That was not an easy heat to get through.
Not at all. He grinded through it. So we're going to see a smoking heat there against Mick Fanning. I tell you what, Mick has been on fire, so that's going to be a tough draw for Alejo. But we see on your screen here, that means red. Mitch Cruz has priority. There's the symbol. You can see priority with Mitch. He's on the top of the reef. And Jeremy trying to sneak away just a little bit. Now he's sitting underneath him.
You can see just the distance between the two as Mitch Cruz starts to paddle up the point. He has priority as a couple more lines starting to stand up here at Cloudbreak. And once again, coming down to the last 10 minutes, things getting critical. Mitch Cruz, keep in mind, as he starts to paddle in for this wave. He's needing an 8.7, a little loose on the drop and pulls in. Gets a quick cover. Can he make it out? Lots of speed, and he cannot. He started driving, gaining speed on it, just ran away from him, Ross.
Wow, that was a critical turning point in his heat. I mean, if he was going to claw his way back in, he really needed to make it out of that barrel. Now it's getting down to crunch time for Mitch. 8.7 is a big number. So I guarantee that's going to sting a little bit. You can see trying to really carry that speed to this barrel, making sure nothing touches him. And right there, when that lip touched his head, he lost a tremendous amount of speed, and he stopped progressing forward and not able to come out of that barrel.
So disappointment there for Mitch Cruz. There was potential to grab a pretty hefty size score. He's needing an 8.7. Now priority sits with Jeremy Flores, so anything that comes through the lineup, he'll have first pick at it. And Jeremy Flores, such an amazing surfer. We always talk about innate ability. They said that, you know, from the get-go, you could tell when people first saw Jeremy Flores start to compete, just one of those surfers. What is it that separates? Some people just, they have it versus some people have to work for it.
Well, you know, he was kind of scouted out as a young talent at a young age. You know, he picked up some sponsorships. He moved to Australia to sort of groom his talent. So right from the get-go, everyone could see how special he was and how good he surfed. And the amazing thing that Jeremy Flores was able to do, sort of like a Kolohe Andino or a John Florence, was translate that all the way into his junior career and then finally onto the big leagues. So that's hard to do. You see a lot of guys that are great, have great amateur careers, burn out. You know, it's hard to sustain that momentum.
Did you ever get to that point where you were burnt out on the competitive aspect? You needed to do something to kind of rewire your thinking?
You know, I never had a great career in contests that give me that feeling where, okay, I'm cool now.
Okay,
I was
so
constantly trying to get to the point where I felt like I was actually achieving something. But you know, just getting onto the tour, even back in my day, you know, it's a big deal. So there's always that challenge to keep yourself motivated and not become complacent.
Well, as we hit the 5.5 minute mark, checking back on the top scoring waves.
A beautiful turn right there. I love how that carved down. He threw so much spray. Great second turn there. A lot of power. Again, the speed. It's great to see this replay in real motion. You can really appreciate just how fast Jeremy was going down the line. That was easily the wave of the heat at 8.43. And this is Mitch's best wave, that 5.83. This is near the beginning of the heat. When Jeremy just had a couple of sixes, he clawed his way back into it with this score here. And then Jeremy got that huge score. So ever since then, you know, the momentum's definitely been in Jeremy's corner.
Well, priority sitting in Jeremy Flores' corner right now with 4.5 on the clock. And Mitch Cruz, it wouldn't be a miracle at this point. However, it would be a very, very decent sized wave. And I'll tell you what, he'd have to try to find a barrel section and make some magic happen. An 8.7, it's doable, albeit a pretty arduous task at this point as time is running down. Priority still sitting with Jeremy Flores, the surfer out of Reunion Island. Made reference to it, 8 years, this being his 8th year on the tour. His best year was his rookie year on the tour, and trying to just get a little rhythm. It's been a bit of a shocker year for Jeremy Flores as we check in, and he'll utilize priority, taking this wave away from Mitch Cruz. Mitch Cruz still needing the 8.7 and loses it on that float section. So big question, was it a good thing? We'll have to wait and see as 3:45 on the clock if anything comes in. Now priority shifts back to Mitch Cruz.
Well, you could see Jeremy obviously slip there and sort of slam down there on his face. So he wasn't planning on slipping on that little float. Possibly a lot of potential, I'm not sure, on that wave. But just a minor mistake. He's well in the lead right now. But, you know, the door is slightly open for Mitch. He's capable of an 8.7. But I tell you what, for him to get a score that high, it's going to have to be a big wave, and he's going to have to string together, you know, 4 or 5 turns.
Yeah, permission to speculate. Had he come out of that barrel, it would be a different story.
That easily, you know, it's so visible. Every heat has a turning point, you know, a momentum shift. and he didn't take advantage of that. He really needed to make a huge score out of that barrel, and I couldn't make it happen.
And when you don't capitalize on those moments, how do you convince yourself to stay in it, to not give up?
Right now, he's battling the demons. Half of his brain is screaming, "Okay, I got to change my flight. I'm out of here. I'm getting waxed right now." And the other half is saying, "Oh, hold on, buddy. This heat's not over yet." So he is battling within himself right now. But I'll tell you what, for Jeremy Flores, you touched on him having a pretty shocker year. He had that weird altercation with Adriano de Souza on the Gold Coast.
The priority, yeah.
It sort of put him on a weird vibe through the rest of the year. So maybe this is something that will turn it around for him.
You have to hope. And for Mitch Cruz, we made note of it on the Dawn Patrol show the other morning, signing a new sponsor. That has to put a spring in his step, despite if he can't climb out of this situation against Jeremy Flores.
Yeah, Mitch Cruz, obviously a groovy guy, a young talent. He's got this big future ahead of him. So, he'll definitely be able to rebound if for some reason he doesn't muster up that score in the last 2 minutes. He's off to somewhat of a start, even though he doesn't have huge results. He's got something, that 9th place finish on the Goldie, that's something to work off of. That has to give him a little bit of confidence.
Well, it's down to the wire once again. 1 minute, 40 seconds on the clock. Time ticking down as we wrap up round 2 action. We'll be going directly into round 3 as conditions looking promising. Some great lines starting to filter in here at Cloudbreak. And priority sitting with Mitch Cruz. He'll have first crack at any of these waves. He's taking a look with 1:20. He'll scrap into this. 8.7 is the score. He'll park it instantly. Can he come out? It just runs and races away from him. So unfortunately for Mitch Cruz, not to be on that way. Behind him, however, Jeremy Flores just needing to throw away his 6.1. Pulls in clean barrel, but just once again, lots of speed on that thing as it just takes off away.
Really good skill there shown from Jeremy Flores. You can see as he was grabbing his rail on that barrel, he was actually pumping and weaving, trying to get as much speed as he could. So great surfing for him there, but that wave was just too fast.
So now 40 seconds on the clock. As you can see, Mitch Cruz potentially running out of time. We'll have to see if anything can come in. They'll take a look at this. Both surfers on the inside section and just down to the wire. You thought Mitch Cruz had a chance, not just with that wave, but the prior barrel section was even a bigger tube.
And there's the handshake. So Mitch looking like he's conceding to Jeremy. And I tell you what, that last wave, Mitch Cruz pulled in. It looked like maybe he had a chance, but again, getting shut down.
So with that, it is official. Even battle between the islands of Namotu and Tafarua. Having a little fun with the rivalry between islands. When we come back, Mick Fanning, Alejo Munoz take to the water, and Joe Trappell, Martin Potter step in for the call here from Tafarua.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
After 24 heats of competition, round 3 is all stacked up and squared away here at the Fiji Pro as we sit on the island of Tavarua, gazing out towards Namotu, also known as Aussie Island, over the last few years. We have Alejo Moniz versus 3-time world champ and defending champion Mick Fanning. Great conditions on the backhand for both these guys as they'll be looking for big turns and hopefully the occasional barrel on improving conditions. Joe Chappelle alongside former world champ Martin Potter. As we look at this heat, Alejo, the clear dark horse, matched up against one of the best of all time. How does Alejo find a way to beat a 3-time world champion?
Yeah, well, you know, Alejo's got to take a lot of confidence out of that last heat he had with Miguel Pupo. Surfed incredibly well, came right back at the end, so he's carrying a lot of momentum. Mick was delegated into round number 2, which is uncharacteristic, but surfed really well to get himself out of that and looking for a good result here. So Alejo with a quick score and Mick looking to answer back.
Now with an easy glide in to start, Mick Fanning will set up his first turn off the top, holds the rail in the mid-face for a backside float, off the bottom snap, through that coping off the top, and a big blast to finish for White Lightning Mick Fanning. Alejo took a look at one during the break, turned it into 1.6, and we'll have Mick Fanning out front with that last wave.
Yeah, it's a good opening wave there from Mick Fanning. Not a bigger wave, but there's a reason why it's called White Lightning, and you will see just at the end of this wave why. Nice transition there from Mick Fanning. Beautiful speed, power, and flow. And right here, look at that. Whammo! Lightning fast turn there from Mick Fanning to finish off wave number 1. And I'll tell you what, once Mick Fanning gets a bit of steam behind him, once he gets his momentum up, he's going to be hard to beat. 32 years of age, 5'10", 165 pounds from Tweed Heads in New South Wales, Australia. Mick Fanning is, I'll tell you what, looking deadly out there.
Paddling into the next one through the wind, it's Alejo Moniz on his second effort, backside float, weightless on the landing, and he'll climb a pretty heavy section for the second swipe. We saw him catch a lot of 2-turn combinations against Miguel Pupo, but once he found a wave to really allow him to open up with multiple turns, he was able to turn the heat on the buzzer.
Yeah, just behind the section here, you can see he took off really late, forced that one up there, free fell down, and then threw it straight up through the lip, caution of the wind, and managed to pull that off.
Now in the barrel and still driving, Mick Fanning makes the exit. Drives off the bottom, huge hack off the top. Fanning gets out of there. 2 turns in succession. Back-to-back waves as he gets a barrel to add to his top 2. An exciting 5 minutes to this heat.
Yeah, watch this technique here from Mick Fanning. Pulls up nice and tight, really high on the face of the wave, using that front hand to guide himself out, and comes out and unleashes a huge trademark turn from Mick Fanning. So Mick off to a flying start. This is the view the judges get. You can see how high he is on the face of the wave there. Not a super hollow wave, but Mick Fanning comes out nice and clean, and right here just rips out a huge turn and does that dive off there towards the end. Tell you what, I thought this conditions were going to hamper this afternoon's surf, but it is looking pretty good out there right now, Joe.
Really rippable with lots of options. I think on this size of cloud break, you're hoping that they'll get a barrel option here and there, and it's already providing for Mick Fanning. His first wave came down to turns, and his first number's about to drop in as we see Alejo Moniz with his stats coming up. 24 years of age, 5'8", 154 pounds. A little bit shorter, a little bit lighter than Mick Fanning. Coming from Santa Catarina, Brazil. Originally born in Argentina, and him and his brother Santiago have made a huge impact on the WCT and the QS over the last few years. As we check out the matchups on paper, Mick Fanning, 2 wins over Alejo's 1 win. And now let's get caught up with Jeremy Flores on the deck with Ronnie Blakey.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, Jeremy Flores struggled to find rhythm in the first round, but certainly found it in round number 2. A good win over Mitch Cruz, mate. How's the ankle feeling?
Yeah, ankle feeling fine. It's been an ongoing injury for a few years now. It's, you know, on and off. I mean, I don't blame on it for losing my heat yesterday. I was still needing a 16 point against Kelly, but yeah, I mean, did some good work today with Chris Prosser. He worked yesterday and today actually, and he made it feel a lot better. So thanks to him, and yeah, got a heat win. So.
We love getting updates from the competitors as they come out of the water. As to the conditions, that wind picked up a little bit, but there's still a couple of decent set waves rolling in.
Yeah, there's some waves. It's way better than yesterday. It's bigger. I mean, my best wave was solid. I didn't expect to surf a wave like that today. So I mean, it's good. It's going to be good next few heats with the low tide. We'll start getting some barrels, I got a good vision on my last one, couldn't get out, but I mean, it's promising.
Yeah, we just saw Mick Fanning lock in too, mate. You'll be coming up in heat number 3 with Michelle Perez. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Ronnie. Jeremy Flores off to the next one as he's moved on into round 3. Michelle Perez will take him on in just a couple of heats from now. Potts, does Jeremy have enough time to come back to the island?
Yeah, probably. But I think he might just stay out there. You know, keep himself in that kind of mode. He doesn't want to waste his time racing all the way back in here. But in saying that, he's got about, you know, probably 40 minutes realistically to get himself prepared for the next battle. But how was that last wave from Mick Fanning? Highest scoring wave of the day. Let's have a look at it from the water angle here, and you can see pulling that rail right up and high and tight, riding nice and clean through the tube there, comes flying out the end and then just unleashes a huge turn to finish things off. 8.90 for Mick Fanning, and straight away putting his opponent Alejo Muniz in a combo situation. A 2-wave total of 13.91 required by Alejo, and he's got his work cut out for him straight off the get-go.
Massive start for Mick Fanning as he started off with seemingly perfect waves. He's had 8.9s in the past. In his round 1 effort, he ended up in 3rd, but he still made the daily top 5. Got sent to the second round, and he surfed Wiggly Dantes early this morning in barreling conditions where if Wiggly would have kind of locked in that second barrel section, we could have had a different result.
Yeah, you know, Wiggly, just a couple of little mistakes there, and that's, you know, bound to happen when you come up against the likes of Mick Fanning. You know, although they say the wildcards and the rookies don't have the pressure, you know, that's that daunting task of surfing against the best surfers in the world. So, and added a little bit of pressure there, and it showed Wiggly making a few mistakes. Could have had Mick Fanning on the ropes, but Mick dodging a bullet, and now you can see he's really turning it up now, realizing that, you know, he's got to really surf at his best.
Well, Potts, we started off with 13 Australians in the draw at the start of the Fiji Pro. We're down to 10. We lost a few in round 2. Started with 6 Brazilians, and we lost just a couple, so down to 4 as we continue with round 3. If the country count continues, Australia always provides a serious threat to world titles. Brazil's looking for their first one. There's been this real heavy topic of the Brazilian storm after the last couple of years, with Adriano de Souza holding world number 1 here and there, and also Gabriel Medina holding it at the start of the season this year.
Yeah, you know, the Brazilians are stepping up. They're starting to be more consistent. Gabriel Medina started off the year really well and then kind of slowly tapered off and lost that world number 1 position. So he surfed incredibly well in round 1. The conditions the way they are, it's really going to suit his style of surfing, and I'm really interested to see what he's got for us in round 3.
Fun free surfs happening right out at restaurants right in front of Tavarua Island. We have a fun little wave here for the kids to surf. I saw Sierra Kerr out there earlier, and the fun continues. Small conditions at restaurants. Has to be really gigantic to make it happen for a contest scene. Josh Kerr out there again, and looks like Sierra Kerr might have an entry in the GoPro Challenge Pots.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Dad, Josh there, just giving it a little boost into the wave. Pretty scary wave, even though it's, you know, 1 or 2 foot out there. It's a pretty scary wave for little Sierra Kerr. 7 years of age, drops into massive half pipes and part of the pink helmet posse here surfing one of the most dangerous waves on the planet.
Pretty impressive. 20 minutes off the clock. Mick Fanning staying on the island of Namotu. Let's get some more insight on the vibe, what it's like on Namotu. Ronnie Blakey, what do you have for us?
Oh, great vibe on Namotu, Joe. Of course, the Namotu-Tavarua battle is really heating up. We've got 6 surfers from both islands progressing through, and at the moment another Namotu-Tavarua battle unfolding, and we've got the Mick Fanning cheer squad out here. We've got Sova from Namotu. Sova, what did you think of Mick's last ride?
That was incredible. Totally blessed.
Totally blessed. What about the technique? Break down the technique, Mick Fanning's technique in the tube.
Very unique, especially unique.
You love it when the Australian guys come out for the contest each year. You love getting behind them in the surf. Are you thinking that Namotu are going to take a win this year?
I bet they will. And I love those Aussie boys. Love them to death.
And who's your pick? Who do you think out of all the boys staying on Namotu is looking the best for the win?
Right now I'm going for Mick.
Well, there you have it, boys. The Namotu girls, they're out here cheering on Mick Fanning at this point in time. What do you reckon? Do you think Mick can close the deal?
Wow, Mick Fanning's on fire, that's for sure. Thanks, Ronnie. Now the Tavarua crew is right downstairs at the restaurant, and we know who they're going to be going for in this seat. Alejo Muniz is staying here as well, so it's a pretty fun rivalry, Potts. Namotu versus Tavarua. You can see them. They're just across the channel. and it's a really different vibe. Each thing has their own specialties. The food's amazing on Namotu, and there's a really good atmosphere on Tavarua where you have different waves to surf. And the cool part about it is everyone's so friendly and helping you really get into the best wave of your life.
Yeah, I think it's also, Tavarua is super competitive too. I mean, everywhere you look, the boys are playing basketball, tennis is going on, there's ping pong matches. There's just this competitive vibe constantly on the island. So, there's Namotu a little bit smaller, but you know what? They're both beautiful places. Both beautiful people, and we're lucky to be here.
It's a fun place to hang out. Mick Fanning loves it. He has a 13.9 total as he leads over Alejo Muniz. We'll be right back for more after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Welcome back to the beautiful island of Tavarua for the Fiji Pro. And this morning, we've already had 12 heats in round 2. Round 3 just kicking off right now out in the water. And Strider, let's look back and recap the last 6 heats of round 2 with those winners, starting with B. Durbridge taking out Dion Atkinson. I tell you what, that was a battle of the regular footers, and the backhand attack went down, but in the end, it was Bede on top.
Oh, yeah. It was on, I don't know. What do we got right there, though?
Oh, sorry,
that's Miguel Pupo, I think. But
yes, Miguel Pupo and Alejo Muniz.
Looking like he's surfing really well. Fast, crisp surfing off the top. There was one turn here on the inside that just cracked. He didn't really get it the way he wanted it, I think, right there.
And you see Alejo here on his backhand. A lot of more turns we're seeing in the later heats in round 2 due to the winds. They did shift a little bit. We're not seeing the open barrels that we did earlier, but some fantastic radical surfing by the surfers in this heat.
Yeah, Alejo looking really crisp right there, snapping away on the open face. You know what? He's such a good surfer. He liked it. He let the judges know.
And then Kolohe came up in heat number 8 against Aritz Aramburu. This was 2 regular footers here. And Kolohe coming off that 2nd place at the Billabong Rio Pro and continuing with that momentum now on into round 3.
Yeah, you know what? This was a builder for him. He just started tacking away and puts a really nice score up.
So Kai, after catching the biggest fish, a dogtooth tuna for Namotu, he comes out with some big turns here in this heat.
Yeah, you know what? He's looking good, crispy on his turns, really fast into the bowl, down turns into the power pocket, which the judges were liking.
Yeah, and I tell you what, we just saw the girls on Namotu. I know they love Kai over there. This is the heat number 10, Felipe Toledo and Jadson Andre, Brazilian battle right here. And I tell you what, Felipe had some good waves, and it wasn't enough, but it was very close with Jadson.
Yeah, you know what, Jadson, I was impressed by his surfing. I thought he was on fire, throwing it up into the lip, a lot of energy, having a lot of fun out there. It looked like he was on a free surf and taking it all the way to the inside, but just wasn't enough.
Yeah, he did have some big maneuvers, and you could see, Felipe, though, fired up after that win, and I'm sure all of Brazil loving in that one. Heat number 11, Adrian Ace Buchan against Travis Logie, and 2 goofy footers right here, and this was another heated battle.
Yeah, you know what? Ace bringing this one down right here. Big float out into the flats and throwing it up there in the air for the judges. He was actually pretty pumped on that. If we're not going to be in the barrel, we might as well throw it up onto the lip.
Heat number 12, Mitch Cruz, Jeremy Flores. Jeremy Flores yesterday got out a little bit early due to an ailment with his ankle. It's been ongoing, but today in this heat looking really strong, Strider.
Yeah, Jeremy finally looking like he had some form going out there. He was looking really strong out there. Quick, fast turns in the pocket, which is what we want to see out of him. He's got the skills. Let's see some more out of him later on.
Well, if you guys missed anything and you want to see more, go to ASPWorldTour.com, check out Heat Analyzer, and I tell you what, more to come here in round 3, guys.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Strider. Heavy update in round 2 to set up round 3. This is heat number 1 with Mick Fanning out front, a 5 and an 8.9. as he's sitting up in a pretty solid place in the rankings after the big win at Bells Beach over Taj Burrow. He had a pretty crazy upset loss that nobody saw coming when he lost to David DeCarmo back in Brazil. He's recovered from that, surfing powerfully. He's had a little bit of tape on his knee, Potts, but are you noticing any weaknesses at this stage?
8.90, no, I'm not seeing any weaknesses at all. You know, Mick Fanning looked lightning fast from the get-go. I thought round one heat that he had with Freddie P was insane, you know, opened up with some huge turns. Freddie got the nod on that one, but Mick's been looking sharp from the beginning of this. And I knew that was going to happen, you know, coming off an upset result for him in Rio de Janeiro. He wasn't going to back that up with another bad result here. So I think Mick Fanning really is going to be one to watch in this one.
Let's check out the world rankings coming into event number 5 on tour. You see Kelly Slater taking world number 1 without an event win. Taj Burrow in the same scenario, runner-up performance at Bells. Joel Parkinson was runner-up at Snapper Rocks. Then we get into the event wins. Michel Perez, 2-time winner, sitting at number 4. Medina came out of the gates with his big win, and De Souza right behind him as they both are trying to take the first championship back to Brazil. What are your thoughts on the mid-pack on the rankings at this stage, Potts?
Yeah, well, Geordie Smith, I mean, you know, in scintillating form, I thought Geordie's been an outstanding surfer through pretty much every event. Chloe Andino back on form with a win in a final place in Rio de Janeiro. You know, Felipe Toledo, we haven't seen the best of him yet. Freddie P's been knocking on the door. I mean, just everyone's been surfing incredibly well, just things not really going their way.
You see Alejo Muniz back in the rankings, number 30 in the world. And remember, this is a brand new year on tour. We're splitting the tours again. It's not the old school not the old One World rankings that we had for a couple of seasons. Now you have to finish in the top 22 to stay in the top 34 at the end of the year after the Pipe Masters, or be in the top 10 on the Star and Prime Series. And we just saw Wiggly take the first event at Saquarema. Wiggly's in a great position to potentially join the top 34 next year.
Yeah, Wiggly's been knocking on the door for a fair few years now, and you know, just missing it a couple of years ago. So, you know, he came out here with something to prove, surfed really well, just a couple of little mistakes, which I think he's going to rectify. I reckon we're going to see Wiggly on the ASP World Tour here very soon.
Well, let's get Wiggly with it. He has a GoPro Challenge entry. He wants to win $10,000 if it's out of the jersey, or $15,000 if he did it with the jersey on. The GoPro Challenge in its second stop here at the Fiji Pro. And remember, you can check out aspworldtour.com/GoPro Challenge to check out all the updates. And this one is with Wiggly Dantas.
Yeah, beautiful there, but I'm sorry to say Tatiana Weston-Webb still in the lead in my eyes. I think the boys have got their work cut out for them trying to beat that one, Joe.
Well, we had Anthony Walsh on the desk, and he represents GoPro around the world, and he was kind of mentioning how Tatiana is still in the lead, and you can check out all the entrants on aspworldtour.com/GoPro Challenge and see who's going to end up winning this one at the end of the week here at the Fiji Pro. We have a lot of swell on the line, so it looks like we'll be maxing out the next couple of days of this swell. Surfline's been telling us that we're just going to try to focus in on running as many heats as we can, and our commissioner Kieran Perot's always out there early in the morning to assess the conditions. And it seems like the athletes have been pretty happy with what happened yesterday, because it was better than they expected.
Yep.
And now today, Jeremy's saying it was better than yesterday, a little bit bigger, more rippable, and tubes on him.
Well, we've seen big scores all day. You know, the judges have kept the scale low. You know, it's not indicative of how the surfing's been. They're expecting big things to come. You know, we're expecting the swell to grow through the day. There's Glendon Ringrose, a character, one of our jet ski drivers, and keeping the boys safe and getting them back out in the lineup. But, you know, I'm pretty stoked with both days of surfing. We've seen some great surfing from all the guys, and we've seen some big scores as well, a couple of tubes, you know, but I'm impressed with the high-performance surfing we've seen.
And, you know, when we talk about the top tour and our world title race, we still have Kelly Slater coming up at heat number 6. That could potentially be our last heat of the day. Paddling into this one, it'll be Alejo Muniz. First turn, nice and clean. Drives off the bottom, slaps it hard in the open face, and has to get out of there. 2 short turns, and right now he's still comboed with a 2.63 and a 3.67.
Alejo has got to find the set waves. If he's going to beat Mick, he's got to post something up in that 8-point range. You know, Mick's looking now very dangerous. He's looking to replace that 5.0 and extend that 2-wave total. 13.91 required right now by Alejo Muniz. 8.5 minutes to go. You break that down, he's got to post, if even 2 7s will get him back into the ball game, Joe.
Well, we look at Mick Fanning now with his perfection in picking waves out here, and you think about how long he's been coming to Fiji to compete, and he's had just about every result you could get except for a win. Last year, his personal best to date with that runner-up finish to Kelly Slater in solid conditions. With a smaller wave swell from last year, Potts, do you still favor him to make the final again this year?
Yeah, I still think Mick's going to be dangerous. You know, that bad result in Rio de Janeiro really shook him up. You know, you saw that hurt. You know, he was on a good roll coming off bells, and normally once Mick gets the ball rolling, he sort of continues that. And, you know, just coming into Rio getting upset by one of the wild cards was just not what he was looking for. So he's going to really make sure he focuses on this one.
Alejo Muniz takes off under priority, and he'll be driving down the line looking for something major. A little backhand float. He's over it, so he kicks out. Still comboed, and we're down to 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Mick Fanning just with 2 waves. There's some surfers on tour that had history of just sitting for 2 waves, and they were able to turn heats. It's pretty impressive when guys are that dialed with the ocean.
Well, I watched Mick Fanning win the Quicksilver Pro on the Gold Coast against Chris Ward. Chris Ward had 12 waves. Mick Fanning had 2 in the finals, and Mick took that one out, posting 2 A+ rides. So it's not all about quantity, it's about quality. And you know, Mick knows that there's not a lot of good ones out there. He's just got to make sure that, well, he's already got one close to perfect wave under his belt, and he's just got to back that 8.90 with something a little higher than that 5. But in saying that, Alejo's finding it hard to get the good ones, and you just got to make sure when you've got priority, you utilize it correctly and make sure you're on the good ones.
Well, Potts, we have more waves on the way. Mick Fanning has the first choice if he wants one. If he commits, he's trying to better a 5.0. Paddling through the wind, he catches up to it. Now starting to drive. Nice high line for Fanning. Now coming down to the bottom. He'll set his rail. First snap, blows the tail. Perfect control. Nice vertical climb. One of those shorter waves that only allowed 2 moves, but they're big ones, Potts.
Yeah, I think Mick took that wave because it was better down the line. I think he just wanted to hold Alejo off that one. And then in doing so, really unleashed a couple of big turns. So that could improve his 5.0.
Now Alejo Muniz trying to break the combination with 6 on the clock. He goes off the bottom. Nice connection in the pocket on the first effort. Second one over the top of the barrel. Now snapping it nice and vertically. Picks up the pace, but he's running out of room. He has to kick out. His low score, 2.63. Best score at the moment at 3.67 as he's battling right now, Potts.
Yeah, he's finding it hard. I think that's his best wave so far. Really did some good surfing on the face of that wave. Let's have a look at it. It wasn't a big one, and it's been a little slow in this heat. There's only been one good wave, and Mick's been on it. Alejo there, beautiful snap off the top, and I love the way he gets really low off the bottom, managing to fit a couple of nice turns in here. Great style there from Alejo, and finishes off right on the inside at Shish Kebab. So Alejo back in the heat. Let's have a look at Mick's wave. You can see him looking down the line, takes that high line, building up his speed. White Lightning comes around the section. Watch this turn from Mick Fanning right there, just blowing the tail out and, you know, straight back up into the lip. Transition was perfect, and it was super nice, clean maneuvers there. So Mick Fanning, a 6.17, improves his situation. 15.08 two-wave total required now by Alejo Muniz.
So big moment for Mick Fanning, a 6.17, 8.9 before that. Alejo Muniz is still comboed as we pass the 5-minute warning. Big heats to come here in round 3 as we should get up to heat number 6 for an update on Mick Fanning's form. Let's send it to the deck with Ronnie Blakey.
Cheers, Joe. Yeah, Mick Fanning, just wanted to talk about him for a moment. Of course, the Pacific leg really used to be his handbrake. Tahiti, Fiji, they weren't always his strongest events, but he's worked on his backhand tube riding over the years, and the last couple of years, he has been a major contender in these events. He took out Tahiti. He had a semi-final result there last year, and also he's had a second-place finish here in Fiji, along with a quarter-final finish the year before that. So he's just improving himself in all areas. He really is just eliminating all the weaknesses in his game.
Ronnie, just talk to us a little bit about conditions. Obviously, tide is running out. It's looking this heat a little slower than what it's been through the last few heats.
Yeah, low tide at about 4 o'clock, Potts, and the wind has been pretty strong all day. It's not really affecting the waves so much. We had a couple of slow heats there towards the end of the second round, but you know, there has been plenty of rides in this heat. We saw Mick get that incredible barrel ride, one of the best tubes of the event. And Alejo, you know what, he's coming back from injury, and this is a really big test for him. He's had that ankle injury for some time now, but good to see him back on tour. He's only just won his second heat for the year, and it looks like at the moment he's maybe waving to his caddy. I think he might have done some damage to his board, so looking for a board change. And we'll go back to you guys as Mick Fanning's taking off.
Thanks, Ron. Mick Fanning now off the bottom for snap. Solid. Good connection off the coping. Goes vert, and his first fall in round 3 with 3:15 to go. He'll lose that wave as potentially improving his top 2. But the combination is severe now for Alejo Muniz. A 15.08 combination. We saw him come from behind to beat Miguel Pupo at the buzzer, but this seat feels a little bit more daunting right now with conditions like this, Spots.
Well, he's waving for a backup equipment to arrive into the lineup. 2 minutes and 50 on the clock. A 2-wave total required. Pretty much impossible task there ahead of Alejo Muniz. You know, Mick with, he doesn't have priority at the moment. Looks like Alejo's going to get priority as he paddles back into the lineup, but literally needs to get something good right now. Praying for a big set to come through, post something up into that excellent range, and then somehow get back out and get another one. So you're looking at that pretty impossible situation.
So it's pretty dramatic when someone can break a combination with less than a couple of minutes on the clock. When you think of waves like Cloud Break, Chopu, and Pipeline, that's usually where those kind of heroics come together, and usually when it's picture perfect. Big barrels, top to bottom. Right now we're seeing a lot of waves that are coming down to big turns, so it'd be a pretty huge effort for Alejo to come back at this point.
You know, Mick's in a good position. You know, he's got an 8.90. I mean, that's up into the excellent range. So Alejo still hasn't betted anything more than a 4.77. So it's not looking good for Alejo. But you know, it's good signs. I mean, he came back from being behind against Miguel Pupo, surfing really well. That's Mick's results there, finishing here in the Fiji Pro. Second last year, third in 2012, fifth in 2008. And those are kind of these best results. So he's getting better and better at this place. Experience does prevail.
Now Fanning off the bottom, clean carve, showing a lot of power and precision. Goes vertical through the second move. He's fallen twice now in his last 2 waves, but it's not really going to be too much of an issue as we're into the final minute. Mick Fanning will move on to surf in round 4. We don't reseed in round 4. It just follows the draw. We'll have the non-elimination heats start stacking up in the draw now. It's been an interesting round 4 for Mick Fanning over the last couple of years since that round's been introduced. He doesn't always get guaranteed a win in those matchups.
Yeah, you know, it used to be one of those playful rounds. It was put on the tour so guys could showcase their surfing. It was good for the crowd and good for their spectators. But then all of a sudden it became a really important round because the winner goes straight through to the quarterfinals, and that's a keeper result. So it started getting really serious. And with 3 guys in the water, we saw a lot of hassling. We saw some battles going down. So they brought that 3-man priority into situation. Now, it still remains one of the most important rounds of the event because the difference between a 9th and a quarterfinal finish is huge.
So a huge one for Mick Fanning as he moves on to round 4. Alejo Muniz exits in round 3 as he'll have to move on and pick up the pace later down the stretch at Jeffreys Bay. 20 seconds still on the clock. A pretty tough feeling being comboed in conditions like this, but Mick Fanning's form is second to none right now. An 8.9 with the barrel to carve combination.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to affect Alejo too much. You know, he's the current world champion. You know, it's not, people aren't going to give him a hard time about that. He's back on track. You know, I think he's surfing really well. He's got some good boards under his feet. He just came up against an informed Mick Fanning. So the girls are loving that. So Mick Fanning chalks another one on the board for Team Namotu, and that makes it 7-6, Joe.
They'll be celebrating on the island. Mick Fanning growing through his results. Let's see if he can get back in the final this season. We'll be right back with more after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Welcome back to the island of Tabarua as we have a great panned out shot of the restaurant right in front of the famous Wave Called restaurants. That's the pool where the athletes cool off after their big battles. You can see right on the set, that's where the deck is with Todd Klein and Strider. And down in the booth where Joe Trappell and Martin Potter hanging out watching the action. Kai and Nat had a final last year at Portugal together, and now they're going to battle it out, this time on their forehands. Two goofy footers trying to make a spot into round 4. When you look at Nat Young, he's relatively new to the tour, but he came off in such a big way, taking the Rookie of the Year race. What do you like out of his performance on exciting left-handers like this one?
Well, you know, we always look at Nat as being his backhand being his strength. You know, he's come out in this event and showed us that he's good on his front side as well. Super powerful, you know, absolutely blazing through his heat with Brett Simpson. So I'm looking for big things from Nat, as well as Kai off his last heat. He's continuing some good form as well.
And now Nat Young will start things off with the lead over Kai Otten, taking the first wave, still driving, looking for his first point, blasting it off the top, ton of control, still projecting, big float. That drops him off in the flats and he goes down.
Well, tricky waves here, and Nat Young sort of just looking down the line there, taking his eye off the prize and not focusing on sticking that maneuver. And that wave kind of ran away from him, so I don't know whether it was going to be a big score. You can see him just pumping down the line, getting that board going as fast as possible. Beautiful check turn there, and right here you can see him floating. And as he lands, he looks down the line and doesn't focus on trying to stick that turn. So goes down. It's not going to be a big score, but he's repositioned himself on the reef, and this is where it's dangerous. All he's got to do now is just cruise his way back out and try and sneak one of those wide ones. 2.67 on his opening ride, and there we see Nat's numbers. 22 years of age, 5'11", 160 pounds. From Santa Cruz in California, ranked number 9 in the world.
Impressive showing for Nat Young, who came out of the gates as a professional, winning the Coldwater Classic in front of his hometown crowd on the west side of Santa Cruz, won the Pro Junior the following year on that same wave. Kai Otten comes from Tathra, New South Wales, a very quiet country town. He's since moved up and he's sort of in the Sydney area, hanging out there. Now it's a better place for him to fly out because he's gone so much and ready to compete. 34 years old, he's a seasoned vet. Kai's been around for a long time, Potts.
Yeah, he has. He's got a lot of experience, and you know, was posting some good results over the last few years as Kai Otten. A new and improved guy this year.
Very impressive as you look at the matchups. Dead even 2-2, Nat versus Kai, but Kai with the most important one in a final in Portugal last year. Kai was effective on road to that final. He took out big names like Mick Fanning along the way. Mick standing by with Ronnie Blakey.
Cheers, Joe. Yeah, Mick Fanning, the reigning world champion, getting a win in the 3rd round, moving on through to round number 4. Mick, there's 10 events on the schedule. There's only 2 you haven't won. This is one of them, Fiji. How much would you love to improve on your number 2 finish here last year?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'd love to win this event. Kelly's had a stranglehold on it for the last however many times we've been here. And yeah, but, you know, there's so many great surfers that are so good out here. It's, you know, it's so much can happen. It's not just like you're shooting the barrel and that's it. You've got to be in the right position. You've got to be on the right wave. So there, a lot of surfing to be done.
Hasn't been a lot of tubes in this event so far, and you managed to find one.
Yeah, I snuck into that little one. I saw Alejo go the first wave, and then I saw, just as I went over his wave, I saw there was a bigger one behind his. So yeah, I just waited, and lucky enough, just got in as tight as I can and came out the hole, and yeah, lucky got a good turn in the end.
A little less wind today, some clean open face to work with. Any equipment change-ups from yesterday?
I did, yeah. Yesterday I was riding a 511.5 DH, and yeah, just sort of, I don't know, at times when I wasn't fully set on it, just felt a little bit tricky. So went out on a 5'11" late last night. The first couple of waves I hated it, and then I found the sweet spot on it, and it just keeps getting better and better.
Mate, we spoke a little bit during your heat with the girls from Namotu about the Tavarua and Namotu battle. Been a long time since Namotu have notched a win. Could this be the year?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to put the mocker on it, but no, we're so lucky, you know. Scotty and Mandy on Namotu, they support us so well, and then the girls, Sova and her team, and I know they're all watching in the bar. You love you girls, and all the boys too. That, you know, all those in there giving us tips on the way out. And Wonga's bar, you know, there's so much going on. It's they're so hospitable and such great people, and you know, it's just like family.
Beautiful, mate. Congratulations, bouncing back well from that early round loss in Brazil.
Yeah, thanks very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Mick Fanning, for putting on a great show and making Namotu proud. They take the first win over Tavarua. We have Kai Otten in this one representing Namotu, Nat Young representing Tavarua. Right now it's Kai with a 3.67 over Nat's 2.67. Slow start, but here goes Nat Young driving with a lot of momentum, super deep, and he can't come around the corner.
Yeah, Nat just a little deep on that one. I think another tactical move there for Nat Young, because I tell you what, had he not caught that wave, Kai Otten was in the absolute perfect position. He would have snagged a really good one. So great tactics there from Nat Young. Not only is he young, he surfs a smart heat. He doesn't make too many mistakes. So Kai's got to be on his game right here. Kai was on his way to a good score, tried a little air reverse, which I think was probably the wrong move at the end of that ride. Fell off, and we know by experience with what's been happening today, the judges aren't liking it when you're not finishing your waves off, Joe. They really want you to finish off with a bang, finish off on your feet.
Nat on his way back out will take another wave. Big whipping cutback just for one clean move, and he's out. He'll improve on his low score, but it won't be too effective. He might have a lead change, as he only needed a 1.01. So slow 8 minutes or so in the second heat. Kai now sits out the back with first priority.
Yeah, Kai's got to be patient. 22.5 on the clock, so he's got plenty of time. A 3.67, he's surfing well. Coming off that really good win over Matty Wilco, he's just got to channel that again. He's just got to get back to that strategy that he had, catching a lot of waves, just loosening up, taking the pressure off himself. Here goes Nat.
Nat making another decision on his way back out under priority. Good for one cutback again. So one maneuver on those last two waves. He did take the lead with his last cutback to slide. There was a 1.77, so Kai still doesn't need much, Potts.
No, it's still small scores at the moment. Twos and threes is what's happening, but you know, I think big sets are coming, so the guys have got to be patient. They've got plenty of time. Only need two good ones, but they've got to be two good ones. We saw what happened in Mick Fanning's heat. Alejo with, I think his highest score was a 4.77. I think they've got to post those waves up in 6, 7, maybe even the 8-point range.
Well, Potts, let's turn back the clock to last season. We'll go to the European leg, a place called Super Tubos, where Kai Otten and Nat Young were matched up. Nat had made the final at Bells earlier this year, and he's really wanting his first win. Kai Otten picked off the great waves on his back end and got his major breakthrough victory.
Yeah, you know, Kai surfed incredibly well, and you can see there just the spoils of victory, taking out your first event, you know, and we've seen that this year with Michelle Perez, how sweet that victory is, and, you know, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. You know, Kai Otten's been knocking on the door for quite some time, and, you know, that was just one of the best things I've seen.
Well, remember that win had a lot more meaning because it left the door open for Kelly Slater to have a world title shot coming into pipeline, because Kai effectively took out Mick Fanning and took out Joel Parkinson's world title shot in Portugal in the final series to get that matchup with Nat Young last year. And remember that on the presentation, Kai Otten with his speech, he had everybody in tears, dedicating that win to his grandfather.
Yeah, absolutely right. It was a very emotional win there for Kai Otten. You know, and this year's a special year for him as well. You know, the birth of his child, little Oscar. So he's surfing with purpose now. He's a different man. It's almost like he's grown up, you know, and he's you can tell by the way he's surfing. He's surfing with way more confidence. You know, way more emphasis on what he's doing. It's not as erratic as what it used to be, so I'm excited.
Yeah, there's a big change in Kai Otten's career a couple of years ago when a lot of the low results he was getting from time to time and the inconsistency was really affecting his mood and his happiness, where now he had a big press release on ASP World Tour a year ago where he talked about really channeling positivity, started getting boards from Channel Islands, and had a great rhythm. Now Nat Young making a move here. Snaps it off the top, looking to better a 1.77 as he belts the second turn. has a lot of momentum as he ditches the fins and controls that finishing move. Always falls weightless on the inside corner, and it's good to stay over his board pots.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he looks so solid on his feet, this kid. So powerful, you know, and you can just see how when he gets that board moving, he just pushes on that back foot. You can just see how much drive he gets out of his boards. You can see him there. That board is absolutely humming right now, flying down the line right here, and just hooks into that last turn, throwing the fins out and managing to as you said, put the weight over the front foot and make sure that that board comes down without grabbing that front rail there. So great surfing from Nat Young. That's going to be up into his top 2 that wave.
18:50 on the clock, Potts. Kai Otten started with a 3.67, went for that blow-tail finish and ended up going down. Didn't start off with the same kind of flair that he did in his round 2 heat when he eliminated Matt Wilkinson.
Yeah, you know, that's what Kai's got to do. He's got to try and find that consistency from heat to heat. You know, he's come off a great heat. He's got the momentum, and he's got to try and adapt that same kind of attitude. You know, we watch Carissa Moore with a certain strategies as she goes out in a heat. She starts off slow but builds momentum. Kai's the kind of guy where he needs to start off quick. And once he does, he starts building that momentum. He starts posting big scores and starts loosening up and really enjoying what he's doing. So the longer Kai sits and waits, the worse it is for him, because then the pressure builds.
Here goes Nat Young on another wave. He'll wait for the tube. Now starting to step on the gas. Quick cover up, second section, still driving. Wow. He makes it out. Setting up a bottom turn, big snap as he controls it. Beautiful slide off the lip. 2 barrel sections and a big off the top for Nat Young. His previous wave was already a 5.83. The lead's going to go further up, Potts.
That it is, Joe, that it is.
Kai Otten digs in now. Second wave as he's trying to play catch up. Just the 3.67 to his name. Here comes a big blast, throwing a big fan. Nice vertical re-entry, 2 different turns. Clean bottom turn, wraps it a little harder on that third section. Clean transitions for Otten. And now looking to clean it up. Blows the tail, he'll grab the rail to make sure he has the completion, and he'll sneak out right on the reef.
I'll tell you what, that wave that Nat Young took off on, it wasn't one of the better ones, but what it did was it replaced him down the reef, and this is what he picked up on the way back out. Have a look at this wave. This is absolutely perfect. These are the ones you want. Nice and deep in the barrel, comes from behind, flying out, and then finishes off with this turn right here. Bang! Just throws the tail out. Nat Young looking so solid on his feet. Have a look at this beautiful wave out of Cloudbreak. And Nat Young just sitting deep in the barrel, comes out nice and clean. Judges are going to love this one, especially because of that turn right there, showing commitment, showing that he's completely in control, and pulling off probably one of the best waves of the heat so far.
And a comeback wave for Kai Otten. Great transition spots.
Beautiful snap there from Kai Otten. A little bit of white water on the face, but it's not hindering his potential here. Nice snap, tight in the pocket. So Kai Otten starting to find his rhythm. This is what he needs to do. And I'm a bit worried about this turn that he keeps trying at the end here. Throws the tail out. That was what he fell off on his first wave. Managing to stick it on that one. But I think Kai needs to try and find those waves that Nat Young just caught. That's what you want. Those are the ones you want out there at the moment, which are further down the reef.
And we see Kai on the back of the ski. He'll be back out in a moment. His second wave rating still about to drop in. 16 minutes on the clock as the battle continues. 2 goofy footers looking for a spot into round 4. We'll see what happens after this.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Welcome back to the Fiji Pro. Round 3, heat number 2 out in the water. We've had fantastic conditions yesterday, and to have the competition so far today, the conditions have been good as well out there. But we've been speculating, what's it going to be like later today? What's it going to be like for the next week, for that matter? Well, we figured we'd catch up with Kevin Wallace, the lead forecaster from Surfline, our partners over at Surfline, the official surf forecasters. Kevin, you know, how are things looking as we look out into the window here at this event?
Sure, yeah, you know, going into tomorrow, into Thursday, we're going to see very similar type surf to what we're seeing today. You know, 3 to 4 foot winds will be pretty good in the morning. We've got light winds early on. Should see a little more, a little stronger trades pick up in the afternoon. And then as we move into the next couple of days, we are going to be seeing smaller surf, particularly like Friday and into the weekend. Looking at the charts here, you can see those storms that actually created the swells for the last couple of days and what we've got going forward. Here's our 7-day forecast, which is showing that trend. Picked up a little bit today. It's going to continue into tomorrow and then gradually fade as we head through Friday and into the weekend. Winds will be backing off slowly as well. And like I said, you know, 4 to 6 foot faces, probably a little bit bigger, right around 3 to 4 foot Hawaiian scale. And pretty good conditions, you know, trades, which will be favorable winds out there, and it does look pretty fun as we move through the waiting period. We've been watching a swell towards the end of next week, Thursday and Friday. That looks very similar in size to what we're seeing right now. Unfortunately, looking at the latest wind forecast, the winds don't look nearly as good. Looks like we might see some north winds start to develop for the end of next week. So right now, looking a little iffy for that long-range forecast.
So Kev, let me ask you, you were telling me earlier that basically you guys are going all the way out and looking at swell models and maps that actually are deep out, almost underneath Africa, and tracking them all the way out. So the swell we're seeing today, you guys forecasted like 6-7 days ago.
Right, Strider. Yeah, you know, the swells that we're actually seeing today came from storms that happened about 5 days ago. Not quite all the way over to Africa, although Fiji certainly has an open swell window all the way over towards Madagascar. These ones were a little bit closer, kind of south of Tasmania and South Australia. But that's typical. Most of them are, you know, right around 2,500 miles away when they're happening.
Well, thank you, Kevin Wallace, for your insight on the forecast. Guys, it looks like we still have a couple more days of swell out there. Let's hope it is there, because it is a forecast, not a will be.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Strider. And thanks, Kevin, for hanging out with us during this amazing week on the island of Tavarua. And he's telling us that we're going to max out the day today, probably max out tomorrow. We could be crowning a champion before we know it, Potts.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, when there's swell on hand, you've got to take advantage of it. You know, you don't walk away from waves. And that's what we've got at the moment. 8.93 for Nat Young's last scoring ride, and what a wave it was. A beautiful barrel and finished off with a bang. Since then, he's posted a 367, a 183, and a 0.2. This guy's on a roll, catching a ton of waves, and that's what you got to do out here. You know, you watch the best guys out here, and that's what they do. They catch a lot of waves. They don't sit around and wait. The longer you sit and wait, the less opportunity you're giving yourself. And, you know, you end up getting stuck in one position on the reef, missing those wide ones that swing on the inside, which is what Nat Young got and posted his best score so far.
Well, with this all Goofy Foot battle, Pots, it always brings up the topic on when we're going to see a Goofy Foot world champion again. It's been a long time since 2001 when CJ Hobgood won a world title for the Goofy Foots. Transitioning, and we see a little wave popping up. 11:19 on the clock. First priority is with Kai Otten. He needs an 8.10 on this wave to turn the heat around. He's starting to drive down the line. Finds the bottom, winds up with a strong start. Throwing a lot of water on that first gap, pulls into the barrel. He'll pop out. Now set up another one off the top, kind of feeling his way to adjust. Now throws the fins off above the lip, and he'll slap it right back into the zone. Here comes a wrapping cutback for Otten. Now here comes the finish. Frontside float onto the reef.
Wow, right on the shallow section right there. Shish kebabs. Well, I'll tell you what, that had everything on that wave. From big maneuvers to a nice little barrel. Nat Young trying to answer back. Here he goes.
Let's see if he can put more pressure. Nat pulls in deep. He's still driving. Comes out with the spit. Still in the barrel, and he's going to try to punch out. He will. Still stand tall and make that barrel count for him. And he had a 5.83 to improve on with that wave, Potts.
Yeah, you know, even though he's got that big score under his belt, he needs a good backup. You know, Kai Otten with a 6.67 as his highest scoring ride. That last wave that's going to come in, it's definitely going to close the gap. Whether or not it's an 8.10 or not, I'm not sure. We'll have to have a look at that. But Kai Otten surfed that wave incredibly well. Pretty much had everything on that wave. He had a beautiful casual style as he pulled into the tube. It wasn't as clean a tube as Nat Young's was, but he had more to it. Let's have a look at it from the water angle. As you can see, racing down the line. And this opening turn is really what set everything up. Look at that big rail turn from Kai Otten. And this is where he sort of pulls in nice and casual, sits up nice and high and tight, grabs that rail to make sure he comes out of that wave. This is where he sort of draws off the bottom again, waiting for this wave to unload on that inside. Kai Otten just really does go to town on this inside section. Nice variety of repertoire, seamless surfing from the Aussie, and seems to be surfing with a lot more purpose as he kicks out of that one. Looking for an 8.10, and then right behind, Nat Young pulls in nice and deep, comes flying through that section, back in again. Some nice tube time, and has to fight his way through the end of that one. So an interesting wave there. Let's have a look. He's starting to find those nice hollow ones, pulling up nice and tight, driving through the tube there, gets a little second section and forces his way through the lip. So interesting exchange there, Joe.
So back-to-back waves ridden, had a bit of a barrel. Nat Young's barrel was a much cleaner, much better than Kai's, but Kai was able to mix it up with turns as well. Kai's third wave of the heat, he needed an 8.10, but Nat also looking to improve on a 5.83. Nat had a double barrel option on that last wave, Potts. Do you think the judges are going to put that above what he's done on the open face so far?
Well, he's got to look at bettering a 5.83, and they're going to go back and have a look at that 5.83 just to decide whether it was better. You know, he did do some travel time in that tube. It was nice and clean. His positioning was perfect, but he had to force his way through the lip of that wave, and the judges aren't going to like that too much. But in saying that, it could better his 5.83 and put him in a better situation, which will mean Kai will need something more than that 8.10. It's in the judges' hands right now. I think Kai might get the better of that exchange, but whether it's an 8.1 from Kai is another story.
Well, right now, Nat Young does have first priority. You already saw him waving his arms because he wanted a situation update. Numbers are dropping in for the double barrel option for Nat Young. It's a 7.4.
Wow.
It is effective. Builds his total. Kai Otten now needs a 9.66. His third score hasn't dropped in yet. We're down to 7:40 to go.
Well, everything from a 6.8 up to an 8.0 from the judges. A 7, a 6.8, an 8.0, an 8.0, a 7.2. Averaged out 7.40, so the judges did like that. And I mean, this is what this wave is all about, isn't it, Joe? It's a barrel, and that's what you've got to look for. The highest scoring waves we've seen so far in this event have all been the barrel. Jody Smith with a 9.20 barrel. Kelly posted a nice big tube ride as well. Mick Fanning, a barrel earlier in round number 3. So let's have a look at the recap, Joe.
Yeah, this was Nat Young getting started with an 8.93. He took about 5 waves before he got this one.
Yeah, this was underneath Kai's priority too, just a different section of the reef. Nice little tube ride, beautiful travel time, positioning was absolutely perfect. And then he came out and unleashed this turn, which really did put a few more points on the board for Nat Young, looking so solid on his feet. And then Kai Otten with a 6.67, you know, surfing great. He's got a lot of confidence. I think just wave selection at the moment is hurting him just a little bit. We're still waiting for his last wave to be put on the board, but this one, a 6.67. There's nothing wrong with the way Kai's surfing. His board's looking fantastic, and he's doing some innovative surfing.
Blowing the fins on the finish, and this was his third and final wave, but still getting scored. Big start with that first gap off the top.
Beautiful. Radical snap there from Kai. Pulls up high and tight. Not a clean exit. So the judges aren't going to like that bit. And he comes out on the open face. The wave dies off, but Kai still going to town on this one. Still unleashing some really good surfing on that one. And there's a little bit of a mistake, a glitch in the scoring there. So as we see this one here from Nat Young too, the travel time he had on that, the judges loved it, and he pulls through the back. 7.40. Kai looking for a 9.66. And scores coming through for Kai Otten on that last one, a 6.53, so nowhere near that score that's required.
Paddling for more. Nat Young is going to drive down the line. He's slowing down, so not picking up the pace, waiting for the barrel to show up, and it just spins right around him beautifully. Comes into the inside section, wants another vision. Nat Young is getting barreled all day long in this heat against Kai Otten. All of his big numbers are coming from packing the tube on multiple sections. There's a smaller wave, but how'd you like the approach?
Yeah, you know, it's more of a manufactured tube. You can see how he's hit the brakes. He's pulled in nice and tight, and he got some nice travel time in this one. Pulls out, comes down the line, and as it unloads on the reef, he hits the brakes again, dragging his backhand there, slowing himself down, trying to maximize time behind the barrel. Perfect positioning from Nat Young, great technique, And it's funny, though, once you get a barrel, Joe, that's all you want to do, isn't it? It's just, that's all you're looking for. Forget about the maneuvers. All he wants to do right now is make sure he maximizes that tube time.
The best feeling in the whole world happening for Nat Young as he's just stalling beautifully. Now Kai Otten wants the same feeling as he's trying to pick up the pace. He's pretty deep, and that section started racing on without him as he's playing catch-up. Still needs a 9.66 to turn this one around for not only himself, but for the rest of the crew on Nomotu as Mick Fanning looks on.
Nail-biting stuff here as we see this heat starting to tick away. Both guys going at it. Unfortunately, the difference really, as we spoke about it earlier, Joe, wave selection, really premium out here. You've got to be on the good ones. You can see Kai maybe dragged the hand a little too long there, and that just put him a little too deep for that end section. That was going to be a tricky one to make, but Kai's super good in the barrel. Maybe just dragging that hand just a little bit too long. 5.0 on Nat Young's last ride. The situation remains the same. Kai looking for a wave, 9.66, so that's going to be an excellent score.
Well, Nat Young is in complete rhythm with the pulse of the swell. He came here nice and early and got a bunch of free surfs underway while the women were still doing battle. He's already in position again. Let's see if he goes for the barrel one more time. He will slow down. He's in the pit, still driving, comes out without a problem, steps on the gas, now trying to trim his way through this inside pocket. He'll time the front side float, and he gets out of there. Every barrel's working out for this kid.
I tell you what, I hate to be the next heat because there's just a bit of a purple patch at the moment with these waves coming through, Joe. And I tell you what, these guys are getting wave for wave as we see Nat Young again in another tube ride. Perfect positioning there from Nat. Races down the line, hits the brakes again, gets that secondary section, and then tags the end section there. Looking to improve on a 7.4. So Nat really has to crank it up if he wants to improve his scoreline. And the waves continue to come through.
Absolutely on fire. Nat Young posted a 9th place finish last year in 2013 in his rookie year out in the Fiji Pro. He was really exciting to watch in waves of consequence, rising the occasion. He got a bomb during a free surf at Pipeline right around Triple Crown time, showing that he is fearless when it comes to heavy barreling left-handers.
Yeah, he's not scared at all. I mean, he's got the backside tube riding down as well. You know, and he's showing us here today that, you know, he's becoming more and more of a complete package. He's obviously done a lot of hard work on his front side, and his forehand tube riding too is absolutely perfect. So Nat Young posting an 8.93 and a 7.40, and Kai behind the 8 ball right now, needing a massive 9.66 to get himself back into this heat.
Well, last year, Nat Young eliminated Matt Wilkinson in round 3 en road to that round 5 finish. Nat Young grew up surfing with Kolohe Andino through the NSSA in California. They're really good friends, but longtime rivals. They used to just go back and forth in all the big regional events. And one thing Kolohe said about Nat Young was how impressed he is with his confidence, rising up to be a professional, going from the Star Series and Primes right to the WCT without even flinching when he was surfing against some of these guys that are absolute heroes, guys like Joel, Kelly, Mick Fanning. He's proven himself to not ever back down when it comes to competing against anyone on the top 34.
Well, that's the kind of attitude you've got to have. You know, you've got to believe in your own abilities, and that's what he does. He's got an amazing confidence going. And the thing with Nat is, as we see him going here, Joe,
driving, pulling in once again, absolutely barreled. Nat Young still driving, keeping his line running through the inside. He'll fight his way for the finish. He gets taken out. Now Kai Otten with an important wave, snapping his way down the line. He needs something major on the open face as he's still searching for it. He'll find the barrel as he's gliding through. One section to complete. He'll get out of there just in time.
What an exchange. I mean, how long was Nat Young in the barrel there for? That was a long one. He had some travel time there. So did Kai Otten. See Kai Otten making his way back out of the lineup. Let's have a look at Nat Young's wave here. As he pumps down the line, he pulls up nice and tight, and he just sits in the tube. You can see him using that backhand to slow himself down. He lets go of the face of the wave when he needs to pick up speed, just kind of losing it right at the end there. And that's not going to go into his top 2. Kai Otten, on the other hand, goes to the face of the wave first. You can see him racing down the line, looking for something special right there. Big snap off the top, and looking for the barrel. He knows he's got to get tubed to get the big scores. As he draws off the bottom, you can see him setting it up, and now he goes. Hits the pedal, drives through the section there, and just pulls through the back. So Kai Otten trying to answer back with a good score. Nice little tube here, though. Not really a clean exit, though, so I'm not sure whether this is going to fit into his top 2. 6.5 5.3 is what he needs to better his score. Ultimately looking for a 9.66, Joe.
Well, Ronnie, Blakey's out on the boat, and for us, from where we're sitting, Ronnie, looks like conditions are getting really ideal at this point.
Oh, so many tubes in that last heat, and Nat Young just found himself in the perfect position for each one of them. It's sometimes really hard from the boat to actually pick who got the best of the exchange. Nat got a couple of nice barrels. Kai's 6.67, I think it was. Looked like a great ride from where we were standing here on the boat. Had a lot of variation in the turn, but as you mentioned earlier on, Potts, I think the judges have been loving the bigger, longer barrels. Mick had a huge score. We saw Kelly and Geordie both lock in decent numbers too. So, you know what? It's a little hard to pick at this stage of the game what the judges are after, but if you can find a wave with a big barrel, you get a big score. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with more round 3 action just after this.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
Welcome back to the island of Tavarua. You're watching the Fiji Pro with a great sky view from looking over at the reef as Michel Perez and Jeremy Flores prepare for a big battle in round 3. Michel Perez, current world number 4, and Jeremy Flores looking to move up in the rankings after a solid performance earlier in round 2. Joe Turpel alongside former world champ Martin Potter as we look at favorable conditions. Sometimes, Potts, we see the ocean come to life and deliver multiple tube rides. We're hoping it doesn't take a break for heat number 3. Looks like Michel Perez is going to get a quick start as he comes off the bottom, slams it off the top. Beautiful transition, throwing some power off the second snap. Another big section for Michel Perez and packs a third snap to finish.
Michel Perez picking up where he left off, Joe. That was pretty much exactly how he started his first round heat. Just coming out of the blocks firing, getting a couple of good turns on his wave. Wasn't one of the bigger waves, but you know, the thing I like about Michel this year, he's got 2 wins under his belt due to the fact that he's fine-tuned his surfing. He's not making as many mistakes as he used to. So Michel Perez throwing his name in the hat right now for that world title race. 28 years of age, 5'9", 168 pounds. From Fiji, and I tell you what, this man packs a punch, nicknamed the Spartan.
That's right, super fit and very dynamic, one of the most powerful guys to come on tour in a long time. Used to get the call up as a wild card in events in Europe, like in France. Qualified for the tour and tried to figure out the ropes. A lot of times he was critiqued saying he oversurfed some waves because he just wanted to do so much every time he stood up. We were pretty thankful for that because he always wanted to put on a big show. He's really seemed to harness all that energy that he has now this season, putting together his best surfing so far.
That he is. 2 wins out of 4 events. Doesn't get any better than that, really. A 6.0 on his opening wave. Jeremy Flores now with priority. 26 years of age, 5'8", 150 pounds, hails from Reunion Islands, resides in France, and pretty much a citizen of the world. Spent a lot of time in Australia as well. Ranked number 30. That's pretty low down for Jeremy Flores standards. He's normally up there in the, at least in the top 10, top 15 conversation.
Well, it's interesting because we look at the matchups of Jeremy versus Michelle, and Jeremy with the lead, 6 wins over Michelle's 5 wins in their career. But the most memorable matchup by far, we go back to Tahiti on Michelle Perez's home court, a Code Red swell. It was absolutely bombing. Jeremy Flores turned in a perfect heat, 2 10s to take out Michelle.
Yeah, and Michelle had a 9.8 and a 9.5, I think it was as well. So it's not like Michelle fell over, you know. Jeremy just got those 2 perfect waves, and that was the difference.
Paddling for this next one is Michelle Perez with second priority. Already has a 6.0. He'll slow down for the barrel, has to step up and pump. He's packing it, still traveling for just a brief moment, and he ends up going down, trying to sneak one under the priority of Jeremy Flores.
And that's what you got to do. You got to keep busy. You know, we saw Nat Young catch 13 waves in that last heat. So, and he was on the good one. So it got him in rhythm. It got him in that right position. And there was one wave there where he caught that wasn't really a good one, but once he kicked out of it, he was put in the perfect slot for that 8.93. So don't be shy to catch waves, you know, and just get the ball rolling. Keep surfing. That's what you got to do. Find that momentum, find that rhythm, get in that groove.
And so now 5 minutes off the clock, Potts. Michelle with a 6 and a 1.5. Remember back to the Pipe Masters, Jeremy Flores had our commissioner now, Kieran Perot, in a pretty interesting situation where Kieran Perot was actually in a really good position to win the Pipe Masters, made a priority mistake, and Jeremy Flores made him pay the price and took his first major breakthrough win. And if you're going to do it anywhere, why not take a Pipe Master title?
Well, that was his first event win too. So doing it at the Pipe Masters was incredible. You know, sneaking a massive backdoor barrel underneath Kieran Perot's priority. So Kieran, well, he rectified that, didn't he, Joe? He came back the very next year and won the Pipe Masters. So we see there Jeremy's board design, Bradley surfboards, 5'11", 18.19, 2.19 thickness. Volume, well, we don't know that. FCS 3 fin, and it's a rounded squash. So Jeremy Flores, you know, 5'11", it's pretty standard size these days for the guys. Anywhere between 5'9" and 5'11" of the guys are riding as their short boards.
And board's looking real spicy for Jeremy Flores. He's been riding Bradley surfboards for a long time, and right now, dig again for another wave. We'll see Jeremy Flores on his opener, driving down the line. He has some board speed, super deep as he pulls into the barrel. The wave spits without him, and Flores goes down on his first attempt. One of the best backside tube riders in the world. We talk about that pig dog stance where you grab your rail and you can slide and use your body to slow yourself down and timing. And when you do it really well, like Jeremy Flores does, it looks so beautiful to keep up with the pace of the two.
He's got one of the best forms. I think something's happened to his board there. I think he's broken it. We see Stephen Bell in the foreground. And, yep, he needs an equipment change. So that's how quick things can change here. Even that wave didn't look that big. Unfortunately, Jeremy needing a replacement board. So Stephen Bell out in the lineup with his backup board will be swapping over very quickly here.
So Stephen Bell, we've seen him for many years helping a lot of the guys on tour, and he'll be paddling in there just shortly to make the board change. We have guys come to Fiji with a serious board quiver just in case something can pop up on the horizon and they'll need to be scratching for bigger equipment, but it's looking like they're okay on their short boards for this event. Real high performance surfing, big backside turns. We're loving that the barrel is really coming to life, especially in the last couple of heat spots.
Yeah, I'm loving it, you know, and you just saw Jeremy pull into that one. It was pretty deep. I don't think it was maybe a smart move in hindsight now that he broke that board, but super deep, and sometimes you've got to give it a go. Those ones that you don't think you're going to make sometimes are the waves of your life. So, you know, Jeremy's not one to pull back, so he just put it in the barrel and unfortunately snapped his board. So, you know, back to the drawing board, really. Michelle Perez with a 6 and a 1.5. You know, Michelle not too far ahead, so Jeremy's just got to stick to his guns, needing a 5.78.
Well, it's interesting, Potts, when you think of developing your quiver for certain venues where you look at your range of what you need if the size comes up from like 5'11", maybe all the way up to 6'8", if you think it's going to be gigantic. But think about doubling up on those 5'11s. You know, you lose a 5'11", and then maybe you're going to have to surf a 6'1" or change it up with your dimensions. You only need to have a big board bag these days.
You do. Multiple big board bags. You know. I think I reckon Jeremy's probably got at least 3, maybe even 4 sort of 5'11s. You know, with then maybe 1 or 2 step-ups and then a big board. So, you know, they definitely do got to back those up. We've seen guys snap multiple boards in heats.
Well, pots now. Ronnie Blakey is standing by on the boat with Nat Young.
Young probably racking up more tube rides in one heat than we've seen throughout the contest so far. How you feeling, Nat?
I'm feeling good. I had a lot of fun out there. I got, a lot of waves. I couldn't hear a thing when I was out there. I don't think Kai could either. So that might have been a good thing. It just made me keep catching waves, wanting to better the scores I had, whatever I had. And I kept getting a bunch of barrels, so it was fun.
Neat little rivalry building there between you guys. You enjoyed surfing a final together over in Portugal last year.
Yeah, I don't think there's any rivalry. We had a final. He got me in the final, and I guess I just got him back, so that feels good, I guess.
Mate, you came into this event in 9th position, really looking to solidify now into round 3. That's already a good result, and you're a good chance with this kind of form of pushing into the finals.
Yeah, I get to surf the no loser round, so that means at least I'm surfing 2 more heats. I get to hopefully get 2 more heats with perfect barrels. So, I'm looking forward to it.
Congratulations and good luck in the next round.
Thanks, Ronnie. Nat Young on to round 4 to surf with Mick Fanning, and the winner of this seed, Michel Perez. We saw him go out of the barrel and throw up a subtle claim, got a little inside vision and kicked out, so it looks like the Spartan's finding some magic. But now 20 minutes to go. He's looking to better a 1.5, and we'll get caught up with a series of replays from Michel Perez trying to take out Jeremy Flores to get his best result ever. He's never made it to round 3 in the past, Pots, and he could be putting himself in a position to go further.
Yeah, absolutely right. You kind of think that Michel would succeed in waves like this, excel in these perfect point break, reef breaks coming from Tahiti, but he's honed his skills on those little beach breaks at Papara, and his results have come in waves that you really wouldn't think suit him. Have a look at this though. Pulls up nice and tight. Michel Perez traveling on the foam ball and comes flying out of that. A little bit of a claim there, pulls in another little bonus section, comes flying out. So the waves are starting to light up, and Michel Perez having some fun. The Spartan. Have a look at this from the water angle. As you can see, pulls up nice and tight. Sits on the foam ball for quite some time. Look at that. How's the technique there to come through that section? And he liked that. That felt good. And then just a little bonus section on the inside. A bigger wave for Michel Perez. Very technical there. Super hard to come through from behind the foam ball. So Michel Perez just manhandling this little wave here at Cloudbreak and getting a little bonus section on the inside. So Michel Perez just about to post another good score and put Jeremy Flores in a combo situation.
Well, I like the movement from Michel Perez as he slid down to the low road on the foam ball, but maintained control. Great timing on the exit. It felt good to him. It was good for another bonus section on the inside. He was trying to better a 1.5 when he was gliding into it. He turns it into a 9.5, one of the best numbers of the contest. Jeremy Flores is now in a severe combo spot.
That he is, Joe, a 9.5, so the judges loved that, a 9.5, a 9, a 9.2, and 2 9.8s. Dropped the high and the low, averaged out 9.50. He's got a 2-wave total now of 15.50. Michel Perez, there we see the scores on your board. And the judges have made it quite clear now. Forget about the turns. Let's see the barrel, boys.
Time to get tubed. Michel turns in the best number of the contest, 9.5. 2 judges went almost perfect. 9.8s were thrown down as conditions are turning quite magical. Super playful size right now for Cloudbreak.
Now, the reason why that score's so high, it's not because of how deep the barrel was. I mean, we've seen deeper barrels today. Technically difficult that one was because he sat on the foam ball for so long. He actually came from behind the foam ball, muscled his way through, rode over the top of it, and then popped out the end. So Michel Perez showing that he's got perfect technique when it comes to backside tube riding.
More waves on the way. First priority is with Jeremy, but it's Michel Perez winding up off the bottom, hammering the first section. Now he'll pull into the pit. Doesn't get super deep, but he's trying to slow down, pops the fins out. He will get a cover up, but he is good for a completion.
Yeah, well, he's having fun now. That's what, we saw the same thing happen with Nat Young. Once they get one barrel, they're just on the hunt, that's all they think about. It's trying to get another one, especially when you're getting 9.5s for getting those tube rides. A 6.0 for a couple of big turns. So the judges want to see that barrel now. It is on offer, and the guys have got to really hunt them down. Big opening turn there from Michel Perez. Comes off the bottom, hits the brakes, and slows himself right down to try and maximize his time. Didn't really quite disappear, and then pops out at the end of that. So Michel Perez starting to have a bit of fun. Jeremy's got to light it up.
Let's see if Jeremy can pick up the pace. He's down to the bottom, delays the bottom turn to max out the tube. Now he'll start setting it up, driving down the line, keeping his board speed up, and he is unable to come out the other end. I love that approach, so delaying the start. Had to keep his speed up, but the barrel pinched him right at the end section.
Yeah, Jeremy's technique is absolutely amazing when it comes to backside tube riding, and if he couldn't come out of that barrel, no one could, I tell you. Watching him in the big waves at Chopu and stuff like that, he's one of the best.
Now Michel Perez with a sizable wave well overhead as he's going to set up his first turn. Winds up and under the lip hook for the Spartan. Now finding the pit, he'll slow down. Didn't grab the rail as he packs it and gets blown out with the spit. Michel Perez is turning everything into magic. I'm trying to better a 6.0, and everyone in the restaurant loving it so far.
I tell you what, that's what we come here to watch. That's exactly what we want to see. Michel Perez. Let's have a look at this wave from the water angle as he draws off the bottom, unleashes a big turn under the lip right here. Perfect positioning, free falls down, comes off the bottom, pulls in, no hands. Then he grabs it just to make sure he pops out with the spit. So nice deep tube ride there from Michel Perez. Let's have a look at the angle. This is what the judges will see as he draws off the bottom here, just timing it perfectly. Bang, straight off the top. Free falls down and pulls straight up under the lip there. Really critical. You can see how shallow it is on that inside section. It comes flying out with a spit. So Michel Perez starting to have some fun and is just about to post another good score, Joe.
A beautiful way to set this one up as he got a lot of speed as he belts it off the top and no hands at the start. Make sure he makes it as he grabs the rail and gets puffed out of the pit. We saw Kelly do that in Brazil where he had that no-hander backside pit and he got a perfect 10. It's a lot of risk when you don't grab your rail. Why would these guys attempt it when they're in the heat of battle?
Well, it's just technically way more difficult. So if you pull one of those off, the judges are going to throw better points at it. So, you know, it's a fine line between, you know, pulling that off. I think the grab the rail is obviously a safer option once you're in the barrel. But the thing is too is when you let go of that rail, you can almost pump in the barrel. It's harder to pump and gain speed once you're in the tube if you've got your hand on the rail. I think that's why Kelly likes to keep his hands off, because he can actually maneuver his board a little better as long as you've got room to do it. You know, obviously that's what he likes better. As you see, Felipe Toledo enjoying the action, and why not? It is pumping out there right now.
You can tell he's frothing pots. Everyone's getting barreled heat after heat. Michel Perez is on fire. Started with a 6.0, then turned to 9.5 on his third wave. Got a 4.83 for the smaller wave, but last wave for the Spartan an 8.17. 17.67 combined total. Jeremy Flores is comboed, and a very focused Owen Wright looks on with his coach Matty Griggs, assessing the conditions. A lot of people putting Owen as a favorite to maybe have a big comeback role here in Fiji.
Yeah, well, he's been surfing really well. I think he's, you know, slowly dusting the rust off after his injury, and I think he's looking absolutely fit as, and I think he's going to come out and have a good result here. This is the kind of wave that suits his style of surfing. Had a really good hit in round number 1, so, you know, we're expecting big things from Owen as this year continues on. He's coming into a couple of events that I think he's going to do really well in: Fiji, J-Bay, and then Chopu. If he gets the ball rolling here in Fiji, I think he's going to have a good back part of the year, Joe.
A solid stretch on the ASP World Tour. Right now, Michel Perez is putting together a stellar heat. We'll take a break. We'll be right back in Fiji after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Last year on the ASP World Tour, Michel Perez made his first final where he finished runner-up to Joel Parkinson, and now he's a serious world title threat coming into 2014. He has a 17.67 combined total and has one of the best backside tube riders in the world in a combination spot. Jeremy Flores, with second priority, is looking to come back big time as he sets up this wave right out front. Coming off the bottom, now waiting for the pit, moves his stance forward on his board, and he's still driving. Flores looking for an exit, and he's not successful. He's down and still comboed with 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think Jeremy's just, I don't know, maybe just picking the wrong wave, so I think he needs to wait and try and get that second wave of the set maybe. You can see there just ditching the board. Look at that one. That's a hollow inside section there. Michel Perez just having so much fun, Joe, and here he goes again.
Pulling straight into the pit, Michel Perez trying to slow down. He's sliding. Beautiful style as he's getting more barreled as he's traveling to the inside. Another great exit for the Spartan as he continues his roll. If that wave betters an 817, the combination goes further up.
Yeah, I'm jealous, Joe. These guys are having way too much fun.
I'm getting worried about you, Potts. You got to get your gills wet soon.
I can't sit down anymore. But these guys are absolutely lighting it up. This has been some good heats. The conditions are just turning on right now here this afternoon for round number 3. And I'll tell you what, the guys coming up in the next heats are going to be rubbing their hands together. This is what we come here for. We come here for perfect barrels, and this is what we're seeing. Michel Perez, have a look at the technique. He uses pretty much half of his body to slow himself down, trying to maximize his time behind the curtain there, and just sneaks out there. And the Spartan showing why he's such a strong human. And look at this here, just slowing himself down. Really difficult to do for the average surfer, but these guys are the best at it. You can see they're disappearing a number of times and fights his way out of the end of that one there. So Michel Perez is going to post another good score, Joe.
So we'll take another angle here, Potts, as we look how deep he was. The exit was pretty crazy, and he fell at the end. You think the judges are going to call this a completion?
Yeah, that was complete. I think he came out of that, no worries. But whether it's going to better that 817, I don't know. It's going to be close. But Jeremy Flores, unfortunate, the 3 waves he's had the travel time, he's had the tube time, but he just hasn't had the exit. So maybe what he needs to do from now on is, instead of going on the waves he would go on, let that go and go the ones behind, because that's the ones Michel's getting.
A rhythm change.
A rhythm change.
Let's see if Jeremy Flores can pull off some heroics with 9 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Last year, Jeremy Flores was, admitting how upset he was with his results on the WCT, pushing himself back to 18th at the end of the year. As we take another great view from land from here at Tavarua, a couple of miles away of the approach from Michel Perez.
Have a look at that. What a beautiful scene. No wonder we love our sport. No other sport on the face of the planet would they bring their athletes to this kind of remote location and throw them out in the middle of the ocean and let them get barreled all day and judge it. So what a fantastic thing we got going here. The ASP's kicking goals, bringing the surfers to these beautiful locations.
Well put, Pot. What a simple idea, and it's a beautiful sport. 6'5" for Michel Perez. That felt good to him, but it's not effective to improve his top 2. Jeremy's had 3 waves, incomplete tube attempts. The combination's a 17.68 combined total. Let's get an update from the channel now with Ronnie Blakey.
Yeah, Joe, the sets keep marching in. I can see another one just coming around the reef here at Cloudbreak. Michel Perez, though, incredible form. Not only is he picking off good waves, he's just not making mistakes like he used to. He won that last event. He's still got that winning feeling. He's putting himself on the best waves, but he's really taking all the scoring opportunity that is coming his way, and that's why he's well out in front at this point in time.
Now, Ronnie, after winning at Margaret River, he got that first round knockout at Bells. Do you think he's learnt from that by what we're seeing here today?
Yeah, most definitely. I think probably at Bells, from where I was sitting, Potts, and that was back on the lounge in Sydney, it looked like Michel was actually starting to maybe think a little bit too competitively and not backing his surfing. In Brazil, he just seemed to look like he was really just counting on his form, and he seems to be doing the same thing here at the moment. I mean, Jeremy Flores, to have a guy like Jeremy comboed in a backhand tube riding contest is pretty impressive. So Michel in great touch, and you know what, he's really proving that he is going to be a major contender this year. He does have those 2 dud results that he's got to watch out. He doesn't add another one to those, but at this stage of the game, he's looking like he's going to be moving through.
Well, Ronnie, we have a few more heats to go before we call it a day, and the conditions are looking beautiful. Has the vibe changed on the boat now that everyone's getting barreled in the lineup?
Yeah, big time. I just saw Mitch Colborne get onto the boat. He told me that he's sort of changing up his equipment, just looking at the conditions the way they are now. These guys are starting to think about their boards, and I think getting those boards deep inside the barrel, we might see some quad shifts. Also, Mitch Colborne jumping from a rounded square onto a rounded pintail, looking for a little bit more drive out of that. But yeah, I definitely think the guys are eager. Geordie Smith just hit the lineup for his round 3 clash, and he was super excited with what he was seeing.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Ronnie. We'll be checking in with you in the last few heats of the day. Ronnie talking about Mitch Colborne, the wild card due to the injuries on tour. He has Kelly Slater in the last heat of the day, and we know they have some history back to last year. Mitchell Colborne was able to throw down perfect 10s to kind of change Kelly's route into round 2. Kelly went on to winning the whole thing, but Mitch is dangerous, especially when conditions get really perfect.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's and there's our crew on Tavarua. Give us a wave, guys. You can see little Sarah Kerr sitting in the front row. She's enjoying all the action. Yeah, everyone's in the bar enjoying what they're seeing here today. Michelle Perez and Jeremy Flores going at it. But, you know, in saying that, Mitchell Colburn's, I reckon he's super stoked, because what happens when Kelly hits the lineup here at Cloudbreak, it starts pumping, right? We saw that happen yesterday. It was a completely different spot. Are we going to see that again today? And if we do, we're going to have an incredible hit on our hands.
You have a big theory about that, Potts, when it comes to world champions, how sometimes the ocean can change. You know, Tom Curran could will waves on demand. There's some sort of magical connection with guys that spend a lot of time in the lineup, and Kelly Slater, obviously, with a 24-year relationship with what he's calling his favorite wave here at Cloudbreak.
I mean, we saw a little bit of that in Rio. You know, he paddled out that finals day, first wave of the day, a 10-point ride, and then from then on, there was not much happening. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's Kelly's, this is his spot. Let's have a look at some replays here. Michelle Perez, this was the 9.50, technically difficult barrel there. 9.5 as he comes flying through that there and gets a little bonus section on the inside. Michelle Perez just having so much fun right now, channeling his inner self back in Tahiti, loving these reef break waves. Jeremy Flores just really hasn't really found the exit, you know, surfing well, but Michelle Perez just finding the cream of the crop right here. Look at this, just pulls in backside there, no grab, gets spat out the end of it. So Michelle Perez just having so much fun. Perfect timing here. Look at the snap under the lip, free fall drop to straight pull in there. Beautiful technique from Michelle Perez, starting to build momentum and look really dangerous. This was a throwaway, by the way. Any one of us would have loved this wave. Would have paid big bucks to be sitting in that barrel, Joe. Michelle Perez throwing this one away, not going into his top 2, so that just goes to show how good Michelle Perez is surfing.
Everything's going Michelle Perez's way this year in 2014, coming off a major win in Rio de Janeiro, a place where he didn't put himself as a favorite to win. Got the big win there to put himself up in the rankings. His round 3 is just at the early stages. We had Mick Fanning in the first heat. He took out Alejo Moniz in a dynamic way. Nat Young got one back off Kai Otten after losing to him in the final last year. It was a complete tube fest for Nat Young. And then now the Spartan with a stranglehold on this heat. Jeremy Flores still combo, needing a 17.68 combined heat total to come back. More waves on the way, and it looks like it's still Michelle Perez out in front. Backside cutback, blasting the rebound section. Starting to style through his turns now. He'll rip another one back into the pocket. The lip showing up for the Spartan to drill it off the top. Driving into the next section, he's going to hammer it. Still plenty more room for turns as Michelle will just kick out. And now Flores will try to find the same energy on a comeback wave. Snaps the first one off the lip. He'll slow down for the pocket. Stalling, trying to slow down right in front of Michelle. Now he's deep in it, looking for the exit. Flores is out, and he kicks out with 3 minutes to go.
Wow. Well, how's what confidence can do to a surfer? I mean, you just saw Michelle Perez on that wave there. He just attacked that with just just reckless abandon. Just throwing some incredible moves. That big wraparound cutback to layback snap off the whitewater. A great combination there. We haven't seen that so far in this event. And then just went absolutely ballistic on that inside section. Let's have a look at it. Comes out on the open face here. Watch this big wraparound cutback. Just draws right back in and then just throws the tail at it. Manages to pull that off and then draws off the bottom again. Another beautiful carving turn. This turn right here, have a look at this. Just bang, straight up and down there from Michelle Perez. Confidence is sky high right now, and he is just on fire. Jeremy Flores, unfortunately, maybe a little bit too late, but Michelle Perez just having so much fun out there at the moment.
Was we see another great shot from the channel on that awesome rebound, laying back, styling out. The confidence is oozing through Michel Perez. Everything's working in his favor, slamming the inside section. And now the judges will try to fit this one into their scale. It's been all about the tube from his 9.5 to his 8.17. And now let's take another look at Jeremy Flores' last effort.
Yeah, great opening turn there from Jeremy. Another nice vertical turn. You know, Jeremy needed this wave earlier in the heat just to give himself that confidence to answer back. You can see as Michel Perez pushes under, Jeremy flies through the barrel there, comes out the end of it, but is it too little too late for Jeremy Flores? 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining.
Into the final minute for heat number 3, one of Michel's best performances so far this season. Backside tube rides is now becoming one of his strengths on tour, as he could have a heavy matchup with Mick Fanning and Nat Young in the first heat of round 4. 1 more minute. As we had that replay, Michel got another wave, Potts.
Well, this was, yeah, while we're watching that replay, Michel Perez grabs the rail, sticks it in the tube there. Travel time. Here he goes, here he goes. Is he going to come out of this one? Is he going to come out? Come out. Yes, he is. Michel Perez, the Spartan, fights his way out of that tube ride. And I tell you what, this is crazy stuff. Jeremy Flores behind him, double pumping, no grab. Jeremy Flores flying through the inside there and unfortunately gets shut down. But wow, let's have a look at Jeremy's technique here, the no grab. This is what Kelly's famous for. You can see Jeremy just maneuvering his board. He knows he needs that speed, sitting in there as long as possible. But unfortunately, as it's been this whole heat, just not finding that exit, Joe.
Well, Jeremy's still showing that he's having a good time, deciding not to touch his rail, as he's not going to be effective in breaking the combo, but showing how skilled he is under the lip. But the Spartan flexing, coming out of that last tube option, powers his way through sections, turn for turn. He's one of the most powerful guys on tour, if not the most powerful, and now showing his tube strength, being really flexible, going off speed and on speed to time that precision in the tube, and he puts together one of the best heats of the afternoon. Michel moves on to round 4. Round 3 continues. We'll bring in Pat Parnell and Ross Williams for the call.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
A great shot at Cloudbreak, as we just witnessed the Spartan grab his shield, his sword. He is now the Tube Dragon Slayer. Michel Perez putting on a clinic as we welcome everyone back. Pat Parnell along with Ross Williams, and another stack heat. Excitement building as we get towards the end of the day here. Jordy Smith, current 10 in the world, up against Felipe Toledo. Still, you know what? I'm still on pins and needles from just the tubes that we just witnessed.
He pretty much punched the camera with his ab muscles on that heat there. It was an amazing performance by the Sparta. And I tell you what, that was no easy task, because Jeremy Flores is a tough competitor out there. But Sparta just seemed like he was in sync with the waves out there.
You know, Potts touched on it, Ross. There seems to be that tipping point for a lot of surfers where the confidence, it's just a shot of adrenaline. Is that what's happening with Michel Perez right now?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like every time someone gets in sync with the ocean, every time they paddle back out to the peak, there comes another set wave, and that's definitely what happened there. I will say Jeremy maybe could have clawed his way back in and maybe gave up just a touch early, but what I'm loving to see is the conditions are pouring on right now. So with the next 3 heats, I mean, look at these matchups: Jordy and Felipe, Bede and Owen, Kelly and Mitch Colburn to finish the day, and then low tide. We're in for a treat.
Fingers crossed as we hope to see more drainers. Cloudbreak definitely living up to the hopes today with the changing tide as we see Jordy Smith there. When it comes to round 3, great lines approaching. Jordy Smith, 72% success rate in round 3 compared to Felipe Toledo's 40%, and a good size wave here as both surfers let it go under them, but it just shows you that conditions are improving steadily.
Yeah, a lot of energy in the swell right now. We talked about how this swell might have a minor bump, a pulse this afternoon, and sure, it looks like that right now on cue. Perfect timing, a little more size, and with that low tide, you can see all that wind blowing out there. If it was high tide, it might be a bit bumpy, so perfect timing with the tide, the swell, everything's coming together.
Based on performances here in Tavarua, Ross, so far what you've seen from Felipe Toledo and what you've seen from Jordy Smith, who has the advantage, conditions being what they are? I
love this matchup because Jordy's a big kid. He's got a ton of power. Felipe is spring-loaded, as we like to say, ready to take the air. Obviously, he's not going to be looking at that maneuver this afternoon. That being said, I'll say Felipe is somewhat underrated when it comes to carving and tube running. He's got a lot of hidden potential there. Of course, I'm going to give the nod to Jordy. He's just such a powerful surfer. On the sheer spray he's going to throw out the back of these waves, it's going to be tough to beat.
They've had some interesting, when we look at the hard numbers in terms of matchups, 6 matchups previous to this, Jordy getting the slight edge, 4-2. Last time was at the 2014 Rip Curl Pro Bells. That was in round 1. So this, a man-on-man heat, little different situation. And it just all eyes focused on the horizon because we're waiting for those barrels to start materializing once again. And you can imagine what both either Felipe or Jordy are going to do when the wave starts to stand up and just dredge, doing what Cloudbreak does so well. Felipe having a look at this one and waits for the bottom turn. He'll send it to the top, lots of spray. As it softens up a little bit, he'll wrap it back, stays in the pocket, being awfully patient. And Felipe Toledo, first one on the board. He'll stall it up, little snap stall, gets a quick cover up and wraps it back to the pocket. And one last turn, tags it for a clean finish. Felipe Toledo, way to get on the board as he packs a lot of turns on that wave and making full use of what was served up to him, looking back on that wave.
Great start to this wave for Felipe. I love how he took his time going to the bottom, square off the top, tons of spray. Right here, another one. This is even better. Lots of spray there as he carves back, and he's going to peg this section nice and vertical. Almost stuck a little bit, but he manages to slide back in. Slightly mistimes this section, going for a little tube ride, and one more clean wrap to finish. So I don't think it's going to be an astronomical number, but definitely a smooth start for Felipe.
Potentially just getting the legs warm here in this heat. We're early to get started as Jordy Smith sends the bottom turn and throws it to the top, unloads on his first turn. He'll wrap it back to the pocket, unwinds again. Lots of power being unleashed by Jordy Smith on his first wave. And it starts to drain on the inside, gets a little tail release on that turn. Just continues to stay at it. Great rhythm from the South African. And he'll take it all the way to the inside to a very shallow shish kebabs.
Pretty even Steven right there. A nice start for Jordy too, right on top of Felipe. So this is a great way to start the heat for the judges. You love it when you can get this clean match wave for wave. It's going to really set the tone for the heat. And you know, I can't help but to feel Jordy has a similar tempo to Owen Wright. You know, one of the bigger guys on tour, a bit smoother on his transitions from top to bottom, never rushing anything. But where he makes up for that lack of speed is with sheer power. He's very loose for a big guy, likes to throw the tail around, comes a little unstuck on this last turn. So again, I don't think this is going to be a big number either, but I like what I'm seeing so far.
He makes his way back out into the lineup, and if we look at the watch, it's a half past tube 30, judging by Michelle Perez's performance. He is with Ronnie Blakey as we check in with them both. Guys?
Cheers, Pat. Yeah, great to catch up with Michelle. Obviously just had one of the standout heats of the year, a 9.5 and a 9.2. And Michelle, couldn't smash the grin off your face with a cricket bat.
No, you couldn't. You know, the condition just turned on during my heat, and I saw a couple of barrels, and I couldn't imagine, like, you know, being it. And yeah, I actually did. So it was very, very just like positive for me, you know, just to be out there and just to get barrel, because, you know, the last 2 contests I never made any good results, and now making the 9th round is really good.
There's been a group of guys that have had a stranglehold on the top of the ratings for such a long time. It's so hard to break into that group. This year, you've had 2 event wins. You're putting together performances like that against a guy like Jeremy Flores, who's no slouch in the tube. Are you starting to feel like there is a bit of a, I guess, a change up in the generations that's happening at the moment?
You know, I was stressing out the whole heat even before, because I was looking at Jeremy's heat on the island, and I was like, well, this is it. I have to surf against a good friend of mine, and especially Jeremy, like in the barrels, he's one of the top 5, my favorite top 5, you know, and I still remember when he beat me in Hawaii, and I was like, okay, this is it. He's gonna beat me again. I was like, oh, maybe he's gonna beat me again, but I'm not gonna quit, you know. I'm not gonna give up and try my best, yeah.
So is that something that you think has changed for you this year, that you have that belief, that inner belief that you can take down guys that you really respect?
Yeah, like, I feel like it's everyone's chance to win, you know. You just have to stay positive and just to stick in your game, you know, and you know, looking at the ocean and look at where it's breaking, where it's not, and, you know, to find the best position for the best waves. And that's what I did for the past 30 minutes. You know, I kind of looked at Nat Young's hit and just find out where the best waves were, and I sit there, yeah.
After your first round heat, we spoke about the fact that you've had great success in waves sometimes when it's a little marginal, especially this year with the win in Brazil, obviously, and Margaret River. But it's really these world-class destinations that we expect to see you do well in, and that was probably one of your most solid performances on this Pacific leg.
Yeah, definitely. You know, like, just getting 2 9s and an 8 in my heat, you know, it was unbelievable. I was going crazy out there, but, you know, like, even if Jeremy's combo, you never know, you know. That's why I was still sitting on him and try to get the best waves, because if he get a 9, he can get another 10, you know, back to back, and I was like, I can't let that happen, you know.
Well, enjoying seeing you put it all together, mate. Congratulations, moving on through to round 4.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks, Ronnie. Obviously, an elated Michel Perez with good reason. When you have a heat like that, obviously making the heat, but when you have those kind of waves in the heat, it's almost like a free surf session as we check in with Jordy Smith, his 2nd wave after grabbing the 5.83.
Yeah, we saw that first transaction happen, and actually Jordy getting a surprising pretty big nod there, 5.83 to a 4.3. But you can see winding up here, a smaller wave. Felipe had priority. He let Jordy go because the wave didn't have much size, so Jordy took it under his priority and said, you know what, I'm going to take advantage of this little wave, and he tore it to pieces. Again, I don't think it's going to be too big. It looks like it drops in at a 4.7 pap.
Well, with that being said, Felipe Toledo yet to grab his 2nd wave. He's hunting for a 6.27. He has priority, and we can see it taking this wide view. Clean conditions here at Cloudbreak. We anticipate things just to continue to improve with the tide and the wind, all things cooperating on the 3rd round here at the Fiji Pro. Both surfers trying to advance out. When you look at the numbers for Felipe Toledo, you often said one of the more underrated surfers. And you talk to a lot of the likes of, say, Felipe and Jatson. They say they kind of enjoy flying under the radar. All the pressure is put on the likes of Adriano de Souza and Gabriel Medina, allowing them to kind of focus on what they need to do without having that pressure.
Yeah, I don't blame them. You know, why soak in all that attention? Because then you have people expecting you to win. You know, if we remember, look back a couple of events ago, Felipe Toledo had a great performance at the box over in Margaret River. You know, everyone knows him to be such a high-flying act with his aerial moves, and yet he had one of the best barrels of the day at the box.
Figuring it out on the fly, that was the amazing thing to see these guys try to adapt, guys that have never even surfed a slab type of wave.
And one thing that I've mentioned in the past that I think is pretty consistent is a lot of guys that seem to be good in the air are great tube riders. There's something to do with that balance and that cat-like skill. They can coordinate that same feeling with getting that late airdrop into the barrel. It's a technical move that's somewhat becomes underrated in terms of, you know, you think you just have to stand there. That's not the case.
And it's interesting to see the reaction of a lot of North American surf fans when they see guys like Miguel Pupo, Jatson Andre. I remember Miguel getting that wave at pipe. But you see these guys in big waves, and you're so used to seeing them just punt it on small waves. But Felipe, you see them scoot up the board as he tries to drive down the line. He cannot make out.
Yeah, you see Felipe there, just a little stuck behind. That wave was really fast, so I'm not sure there was much potential there.
Just behind it, Jordy Smith, he'll drop in, taking his time as it starts to stand up. Square off the top, throws a lot of spray. Another big bottom turn, gets up in the lip, able to take the airdrop on the way back down, showing incredible resilience there. Wow.
Huge move there for Jordy. I mean, that was one of those maneuvers where he combined 2 for 1. It was a giant snap, and he extended it out with a nice little float on the lip line. So a beautiful turn there. Unfortunately, that wave shut down, but you can see a long line there. Look at that stretch across your TV screen right there. And so he's going to have to get busy quick. A nice snap there. That's a crack off the top. And this is where he extended this move. Snapped it, and he draws it out with that float, a little fins-free float. It almost looked like something you'd see on a half pipe there. So great turn from Jordy, and he's off to a quick start.
And quick board breakdown as we take a look at Jordy Smith's board. He's on the taco grinder, 6'3", and you look at that width, 19.13, thick board as well. A lot of volume for Jordy.
Something to take note of right there. 32.6 liters in volume, by far the biggest shortboard on tour. Maybe Owen Wright is right there with him, but that's a big surfboard. But keep in mind, Jordy's a big kid, and he needs all that flotation.
Jordy Smith is one of those surfers, when you look at him, much like Owen Wright, you just say, you know what, it doesn't matter what sport he chose, he'd be at the top of his game. He's just built to be an athlete. He has that frame.
Correct, yeah. He looks like a linebacker if he played in American football, or you know, he's definitely got that physique, pretty intimidating. But he is slender, you know. He doesn't have much fat on his body, so he's a lean machine, and he can definitely get it done out here in the small stuff.
It's so impressive what he can do even in small waves, as we see a couple lines approaching. Priority sitting with Felipe Toledo. And Toledo still looking for a 7.43, needing a 7.43, that second wave, a throwaway. Jordy Smith, 5.83 and a 5.93. We see some movement here. Both surfers taking a look. Felipe Toledo a little farther up the point. He'll skip into this one. Waits for the bottom turn, sends it to the top, driving down the line, keeping his speed up. Big float section, makes the landing. He'll pull in, lay back in the tube. A quick cover up for him, and stalls it up again. Can he make it out? And he gets clipped at the end, but showing a lot of flair on that one as Jordy Smith, he's driving down the line covered. He has to dismount.
Wow, that was a pretty brutal mistake there from Felipe. I'm surprised he went for the layback. You know, sometimes if you go for that layback, you can get stuck in it. It's hard to transition into a grab rail. When you hunch over your board and lean forward and grab your rail, you have a much better opportunity to control your speed. When you lay back, you're sort of at the mercy of the pace you're going. You can see right here, nice floater, and then he goes for that layback. Now he's stuck sort of in a pocket. He's not covered up. So the judges are not going to like that. And then at that point, as soon as that wave sped up, he didn't have the opportunity to press forward. So a mistake there from Felipe.
Well, definitely promising as we see waves continue to flow in here at the Fiji Pro. Jordy Smith, Felipe Toledo. We'll be back to Tavarua, Fiji right after this.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
Heat number 4, round 3, out in the lineup. And as we were just cruising through the restaurant here on the island of Tavarua, Strider Wazlewski and myself, we caught up with one of the biggest fans and supporters of the sport of surfing, Bob Hurley, the founder of Hurley. Bob, first of all, welcome to Tavarua. You've just showed up this morning with your beautiful wife, Shelly. What brings you to Tavarua during this event?
Oh, the incredible magic and watching these guys perform. Last couple heats are mental.
Yeah, it was incredible to watch the guys get after it. You got a lot of team riders in this event. What's it like having the guys actually match up against each other?
Well, yeah, it's kind of funny, like, who do you cheer for? But I'm kind of weird. Like, I usually just want the underdog to win. So whoever's doing worse, I kind of want them to come back. You know, I try to be kind of impartial, really.
And as I pointed out, one of the biggest supporters for the sport of surfing, you sponsor multiple events around the world. You really support the up-and-coming kids, but you support, to Strider's point, 9 riders on the world tour. And, as he pointed out, it could be difficult when guys match up. With that said, not just your riders, but maybe all of them. You can be biased if you like. Mm-hmm. Who's impressed you thus far in this heat? Or, this round?
Well, Michelle Perez just put on a clinic, and so did Nat Young. And the other day, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, Kelly was just mind-boggling. Lots of great surfing, though.
And, you got your event coming up, the Hurley Pro at Lowers, stop number 8. I'm sure the crew over at Hurley's got to be fired up. We've got a fantastic year unfolding. Stop 8, things are really going to be interesting.
Yeah, those are great days for us. Being at Lowers all day and watching what happens in the water is pretty amazing.
Well, thanks for your time, Bob. I tell you what, one of the biggest fans of the sport, so we're going to throw it back to you guys because we got live action.
Thanks, Todd. Yeah, Bob Hurley, forever a grommet, for sure. Forever frothy, for that matter. Definitely loves the sport of surfing and has given so much back, as we saw a great exchange between Jordy Smith and Felipe Toledo. And on that barrel, at least, Felipe playing it a little smarter.
Definitely. You can see grabbing his rail and leaning forward. So he learned from that mistake. Unfortunately for Felipe, this wave got really quick through that inside section right there. It just took off. There was no room to make it out of that barrel. You can see how fast it jetted in front of him, but at least he's onto something. And Pat, there's still a lot of time left to claw back into this heat.
That's right. As we hit the 14-minute mark, Felipe Toledo needed a 6.33, his high score a 5.43, his low a 4.3. And Jordy Smith on top with the 5.93, his high, and a 5.83. So a lot of room to play with. Any of these surfers, if they start coming out of these barrels and can start to build on that, we're going to see scores get up into the excellent range. We've seen 8s and 9s throughout the day. Jordy earlier threw one of the highest scores we've seen of the day.
Yeah, it's amazing, and I love that this has turned into sort of a barrel fest. It's just putting smiles on everyone's faces, and it's great to see Bob Hurley here. Started out as a shaper in Huntington Beach, and obviously been a part of the clothing industry.
Jordy Smith trying to get rid of the 5.83. He'll take his time on this one. Starts off with a huge snap at the top, gets caught in the lip, but able to jam it and stay with it, and he'll kick out.
Yeah, you can see they're just getting hung up. Looks like one more wave out the back. Let's see if Felipe is in position for this. And it looks like he's not. But yeah, just finishing up on my thought on Bob. He's always had such an infectious attitude. Always a positive, extremely positive, happy person. Remember all the years I surfed for him. Every check that arrived at my house, I had a happy face on it. I didn't have many bosses like that, but it's great to see him here. Obviously he's so stoked just to be here and soak in the atmosphere.
What a perk. It's like when you get your homework, you get the star of the happy face.
Right.
It's a little extra spring in your step. 12.5 on the clock here in Heat 4, Round 3. Jordy Smith on top. Felipe Toledo, the Brazilian, looking for a 6.33. And priority sitting with Felipe Toledo in the blue jersey. Farther up the point, Jordy Smith, he'll glide into this one under priority, a decent-sized wave. Another solid first turn as it starts to run away. He'll try to stay with it, and he does. Staying right in the pocket. Releases massively on that third turn. Jordy Smith looking very, very springy, light on his feet, very quick in a very shallow section right there.
Yeah, you can see him swimming out of that kick out.
Out the back, Felipe Toledo looking for the 6.33. Unleashes on turn number 1 and then does the quick stall but gets taken out.
Wow. You could see he just was desperately trying to get back into the barrel there. So another little mistake there from Felipe, and we saw Jordy Smith do some extreme man turns on this wave right here. You can see how he went upside down, just lifting the nose out of the water, making sure he didn't pearl. Another one upside down, right in the pocket, tight transition there. So very technical surfing from Jordy. You can see a little bobble there. He tried to slide the tail, but he hung in there, and then a nice release on the third one. So I believe right now Jordy's holding on to a 5.83. There's a really good chance he's going to better that. There's that upside down action in that tight transition. Small bobble on this turn right here, and then he manages to make up for it right here with a smooth little tail slide on the end.
When you talk about Jordy Smith, we always talk about his size, the human specimen factor. What is it about his ability, his technique of surfing that allows him to do that type of surfing on small waves? You remember the wave at Bells Beach? He was able to take a wave, 1-2 foot in size and just obliterate it.
Two things. He's on really good equipment. He knows how to compensate for his size. So we saw his volume there, the 33 liters. And the second thing is his technique. He doesn't have a very wide stance, which I think is good for tall surfers. If a tall surfer has a wide stance, it looks bad. So his feet are together somewhat, and he really knows how to get low to his surfboard when needed. So he actually takes advantage of his size.
We talk about the athletic background in so many surfers. Jordy Smith played a lot of soccer growing up, transitioned into surfing, always a fan of surfing. And once he put the focus on his competitive surfing career, he's never looked back. It's an unbelievable story. And one of the biggest South Africans to come out of the sport of surfing next to Sean Thompson. You put Martin Potter in that same category. Albeit Martin Potter shares a little English, South African, and now Australian. Yeah, he's a multinational surfer, if you will.
Worldly.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. But there's a lot of talent out of South Africa. Obviously, now you have Travis Logie representing, and there's the bar. And looks like Kelly Slater. You might want to get in the water, buddy. I know you have your own personal watercraft, but your heat is coming up.
Kelly's taking it easy, hiding behind on the corner of the bar, waiting for his heat. Don't want to get out there too soon as we see Josh Kerr front and center. That is the orchestra pit seat. That is the coveted seat at the bar. You get that right in front of the screen there, and the Fiji Golds. It starts happening about this time. It's happy hour for the next 6 hours, I think.
Well, there's a lot of strategy and a lot of lineups in the bar. So at some point, maybe we'll slow it down for you and we'll bust out the telestrator and see what we can make of that scenery. But right now, 9 minutes to go. This heat is wide open. It's kind of funny. Jordy's had some opportunities, but again, just getting that 6.5 for that last wave. So he's in the lead, but Felipe only needing a 7.
Needing a 7, right, and that's nowhere near where Jordy Smith wants to be in terms of sitting comfortably. A 7 is completely gettable for Felipe Toledo. 8.5 on the clock. As you can see, Jordy Smith on the outside, Felipe Toledo on the inside. Even a medium-sized wave could garner a 7 at this point. Felipe Toledo, his low score of 4.3, and his high of 5.43. So 8.5 on the clock as things getting a little quiet, but a good exchange up to this point. Felipe Toledo, the best he's done here in Fiji back in 2013, grabbed a 25th. So far this season, was able to grab a 9th place finish at the Drug-Aware Margaret River Pro. It's kind of his best kind of blip on the radar, so to speak, for 2014 season. He followed that up with 2 13th place finishes at Bells in Rio.
Great view there of the tower. That's the scaffolding where the judges sit. They have the best view, obviously, in the house, which is what's needed to get the perspective that you need to throw these scores down. But I'll tell you what, you can see that tide starting to release off the reef there, which is a good thing because of this wind. You can see all that chop on the outside. You can imagine if there wasn't this shallow bit of reef here, just how messy it would be. So this reef is keeping everything nice and organized.
Well, hopefully it's going to hold up for these next couple of heats as we hope to get through the lineup, as Mitch Colburn already out in the water, and word has it that Kelly, after you said that, actually got up, probably hopped on his jet ski. He's going to make his way out 2.5 miles out to Cloudbreak.
Interesting that they both have access to skis. It's like the battle of the jet ski guys.
Lake Havasu, but with really big barrels. Spring break here every day at Tavarua. As time continues to wind down and things going eerily quiet, but still some subtle lines coming through as Felipe Toledo needing a 7. This is a very, very big heat. Jordy Smith trying to find his rhythm for 2014.
I'll tell you what's really interesting in this heat. Felipe has priority. He's got 6 minutes left. The door is still wide open, but he's made a bucket of mistakes. So it's pretty amazing that he's still in this. As we see Owen Wright getting a ride out to the lineup, preparing for the next heat. So Jordy Smith has been steady, but he has not by any means closed the door. So Felipe is so explosive. He's a scary guy to come up with, only needing a 7-point ride.
Well, it's going to be a wait situation for Felipe Toledo as we hit the 6-minute mark, and surfers for the next heat. Once again, Heat 5, Round 3 will be coming up next. B. Durbridge up against Owen Wright, and we expect a barn burner between these two. You've got just the power carving of B. Durbridge. He's been known to vaporize lips, and then you have what Owen Wright can do. So comfortable and just loads up. And when it comes to barrels, I think Owen has proven that he is a contender in any heavy situation on any wave.
Yeah, pretty cool to see Bede and Owen match up too. Another battle of two big units. Owen Wright is the other tallest man on tour at 6'3". I believe Bede is just over the 6-foot mark himself. So that just shows you how much power this wave has, and it just pushes you down the line, giving everyone so much speed. It's the ultimate platform to carve, hack, and get barreled.
As we see making the boat transfer, but time still winding down. No set waves as of yet in the last 6 minutes. Priority, as you pointed out, Ross, sitting with Felipe Toledo. And we've seen it before. Jordy Smith under priority. Have you seen anything that he could take advantage of on the inside? It's a great shot of the horizon. There's some lines approaching.
Yeah, you can see right there. That's a good indication, Pat, of just what they look at to gauge when a set's coming. You can see those lines, sort of like corduroy lines, peeling across the reef there. So let's see if it's big enough for them to consider. But yeah, I haven't seen much for Jordy to sniff out. He's just been relegated to wait there with Felipe for this next set wave.
The score that Jordy Smith would want to throw out is at 5.93. His highest score is 6.5. As we see a decent-sized wave, and Felipe Toledo, he'll utilize priority, send it to the top immediately, drives down the line, and again, massive crack at the top. Another big hit, little slight release with that one, trying to get out in front, and blows an amazing amount of water with that and falls right at the end. But up to that point, Felipe Toledo had that rhythm, that explosion on every turn.
Huge score there. I was waiting to see if Jordy was on the wave behind. I'll tell you what, Felipe just opened up a can of you-know-what. Watch this turn right here. Huge amount of spray way out. That must have went 10, 12 feet in the air. And his second turn was even better. So crisp, tons of speed. I like how he waited for that third section and released the tail. A little bit of variety there. Extremely dynamic. Even though he came unstuck on the inside, I believe this wave has a super good chance of breaking into the excellent range.
All he needs right now is a 7. Judges are going to deliberate over this one. Priority does shift to the South African Jordy Smith. Just making it out of this round does amazing things for your point standing.
Yeah, right there you can see round 2, that equal 25th. That is the dead man zone, 500 points. You want to avoid that as much as you can. At 13th, not too bad. At least you're going to more than triple your points. Right now, we're in the 3rd round, so if you lose, you will get equal 13th. And then as you can see from there, that's where the money is, 4,000 points and so on. So it's funny, everyone has these little mini priorities where they want to stay on the bubble, win a world title. It's nonstop.
Numbers dropping for the Brazilian Felipe Toledo, 8.27. Here in Heat 4, Round 3. So now Jordy Smith, 2.5 minutes left, needing a 7.21. You predicted it, Ross. You were saying Felipe dangerous. He can easily get that. Jordy needing definitely some more padding there, and now he's back, is against the wall, needing a 7.21.
Well, I've had to take my foot out of my mouth a few times, but obviously, I'm pretty lucky I was correct there. But that was pretty easy to see there, wasn't it? That was easily the biggest score of the heat. He went so vertical on those 2 snaps, throwing tons of spray, and then he released a tail on that 3rd one. So that was pretty plain view right there that was going to go into the excellent range, and that's what I meant by how much explosiveness Felipe has and how he was a danger man to only need that 7.
Suffice to say, if Jordy cannot come back and grab the 7.21, this would definitely be up there in terms of one of the big upsets today. For a little insight on the boat side of things, let's check in with Ronnie Blakey. Ronnie, how is it out there?
Cheers, Pat. Cheers, Ross. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about these two guys because Both of them were actually tripping up a little bit out there at the moment. It felt like Geordie was maybe overcommitting a little bit to his first turns. His second turn, he'd always just land but get a little caught behind. Felipe, on the other hand, he kept going for the barrel. Now, I would say that Felipe's backhand tube riding is probably not his strength. His strength is his lightning fast turns. He decided to ditch the barrel riding on that occasion and was able to thread together a number of huge manoeuvres, and a massive number came his way. Now Geordie Smith is the surfer with his back against the ropes.
Geordie Smith, thanks Ronnie. As we headed back out to the lineup, Geordie Smith needing a 7.21, softens up a little bit. He's able to get the quick float section, drives, projects down the line, and loses the handle. If there was any chance to grab the 7.21, that was it, and it was lost with that.
Huge momentum shift there. We saw him get hung up just a little bit on that first turn, and these surfers at this level, they can't stand making a mistake, and you could see he second guessed it. He almost kicked out. He decided to stick with that wave, and guess what? He was rattled because he came unstuck on that turn. Definitely not going to be the score he needs, and this is a huge upset.
Huge upset, but a major boost of confidence, and I'll tell you what, if Felipe Toledo isn't encouraged right now, he never will be. What a performance, taking down one of the best in the world, Geordie Smith, as we officially counted down 5 seconds left.
Well, I'll tell you what, both of these surfers didn't have a stellar heat. They made a bunch of mistakes. You can see Felipe, how happy he is, because I tell you what, as Ronnie pointed out, he made some weird choices with trying to get tubed. You know, he seemed unsettled, so he's gonna really, he got away with one here.
Well, big one for the Brazilian. He moves on. Geordie Smith, he packs his bags. When we come back, two Australians, B. Durbridge, Owen Wright, hit the water. Stay close.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
A true nirvana realized here at Tavarua Island in the middle of the Pacific, here for the Fiji Pro in the midst of round 3 action. We just witnessed an amazing upset, Felipe Toledo taking down Geordie Smith. However, competition continuing in round 3. Current number 11, B. Durbridge, up against Owen Wright. Owen trying to climb back from his injury-riddled year last year, and it's going to be interesting to see these two, both very powerful surfers. We're hoping, fingers crossed, that the barrels continue out of Cloudbreak as we check in with Owen Wright. Finding the first wave. He finds a medium-sized one, lays into it and loses it. Right out the back, a little texture on the water as B. Durbridge on his backside. Sends up the bottom turn, up to the top, releases the tail. Quick float section, driving down the line, trying to get out in front of it. He'll wait for it. Puts it up top, a carving cutback, and sends it up again vertical. So B. Durbridge getting a little cover on the inside section. Can he make it out? He cannot. But some good combination there for B. Durbridge on the exchange between him and Owen Wright.
Well, again, sort of a page out of Felipe's book, just mistiming that last inside section.
And on the inside on the way out, Owen Wright staying busy. Gets a medium-sized one, sends it to the top, lays into it. He'll get a quick cover up. Still in the tube. Times that bottom turn, sends it to the top, lays into it, and he goes down.
Oh, Finn's free move there, almost hung on and just barely caught that edge. I love that Owen is just throwing everything he's got into those turns. Huge hammer. Unfortunately for him, both of these guys actually getting off to a little bit of a shaky start. So we'll see if they can clean it up.
Owen Wright, one of the few surfers who came in early during the women's event. He was out at Cloud Break, one of the free surfs that we saw out there. You were out there along with Tyler Wright. He was encouraging Tyler just to be able to take the wash-throughs, hang on, and sure enough, she put in some great performances. But let's look back on Owen's wave here.
Yeah, you can see how good Owen's technique is there, really throwing everything and the kitchen sink at that first turn. Beautiful tail slide. And he just tucks right into that barrel, grabbing the wall to slow down, making sure he stays covered up. I love that third turn there. Barely coming unstuck, catching that outer edge. He was onto a huge score if he managed to pull that off.
So the 24-year-old, 6'3", we call him the Avatar for good reason, just a specimen, but he's done so much to come back stronger after dealing with a horrendous back injury at last year's Bell's event. And B. Durbridge, the veteran, or the more grizzled veteran of the two, he's had success, a 2007 Pipe Master and Advanced Triple Crown champ. 31 years old, B. Durbridge, the best he's done in Fiji was a 5th back in 2008. So scores dropping for that first wave of B. Durbridge at a 6.17.
Yeah, B got nice and loose on the outside of his wave. Before he sort of bobbled on that inside barrel section, he had some nice backside whips, so definitely getting that score on the outside.
And in terms of previous matchups, the nod going to Owen Wright 6-1, but in terms of man-on-man, you'd have to go back to 2010 in Florianopolis in round 3, as once again, Owen Wright having to give way to B. Durbridge, taking priority and taking right to the barrel. Can he push through? He can't. Clamps down on him. And lots of activity so far in this heat. A little flurry of waves between B. Durbridge still waiting on scores. And for that quick one, not going to improve the score line for B. Durbridge. However, it is his second wave.
You know, Pat, the waves are so nice and hollow right now that they just can't resist. A lot of times they're pulling in to these tubes, but I'll tell you what's tricky is timing the speed to match it with the barrel to make sure you're not too deep and not too far out in front of it. We saw Felipe grab that huge score at the end, just committing to turns. So, you know, if you're starting this heat, you'd like to commit to turns.
Owen Wright timing the drop, and he waits for it to stand up. Wrapping carve. He'll stall up, get covered again. Quick tube for Wright, continuing down the line, sends it up for the floater. And another nice turn at the top. Wraps it back. And a quick cutout for Owen Wright. 4.34 was the score he was looking for as he dropped in on that.
Wow, that's a much better wave there from Owen Wright. We saw him make that mistake on falling off on that last turn. This one he completed, so he's going to definitely break into a solid score. You can see beautiful carve right there to open up. So much spray. Great style from Owen. Then he just tucks in to that barrel, perfectly timed right after that wrap. He's going to get right back onto the roof of the wave, floating over the top. That's going to bring him right out to the flats again, going for a smooth cutback. I think he learned his lesson going a little too hard at the beginning, saying, hey, you know what, I just need to get a score on the board here, slow things down just a touch. I love that he tucked into that barrel right after that clean wrap there, so great technique, showing a lot of variety, up to the roof, back down, and a lot of patience right here, showing, you know, I'm just going to do a carve rather than go for the big layback, and he's going to capture a good score.
So Owen Wright being awarded a 5.83 on that last wave. You always talk about his torque factor, able to really utilize that strength that he has, and obviously paying off. Owen Wright getting the numbers that he needs as we check in with Ronnie Blakey.
Hello, thank you, Pat. Yeah, look, Felipe Toledo, a great performance in the final stages of that heat, but it started off a little bit shaky for both you and Geordie.
Yeah, just started pretty tough heat, slow, and trying to put a couple barrels and not happy, and yeah, and then I just got the big one. Alejo's just go all the way to the outside, and I just got that one that's trying to big turns, and works.
Like I mentioned, a bit of a frustrating heat. You pulled into a couple of tubes, and then as soon as you sort of ditched that plan, it looked like you took out some frustration on that nice running left.
Yeah, I just started to hit just focus on the barrels because the tide is going down. So yeah, didn't work too good, the barrels, and like I just like started to think like the turns on the like good waves, like lefts. So sorry.
You're right, no worries.
Yeah, it's like the lefts like to do like some big turns. So yeah.
A round 2 elimination here last year. Already you've bettered that result, so learning a lot on the fly. We're going to throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Ronnie. You can just tell how happy Felipe Toledo is, and you pointed it out how hard it is not to pull into the barrel out there.
No, yeah, it's on hand out there, Pat. There's good barrels, but they're tricky. You know, it's known to vary in speed. It can be fast, then you got to slow down. Sometimes that's an advantage if you're on your forehand.
Priority right now sitting with B. Durbridge and taking a wave under priority. Owen Wright, as he drives down the line, he'll pull in a nice clean tube section, lots of speed. He might come out of this one, able to force his way out of the front door. So Owen Wright getting good distance on that. How is it going to sit? He's looking to ditch the 3.17.
Wow, nice long tube ride there for Owen. That score came in a little on the low side, 5.83 for that last one where he had those big swooping turns. So this one, he just tucked in, taking a little shade away from the sun. Look at how long this barrel is. It's really extended right there for a second time. He had to break through the doggy door, so maybe not going to go as high as if he had broke through the front. That being said, he got a lot of tube time in that, so it's going to be possibly, yeah, it will be for sure better than his 3.1.
So looking to ditch the 3.17, beat Durbridge needing only a 2.83. He's sitting on that 6.17. It's the highest wave score so far in the exchange. And beat Durbridge, talk about just the power carb, known to just open up with big, powerful hacks. And it seems like, obviously, there are barrels on offer, but as we saw with Felipe Toledo, when you kind of tap into that anger management with little lip therapy, that's where the judges are feeling that maybe even a little bit more.
Yeah, you can see, you know, some scores starting to drop, Pat, for that barrel, and the judges are liking it. So, you know, if you got the stopwatch out, he got quite a bit of time in there.
Warming up to the tube time there, 6.83 for Owen Wright. So now B. Durbridge needing a 6.5, his throwaway a 1.33. Some lines approaching as priority sitting with B. Durbridge, as we still have a lot of time on the clock. 19.5 in this matchup. Heat 5, round 3. Immediately following this, we'll go into Heat 6, round 3. Kelly Slater, Mitch Colburn.
I can see a wave coming in right here. Nice lines. I love how consistent it is out there, Pat. There's hardly any waiting time in between waves. It seems like as soon as they make their way back out to the top, they're turning around and catching another wave.
Bit of a conveyor belt as B. Durbridge hopes that this last wave, maybe out the back, will start to stand up. And all he needs is a 6.5. Definitely doable for B. Durbridge. They always say he knows how to play the game, a very tactical surfer. And there we see Kelly Slater making his way out on his personal jet ski. Kind of a cool story. He's, you know, made a bet like, if I win, I'll buy a ski, and you know what, I'll keep it here on the island.
Yeah, you know, he's got John Roseman there, who's one of the owners here at Tavarua, and he stays at John's house. So obviously Kelly feeling extremely comfortable here in Tavarua as they throw that #1 gold jersey at Kelly. That's because he's leading the rankings right now. So he's the only one in this entire field that gets to wear that color. And he's going to casually make his way over from the channel to the lineup and get ready for the next heat.
Such Slater style, and you'd have to say he is current #1, but I think it's safe to say very ripe for a win at this point. And if there was ever a place that it was ripe for a win, it would be Fiji. So we just witnessed an amazing performance earlier in previous heats with Michel Perez. We're lucky enough to grab him at the desk as we check in with Strider and Todd.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. Strider and I were just up there watching the event. We saw Michel Perez straight off the boat after a fantastic heat, the heat of the event so far, averaging 9-point rides, 18.70. I tell you what, Michel, and watching that heat, it was like one of those special moments that we see in sports. It was like you could do no wrong out there. Did it feel like that for you?
Yeah, I was at the right place at the right times every time, you know, and you know, it felt great just to be in the water because it just turned on during my heat. There was a couple sets and my board were feeling great, and you know, that's the kind of place where I want to be, and then just to enjoy the moment, you know.
It seems like, you know, in the past years, you struggled a little bit. You had some heats where they could have gone either way. All of a sudden now it's clicked over. The 10,000th hour, so to speak, has clicked on for you, and you just seem like you're flowing and mastering heats. What does it feel like to have that taste in your mouth?
Tell you the truth, it tastes good. It just, you know, it's just amazing to be in that position right now after 2 wins, and just to make my heat today with like that total of points. And I feel great, you know, just to be here and on this amazing island, and hopefully the waves will be better tomorrow.
And you talk about, you know, being comfortable and relaxed. You know, prior to your heat, you were out here doing some stand-up paddle. You know, do you feel like you've become more relaxed now with those 2 wins? Do you feel that's helping and giving you confidence to just kind of chill out and not stress as hard?
Yeah, you know, I've been stressing my whole life, you know, like since I made the tour, pretty much, because it's really hard to stay focused the whole time, and you know, like I feel like this year is different. I kind of can make things happen and not stressing during my heats, and that's what changed for me, I think.
Well, what is you know, when did your mindset change and get into like that feeling of winning? Like, you know, you've had so many heats back then, and now you're going in forward. Like, is it right before the heat?
Not really. It's a long shot, you know. Like, since I made the tour, I always dream about making a final first and then win an event. And you know, it was more like step by step. And last year when I made the final against Paco in Bali, you know, I realized that I have the level to make the final now, you know. And to win an event, that's another story. And this year I did it twice already, so I feel great. I feel comfortable, and I just want to do things right. Yeah.
And obviously this year, you know, your equipment looking really well. We talked about it. You're riding for Firewire. What were you riding in that particular heat out there that looked so good?
I was riding a Firewire, a Paisdale model. You know, it's I feel like it's good for those conditions. You know, it's such a he's such an amazing shaper too. So I feel like, you know, he fits perfectly for my surfing.
Well, it looks really good. Best of luck in round 3. And I tell you what, if you keep that momentum, there's a good chance you might see your 3rd win here in 2014.
Thank you.
Alrighty, boys. Michel Perez, unbelievable performance in round 3 here. So send it back over to you guys as we've seen a few waves ridden.
All right, thanks. I'm surprised with the Spartan there. You know, sun's out, guns out. That Todd and Strider did. You know.
Yeah, go figure.
Let's go topless. Come on, let's keep it fresh and live at the desk. 14.5 on the clock. B. Durbridge, we saw him get to work there in the midst of that. He is needing a 6.5. Owen Wright still on top. Looking back on the wave.
Well, I'll tell you what, right here, Bede threw up some serious smoke signals there. Look at that spray. This turn right here is the money one. Bang, look at that, straight to the horizon. That wave had a nice pace on it. We saw a lot of waves too fast earlier. Now it's got that speed where these guys can really go to the tempo they want, and finishes it off with a smooth float. I love this front view angle here. You can just see how much spray shoots up in that backlit sunlight. Bang, right there. That was a beautiful turn there for Bede. And mixing it up right here, he's going to go up over the lip and stabs it again. So finishing up here on the reef, Bede is on to a big, big score.
He needs a 6.5, the last score to drop. He's going to get it as we wait for that last number to make it official. 8.43, so now Bede Durbridge up top. Owen Wright yet to get a strong finish so far this season. Now he needs a 7.78. And Bede Durbridge, his 10th year on tour. His best year was back in 2008. His ended up being runner-up in the world. Of course, it was that year that Kelly Slater taking the world title. But Bede Durbridge has all the necessary skill set, I should say, to take a world title. He just has to put it to good use. And we check in with Owen Wright. He finds a screamer, pulls in, can't make it out. It gets a little soft and pinches on him, but a good-sized wave out the back. Looks like Bede Durbridge in position. He'll take full advantage, and now taking a look. So no luck for Bede Durbridge. Unfortunately for Owen Wright, looked like there was some potential on that wave. He'll catch the inside section. Big wrap. You can see that slide. He'll stall up in the barrel. Can he come out? He does. Unbelievable stall from the get-go on the beginning of that tube, showing incredible barrel awareness.
I'll be super surprised if this doesn't reach the perfect number. That was easily the best ride we've seen in this entire competition. Beautiful slice right here. I love how he drifted the tail there. It let him slow down just a touch, and he got so deep in his barrel, straight over the tube monster. and coming out there, that easily looked like he wasn't going to make it. And that's the true mark of a barrel that is incredible. When you think the guy's going to fall and he comes out, you know, that's when I think it's going to reach that perfect number. But let's take a look again here. Beautiful little slice, and watch the tail drift right there. And this actually is an accident, but it slowed him down perfectly to get so deep in that barrel. Again, it didn't look like he was going to make it out, and he came flying out the other end. Beautiful carving wrap there. If there was an 8.43 for Bede's snaps on his backhand, I'd have a, you know, this has got to go astronomical right here. So, you know, a bit of a mistake on that little one there, but it actually put him in position for that second wave, which turned out to be a good deal for him.
We see that a lot at Cloud Break, don't we? And there we go. Scores coming in at 9.33 for Owen Wright. Now Bede Durbridge with about 11:20 on the clock, needs a 7.74.
Wow, so, you know, I thought the number would go a little higher than that, but nonetheless, it's got him in the lead right there. He's drifting that tail sideways. I love the fact that he had to go up and over the whitewash ball. You're not going to get any deeper. So, you know, looking at the surf out here today, I'm not sure you're going to get much better of a ride, but still, a 9.3, that's a big score. It's got him in the lead, but I'll tell you what, Bede got that 8.43. somewhat in his sleep. There were nice snaps, but so a 7.74, he is far from out of this heat.
Well, as 10.5 minutes on the clock, now priority sitting with Bede Durbridge. And talk about Bede Durbridge, definitely has had the experience edge over Owen Wright here at Fiji. He's been here many, many years, 2013, 2012. His best was back in 2008, where he ended up runner-up in the world, grabbed a 5th here, and a 9th in 2006. But Owen Wright just showing an incredible comfort factor here so far in free surfs, and obviously making his way into the 3rd round as a couple more waves approaching. Priority, once again, sitting with Bede Durbridge. 10 minutes left to go here in round 3.
Yeah, so just looking at these conditions right now, you know, it's gotten quite a bit more hollow. You know, what's available? What kind of ride do you want to see out here? You know, obviously you can get some big turns done out here, but there's some great tubes on hand. With 9.5 minutes left, we'll see if Bede can switch gears. Maybe he'll look for the tube, realizing that Owen just dropped a bomb of a score.
And at this point, too, you'd have to imagine Owen Wright is looking at that 6.83, his low score, knowing he can easily improve upon that, even under priority, to grab something to work with. I mean, you saw where he caught that one wave. It happens so often at Cloud Break. On your way back out, you get the best wave of your life.
Correct. That's a great point. And so, you know, he can keep his destiny in his hands if he can get rid of that 6.8, maybe even break another excellent score in the 8-point range. Then Bede's going to be in a real tough position. So, you know, with 9 minutes to go, if I'm Owen, I'm going to be hounding this lineup, looking to get rid of that score, because a 7.7 for Bede right now is pretty easy to get.
We saw the current #1 right now in the rankings for 2014, Kelly Slater. John Roseman giving him a ride out on the ski. He'll be coming up in the next heat. Mitch Colburn and Kelly Slater in round 3. Looking forward to that heat, and conditions just starting to serve up some great barrel sections. As a couple more lines approaching, 8.5 on the clock. Can Bede Durbridge find the magic wave and grab a 7.74 or better?
Well, as you can see right there on the outside, all that wind chasing across your screen from left to right, and that tide's dropping out. And look at the conditions there where the surfers are. Beautiful waves there, hugging the reef. I love that what it does, it just cleans the surface up there. So, you know, this is great timing, as we mentioned earlier. With this low tide, it's really making the conditions perfect.
Oh my goodness, it's kind of paralyzed by the sights here at Cloud Break as we take a look back how we arrived at this situation. Looking at the top wave so far, the 6.83 of Owen Wright.
Just 2 pound out there. Owen Wright getting that long barrel, and that was what was on hand for that wave. So he surfed that perfectly. This is the 8.43 for Bede. Nice snap there. This turn right here, another big spray. And you can see he's capitalizing on that 3rd one, a huge vertical snap there. So Bede, excellent score, great surfing, and he floats the boat to finish it off. So 6.43, and this is the 9.3. Look at this tube right here. One of the best waves we've seen all event. In my eyes, definitely the best one. And that slide, I love how he slid that tail sideways up and over that tube monster there, barely making it through. It really looked like he was not going to make it out. Threading the needle there, perfect tube. And that carve that he finishes it with a rebound, a real sign of how powerful Owen is.
And so agile for a tall surfer, able to get into a nice compact barrel like that, showing incredible flexibility and amazing barrel knowledge. Still with 6:45 on the clock, B. Durbridge needs a little magic here. 7.74 is the score that he is looking for, and he can definitely do it. Sitting on an 8.43, his low is 6.17.
I'll tell you what, you look at Bede right now, he has priority. You can see how steely his nerves are. He's just sitting there. He dropped anchor. He knows it's going to take a good set wave for him to turn this heat, so he's not going anywhere. And if you notice, Pat, again, all day long we've been seeing this. Whoever doesn't have priority sits up deeper on a reef. And I believe there's quite a bit of strategy there. You can really sucker in the guy into the wave by standing up first. That forces the issue. If you have priority and there's someone already up and riding, you're going to make that guy go.
Owen Wright taking a page out of the playbook, that, as you pointed out, that we've seen throughout the day. Now under the 6-minute mark with B. Durbridge trying to make his way out of round 3. He's had an interesting season, and the most interesting took place at the Drugware Margaret River Pro. He had a bit of a leash tangle. There was a resurf with Taj Burrow. B. Durbridge ending up getting the nod there, grabbing a 3rd place finish there, and then grabbed a 5th at the Billabong Rio Pro. But I'll tell you what, if Bede wasn't able to make it out of this, it would take a big dent in his 2014 campaign. Been a lot of talk about the GoPro Challenge coming back to the Fiji stop. We have Tatiana Weston Webb with one of the best clips so far as we take a look at Owen Wright's submission for this year's GoPro Challenge at the Fiji Pro.
Yeah.
There it is. A look at Owen Wright's submission there for the GoPro Challenge. $10,000 for any wave outside of competition. $15,000 if you grab a wave inside of competition. Both the men and the women competing against each other. We mentioned Tatiana Weston Webb, one of the big contenders. Go to aspworldtour.com/GoPro Challenge and check out all the submissions. That was downright zen. That was like some barrel therapy.
Great edit there with the song. It really did match. And Tatiana had the fortune of being out there when the waves were big, and that really helped the cause. As you see Owen having a real deep look at that, and he's able to do that, Pat, because he does not have priority. So he can paddle for a wave and not lose priority, whereas Bede, he's going to have to drop anchor, which he has, and really wait for that set wave. Time is ticking now, just under 4 minutes left.
At this point, B. Durbridge hoping patience pays off. Owen Wright, always known for his great wave selection, and one of the most successful surfers here. We can say the most successful surfer at Fiji. Kelly Slater is one here more than anyone else. Makes his way out to the lineup, and we talk about the love affair he's had. Came here when he was 18 years old. And ever since, he's just dedicated himself to figuring out this wave and making it one of his favorites.
Yeah, it's one of the things that, the theories behind his teenage years that's made him such a well-rounded surfer. He did the same thing in Hawaii. He would go there for months at a time, and he really studied it and learned how to surf it. And, it's paid off, obviously, tenfold in his career because he comes to these places with such a high comfort level.
Well, now down to 3 minutes in this battle, all-Australian affair with Owen Wright, B. Durbridge, as we check into the bar and the restaurant starting to pack up here as we head into the midst of happy hour. Lots of fans showing their support. And B. Durbridge still needing the 7.74, 245. Will it pay off? The waiting game for him. Owen Wright farther up the points, sitting on a 9.33 and a 6.83.
Yeah, you can see Bede right there starting to wipe a little bit of sweat off his brow. You can see it's crunch time, 2 minutes left. You know, he is feeling the pressure, of course, you know, with no waves on the horizon. He's got to be feeling it. Just the opposite for Owen. He's like, come on, clock, tick away, because like I said before, 7.74 for Bede, pretty easy to nab with that backhand attack.
Well, we talked about the finishes so far for Bede Durbridge this year, much better than last year. He had the 5th at the Goldie, and then just a string of 13ths and 25ths. So he's trying to build off the momentum of the 3rd place finish at Margaret River and then the 5th in Rio. But getting knocked out here in the 3rd round would be devastating at the 5th stop of 10, as Bede Durbridge obviously back up against the wall. Owen Wright just found that gem on the inside section. As good look out in the lineup, charging, marching sheep out the back, but clean conditions prevailing on the inside. The low tide doing what we've known it to do in the past.
Yeah, well, something to take note of. Way out here on the horizon, you're going to see a stiff trade wind that's going to blow across that can make these waves pretty choppy. But something to take note of is right here, this huge bar of reef is starting to expose itself. And what happens with this pool of water right here, normally with trade winds, when the tide is high enough, it pushes a ton of chop into the lineup. There's the guys right there. So now that the tide is low enough, that reef creates a barrier, and you can see just how smooth the conditions are. So this low tide is a real benefactor with this wind.
Looks like some good lines potentially approaching, as priority sitting with Bede Durbridge under the 60-second mark. Forced to utilize this one. This one starts to stand up. He'll wait for it. Quick turn on the top and starts to drive down the line. Vertical on that hit. Bede Durbridge trying to get a 7.74. Can he do it in the last 60 seconds? Big crack going vertical again. Great power exchange from Bede Durbridge, staying on rail. And he'll finish it off. Was it a 7.74?
Oh, it's so close to say. We'll have to take a real good look at the replay there. You know, it's borderline, a 7.74. Is that enough to turn the heat? A medium-sized set wave. It's not the biggest one we've seen. You can see just how patient he is, waiting to get off the bottom there. A little setup carve. This is where the magic starts happening. Straight up there for Bede. Even a better turn right here. Lots of spray. And then he manages one more stab right there. That arguably could be the best turn of that wave. And this is where the wave fizzles out. That's what leaves the question mark. Was there enough juice, enough maneuvers on the outside to nab that near excellent score? Again, nice little setup turn. Right here, he starts to find his groove. Snap. And this turn even better. Carves it around. This 3rd turn easily is the best one. Vertical, stabs it up there. That's the money turn right there. And you can see how excited he is, but look at the wave. Completely dissipates. So there's no power left, and you can see he's going to kick out. So it's going to be a very borderline score.
And they're going to obviously look at that 8.43 of his and the 6.17. Here we are again at the end of the heat, waiting for scores. A wave ridden in the last 2 minutes of competition, and it comes down to the numbers. Will he get the nod from the judges? Owen Wright put an amazing performance on, especially with that 9.33 and the 6.83.
It's interesting because there's really 2 different heats going on here. You know, Owen's gotten some unbelievable tube time. He surfed his waves excellently, you know, getting some nice sweeping carves, timing those barrels perfectly. He had one of the best barrels we've seen in this entire event. Whereas Bede, he's doing those powerful backhand stabs, vertical stabs. They're so scoreable. All day long we've been saying that. You know, it's like eye candy. It's a 2-for-1 where you stab vertically and then you snap it around and spray flies. So you get a little bit of fireworks with that, you know, penetration through the lip with your surfboard. So a very scoreable move. So we're going to have to see what the judges favor with, a tube ride or a backside snap.
You were bringing up the point up earlier how each heat is its own microcosm of judging. Based on what you've seen so far with the numbers and the turns that both surfers threw down, is it that close, 7.74? Was it doable on that wave in terms of what he was able to lay out?
It's right there. It's too close to call. You know, there's no way I'm going to go out on a limb and say, hey, he didn't get it. It's right there. Right now, for sure, the judges are watching a replay. They're going to compare it to his 8.43, and score starting to drop, Pat.
Score starting to drop, needing a 7.74. One number starting to drop. We'll wait for the second to start to basically guesstimate. One is awfully close, and as you pointed out, it's right on the fence. 2 judges, 3 judges say no, it's not enough. 7.5. Owen Wright moves onward and forward on to round 4. And unbelievable, beat Durbridge out of the competition. When we come back, 11-time world champ Kelly Slater and Australian Mitch Colburn.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
You are watching the Fiji Pro here from the island of Tavarua, nestled in the midst of the Pacific, here for stop number 5 of the 2014 ASP World Championship Tour. Kelly Slater, current number 1, up against the Australian surfer Mitch Colburn, the wild card in this mix. Kelly Slater's won here more than anyone else. He wears the yellow jersey, being current number 1, and Kelly Slater getting right at it as he finds a medium-sized one. Sizing up, gets around the section. He'll time it perfectly, put it to the top, throws a lot of spray on that first turn. He'll stall it up, grab a little rail, quick cover for Slater. Continues down the line, big float section, quick airdrop, and staying very active with a quick foam climb, and he'll finish it out.
I don't know if he could have rode that wave any better there. That was unbelievable surfing from Kelly. I love how he's so good at maximizing the tube and actually speeding up on his backhand, which is extremely hard to do in the barrel. And I'll show you what I mean right here. He's gonna just slightly mistime this off the turn, off the top, but he gets around it nicely. Right here, he pushes the brakes on. And then watch him speed up right there. So he leaned forward on his surfboard, managing to maximize that tube time on his backhand, which is unbelievable. And one more little lip climb there, really being greedy, but managing to pull it off. And we're gonna see, as we look into the barrel, watch him, after this snap right here, he's gonna wipe speed off and make sure that he slows down just to get in the barrel, and then he leans forward and speeds up. Extremely hard to do on your backside. Big float right here, and one more lip climb right there. That's so hard to do, and he pulls it off. So great start for Kelly.
And the scores dropping for that wave, a 7.83. So now Mitch Colburn looking for his first wave in an amazing battle for the Sunshine Coast surfer, up against the best, most successful surfer ever to take to the water at Cloudbreak. But there's one thing we love about Mitch Colburn is his go for broke approach, and you would have to guess that's what he's going to have to tap into.
Yeah, he is very dangerous out here, and no one knows that better than Kelly. Obviously, Mitch Colburn beat Kelly in the first round a couple years ago right here at Cloudbreak. So Kelly is aware of how dangerous he is, and what does Kelly like to do? He likes to start quick and early. He likes to apply that pressure. So right now, so far, his plan is being executed.
Well, Kelly Slater for the first part of this heat, yeah, sweeping the leg in early. Mitch Colburn, the 27-year-old, taking the wild card spot here. And we always talk about the progression factor when Mitch Colburn's name comes up. Very comfortable above the lip as well as in the barrel. Obviously, he's going to be focused trying to get a little bit more on the tube side of things after witnessing what just went down with Owen Wright.
Yeah, I would agree. And again, he's one of those surfers we talked about, Felipe, who's got that great technique doing big airs. He's known for going above the lip, as you said. And he combines that skill with getting tubed. He is great. You know, he's known for getting huge video parts over the years in a lot of famous movies, and he always fills those movies with, you know, great tube rides.
There's always seems to be just equally as much talk as about Kelly Slater as there is about his boards. In terms of the board that you see him that he's on now, is it looking, you know, comfortable under his foot, or under his feet, I should say, in terms of the turns? You know, there's been a lot of, he's talked about it before, how he's played a lot leading up to every stop up until now.
A lot of surfers will ride his surfboard 2, maybe even 3 inches longer than they are tall. Kelly rides a 5'9". That's how tall he is. So he, you know, obviously it's no secret he's one of the founders of sort of shortening equipment, pushing that width just a little forward, and really reinventing our shortboard as we know it. He's on a quad setup, which is perfect for these speedy lefts. He really maximizes that speed with that quad setup. You know, thrusters are a little better at pivoting. Quads are better in with that planing speed going from A to B. And, you know, Kelly really maximizing that speed out here.
Well, we always like to speculate on his preparation for coming into any event. For a little insight on that, we check in with Todd Klein and Strider Wasilewski.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. We saw that Kelly Slater was sitting in the bar for, you know, majority of the day, sitting with John Roseman, getting an insight from John, as well as watching how the judges were scoring. We saw Mitch out there in the lineup actually watching it firsthand, so a bit of a contrast in how they approach their, you know, lead up to this heat. Another thing to note is Kelly's won this event 4 times, 2013, 2012, so he's gone back to back to back, or back to back, and now it could potentially go back to back to back. How much do you think, you know, having John Roseman, who, you know, has basically knows that reef better than probably the fish out there, plays into Kelly out there with that intel?
I think it's huge. I think having somebody like that in your camp, it's a comfort zone too. It gets you in a headspace. It's probably something that, you know, he's been doing since he came here, and so to have that kind of somebody in your corner like that gives you reference, and kind of you can bounce numbers around. I mean, he's sitting there with him watching it, and all the way up until basically, you know, 15 minutes before he had to paddle out, he was, you know, in the bar watching it. So he's getting all the information, all the intel, all the way up until his heat, whereas most people have to get on a boat much earlier to get out there. So it's, you know, definitely a comfort zone for him.
Yeah, Pat, just wanted to point that out. And starting in 2005, he really started to go out there on the ski with Roseman, and that was when he got his first win. He backed it up in 08, and then he's gone, as I pointed out, back to back. So Roseman out there once again giving him some insight, and Kelly's come out of the gates pretty fast.
Thanks, guys. We were talking about it earlier. I was saying, who has obviously the most experience here? And you said, without a doubt, John Roseman. I mean, how many hours would you say that he has spent at Cloudbreak surfing?
I couldn't even guess, you know, hours upon hours. And Kelly loves to draw all the information he can out of that head of John Roseman. We can see, we talked about the tube riding skills of this man right here, Mitch Colburn, flying through that, getting a little bonus section on the inside. But unfortunately for Mitch, that's all she rode on that wave. So you could imagine how high that score might have gone if he was able to throw a couple turns in the mix. But a great tube ride there, nice and deep. He had a lot of speed, but some scores starting to drop just where I thought it is, right in that 5-point range.
Yeah, it had to take the doggy door out the front side of the lip as Kelly Slater looks at his second wave. He's sitting on a 7.83. He'll grab a little rail, get a tube section. Can he make it out? Lots of distance. Slater still moving, still in this thing. And it finally clamps down on him, but not until he got a lot of distance. You can see just how far he got on that.
Again, Kelly displaying how much speed he can garner on his backside. So hard to do. He has that great technique in these small barrels. He'll grab his rail and really put a lot of weight far up on the nose. He knows how to step on the gas. You can see he made so much ground on that. Unfortunately for Kelly, the shish kebab section got the best of him there with just too much speed.
A couple more lines approaching priority, sitting with Mitch Colburn and taking a look at that wave as it starts to run down the line. And we were discussing earlier in terms of Kelly's preparation. Well, it seems like it's paying off, looking awfully comfortable, just toying with the wave now. Quick stall, he's in the tube. He'll come out cleanly, beautiful execution. Slater sends it to the top, releases tail for good measure.
That was a real deep tube ride there, Pat. Unbelievable surfing from Pat as he is rolling on the reef right now. He's actually going to stand up. You can see that's extremely sharp coral right there. He's having to look around for the jet ski. Awkward moment there for Kelly. Hopefully he found a flat part of the reef. Now he's going to try and make his way without breaking his fins, mind you, to that ski. You can see that rescue mat on the back of that ski. He needs to make it to that safety zone. In the meantime, he's going to have to gingerly make his way across that reef.
And with the ebbing tide, it can seem like a mile away. It's you know, when there's about 8-10 inches of water, one of the most difficult things to navigate.
Unbelievable tube ride there from Kelly. I loved that he just stepped on the brakes. He got as deep as possible, so casual.
And it looks like out the back, Mitch Colburn taking a look, and he's unable to get in on that wave. Trying to stack his second wave, has yet to grab that. Looking back on Kelly's wave.
Now, keep in mind, this is on the inside. This is at least 50 yards down the line. Right there, he steps on the brakes. Look how deep he is, up and over the whitewash ball inside the barrel. That is a sign of you're not going to get any deeper in that barrel. And then he backed it up with a huge snap. Look at this, wiping off that speed, so casual. Up and over the tube monster. He's come flying out the other end. And for good measure, he's going to stab that backhand snap. Nice tail release. It doesn't matter that he didn't land that last turn. He's going to get some big points, and there it is, Pat.
8.5. Now Mitch Colburn in a combo situation. Slater putting on a clinic. We talked about it in round 1. You made reference how he would take time and go to Hawaii. And just an amazing performance in history here at Cloudbreak for Kelly Slater. We just saw Owen Wright put on another amazing performance with barrels, just continuing through. We check in with Ronnie Blakey, who's with the winner.
Cheers, Pat. Yeah, I think the reason that heat was so exciting was both surfers really stood up. A great heat. Owen, a fantastic victory. B chasing a score in the dying stages. When he paddled into that wave, what was your feeling?
Oh, I felt pretty average. My heart was in my mouth, and I was just like, oh, well, whatever. Can't control this one. 1 minute to go, a single wave set comes through. And I just went, well, you know, he did some big turns on it, and I just kind of went, well, the judges got a tough decision because I just got barreled, and B did some big jams. So I'm pretty glad some barrels won that one.
Absolutely. Well, the heat really turned for you. Bede had a fantastic start, and then he was out of position on a set wave. You swooped on the inside, had an awkward takeoff, but recovered really well.
Yeah, B got the start on me because I didn't know the heat had started. I actually had the inside, and I seen the wave coming through, and I just let it go. Like, he was right next to me, and then and as soon as he took off, I just went, oh my god, you know, my start wasn't going that well, and then kind of come together towards the middle part of the heat. I snuck on a little inside one, a little drainer through the middle, and then Bede was a bit out of position, and I was out of position too, and the wave landed on me, and it pushed my board out in front of me, like to the side, and then I was just about to chuck my board because I thought I was gone, and then I caught back up to it and stood up, and I was like, what?
And then found the barrel. Congratulations, moving on through. Just quickly, guys, in the opening stages of this heat with Kelly Slater and Mitch Colburn, Kelly taking the first ride, Mitch Colburn, the best wave of the heat, was certainly there for him, but just a little too deep and missed a great opportunity to get one up on Kelly in the opening exchange.
Thanks, Ronnie, and congrats to Owen. Great performance there, and it just shows you just knowing where to be in the lineup. Yeah,
I'm really enjoying that result. You know, B Durbidge surfed so good. Those backhand snaps were lethal. You know, I love to see it, but they got the right winner. Owen surfed perfectly on those waves, and that's what we want to see out here. There's a great tubes on offer, and Owen Wright took advantage of it, so that's a great result.
So Mitch Colburn in a combo situation. We started talking about the preparation, the meticulous preparation. Kelly Slater approaches everything. I made a reference to the story yesterday, looking back, as we'll get to that in just a sec, as we look back on that last wave. This is during the replays with Mitch.
Beautiful tube there. You can see Mitch pumping his board, getting that speed, keeping up with it. You can see his shadow all the way through the inside, and guess what? Tick another one on the box for shish kebabs. That section is so shallow, Pat, it just runs off in front of these surfers, so there was no exit for Mitch.
Mitch taking a look at the smaller inside, but I was making reference to that the early days when Bob McKnight took Kelly Slater here when he just started his relationship with Quicksilver, dropped him off with one of the boatmen, one of the first original boatmen, Mike Fair, who is just an amazing waterman. He would throw the anchor off the boat. He'd have Kelly go dive and get it. He put him through all these tests, incredible tests, show him what the waves do and why. And Kelly stayed here for a few months just learning the ins and outs of Tavarua. And the great thing with that story is that's where the true love affair started, and he just kept coming back year after year. You know, the black and white video, and just started really building a relationship with this place. And you can tell how comfortable he is with it.
Yeah, it definitely helped him. As you see, looks like Mitch.
Mitch finding another inside section. It starts to stand up, driving down the line. Good tube section, and he'll have to kick out the back.
Well, you can see on your screen right there, Kelly Slater has priority. So Mitch exploring the lineup, if you will, looking for some sort of sneaky score underneath Kelly. And that wave obviously didn't pan out for him, but I like what he's doing. He's trying to be creative and you know, trying to create some sort of score, which is what you do when you don't have priority.
So approaching the 15-minute mark, Kelly Slater only 3 waves so far, but an all-quality affair, 7.83 and an 8.5, and looking very untouchable at this point. As you can see, the gallery waiting to get out in the lineup. This will be the last heat of the day. We want to encourage everyone to stick around after we'll having the wrap-up show here from Tavarua with Todd Klein and Strider Wasilewski, looking back on all the highlights of an incredible day of surfing here at the Fiji Pro. But it is not over yet, because we still have 14.5 on the clock. Can Mitch Colburn dig out of a combo situation? I'll tell you what, Ross, if he can thread the exit on one of those barrels, he definitely would be a good start.
Well, look at these lines marching in right now. Looks like there's going to be a couple of opportunities as we see, obviously, Kelly Slater sitting on the top of the reef. He has priority. Mitch is going to go ahead and have a seat right there underneath Kelly, and wait to see, hopefully for Mitch, there's more than one wave. Kelly having a sneaky little paddle here, but look at that line out the back, Pat.
Well, you can imagine Kelly Slater, he definitely is hoping for more barrel sections. It's hard to get his attention elsewhere when there's tubes. As a great set starting to reel in. Slater with priority. He'll just glide into this one. He'll wait for it to stand up. You can see him eyeing down the line. Stalls up perfectly, grabs a little rail, driving through the barrel, continuing a bit of spit there, and just clamps down on Slater.
You could see his shadow while he was inside the barrel. He actually got tucked in right there with the lip, and it nailed him down. So that wave really didn't have any exit for him. And this is going to be an awesome angle, looking straight into the barrel. Let's see what happens as he tucks in. He gets really low. And right there, bottom, the floor of the barrel actually opened up, and you'll get that on low tide. It gets so shallow that the floor of the barrel that you're surfing on actually opens up underneath you, and you just fall straight through.
Let me ask you, on the inside shish kebabs, how fun is that when that happens?
You definitely have a split second of wondering if you're going to keep your kneecaps or not. And you can see right here, I love this angle. Great camera work here, looking straight into the barrel. Now watch the floor. It's going to drop out from underneath him. Right there, you can see he got completely airborne. Good thing for Kelly, there didn't look like there was much of an exit there, but I know he didn't want to risk giving Mitch that wave. Mitch on his forehand, you never know, he might have squeezed through it. So sort of a block slash see how it works out for Kelly.
So we always joke about it in terms of what Kelly thinks about, what he doesn't think about. How much does he remember in terms of the history with him and Mitch Colburn coming into this heat? Does he keep track of his wins, losses up against certain surfers?
Kelly's like Yoda. He just collects every single second of information in his brain. He's truly a brilliant head in terms of how much he soaks in. So I guarantee he remembers everything that he's done with Mitch and every other competitor. He probably remembers heats that I've had with him in the mid-90s.
Down to the wave, down to the score, even if it was 15 years ago.
It's fascinating. Yeah. I really believe if Kelly wasn't a pro surfer, he might have been an astronaut, or he would have moved on to something very on a high intellectual side.
Maybe a card counter in Vegas. He definitely has that Rain Man ability to remember things. As a good look out at the lineup here at Cloudbreak, the tide continuing to drop. The combo situation remains the same for Mitch Colburn, the wild card, one of the wild cards here at the 2014 Fiji Pro. 11.5 on the clock. As we'll have to wait and see. Can Colburn dig out? We'll be back to Fiji to find out. Stay with us. You are watching the Fiji Pro here from the island of Tavarua. Pat Parnell along with Ross Williams and Kelly Slater, 11-time world champ, current #1 on the 2014 rankings, having Mitch Colburn in a combo situation as we round out the day. The last heat in the water and a great shot of the island. The battle between Namotu and Tavarua, and if Kelly Slater takes this heat, which it looks like he's going to do, the nod is going to go to Tavarua, and that's huge. 10-8, Ross.
Can we cue the jungle music again? I loved that. That was not a picture of Treasure Island. That was Namotu. There it is. Thanks, boys.
Thanks.
So we don't want to count our chickens before they're hatched.
Absolutely
you know,
not.
the locals on Tavarua, but it's looking very good for a 10-8 lead at the end of this day.
Let me just put this out there. I think a nice notion of goodwill, a gesture of goodwill, if you will, is maybe the dog-tooth tuna. Maybe they send half the fish over, just for just a little, so we got a little pokey party over here.
No, that's not greedy. I think that's a fair gesture.
And a lot of discussion about Tavarua, how it serves up amazing waves every year, and we've come to expect big barreling waves. Looking back at last year's performance with Kelly Slater, this is the kind of Tavarua you love to see.
Unbelievable, and this is what 20 points looks like. Look at the size there. Kelly Slater on a 5'9", ladies and gentlemen. And he is wrangling that thing. Look at that, through the shish kebab section, so deep. Right here, he's gonna wipe that speed off, hack into that big old cutback, and one more section here. He says, sure, why not? Snap right there, huge maneuver on that big inside section, and that's a perfect 10. And look at the size of this wave right here. Airdropping on that ledge section, barely missing that lip. Right now he's gonna get the payoff of turning around and whipping on the ledge. Huge barrel there, spit out the back. Look at that, you can see he's on it. He's gonna stand tall, out the doggy door. That's what 20 points looks like right there on a 5'9" and 10 to 12 foot surf.
Amazing footage from last year's Volcom Fiji Pro as Kelly Slater just showing why he dominates year after year here. And he's doing much of the same right now in slightly smaller conditions, but nonetheless able to find some quick barrels, putting Mitch Colburn in the combo situation. Now 7:45 on the clock, and it is not looking good for Mitch Colburn, unfortunately, Ross.
Yeah, right now the ocean has that look, doesn't it? A little bit quiet. You can see Kelly Slater in that golden jersey sitting on the outside with his notorious patent splash. He likes to stay busy, always splashing water. Sort of keeping his mind busy, where Mitch is sitting there. He has priority, so if a set comes in, he has the pick of the litter.
So we keep the question out there, how are you watching out there? And Tiago Perez, 80, legendary Tavarua bar. Of course, Tiago, watching the last few heats of the day. Waves are so fun. Hashtag we know. We've been watching you. Hashtag BG Pro, get involved in the conversation. And there you see the bar, everyone posted up. It is the happiest happy hour. We see Potts.
You can see there's Kalani too. That's Kelly's girlfriend right there.
Yeah.
Give us a nice wave, and everyone enjoying some refreshments. It is happy hour.
Out the back, a couple more lines approaching as we wind down the last few minutes of a very interesting heat. Kelly Slater, active from the get-go, posting the 7.83, backed it up with an 8.5. Priority, however, sitting with Mitch Colburn. He's in a combo situation, which means he would need 2 brand new waves to add into his score line. Best 2 waves go into your total, and he is needing a 16.34. 2 waves adding up to that or more, and quite the tall order with 6.5 on the clock.
Yeah, you know, that is a tall order, but I tell you what, Mitch is a dangerous competitor. Right there on your screen, he knows, just give me a chance. And the crazy thing about a place like Cloudbreak, you can muster up a couple scores in a hurry. So the key for him is something to happen right now.
Well, hopefully for Mitch Colburn, he can find something to work with. Now onto the 6-minute mark. Priority does sit with the Australian. Talk about his progressive approach, but right now it's all going to be about finding the quality wave. Not even really being selective at this point. We see a couple lines approaching, both surfers on the move.
And this is what Mitch needs. He needs something to happen right now, and look at this.
He would have time to make it out back right now. Looking for a decent scorer. Mitch Colburn, he sizes it up. He immediately pulls in, gets a quick cover. He'll continue driving down the line, lots of speed and a quick kick out. So really no chance for a big score on that one. Now, as we get close to the 5-minute mark, Now priority sitting with Kelly Slater out the back, and Mitch Colburn. He'll swing it around. Real quick one on the inside. Smaller barrel, but nonetheless gets covered. Drives down the line, and not much on offer with that. But out the back, Kelly Slater. He'll pull in again. Nice barrel for Slater. Sizes it up again. He thinks, okay, I'm going to park it, and he goes down.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mitch, that's all he could do. You know, he swung on that set wave. That wave didn't quite cooperate for him. He's a young man. He has a lot of talent, but things just not going his way. Definitely nail number one is firmly in the coffin.
Well, this in round 3 in elimination heat, Mitch Colburn really hoping to advance onward, but with Kelly Slater, when he's in this type of form, can anybody stop him?
He just pounces, doesn't he? And he had the dream set up. Kelly loves to get to a quick start. Got that 7.83. Everything seemed to go his way. Backed it up pretty much right away with that 8.5. And now this looks like a great wave coming in here.
As Mitch Colburn on the inside takes a look, still in the combo situation. Scores coming in for the last few waves, a 4.1 and a 3. And looking back at the 7.83, you mentioned Slater likes to get busy early, and he did just that.
Right on the hooter, you know, he started right away with this wave, sizing up that section right here. Just a little late, but look what it did. It put him right in position to wipe the speed off and stall for this barrel right here. Loved how he sped up right there just to keep in tune with the barrel. Big high line float. One more cheeky lip climb right there to finish off the wave. And so the smooth start that Kelly loves to get. And now we're gonna look at an 8.5 here. Love how he wiped so much speed off. This is on the inside section. He got so deep that he actually went over the whitewash ball inside the barrel. Nice tail slide snap there to finish that off. That's an 8.5. Just like that, he's got Mitch comboed.
Well, a great performance for Slater. I'll tell you what, a little extra birthday gift for his daughter Taylor, who's been on the island with him, just enjoying her time on Tavarua. Great to see Dad do well here and make it out of round 3. And you can see the frustration from Mitch Colburn. He was looking in form, but then just to come up against an informed Slater, you like I said, you can't ask for maybe a worse situation.
Yeah, you know, things didn't unfold the way Mitch wanted it to, but he definitely had the ability to take out Kelly Slater. He is that good out here, very dangerous. I know Kelly wasn't taking him lightly. We saw him, Kelly studying for a long time at the bar. You know, he wanted to watch that TV screen there to soak everything in. That probably is the best way to look at this lineup. Jetted out on his personal ski with John Roseman, getting a couple tips along the way. So you know Kelly was taking Mitch very serious, and his plan got executed perfectly.
So no chance to climb out of the combo situation. 2.5 will wind down. The big question now remains for Kelly Slater, how he's going to continue his charge, and will it be a back-to-back win for 2014-2013 here in Fiji?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm sure Kelly's, you know, he likes to crunch the numbers, and the Spartan, you know, Michel Perez, getting that win in that last heat, that's a bit of an eye-opener for Kelly, because he knows how dangerous he is with those 2 victories. You know, if he backs it up with some consistent results, he's going to be hard to take out.
You bring up a good point. As the rest of the surfers wait for the heat to end, it'll be open for a free surf here. But Michel Perez coming into this event, you know, Kelly Slater is current number 1, but that's before you drop your 2 lowest finishes. With Michel Perez if Michel Perez does that, he is then leading the charge by a reasonable sum.
Correct. So, you know, he's in a real dangerous position in terms of the other guys. If he can collect some consistent results to back up those wins, you know, he's got a pretty firm grip on that title. That being said, we got a long year left. There's a lot of results for him to go. If he buckles and gets a couple bad results, you know, if you win a world title, you got to be very consistent.
Well, in a lot of successful years for Slater, he's relied on his success in places like Fiji, Tahiti. It's the places like Brazil, and you know, some of the more less than stellar breaks that really have been his Achilles heel.
Yeah, I would agree. But look at the lineup coming up, Pat. We got Lowers, we got Tahiti, we got Jay Bay back on the roster, which is amazing. You know, so everyone's excitement level is going to be through the roof.
Well, it's winding down the last 40 seconds. We saw incredible surfing. Just want to remind everyone as we see Sebastian Zietz, he's getting out there, getting a ride from Kyborg, getting a little free surf on. Everyone has been in the bar watching the conditions, and the second they realize, wait, we can still sneak a surf in, we better get out there.
Well, I saw Seabass earlier enjoying an Oreo milkshake, so maybe he's out there to go burn some calories. But
Seabass, such a fun-loving character. Obviously, all the guys going to capture this nice afternoon and try and grab a couple before dark.
And we'll officially count it down as Slater has some words with Mitch Colburn at the end, the last 5 seconds winding down. So Kelly Slater, 11-time world champ. He moves onward here at the 2014 Fiji Pro. Mitch Colburn, unfortunately, has to pack his bags. Once again, stay with us. When we come back to Fiji, we'll have the post-show wrap-up with Todd Klein and Strider Wasilewski with the ASP update.
Your journey is as important as the destination, especially when your destination is paradise. Welcome to Fiji Airways. This is exactly where you should be.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.
Good evening and welcome to the post show as the sun sets here on the island of Tavarua. A huge day of competition here, running rounds 2 and 3. I tell you what, yesterday was a big day. Todd Klein joined by Strider Wasilewski. Yesterday was a big day, Strider, but today really was a big day. We started to eliminate surfers, 18 to be exact. We ran 18 heats. We have now lost 18 surfers here today.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Today was an amazing day of surfing. All the guys getting after it. Some great, high performance, barrel rides, the whole thing. I was like frothing all day just watching those guys get after it. It was so fun to watch the world's best get out there and surf the way they were surfing. It's one of those things where, I don't know, as a kid, that's all you wanted is to watch that all day long. We got to see it right here.
Yeah, and Cloud Break did come together for the competition today. Strider, as we pointed out, running round 2 earlier today, some great surfing.
Yeah, amazing surfing. I was so stoked to watch these guys get after it early. Fanning actually pulling through, that was impressive. The boys were getting after it. Taj Burrows, Namotu looking good to start the day.
Well, to start the day, we'll get to that in a few moments as far as the Island Challenge goes, but let's look back at some of the highlights from today, starting with round 3 as we look at Michel Perez in round 3, heat 3. I tell you what, Michel Perez, to me, was the standout surfer of the event so far. He came in on a heater. He just has come off a win at the Billabong Rio Pro, and he's right there where he left off.
Yeah, you know what? You put him up against Slater back-to-back with this. In today's surfing, I think Michel would have been on top. As you stated earlier, Todd, you've never seen him look that good. He was just on fire out there, unfortunately for Jeremy. But you know what? Michel looking really good and surfing just as strong as he could possibly surf. Just kick, tail, stall, grabs it, comes out with the spit. He could do no wrong in that heat. And when you're in the flow like that and you feel that good, it's got to just, like he said, you just get the taste in your mouth after winning.
Yeah, we interviewed him, and it was one of those rare moments, where you felt like he could do no wrong, and he said, yeah, it felt really good out there. He was psyched on the conditions, and it's interesting because 2 heats prior to his, it was Sideshore, and it just came together really for Nat Young's heat, and then this was the heat following, and he stepped up big.
Oh, yeah. You know what, Nat, just to note, was surfing amazing out there, too. But Michel, the standout of the day, and just, putting it all the way through the inside and just could not get kicked off his board. So it's one of those things, you know, there's guys out there that can take down Kelly Slater, and Michelle Perez could be one of them. I mean, on the day it would have been, you know, Michelle Perez.
Yeah, I tell you what, yeah, as you point out, if it was today, it would have been Michelle Perez. And, you know, surfers sometimes look very comfortable with the jersey. That was today for Michelle Perez. The highest two-wave total of the event so far, there it is on your screen, 18.70. 2 scores knocking on that excellent, or not perfect range, I should say, Strider. So unbelievable surfing today by Michelle Perez. The next heat we'll look at is Kelly Slater. We talked about him and how comfortable he is. He's won 4 times. He's won in 2012, 2013. You see there he's going out with John Roseman from Tavarua, getting some insight, and Kelly Slater once again with that winning form.
Yeah, you know what? Mitch Colburn came out firing, though, and could have, you know, possibly knocked him off the pedestal, but Kelly just finding, you know, look at this, just kicking the tail out and just riding over the foam ball. It comes out of this thing and just slips into a nice little tail waft. I mean, the guy was on fire. He was feeling it from the bar all the way out there. You know, had Roseman on his side, as we talked about earlier. And when you have that in your corner, it's just, you gotta feel comfortable. And he did out there. He was looking amazing.
Yeah, he sure did. And I tell you what, another heat we want to look at is heat number 5. We'll rewind a little bit. B. Durbridge and Owen Wright. Owen Wright, you know, he was surfing unbelievable today. You know, it suits his forehand out here. You know, I like the rail surfing that he was executing, as well as just stomping on the tail and getting up into the shade there.
Yeah, you know what? Letting it fly over just underneath it and popping out. These guys are so sure-footed. They just drive right through the lip, it seems like. It's crazy how hard that really is to do. But you know what? The big man, Bede, was just cracking away at the top there and almost took it back at the end there. He had that final wave, but it wasn't enough. And you know what? That thing right there, that side slip into the barrel and then just spit out. I mean, come on. That's some mad skills right there. Nomotu just bringing this one home.
Yeah, that was unbelievable the way he carved off the top and literally slid down the face, kind of disengaging the fins on the foam ball, and then comes out cleanly and then throws it right on rail. You know, this is another surfer you're going to have to keep your eye on here at the Fiji Pro in 2014. If he can stay on pace like that, he's another one to contend with.
Yeah, and this is Bede's last wave where it looked like he could have maybe jumped in front, but you know what, looking a little like a slow start, as vertical as he went right there. If he would have had a little bit more speed and attack on this wave, he might have gotten the score, but coming up short with a 7.5. But, you know, still an amazing performance for Bede there. He was ripping, the big man.
And you can see some shakas there for Owen Wright. Well, no, you know, not the end all for B. Durbridge. He did catch a massive fish, the biggest fish of his life, a giant dogtooth. So, you know, I'm sure the island of Nomotu is treating him well, as he's fed the island pretty good. So best of luck to Bede in the next event. And I tell you what, Strider, we talk about that island challenge between Tavarua, where you and I are sitting now, and just across the channel is the island of Nomotu. And every year there's the unsaid rivalry between the two. But you know what? We're bringing it to a head this year because we want you guys to experience what we experience here on the islands. And there it is. The bigger island at the bottom is Tavarua, where we sit today, or right now. And then just up above is the smaller island of Nomotu. Both islands absolutely beautiful. Staff is fantastic on both islands. You pick which way you want to go. It's paradise. But when it comes down to the competition, someone's got to win. Looking at today's stats, Strider, 10 to Tavarua, Nomotu 8.
Well, you know what? As you stated, they're both beautiful places. It's a fun little rivalry. Basically, it is good, clean fun. There's no real, you know, taking home feeling from either one. It's just fun competition. But you know, being on Tavarua and having been here for years and loving this place, I'd love to see it come, you know, stay here with the championship.
Well, more to come here on the post show from the island of Tavarua as the sun sets over our shoulder. Beautiful setting here on the island of Tavarua. We'll be back in just a moment. Some big scores today at the Fiji Pro. Let's look at the top 5 waves of the day, starting with Mick Fanning Strider, an 8.90.
Just hucks it up into the barrel, threads the needle. As you can see, he's just holding the wall and the line comes out. Nice snap off the top right there, and the judges are loving that. When you come out of the tube and throw it on a turn, you're going to get a score.
Yeah, and there's the Namotu ladies loving Mick Fanning, a runner-up here last year. And then we move on to Nat Young, an 8.93. We talked about how dynamic his surfing was in round 3.
You know what? This kid is just the Captain America's replacement, coming in so strong, so fit, so solid. I mean, this kid's just threading the needle and coming out and just throws down the huge hack up into the lip right there, brings it down. As I said before, they love that when you can just exclamation point the end of your wave.
A little tail drifter there for Nat Young. And then Michelle Perez, the heat following, a 9.20 here for Michelle Perez. So unbelievable surfing here as he just got some beautiful tunnel time.
Just throws the tripod, slips right through, and most surfers would have got bucked off way back. But you know what? He pulls through, and just the angles, the whole thing, you know, he's in Tahiti quite a bit, getting barreled all summer long, and that training paying off for him.
Yeah, no stranger to the reef breaks. Owen Wright with our second highest wave of the day, a 9.33 Strider right here for this one.
Yeah, you know what? This snap into the bowl, goes side slip boogie, and then pulls it up, holding on, and just gets slipped through, and with the spit comes out the end. That channel angle is so insane. He disappears completely and then just comes through with it. So, you know what? Some of the better surfing right there. So technical. It's so hard to do that. And when you're out in the water doing it yourself, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That thing, exclamation point, again with a nice big snap, you know, cut back turn.
Yeah, shot goes all around for that 9.33. The wave of the day, Michelle Perez. He's already been in one of the top 5 waves with an 8.9. This one a 9.5 right here. Michelle, the man that set the tone today.
Yeah, looking straight into that thing, he was gone. Look, he's gone. It's gone. And then all of a sudden, boom, you see his arm appear, and then he comes through. It's just like reading by Braille. That kid is on fire today. It was so fun to watch and to feel his energy. Even when we came back to the restaurant on the deck here, and when he came in and interviewed, he was just so pumped, and he just looked so strong. Look at that smile.
Well, unbelievable day here, round 2 and half of round 3. So tomorrow we'll kick things off, hopefully, with heat number 7 of round 3. It's been an unbelievable day. Sun is setting. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. on Dawn Patrol for the call. If you guys have missed any of the action, check it out on ASPWorldTour.com. Enjoy today's highlights, and we will see you guys tomorrow morning. Hopefully the forecast does come through, because we should have waves tomorrow. See you in the morning.
Here goes Taj Burrows, drawn out bottom turn and belts it off the lip. Winds up again, throws some water to the sky on that third maneuver, making it look pretty easy right now.
I'm so sure I saw the bright lights come along.
As we see Glenn Hall off the bottom, it starts off with a clean carve. Chasing this open face again, carves through the second section.
And it looks like Glenn is going to have the first upset.
Holds his rail off the bottom. Great timing off the first re-entry. In the barrel and still driving, Mick Fanning makes the exit. Drives off the bottom, huge hack off the top. Fanning gets out of there. Sets up his first turn, winds up and under the lip hook. for the Spartan. Now finding the pit, he'll slow down. Didn't grab the rails, he packs it and gets blown out with the spit.
Big wrap, you can see that slide. He'll stall up in the barrel. Can he come out? He does. Unbelievable from the get-go.
Introducing Orbitz Rewards, the instant approach. Earn rewards in an instant, redeem in an instant. Book a flight, use rewards for the hotel. Book the hotel, use them to stay longer. Think reward, redeem, relax, repeat. Orbitz Rewards, instant vacation gratification.
I can capture life in a blink. I can download the world in an instant. I live carefree. This is my life. My life powered by the Samsung Galaxy S5.
I'm in tune with my body. It speaks to me and pushes me. This is my life. Samsung Gear Fit.